Chapter 2. Deskmate Ruan Qingran and Li Qingma are not in the same class. One is in Class 1 and the other in Class 3. Qingran resides in Class 1, while Li Qingma has ventured to Class 3, as they have entered the latter half of their second year in high school. The atmosphere for learning remains rather mundane. On the first day back to school, after a hiatus of over half a month, old classmates reunite, and those with close ties gather to reminisce. Qingran's deskmate, Ruan, is particularly talkative. As soon as they are seated, she begins to chatter incessantly. Qingran, what happened to your hair? Such a pity. Long hair cascading down to your waist was so beautiful. During the winter break, Qingran had trimmed her once waist-length hair to shoulder length, just enough to tie it into a ponytail. Managing long hair had proven to be quite time-consuming, and she could always grow it out again in the future. For now, her foremost priority is her studies. Ruan dramatically clutched her chest, feigning a gesture of vomiting blood, exclaiming, a fatal blow from a top student to a slacker. However, one must ponder, how could there be slackers in a distinguished class? Ruan ranks within the top 100 of her grade, and is among the top 10 in their class, barely clinging to the 10th position. The lively atmosphere in the classroom did not last for long. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, entered just as the bell rang, followed by a girl, none other than Xie. On the very first day of school, a transfer student arrives, and what a gentle and lovely girl she is. To be placed in an elite class, one can only surmise that her academic prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. Several privileged boys in the class beamed with delight at the sight of Xie's charming visage. Qingran distinctly noticed a glimmer of recognition in Xie's eyes as they met. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, gestured towards the sole vacant seat in the classroom for the transfer student to take. Qingran tightened her grip on the pen in her hand, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Xie, who, after finishing his self-introduction, made his way toward the only available spot next to Xie Ying'an. Tomorrow, Xie Ying'an's parents were set to fly to a company in Country H, which was why he had not attended class today. In the realm of Mary Sue novels, the male protagonist often possesses peculiar idiosyncrasies, which, when faced with the female lead, seem to vanish without a trace. Xie Ying'an serves as a prime example of this. As one of his few female companions in childhood, Qingran was acutely aware of his peculiarities. It was unclear what had influenced him, but he believed that maintaining a distance of over a meter from girls constituted a safe boundary. Perhaps he had never regarded Qingran as a girl, or perhaps their familiarity bred a certain comfort. During their interactions, he had never mentioned any nonsense about personal space. Qingran recalled that at the start of their second year in high school, Xie Ying'an had even asked her if she wanted to be desk mates. After her refusal, he had sulked for 2 days, subsequently opting to sit alone. Ruan leaned in to whisper to Qingran, TSK. The homeroom teacher actually let the newcomer sit next to the school bully. Who doesn't he know that the bully avoids girls? Isn't that putting the poor girl in a precarious situation? Qingran, somewhat puzzled, took advantage of the chaotic atmosphere before class officially began and leaned closer to Ruan. Mimicking her lowered tone, Xie Ying'an the school heartthrob? I thought Li Qingma was the bully. Why does everyone refer to Xie Ying'an as the bully? Goodness! Ruan exclaimed, an expression of disbelief crossing her face as she looked at Qingran. You really don't know about Ngu's fight with that group of delinquents from the vocational school last summer? Astonishingly, both Ngu and Mo vanquished a mob of 10 adversaries, leaving them utterly subdued and unwilling to cause further disturbance. Is it conceivable that this tale has eluded your awareness? Are you not childhood companions with Ngu? And is Mo not your own sibling? It is perplexing that such fundamental knowledge remains unknown to you. This is indeed beyond my ken. Ruan scratched her chin with a thoughtful air, adopting a demeanor of profound contemplation. Guided by fragmented tidbits gleaned from gossip, she embarked on a meticulous excavation. Layer by layer, I suspect the involvement of that so-called belle from vocational high school. Rumor has it that she was instantly smitten with Ngu, utterly captivated by his striking countenance, and vowed to ensnare him at all costs. Preposterous. Ngu has remained indifferent even to our own school's beauty. So why would he cast a glance upon her? She ought to gaze upon her reflection in a fetid ditch. Does she truly believe that merely being a school beauty guarantees the fulfillment of her desires? Of all people to covet, she dares to set her sights upon. Qingran listened with unwavering seriousness as Ruan spun a yarn of love and hate, involving the vocational high school's beauty and the school heartthrob, Xie Ying'an. Casting a look of utter speechlessness upon her deskmate, she remarked, Ruan, you should pursue writing novels. you would undoubtedly achieve great success. To conjure a tale of love at first sight, infatuation upon further acquaintance, loss of appetite and sleep, unrequited longing, and eventual resentment, all from mere fragments of gossip. Ruan is truly a talent. Do you concur, Ran? I have long contemplated that, should I find myself unemployed after graduating from university, I shall sustain myself through the art of writing novels. Ah, what a magnificent ambition. During the recess, when she approached the empty desk in front of Qingran, pleasantly surprised to find her in the same class at the same school, Qingran appeared genuinely delighted, revealing the charming little tiger teeth described repeatedly in the book. I never anticipated such a coincidence. We are actually in the same class. I didn't have the chance to properly thank you before you left, when she remarked. Qingran smiled in response. What an uncanny turn of events. Am I not living within the pages of a book? If there were no twists, how would the story progress? When Xi's gaze fell upon the school badge on Qingran's chest. So your name is Qingran. I have finally learned it. Suddenly, an icy female voice intruded. Hey, new girl. The voice belonged to Huang Qianyu, who stood with her arms crossed, surveying Wen Xi with an air of authority. I advise you to vacate that seat quickly. Xie Ying'an despises having anyone sit next to him. This was a direct confrontation between the fourth supporting female character and the protagonist of the story. Wen Xi blinked a couple of times and, with a gentle tone, inquired of the somewhat unfriendly school beauty, why is that? Huang Qianyu let out a derisive laugh and pointed at Qingran. Why? If you want to know, why not ask Li Qingran? At that moment, Wen Xi genuinely turned to Qingran, looking for an answer, but Qingran appeared bewildered. How did Xie Ying'an's peculiarities intertwine with Li Qingma? Beholding the two winsome young ladies gazing at her with inquisitive eyes, Ruan was suddenly imbued with a sense of momentous responsibility. She adjusted the sleeves of her ample school uniform, and just as she was about to adopt the air of a storyteller, the school bell incongruously chimed, signaling the start of class. Chapter 3, The Idol and the Enforcer. Sweet lass, are you there? Sweet lass, it's your first day? And you've already taken leave? What's amiss? More than half an hour elapsed, with no response from Qingran. Undeterred, Ruan picked up her phone and sent another message. Sweet lass, are you truly not curious about the chronicles of the idol and the enforcer? This time, Qingran offered a glimmer of acknowledgement, as the typing indicator appeared above the message. You are? Even a single question mark was enough to rekindle Ruan's fervent desire to share. Sweet lass, firstly, I must preface that this is merely hearsay. Do you recall the incident I mentioned this morning about and the vocational school ruffians? Qingran remained unresponsive. Sweet lass, it was that very event that finally allowed us to glimpse their budding romance. It was truly an arduous journey, sob. Sweet lass, if you don't follow our school's forum, you surely won't be privy to these matters. It was Mo and Anne's emotionally charged, heartrending love story that accompanied me through last year's unforgettable summer, and it has rekindled my belief in love. Fair maiden, the genesis of the matter appears to be that following the altercation, Mo cautioned Anne, saying, refrain from provoking trouble with women in the future, and responded with indifference, accusing Mo of fabricating stories, and the two nearly had a falling out. Fair maiden, are you going to peruse it, Ran? Fair maiden, Ran, have you ever noticed any endearing terms or unique gestures shared between Mo and Anne in their interactions? If you observe anything, please remember to share it with me. It has been quite some time since I last heard any gossip about them. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ruan sighed, switched off her phone, and placed it on the bedside table, as she drifted off to sleep. She vaguely wondered if Ran would have had the opportunity to see the previous content on the school forum. The private room in the renowned F-City Hotel exuded opulence. Mr. Xie gathered several close associates together, and they raised their glasses in cordial exchange. Prior to the new year, Xie Ying'an's maternal grandfather was gravely ill. Mr. Xie, while attending to his business, was also concerned about the old man's condition, dividing his time between the company and the hospital. He had no time to socialize with friends, and he had to sacrifice half of his sleep. After the old man passed away, he began preparing for the funeral, and he was almost worn to a frazzle. Now that he finally had some time, he had to take over the old man's company abroad. He could only spare an afternoon before his departure to gather with relatives and friends. Adults engaged in adult conversations, while several adolescent boys and girls sat side by side. The eldest cousin, Lu Luoxi, asked Qingran across Li Qingma, shall we assemble a team for a game, little sister? Qingran had just indulged in a few cups of fruit wine under the warm hospitality of Aunt Xie, Zhao Yin, and was now feeling quite dazed. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Cousin, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall not partake." Lu Luoxi rolled her eyes, as she often did, lamenting, "Oh, Renran. If you don't engage in games, you'll never realize the joys your life is missing." Well, the eldest cousin was indeed a girl addicted to the internet. Lu Luoxi gave Qingran's chair a playful kick. "If you wish to be my cousin in the next life, make sure to be born earlier. You're being so rude. Call me cousin." Li Qingma subtly shifted his chair closer to Qingran, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Luoxi. "Lu Luoxi, do take a moment to reflect on how you embody the role of a cousin. To be a cousin worthy of my respect, you must earn it. Your brute force alone is insufficient." Lu Luoxi retorted, "Are you implying that my defeating you into submission only reflects your acquiescence and not your genuine respect?" Li Qingma replied, "I merely showed leniency due to your gender. Otherwise, do you truly believe your meager skills could best me?" Lu Luoxi shot back, "Oh really, such bravado? You claim to let me win? Li Qingma, I know your capabilities all too well. If you dare, do not hold back. Let's settle this one-on-one." Li Qingma stood, tilting his chin toward the door. "Fear you? Very well, let's duel." It seemed that Li Qingma and Lu Luoxi were not meant to coexist peacefully whenever they gathered. Conflict would inevitably ensue within half an hour. In their childhood, Lu Luoxi had been quite the chubby little one, while Li Qingma was thin and wiry. Adding to the mix was the fact that Lu Luoxi was half a year older than Li Qingma. When they fought, Lu Luoxi's sheer physicality often led to a one-sided victory. Li Qingma felt utterly humiliated that a young lad could be bested by a girl. In tears, and with great determination, he enrolled in Taekwondo and the ways of the underworld at the tender age of 5. Upon hearing that her defeated rival had taken up martial arts, Lu Luoxi also insisted on joining, fearing that one day her vanquished opponent might rise again. Whether Li Qingma had truly made a comeback remains uncertain, but Lu Luoxi certainly did. The former chubby child had transformed into a graceful young lady. Despite their friends' attempts to dissuade them, the two refrained from a physical altercation, ultimately deciding to settle their rivalry through a game, with the outcome determining their titles. After downing 2 glasses of fruit wine, Qingran, rather disgracefully, found herself intoxicated once more. Fortunately, her demeanor while inebriated was quite pleasant, even in her drunken state. She merely sat quietly, gazing with her glistening apricot eyes at anyone who spoke. With Lu Luoxi and Li Qingma momentarily in a truce, she turned her attention to Xie Ying'an, who was engrossed in his phone. Xie Ying'an offered her a glass of warm water, which she gratefully accepted, sipping delicately. Zhao Yan, who had no daughters of her own, was utterly enamored by the sight of the tipsy Qingran. Finding Xie Ying'an's presence in the middle bothersome, she nudged his arm, saying, "Son, let us switch seats." Xie Ying'an, preoccupied with a rose-pink phone, glanced at Zhao Yan before lowering his gaze back to the screen, firmly refusing, "No switch." Ever since Zhao Yan discovered Qingran's propensity for downing a glass in one go, she had taken to concocting various schemes to intoxicate the young girl during their gatherings, reveling in the opportunity to pinch her cheeks and coax her into calling her mama. In a state of inebriation, Qingran exhibited an unusually compliant demeanor. Typically, she would acquiesce to Zhao Yan's every whim. This only served to embolden Zhao Yan further. Fortunately, they were consuming fruit wine, which, while potent, posed little harm to their health. Li Qingma and her father, Li, often chose to turn a blind eye to the situation. Zhao Yan leaned in, partially encircling Xie Ying'an's shoulder, and proposed, "Don't be so stingy, my son. Your mother will be leaving early tomorrow, and for the next few months, I shall not compete with you for the affections of young ladies." Xie Ying'an merely nodded, his gaze unyielding and fixed elsewhere, responding indifferently, "No change. You little rascal." Zhao Yan playfully swatted his arm, only to observe her son deftly stowing the young lady's phone into her bag. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she remarked, "Son, isn't it rather inappropriate to pry into someone else's phone?" Her concern was met with indifference. Xie Ying'an zipped up Qingran's bag and retrieved his own phone from his pocket, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. After ensuring the chat page returned to a blank state, he tucked his phone away. A slight turn to his left revealed the young lady gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes, an expression rarely seen when she was sober. An unexpected mischievous thought surged within him. Zhao Yan, finding her son exceedingly dull, realized that teasing the young lady was futile. Consequently, she redirected her attention to the manager's wife, who had been eager to cultivate a relationship with her. Xie Ying'an sat sideways, obstructing Zhao Yan's view to the right. On the left of Qingran, Lu Luoxi was engrossed in a gaming session with Li Qingma. Their heads huddled together in camaraderie. A few elders were gathered, discussing the company's development and future trends, oblivious to the secluded corner where the two sat. Beneath the table, Xie Ying'an gently grasped Qingran's hand, which rested demurely on her lap. The young girl had grown, her fingers no longer chubby as in her childhood, now slender and delicate. Yet the familiar warmth remained. He leisurely separated her fingers one by one, intertwining them with his until their 10 fingers were tightly clasped together. A hint of mirth finally gracing his usually indifferent brow. Ran, who am I? His voice, unexpectedly husky, carried a note of playful seduction. Qingran gazed up at him earnestly for a moment. Xie Ying'an. He leaned in closer, their gazes locking, her eyes filled with his reflection. He pressed further. Who is Xie Ying'an? Xie Ying'an? Qingran whispered, pondering the question. Should I know? The fleeting smile that adorned Xie Ying'an's face faltered, and he tightened their clasped fingers beneath the table, holding on even as a slight pain registered. Think carefully. In the days leading up to her impending marriage orchestrated by her father, Qingran had secretly slipped away, finding her way to Xie Ying'an's home, only to be met with his reluctance to see her. Aimlessly wandering, she fortuitously encountered when she. In the narrative, the once resolute and tearless Qingran wept before the protagonist, expressing her reluctance to marry an unfamiliar professor. She vowed to no longer intrude upon the lives of Xie Ying'an and when she, declaring that her affections for Xie Ying'an had dissipated, and pleaded for their mercy. When she, her expression devoid of emotion, gazed at the sobbing Qingran, who was gasping for breath in her tears, she remarked that as they were bound and forced to witness that loathsome man, with a malicious grin, slowly unbuttoning her clothing, she cried even harder than Qingran. Did anyone see this? She questioned, affirming that this was all retribution for Li Qingran. In the 4th chapter, titled Changing Desks. After a night of drunken revelry, she felt somewhat unwell and sighed, resolving never to trust Aunt Zhao's fruit wine again. Following her morning routine, memories of her drunken state flooded back. Aunt Zhao, as usual, cheerfully coaxed her into calling her mother, while Li Qingma continued to express disdain for her embarrassing drinking habits. Uncharacteristically, Xie Ying'an asked her to unlock her phone and inquired about his identity. TSK, it seems Xie Ying'an was also inebriated. Their home was not far from the school. After having a bowl of porridge and not yet spotting Li Qingma downstairs, she sent him a message and headed to school alone. Qingran typically enjoyed restful sleep, and unless specifically requested by the homeroom teacher, she seldom attended early self-study sessions. Arriving early today, she found the classroom sparsely populated, apart from the diligent top students. Few had arrived early, as most were still preoccupied with the novelty of the new semester. Just as Qingran settled into her seat, she noticed when she entering the classroom through the front door. As she passed by Qingran, she greeted her with a smile. Good morning. When she lifted the breakfast she held and inquired, have you had breakfast? I have, Qingran nodded, casually opening her English book. You woke up quite early. When she made her way to the seat at the back, where many students, like her, had brought breakfast to consume at their desks, while a few diligent scholars simultaneously munched on their meals and studied. As Qingran recited a few English words, she noticed Ruan sauntering in through the front door, sipping soy milk. Ruan appeared somewhat lackluster, only noticing Qing and upon reaching her seat. Oh my, Qing, you've actually begun to come early for self-study? You're paving a hard-working path that leaves the underachievers with no escape. Qingran cast her a resigned glance, replying, What are you talking about? I simply woke up early today. Ruan stowed her backpack in the desk compartment and skillfully extracted a tall stack of books, arranging them on the desk to facilitate some minor antics during class. She then retrieved her life-sustaining egg from her bag, placing it between 2 stacks of books, and took out her English book, intending to memorize words alongside Qingran. After memorizing only a few, she leaned in conspiratorially. Qing, I just spotted the school tyrant and the school heartthrob at the gate. My goodness, they actually came to class together. Qingran frowned. Xie Ying'an is attending class today? She had thought he would be at the airport seeing off his parents. Yes, he didn't show up on the first day of school, leading many to speculate whether he had transferred. Thankfully, he hasn't. Qingran refrained from further conversation, focusing intently on her vocabulary, while Ruan, setting aside her gossiping spirit, diligently began her studies. The advantage of having a resolute study partner, a diligent top student, is that she can inspire her peers to strive for academic excellence. Mr. Wu, the homeroom teacher, has long discerned Ruan's true nature. intelligent yet lacking in self-discipline, and burdened by an excessive curiosity. Such a student necessitates a desk mate who not only excels academically, but also speaks less and embodies a spirit of diligence. This arrangement instills a sense of urgency within her, prompting her to focus on her studies. After careful observation, Mr. Wu concluded that when exemplary students are paired with those who struggle, two outcomes typically arise. Either the diligent student succumbs to temptation and lowers their standards, or the underperforming student, confronted with someone more dedicated and accomplished, is spurred to elevate their efforts. Fortunately, Li Qingran possesses a formidable willpower, living up to Mr. Wu's expectations. Not only has she assisted Wan in improving her grades, but even those seated nearby, who previously performed well, now feel a sense of urgency and motivation to enhance their own academic pursuits. As the early study session neared its conclusion, students gradually filled the classroom. Xie Ying'an's seat was conveniently located near the back door, from which he typically entered. Although Su Chen had informed him the previous day about Mr. Wu assigning him a new desk mate, he could not suppress his irritation upon seeing the slender, unfamiliar figure seated beside him. He refrained from approaching his desk, instinctively directing his gaze towards the front, where Li Qingran sat upright, diligently summarizing the lesson material in her book. Qingran does not possess the formidable advantages that the male and female protagonists do, who can effortlessly achieve top scores merely by glancing at their books. In contrast, her memory is not particularly remarkable. However, her patience and comprehension are exceptional. She has always been diligent in her studies, consistently ranking among the best. Since childhood, Xie Ying'an has never been accustomed to sharing a desk with anyone. In elementary school, Li Qingma insisted on sticking by his side as his deskmate, and despite his attempts to dislodge her, he eventually resigned himself to the situation out of their shared upbringing. After middle school reassignments, he and Li Qingma were not placed together again. The teachers, well aware of his peculiar habit, refrained from pairing him with a desk mate. After the summer of their first year in high school, he suddenly realized he harbored feelings for Li Qingran and wished to share a desk with her. However, Li Qingran declined without hesitation, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Su Chen, bending down and quietly sneaking in through the back door with breakfast in hand, was startled to see Xie Ying'an occupying his seat. "Go, what are you doing sitting here?" he exclaimed. Xie Ying'an replied nonchalantly, then added, "Come with me to the supply room and bring back a desk." His upbringing instilled in him a sense of decorum that prevented him from targeting a girl in such a manner. He found it impossible to share a desk with a stranger. His only solution was to procure another desk, allowing them to sit separately. Hey, go," Su Chen called out, watching as Xie Ying'an exited the classroom, hastily chasing after him. Xie Ying'an halted his steps. "Are you suggesting I find a desk mate myself before Lao Wu?" Li Qingran, he stated, as soon as the name left his lips. The previously boisterous classroom fell into an eerie silence, with every student instinctively straining to listen. Qingran pressed her hand on the open book, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. "What's the matter? Last time you lost a bet to me, you promised to grant me a modest request. Does that still hold true?" Qingran pondered carefully over which occasion he referred to. Indeed, there had been a few days last summer when she, Lu Luoxi, Li Qingma, and Xie Ying'an had shared a rare moment of tranquility together. The July heat had been stifling, and Lu Luoxi and Li Qingma had spent the entire morning engrossed in video games in the living room. After a brief afternoon nap, they revived their spirits and resumed their customary banter. At that time, they were at Xie Ying'an's house, where she and Xie were nestled on the sofa in the study, perusing travelogues collected by Xie's father. Lu Luoxi had approached her, tugging her along, announcing that he had wagered with Li Qingma on who could hold their breath longer underwater, and requested her and Xie Ying'an to serve as judges. She was almost dragged to the Xie family's swimming pool, akin to herding ducks. Ultimately, Lu Luoxi triumphed over Li Qingma by a mere 3 seconds. Li Qingma protested vehemently, claiming that girls inherently possessed superior lung capacity. Lu Luoxi was hardly inclined to accept such a flimsy excuse. The two engaged in a spirited argument without reaching a resolution, and in a bid to prove his point, Li Qingma insisted on challenging Qingran and Xie Ying'an to a contest as well. Qingran, who had little interest in martial arts and had only learned a few self-defense moves, was rather fond of swimming. From a young age, she had spent her summers immersed in water, honing her skills and developing excellent lung capacity. In terms of holding her breath, she could easily surpass even two of Li Qingma combined. which was precisely why he claimed that girls' lung capacity was superior to that of boys. Qingran exhibited a slight disinterest. While Xie Ying'an inquired about the wager between Li Qingmo and Lu Luoxi, with enthusiasm, Lu Luoxi responded that the loser would agree to one request from the winner, to which Li Qingmo added, a request that is not excessive. Intrigued, Xie Ying'an proposed to Qingran, "Shall we have the same wager as them?" Qingran, indifferent, did not believe that Xie Ying'an would emerge victorious. However, the outcome was a stark contradiction to her expectations. She held her breath for 3 minutes and 16 seconds, while Xie Ying'an managed an impressive 6 minutes and 12 seconds, nearly double her time, signifying a crushing victory for him. Li Qingmo and Lu Luoxi stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape, as their breath-holding durations paled in comparison to Xie Ying'an's prowess. Xie Ying'an tenderly tousled Qingran's damp hair, praising, Ran, your lung capacity is quite impressive." Qingran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not forgotten the wager throughout the summer, and she was curious about the request Xie Ying'an might make of her. Lu Luoxi had whimsically demanded that Li Qingmo imitate a donkey's bray, yet Xie Ying'an seemed to have forgotten, never mentioning it until the end of summer. Just as she was on the verge of forgetting, Xie Ying'an brought it up, and an ominous feeling crept over her. Bracing herself, she replied, "Naturally, it stands. Then let us be desk partners." She had known it all along. Someone intends to brazenly take away her deskmate. And despite her fear of the school bully, Ruan disregards it. She clutches at Qingran's sleeve and Xie Ying'an's, attempting to claim her deskmate. Ultimately, her voice carries a hint of trepidation, and go, "No, Xie, classmate. Our homeroom teacher stated that students with good grades should tutor those with poorer performance and share their learning experiences. My grades are lacking. Hence the teacher assigned the accomplished Qingran to be my deskmate." The words linger on her lips, unspoken, as she catches the school bully's icy glare directed her way. Xie Ying'an, with a smirk that teeters between amusement and disdain, replies, "Li Qingran's scores in mathematics and science are so dismal. What makes you believe she excels?" Qingran can only remain silent, as her struggles in these subjects are undeniable, and yet she has chosen the science track. The surrounding students are taken aback. "Excuse me? Did we hear correctly? The top student claiming that the fourth-ranked student has poor grades? What does that make of them, who have always considered themselves academically inferior? It seems they have overestimated their own abilities." Xie Ying'an, losing his patience, states, "Li Qingran, choose. Either you move to sit elsewhere, or I will." With a sigh, she contemplates the futility of Xie Ying'an's actions, recognizing that while it may be gratifying to exert dominance in the moment, it will ultimately lead to a future of regret. Qingran offers Ruan an apologetic smile before turning to Wenxi, softening her tone as much as she can. "When classmate, may I switch seats with you?" Wenxi instinctively glances at Xie Ying'an, who remains indifferent, his fingers resting on a stack of Qingran's books, his demeanor as nonchalant as when they first met. She glanced at the young girl standing beside him, whose gentle smile graced her delicate features. In a soft tone, the girl initiated a conversation with her. Thus, when she also smiled, deftly gathering her books as she replied, "Sure." Chapter 5, The legendary seasoned god Old Wu, whose full name is Wu Zhigua, is not particularly old. Merely 42 years of age, at the prime of his life, filled with ardor. Throughout his years as a homeroom teacher, he has encountered his fair share of arrogant students, some of whom were exceedingly so. Just last year, there was a certain leader's nephew, Yu Tianxi, who, despite his mediocre academic performance, insisted on being placed in his esteemed class. Under the principal's pressure, he was compelled to acquiesce. Yu Tianxi was an individual blissfully unaware of his limitations, domineering and oppressive, turning a once prominent class into a chaotic mess, which Old Wu could no longer tolerate. He had meticulously planned to document the various transgressions of this disobedient student, determined that even if it cost him his position as a teacher, he would compel the principal to expel Yu Tianxi. However, fate had other plans. Hidden talents lay dormant within the class, and an individual whom Yu Tianxi should never have provoked became irate. A certain leader was soon embroiled in a scandal involving the misuse of public power and was swiftly removed from his post. Yu Tianxi, unable to bear the shame, also departed the school shortly thereafter. Naturally, Yu Tianxi could not hold a candle to Xie Ying'an. Not only did Xie Ying'an achieve record-breaking results year after year, a source of pride for both him and his subject teachers, but his grandfather, a martyr, held a position of far greater esteem than Yu Tianxi's uncle. Xie Ying'an was never late or absent from class. However, as a youth, he exhibited a certain aloofness. As a homeroom teacher, how could old Wu stand idly by while his prized student appeared so out of sync with his peers? At the outset, Mr. Wu endeavored to assign a desk partner for Xie Ying'an, who promptly declined, expressing his aversion to sitting too close to others. Subsequently, Mr. Wu took a more assertive approach, assigning several desk partners without prior consultation, yet none of them lasted beyond the following day. Despite Mr. Wu's earnest attempts to counsel Xie Ying'an on the virtues of mutual assistance among classmates, Xie Ying'an, with a furrowed brow and a cool demeanor, retorted, "Is it a school rule for high-achieving students to help those with poorer performance?" Mr. Wu was left momentarily speechless. After finally deciding to relinquish his efforts last year, he found himself stirred by the arrival of transfer students this year, his previously disheartened spirit rekindled. However, Xie Ying'an's actions took him by surprise, as he had lured away Li Qingran to become his desk partner. What benefit could Li Qingran possibly gain from this arrangement? Known for her self-discipline and exemplary academic performance, she required minimal oversight from teachers and was even willing to assist less disciplined students. In stark contrast to Xie Ying'an, it seemed they hailed from entirely different realms. Within the confines of the office, Mr. Wu observed the duo of Xie Ying'an and Li Qingran standing before him. Clearing his throat, he assumed the authoritative tone of a homeroom teacher. "Pray tell, why have you two taken it upon yourselves to change seats?" Li Qingran discreetly cast a glance at Xie Ying'an, who stood languidly, his eyelids partially lowered, with long, straight lashes obscuring the emotions in his gaze. He exhibited no inclination to speak. Xie Ying'an, peering at the top of her head, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. Mr. Wu's hand, poised with a cup of water, halted midair, his expression mirroring that of many classmates in the classroom who had reacted to Xie Ying'an's earlier statement. What astonished him further was that this very remark had originated from Xie Ying'an, who had proposed the school rules to him months prior. His gaze shifted to the two once more, now imbued with scrutiny. He expressed his suspicion. "Have you two entered into a romantic relationship?" The notion of early romance had never crossed Qingran's mind, especially not with the male protagonist, Xie Ying'an, from the book, making it even more implausible. Their harmonious exchange only deepened Lao Wu's skepticism. Xie Ying'an glanced at Qingran's face, which was tinged with a slight blush from embarrassment, and finally stood upright. He met Lao Wu's gaze, his tone unusually earnest. "Because Li Qingran and I have grown up together. In our class, I have a physiological affinity for her. Sitting together was also to prevent any future chaotic seating arrangements with others." Chaotic seating arrangements. Lao Wu was taken aback. Qingran and Xie Ying'an walked out side by side, and in the corridor, they encountered a male classmate. The two exchanged nods of acknowledgement before passing each other. Time had elapsed too long, despite Qingran's remarkable memory. She struggled to recall the specifics of the book's content. Yet, curiously, she retained a vivid recollection of the portrayal of Xie Ying'an. The author's feelings toward Xie Ying'an seemed to embody a complex blend of love and hate, depicting him as a spirited, intelligent youth from a prestigious family, while also illustrating him as slightly autistic, emotionally withdrawn, and at odds with the vast world around him. In the early chapters of the book, this character was not extensively described. It merely mentioned that he was a handsome senior student, gentle in demeanor, academically outstanding, and from a lineage capable of toppling leaders within the Education Bureau. In the latter part of the narrative, there is a considerable amount of descriptive detail regarding Xie Ying'an, who has established his own company. He is nothing short of a commercial prodigy, as the software developed by his company is both virtuous and nefarious, having stirred significant upheaval in society. Xie Ying'an does not harbor any affection for the female protagonist of the story. In fact, he is entirely oblivious to the concept of love. Throughout the narrative, up until his tragic suicide at the age of 29, he has never truly loved anyone. This reclusive individual, however, finds himself in a conflict with Xie Ying'an, the origins of which remain unclear. He consistently hampers the endeavors of the male and female leads, inflicting minimal yet troublesome obstacles that are sufficient to cause them considerable distress for a while. Upon returning to her seat, Qingran, as usual in their domestic interactions, gently patted Xie Ying'an's arm and inquired, "How did you come to know Senior G?" The phrase Senior G lingered on Xie Ying'an's tongue for a moment as he coolly regarded Qingran's curious expression, responding, "Xie Ying'an's grandfather and my grandfather were comrades in arms." With the physics textbook firmly pressed down by elongated fingers, Qingran looked up at Xie Ying'an with a puzzled expression. How did you come to know Xie Ying'an? Xie Ying'an was aware that Qingran maintained a low profile at school, showing little interest in gossip aside from her studies. And she could hardly recognize all her classmates after half a semester. How, then, could she possibly know the senior Xie Ying'an? I've heard about him from Ruan and remembered the name. There was a classmate at her table who was something of a gossip connoisseur, capable of becoming an oracle of all things school-related without ever needing to leave their confines. Initially, Qingran had been unaware of Xie Ying'an's existence. During the first half of his senior year, Xie Ying'an participated in several mathematics competitions, advancing each time with remarkable speed, ultimately securing the championship in the grand finals. Consistently claiming the top position, a true dark horse. Subsequently, it appeared that he was granted admission to University B. At that moment, Xie Ying'an became a celebrated figure among many girls on campus, including Ruan, who harbored a particular fondness for attractive individuals. Although Xie Ying'an possessed a commendable appearance, his oversized black-framed glasses and excessively long bangs detracted from his overall charm. However, a truly capable young man does not require exceptional looks, intelligence suffices. And good looks merely serve as an embellishment. God of Xie Ying'an scoffed softly, releasing her grip on the book she had been reading. Choosing to remain silent in her seat thereafter, Qingran glanced at Xie Ying'an, who was intently observing Ruan's retreating figure, her expression growing darker with each passing moment, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. In retrospect, it was indeed too hasty to have deleted that message. He should have allowed Li Qingma to see it as well. It was unfair for the unpleasantness to be his burden alone. Chapter 6. Blue Plum and Childhood Sweetheart. During the break, Ruan approached Qingran with a water cup, and together they headed to the back of the classroom to fetch water. On their way, she leaned closer to Qingran and whispered, Ran, did you really grow up alongside Brother? Yes. So you are Brother N's little green plum, and Brother Mo is the little blue plum? Yes. Qingran tightened the lid of her cup filled with boiling water, belatedly responding with a puzzled Why is Li Qingmo referred to as the blue plum? Ruan was in the process of adding ginger tea with brown sugar to her cup. Her menstrual discomfort was subsiding, but today, perhaps due to the poor mood of her new deskmate, she felt a faint twinge of pain once more. Ruan softly closed the lid of her cup. Refraining from turning on the water again, she cast a fleeting glance towards Xie Ying'an's seat, only to find it vacant, which brought her a sense of relief. Straightening her posture, she remarked, Did you really not manage to check out the campus bar yesterday, Qingran? No, Qingran replied, I truly did not. As I was intoxicated last night. Even had I been sober, I doubt I would have gone. There were whispers among the group, speculating about a potential romance between Ngu and Mo. Upon catching a glimpse of Qingran's astonished gaze, Ruan hurriedly raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath, asserting, of course, I have never doubted it. How could Ngu and Mo possibly have something? Their friendship is undoubtedly purer than any revolutionary bond. Qingran remained silent, her lips poised to speak yet restrained, her attention drifting to something behind Ruan. Sensing a change, Ruan stiffly turned her head to find Xie Ying'an and Su Chen entering through the back door, standing directly behind her. Su Chen discreetly gave her a thumbs up, while Xie Ying'an's gaze was as chilling as the biting winter wind that cuts across the face. As the class neared its conclusion, Old Wu announced that several schools would be hosting a physics competition. F-High had a total of 32 spots, with Class 1 allocated the most, 5 places pertaining to the honor of the class. Despite the significance, there were no tangible rewards mentioned, leaving the classmates largely disinterested. Observing their dispirited countenances, Mr. Wu felt a throbbing ache in his molars. He slammed his hand resoundingly upon the lectern, exhorting them to rouse their spirits. He lamented that their festive break had seemingly diminished their vigor, especially considering their position in the penultimate year of secondary education. With the impending gauntlet of university entrance examinations looming ever closer, he questioned whether their current demeanor was befitting of their academic pursuits. In the waning moments of the lesson, Mr. Wu delivered a copious amount of motivational encouragement to the students, so much so that their usual enthusiastic rush to the dining hall was noticeably subdued. Qingran, Xie Ying'an, and Li Qingma were seated together in the cafeteria. Qingran did not usually dine with them, but today, Ruan was too intimidated to even approach. As Qingran was about to eat, she happened to see Li Qingma edging closer to Xie Ying'an, and she pulled Qingran along with her. To Qingran's left sat the notorious school bully, known for his reckless abandon in confrontations, while across from her was the exceptionally handsome and academically gifted school idol. She could sense the numerous gazes directed at her from all around. Li Qingma transferred the carrots he disliked onto Qingran's plate, inquiring as to the whereabouts of her female companion and whether she intended to eat. Qingran glanced at Xie Ying'an, who was seated opposite her and was also contemplating adding shredded carrots to her plate. Upon hearing Li Qingma's question, Xie Ying'an turned his head, casting a cryptic smile in Li Qingma's direction, suggesting that she was likely feeling remorseful. He then met Qingran's gaze, which held a hint of entreaty, and he subtly squeezed his chopsticks in acknowledgement. Xie Ying'an quietly resumed his meal, offering no verbal response. Qingran hastened her pace of eating, urging her brother to continue his meal. Li Qingma cast a suspicious glance at them, and his sixth sense as a man informed him that the two were certainly concealing something from him. A pang of sorrow struck him. His beloved younger sister, whom he had raised with such care, was harboring a secret with another man. After lunch, there was more than an hour of respite before the afternoon classes commenced, during which most students opted to rest their heads upon their desks for a brief nap. Qingran retrieved a bag hanging beside her desk, which contained a plush pillow. She intended to lay her head down and doze for a while. Xie Ying'an, however, was not in the habit of napping. He usually found himself summoned by Su Chuan and others to partake in a game of basketball at this hour, but today he chose not to join them. Embroidered on Qingran's pillow was a small pig clad in black shorts, its hoof raised high as if greeting someone, with the inscription "I'm Q" beside it. Xie Ying'an could not help but steal another glance. He knew without a doubt who had crafted this. Qingran greeted him with a soft good afternoon before turning her back to him and resting her head on the desk. Suddenly, Xie Ying'an was reminded of last summer vacation. He had no desire to engage in the noisy antics of Lu Luoxi and Li Qingma, so he chose to nestle quietly in the study with this serene young girl. Engrossed in books, she was diligent and disciplined in her reading, always carrying a notebook and a dictionary with her. Whenever she encountered an unfamiliar character, she would meticulously jot it down in her notebook and then consult the dictionary, never once pulling out her phone. Since both the Xie and Li families had moved out of the courtyard, they had not enjoyed each other's company in solitude for 5 or 6 years. In an inexplicable twist of fate, Xie Ying'an settled on the sofa beside her, engrossed in a book. His companion, Qingran, appeared quite pleased, enthusiastically recommending several books she had enjoyed. Xie Ying'an diligently sought out each title to peruse. The atmosphere between them was remarkably comfortable, though their words were few. They shared common interests. Occasionally, they would engage in discussions about the distant, exotic locales described in the texts, and she would eloquently articulate her thoughts. As they conversed, their proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, subtle yet reminiscent of grass rather than flowers. She read in serene silence, stifling quiet laughter at amusing passages and furrowing her brow at unsatisfactory ones. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her, and in the soft light filtering through the window, her profile appeared exceptionally tranquil and beautiful, embodying a moment of peaceful existence. At that instant, he felt an unexpected relinquishment of the jealousy he once harbored towards Li Qingma for having such a sweet sister. He mused that it was fortunate she was indeed Li Qingma's sister. Silent, buy me a cushion like Qingran's. Silent, do not disturb your brother while he forms a gaming team. Silent, wait, how do you know that Ran has a cushion? Silent, she wouldn't bring it to school, would she? X, I don't need any words on mine. Silent, haha. Silent, I insist on having IMXY aproned on it. Silent, you almost had me fooled. I never agreed to buy it for you. But if you call me brother, I might consider it. With a mere glance, Xie Ying'an switched off his phone. Born 3 months prior to Li Qingma and her siblings, he was once followed around by a younger Li Qingma, who would call him brother. However, by elementary school, she had ceased this practice, and in her adolescence, she regarded those earlier days of trailing after him as a source of embarrassment. The afternoon's languor did indeed induce drowsiness, and Xie Ying'an reclined at his desk, facing Qingran, feigning sleep. Not long after Xie Ying'an had settled down, the girls in the row ahead, who had been feigning attentiveness to their studies, could no longer maintain the pretense. They exchanged hushed whispers before simultaneously retrieving their phones and accessing the school forum. The forum's latest post was titled, "Is our school idol immune to early romance?" The post inquired about the nature of the relationship between the school idol and the prodigious sophomore. L.Q.R. Does anyone know the truth, my fellow netizens? It asked. Could it be what I'm fearing? The message was accompanied by a series of sorrowful and heartbroken emoticons. A slightly blurred photograph served as the centerpiece of the post. A picture surreptitiously taken by the girls in the front row. It depicted Xie Ying'an and Qingran napping at their desks, their heads in close proximity, far exceeding Xie Ying'an's customary personal space. The second response read, "Holy cow." The third echoed, a resounding "Holy cow." The fourth amplified, a bold and underlined "Holy cow." The fifth questioned, "Is this for real? Can you even identify the school idol from just a head in the photo?" The sixth, posted anonymously, declared, "As a devoted admirer of my Enf, I can genuinely recognize him, tears streaming, but I refuse to believe that my N would engage in an early romance. No one is worthy of my N." And tagged the fifth commenter. Seventh floor, I am merely curious about the identity of the goddess and academic prodigy of the second year. Ninth floor, like the seventh floor, I seek enlightenment. I await your response. 10th floor, bah. Do not slander the male deity. It must be that woman, persistently clinging like a fly. If my male deity were to take notice of her, I shall broadcast an act of utmost disgrace. This post shall serve as evidence. 11th floor, I concur with the 10th floor. My male deity endures such forced entanglements annually. Perhaps he cannot even recognize who that woman is. It truly disgusts him. 12th floor, I have taken a screenshot. I eagerly anticipate your broadcast. 10th floor. Chapter 7. The overprotective brother during military training in his first year. Xie Ying'an was surreptitiously photographed, and the image was disseminated across the school forum, igniting a fervor among students. Since the age of 9, Xie Ying'an had been raised by his grandfather, Zhao Lao, for 6 years. Zhao Lao, a distinguished officer with a storied military career, commanded respect from his soldiers even into their 60s and 70s, exemplifying his formidable authority. Xie Ying'an transformed from a somewhat temperamental boy into a detached and aloof youth, a transition fraught with challenges. Under Zhao Lao's tutelage, Xie Ying'an developed numerous admirable habits. He consistently retired for the night at 10 o'clock and arose at 5 for his morning run and exercises, regardless of inclement weather. He also became accustomed to maintaining a straight posture whether walking or seated. Throughout his 2 years of high school, he never once succumbed to the indignity of sleeping at his desk. The military training for freshmen in their first year of high school is often described as a torturous ordeal, yet for Xie Ying'an, it was merely child's play. In photographs, his relaxed demeanor and striking features have earned him the admiration of many female classmates, who have affectionately dubbed him so handsome that he could make one's legs weak. Consequently, when the students clandestinely voted for the campus heartthrob, Xie Ying'an's votes significantly surpassed those of the previous year's popular senior, securing his position at the top. As discussions regarding whether this heartthrob was involved in an early romance reached over 130 comments, the thread was abruptly deleted by the administrator, without any prior warning or guidelines. From the morning until after school, the post had garnered over 600 comments, with the 542nd remark suggesting that the administrator might be the esteemed Senior G. A comment on the 546th floor scoffed, "What are you joking about? That SG, a being elevated above the mundane, far removed from the trivial affairs of our world. How could he possibly concern himself with such petty matters?" The 547th commenter concurred, "I agree with the previous poster. If you're unaware, it's best to refrain from making baseless claims." The 566th floor added, "Even if G were the administrator, there would be no justification for deleting the post. The heartthrob has been mentioned countless times without issue, and this time, we haven't breached any rules regarding explicit content or violence." By the 589th floor, a sudden realization struck. How many names have we mentioned this time? Let us count. There's the campus beauty, HQY, LQR. Just as they reached 600 comments, the system ominously notified them that the post had been deleted once more. The excited students, fervently counting the names, exclaimed, "What the heck? Administrator, come out here. I promise I won't harm you." After school, Xie Ying'an was called outside by Su Chun and a group of classmates who frequently associated with him. When she approached to inquire about Qingran's whereabouts, but upon learning they were headed in different directions, she walked away with a hint of disappointment. Qingran sat at her desk, organizing the notes she had taken throughout the day. Xie Ying'an had tossed her math and science notes at the end of the day, suggesting she could borrow them for reference. Xie Ying'an had the ability to extrapolate from the teacher's problem-solving methods, listing various formulas and simpler steps, whereas Qingran could only substitute different numbers and types based on the original formulas. Xie Ying'an had once aspired to become a doctor, which explained her practice of cursive writing. Fortunately, her notes were neatly organized, and although she had yet to master the precise penmanship of a true physician, Qingran could still comprehend them. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and upon looking up, Qingran found herself facing the smirking Huang Qianyu and her group of female friends. She closed her book and cast a fleeting glance at Huang Qianyu, recalling a similar scene from her reading where Huang Qianyu had targeted when she, today, with Xie Ying'an's desk partner being her. Huang Qianyu had naturally redirected her attention to Qingran. Aware that the reckless bully Li Qingma was Huang Qianyu's brother, she limited herself to a few biting remarks, refraining from resorting to the same violent tactics she employed against the female protagonist in the book. Standing to Huang Qianyu's right, classmate Wang Yanru from Class 8 appeared oblivious to the sibling connection and, with wide eyes, slammed her hand down on Qingran's desk, pointing a finger at her face. "What s with that look you're giving?" In the ensuing moment, her arm was twisted almost a full circle. Qingran languidly met Wang Yanru's face, which was contorted in pain. She offered a subtle smile, leaning in slightly across the desk. "Has your family not instilled in you that pointing fingers at others is a sign of disrespect?" Sun Xian, a classmate, exclaimed in alarm. "Li Qingran, what are you doing?" Huang Qianyu was about to interject when Li Qingma's booming voice from outside the classroom interrupted her. "Li Qingran, what's taking you so long? I've been waiting for ages at the school gate." His voice trailed off as he sauntered in through the back door, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He leaned against the classroom door, his height of 1.78 m somehow exuding an imposing presence. He narrowed his eyes, his expression laced with displeasure. "What's everyone crowding around Li Qingran for?" A girl from Li Qingma's class blushed faintly upon seeing him. She smiled and took a couple of steps towards him, explaining, "It's nothing. Qingyu mentioned wanting to borrow Qingran's notes." "Huh?" Li Qingma scoffed, clearly not intending to spare her any courtesy. "Qingran is your sister, is she? What relationship are you trying to fabricate?" The girl's face flushed even deeper. Her lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, she remained silent. Li Qingma, the notorious school bully, naturally recognized Huang Qianyu, who was known for her arrogance on campus. His gaze drifted lazily over Huang Qianyu's meticulously made-up face, and he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Borrow notes, are we?" Huang Qianyu remained composed, casting a warning glance at the visibly trembling Wang Yanru beside her. She then turned her attention to the emotionally inscrutable Qingran, yet her words were directed at Li Qingma. "Qingran just changed her seat today. We wanted to inquire whether she has adjusted well." Qingran nodded, tucking her 2 notebooks and several test papers into her handbag before following Li Qingma out of the classroom. As the other girls finally exhaled in relief, Li Qingma abruptly halted, his back turned. As he clenched his fist and ominously threatened the girls behind him, "I do not adhere to a principle of refraining from striking women. Should I hear that any of you have subjected Li Qingran to bullying, I will ensure you are carried out of this classroom." The girls collectively drew a breath. But Huang Qianyu alone tightened her fist, her eyes brimming with resentment. Qingran walked behind Li Qingma, observing the disheveled tuft of hair atop his head, which he had acquired from sleep, and felt that his intimidating aura had inexplicably diminished by 70%. Chapter 8. The school bullies past the two maintained a silence as they walked. Just as Qingran opened the door to their room, Li Qingma's muffled voice echoed from behind. "Are you now seated at the same table as Xie Ying'an?" "Yes." Li Qingma grew increasingly vexed. Xie Ying'an dislikes sharing a desk with anyone. Why would he choose to sit with you? He vividly recalled the years of elementary school when he would relentlessly insist on being Xie Ying'an's desk mate, causing Xie Ying'an to wear a sour expression for 2 months at the start of each school year. Eventually, when Xie Ying'an moved to his grandfather's home and transferred schools, Li Qingmo realized that during the years he had not pursued Xie Ying'an, the latter had never shared a desk with anyone else. Li Qingma concurred with her words, his teeth aching slightly as he gazed at the lemon water in Qingran's hand. He casually retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator, opened it, and took a generous sip before inquiring, "What about you? Haven't you always thought that I and Xie Ying'an were too ostentatious at school, wishing to distance yourself from us? Why then did you agree to be his desk mate?" Qingran shot him a glance, her tone laced with resentment. "Have you given thought to the mischief you and Lu Luoshi got up to last summer?" Li Qingma fell silent. The two had been rivals since childhood. In their younger years, they were undeniably adorable. Lu Luoshi, plump and cherubic, was deemed cute by the adults, while as they matured, Lu Luoshi blossomed into a graceful figure. Although her academic performance did not rival Li Qingran's exceptional prowess, she was still regarded as one of those ideal children by others. As for him, With the extraordinary presence of Xie Ying'an overshadowing him, much of his own sense of pride had diminished. In their circle, it was Xie Ying'an and Qingran who were held in high regard. Qingran was a beauty, a sweet and obedient girl whom any elder would adore. Yet, Qingma found it perplexing that Xie Ying'an had any commendable qualities over him. Aside from being 5 centimeters taller, Xie Ying'an maintained a perpetually cold demeanor. His greetings to elders lacking the warmth of Qingma's, and with peers, he merely offered nods, as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. What irked Qingma the most was Xie Ying'an's inexplicable charm with the girls. With this realization, he turned his gaze to Qingran, who was washing cups. Swirling the cola in his hand, and bluntly stated, "The crowd surrounding you is driven by jealousy over your arrangement with Xie Ying'an." Indeed, Qingma's gaze darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip, crushing the aluminum can with a resounding crack. The bond between twins is profound. Qing'er discerned the turmoil in his expression and instantly surmised his thoughts. "Brother, do not act recklessly. I can handle them effortlessly. While your past transgressions from last year have yet to be absolved, please refrain from being impulsive." Upon hearing her mention the past, Qingma's ears flushed with embarrassment, and he clumsily shifted the subject by posing a question he already knew the answer to. "Have you registered for this physics competition?" As expected, Qing'er shook her head. Qingma uttered a distracted "oh," forgetting the severely mangled can in his hand as he hurriedly exited the kitchen. Watching his figure disappear at the stairway, Qing'er couldn't help but smile faintly. Last year, due to a brawl, Qingma had received a disciplinary note from the school. Although the administration downgraded the infraction upon clarifying the circumstances, he still adhered to the school regulations and publicly recited an apology in front of the entire faculty and student body. The day before he was to deliver this address, he had sent Qing'er to their grandparents' home in the countryside to escape the impending embarrassment. After his recitation, this school bully, with his neck held high and the microphone in hand, threatened, "If anyone dares to spread this or whisper about it, I will make them call me Grandpa." Following this warning, under the principal's stern glare, he produced a second, pre-prepared apology and eloquently read several thousand words. This matter was originally meticulously planned. As long as Qingma successfully ingratiated himself with Xie Ying'an, the incident of publicly reprimanding him before the entire school would never reach Qingran's ears. Thus, his stature in his sister's eyes would remain lofty and admirable, second only to their father. However, Qingma overlooked a crucial element, the ever-curious Ruan. Who is Ruan? She is well-versed in all the school's inside information and can recite forum gossip with ease. Her former motto was, "What is life without gossip?" With such a classmate, there was virtually no secret that Qingran could remain unaware of. Even the threats from the school bully were trivial in Ruan's eyes. Yet, she still harbored a modicum of fear, but since she was speaking about the school bully's younger sister, it hardly seemed relevant. The urgent ringing of the doorbell interrupted Qingran's contemplations. She turned and called out to her brother, but received no response from Qingma. The doorbell rang insistently, prompting her to set aside the half-washed vegetables, wipe her hands, and hasten to answer the door. Through the peephole, she discerned the unmistakable figure of Xie Ying'an. Anxiously, she opened the door to find him panting heavily, drenched in sweat despite the frigid winter's chill, his expression a mix of unease and gloom. His gaze swept over Qingran, and the tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. As she stepped aside to invite him in, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Xie Ying'an shook his head, steadied his breathing, and without uttering a word, turned to leave. She was not the naive, pampered version of Qingran depicted in novels. Rather, she had been astute from a young age. Xie Ying'an's hurried visit was undoubtedly prompted by news of her recent troubles with Huang Qinyu. Regardless, she and Xie Ying'an have known each other since childhood. Furthermore, their relationship has not yet deteriorated to the point depicted in the book, where her affection for Xie Ying'an creates a rift between them. If Xie Ying'an truly does not come to see her after hearing this, it would be rather unkind. The cook had long informed them of her leave today, but the refrigerator was stocked with some prepared meals that Qingran simply needed to heat up. Just as she set the food on the table, Qingma descended from upstairs, his hair still damp and his phone in hand. "Brother, please don't look at your phone while going down the stairs," Qingran admonished, concerned like a mother. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the droplets clinging to his short hair as she handed him a fresh towel. "You must dry your hair in this weather. You could catch a cold." "I know," Qingma replied, taking the towel with one hand to ruffle his hair, while the other held the phone to his ear. Moments later, he could be heard asking the person on the other end, Did you just wash your hair? I didn't hear you. You called so many times. Is there something urgent? After listening to their response, he raised an eyebrow, muttering something perplexing before casually placing the phone on the table. After dinner, Li Qingma took on the task of washing the dishes. Chapter 9. Xie Ying'an feeds the cat. Qingran has a fondness for cats, those soft and fluffy creatures. However, her mother is allergic to animal fur. The mere scent causes her to sneeze incessantly, leaving Qingran's hopes of raising a pet unfulfilled. Her mother feels a sense of guilt for her daughter's unrealized wish due to her own condition. To compensate, she showered Qingran with numerous lifelike plush animal toys. Subsequently, the unexpected passing of their mother left a profound impact on the family. The bond between the couple had flourished for over a decade. Yet this sudden blow rendered their father, Qingran, unable to cope, leading him to succumb to a serious illness. Upon recovery, he seemed to numb himself, burying his focus entirely in work. Later, Li Qingmo mentioned at the dinner table the idea of adopting a small pet, but their father merely chewed silently. Without uttering a word, Qingran hastily declined her brother's kind suggestion, citing her waning fondness for animals. She noticed the simultaneous sigh of relief from both her father and brother. It was not just her father who wished to erase the traces of their mother's existence from their home. After dinner, their father summoned the siblings to the study. Gazing at them for a long while, his eyes suddenly glistened with tears. This man, who had navigated life with relative ease, had been struck by the devastating blow of losing his wife in middle age. After 2 years of profound solitude and sorrow, he had finally come to a realization, yet had neglected his children for a full 2 years. As the atmosphere began to ease, a group of small stray cats frequently appeared on the large tree not far from Qingran's home. She could not discern whether her father had orchestrated their presence, but she had not lied at the dinner table. Since their mother's demise, her affection for animals had indeed diminished. The strays, likely famished, grew familiar with Qingran, who often fed them. Upon catching sight of her from a distance, they scampered down the tree. Qingran crouched beneath the tree, pouring cat food into a small dish. One by one, meow, meow, a faint, tender mewing echoed softly, prompting Qingran to rise and scan her surroundings. Yet she could not locate the source of the delicate sound. Instead, a subtle rustling could be heard from above in the tree. Qingran cautiously stepped back, raising her gaze to search for the silhouette of the kitten amidst the dense foliage. The first sight that met her eyes was a pair of long legs clad in black trousers, partially seated within the branches of a tree. In the arms of a youth, there nestled a dirty little orange kitten. The setting sun, hanging low, filtered through the colorful leaves, generously casting its warm orange glow upon the youth's handsome features. He wore a black baseball cap turned backwards, and his deep-set eyes locked onto Qingran's. The little kitten in his embrace continued to meow persistently. The youth appeared to be in the transitional phase between adolescence and young adulthood, no longer a boy, yet not quite a man. For a fleeting moment, Qingran felt a sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place where she had seen him before. She deftly sidestepped the group of cats around the food, silently retreating another couple of steps. The youth, observing Qingran's movement, seized the opportunity to leap down from the high branch. He nodded slightly in her direction, then crouched to place the little kitten among the other cats. The kitten meowed a couple more times, squeezing its way to the food with its small frame. Standing tall before Qingran, the youth towered over her by a significant margin, his height accentuating his slender build. Up close, his features were even more pronounced, though his unusually pale complexion lent him a somewhat frail appearance. Qingran mused that such a striking figure would surely be unforgettable. She concluded she had never truly encountered him, for otherwise, the sense of familiarity would not have eluded her grasp. As he gestured towards a direction, indicating that place as his home, Qingran widened her eyes slightly, her mind racing. She paid little heed to what he said after his name, for even in her limited social circles, she had often heard of Xie Ying'an. Ever since his legendary triumph in the mathematics competition, tales of the math god had spread throughout High. Yet, the J god she knew was not like this. Wan had said that J god's deification relied on talent, not looks. She also said that relying on looks was a fleeting advantage, not a true skill. Only talent could ensure a lifetime of prosperity. In other words, Xie Ying'an was not particularly attractive. Qingran had encountered Xie Ying'an a few times at school. In her memory, Xie Ying'an always wore black-rimmed glasses, with his half-long bangs covering half of his face, giving the impression of being ordinary-looking and having a gloomy personality. Who would have thought that Xie Ying'an, after removing his black-rimmed glasses and using a baseball cap to cover his overly long hair, would have a face that was not inferior to Xie Ying'an? J. God. Senior G, it's a pleasure to meet you. Qingran followed the direction Xie Ying'an had just pointed in and saw a small villa with a rather simple architectural style. She smiled politely. I'm very happy to be neighbors with you, Senior. Qingran was taken aback. The corner of J. God's lips in front of her curved into a faint arc, and a small dimple appeared on his left cheek. It was certainly very attractive, and even though it was stiff, she could only tentatively call it a smile. However, she had long heard that Xie Ying'an had a withdrawn personality and suffered from autism, albeit mild, and did not like to have contact with classmates. He was habitually a loner, with no friends or close classmates, and was unwilling to talk to the classmates he spent day and night with. Today was only their first meeting, and even out of politeness, they would at most nod to each other. Why would he suddenly smile at her? Qingran's gaze fixated on the group of cats, her thoughts momentarily drifting into emptiness. The smile on Xie Ying'an's face appeared, but for an instant. He crouched down once more to observe the stray cats clamoring for food, and uttered his second remark since encountering Qingran. I too adore cats. Qingran responded with a haphazard nod, pouring the remaining cat food from her bag into small dishes one by one. Following this, Xie Ying'an seemed to unlock a floodgate of conversation. Kittens are delightful, somewhat dirty, yet so soft they can climb trees and scale great heights once they ascend. They often hesitate to descend. Solitude manifests in this manner. This reclusive youth made infrequent appearances in the early chapters of the book. Often, he was mentioned with unintentional admiration by his peers, leaving a rather faint impression on the reader. However, as the narrative progressed, the name of Xie Ying'an, the enigmatic figure, was suddenly infused with considerable detail by the author. The prose depicted a boy of keen intellect, striking features, and an introverted nature, with no one able to penetrate the confines of his world. Xie Ying'an, Li Qingma, and Xie Ying'an were childhood companions, having grown up in the same grand courtyard. And logically, they should have shared an unbreakable bond. Instead, they had devolved into mere acquaintances. Xie Ying'an, even as a child, preferred the company of books over that of others. While Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma reveled in playful antics with cats and dogs, he remained engrossed in his studies. Eventually, Xie Ying'an emerged as a triumphant figure in life, while Xie Ying'an unwittingly morphed into the narrative's most formidable antagonist. The reviews in the book's comment section regarding Xie Ying'an are mixed. Some express deep sympathy for him, while others criticize his self-imposed isolation, suggesting that he has no one to blame but himself. A larger number of comments, however, convey the sentiment that if there were indeed beautiful things in this world that Xie cherished, he would not have ended up in such a state. Qingran let out a soft sigh. She needed to distance herself from Xie Ying'an, from Wenxi, and from Xie Ying'an. After the third year of high school, these individuals would merely be transient figures in her life, and when they meet again, their interactions would be as distant as polite acquaintances. The back of his pale hand bore several crimson scratches inflicted by the small orange cat before him. The stray cat was wild in nature. Even when confronted by its savior, it chose to retaliate with its sharp claws. Xie Ying'an observed the dried blood on his hand, leaning against a tree. Slowly turning his baseball cap halfway, the brim obscuring his striking features, murmuring to himself, "It scratched me. I don't like cats." As dusk descended, the boy clad in black was completely enveloped by the encroaching night. Chapter 10. Coffee Candy. In the midst of the afternoon, the physics teacher animatedly lectured at the podium. While the students slumped over their desks, drowsy, Qingran struggled against the heavy tide of sleepiness, propping her chin on her hand, feigning attentiveness as her mind drifted far away. Lost in a game of chess with the Duke of Zhou, Xie Ying'an twirled his pen and once again directed his gaze towards Qingran, who stared blankly at her book, her eyes devoid of life. With a soft thud, the pen fell onto the desk, producing a faint sound. Qingran, startled, abruptly sat up, focusing intently on the podium. Yet, after a brief moment, she lowered her head slightly, her eyes once again losing their spark. As the final bell rang, Qingran gradually regained her composure. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Despite knowing one must remain attentive during class, the overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber often prevails. Yet, upon the sound of the bell, the subconscious mind acknowledges that rest is now permissible, and the suppressed excitement triumphs over fatigue. Xie Ying'an turned to her and inquired, "Did you not rest well?" Qingran paused for a moment before nodding in response. Su Chen approached from behind, suggesting, "Brotherin, shall we buy a bottle of water?" Xie Ying'an followed him outside. Once Xie Ying'an had distanced himself, Ruan seized the opportunity to take a seat at the front desk beside Qingran. With half-closed eyes, Qingran attempted to alleviate the persistent drowsiness that threatened to engulf her. Ruan, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh my, Qingran, you actually dozed off in class today?" Qingran, grimacing, lifted her gaze to her, the sudden jolt of surprise banishing her fatigue to some extent. "Keep your voice down." Ruan, caught up in her excitement, paid no heed to her request. "Qingran, you've been my desk mate for nearly 2 years and have never fallen asleep. Yet after just a few days sitting next to Brotherin, you're already dozing off in class. Old Wu should really see this." At this point, Qingran's drowsiness completely dissipated. She interrupted Ruan's incessant chatter, straightened her posture, and adopted a serious demeanor. Ruan, I need to ask you something." Ruan, accustomed to their playful banter, blinked in surprise and replied with a teasing tone, "Go ahead, my esteemed guest. I promise to speak candidly and exhaustively." Qingran shuddered slightly at her words, but her curiosity about Xie Ying'an proved too strong to resist. She gestured for Ruan to lean in closer. Two ponytailed heads leaned together over the desk. Ruan suddenly sat up straight, casting a quizzical glance at Qingran. "Why are you suddenly inquiring about Jishan? This is not like you." Having spent ample time with Qingran, Ruan knew her character intimately. Her mind was filled with the teachings of sages, rarely concerning herself with matters beyond the window. Qingran appeared somewhat dejected. "I saw Senior Ji yesterday. It seems he lives near my house." That night, she had a peculiar dream, filled with strange visions of the entanglements between Xie Ying'an and Xie Ying'an. In the dream's conclusion, she beheld the striking young man standing by the window, idly swirling a goblet in his hand, his gaze devoid of life. As he lost interest, he discarded the goblet and opened the window. Despite being in a dream, an ominous premonition stirred within Qingran. Sure enough, in the next moment, the man let out a soft laugh and leapt from the 21st floor. "What?" Ruan's voice rose in disbelief. "Since when did Jishan move to your neighborhood?" Nearby classmates were startled by Ruan's sudden exclamation and turned to look. "Shoo!" Qingran hurriedly gestured for her to lower her voice. Ruan swallowed nervously, leaning closer to Qingran, their heads nearly touching as she grasped Qingran's hand in excitement. "Is it true, Ran?" Under her eager gaze, Qingran slowly nodded. With a grin, Ruan stroked her chin, feigning profundity. "Ji is on an academic trajectory that mere mortals like myself, excluding you, of course, can only aspire to. However, basking in his scholarly aura from close proximity wouldn't be amiss." "What are you scheming?" Qingran felt a foreboding sense. Lao Wu glanced at him, but remained silent. As one of the class's top students, Xie Ying'an enjoyed a certain degree of favoritism from the homeroom teacher. Suchen, whose grades were mediocre, was less fortunate, receiving a lecture from Lao Wu for his lack of academic enthusiasm. Suchun lowered his head, feigning meekness, unable to retort to Lao Wu's differential treatment. Midway through the lesson, Xie Ying'an slid a packet of coffee candies across the desk to Qingran, concealed behind their textbooks. A sticky note adhered to the packet, with the word "Stay Awake" emblazoned prominently. Qingran turned to look. Xie Ying'an was engrossed in his book, his long, straight, ebony eyelashes unwavering under her gaze. She wouldn't dare to sneak a snack during Lao Wu's class, not even if she were dying of drowsiness. Besides, the initial sleepiness had dissipated, and she wasn't as tired anymore. Xie Ying'an, noticing from the corner of his eye that Qingran had placed the candies in her desk, pursed his lips tightly and focused all his energy on the chemistry problem before him. As the bell rang, Lao Wu, as usual, continued teaching past the allotted time. He took a sip of tea and then leisurely inquired, "I heard that only 2 people signed up for the physics competition this time?" The students were accustomed to Lao Wu's overruns and no longer harbored resentment. The classroom was silent. No one dared to court trouble by answering Lao Wu's question, which was clearly laden with anger. Thump! The textbook thudded upon the desk, producing a resounding noise, followed by the anguished voice of Mr. Wu. "Dear students, our class constitutes a collective. While you may not care for personal accolades, you must strive to uphold the honor of our group. We have secured 5 slots, and you ought to." Standing upon the podium, Mr. Wu, filled with disappointment, directed his reproach towards the students present. Xie Ying'an, in a state of ennui, resumed his habit of spinning a pen, finding amusement in the repetitive motion. Occasionally, he would glance at Qingran, who, with her chin resting on her hand and ear inclined, appeared to be listening intently, However, the vacant expression in her eyes betrayed her as she likely succumbed to slumber once more. As Mr. Wu departed, a chorus of sighs filled the classroom. Goodness, how oblivious is Mr. Wu to our urgent needs? Must he prolong the lesson so? Please, someone, speak to the history teacher for me. I cannot endure much longer. Who among us is not in the same predicament? If I perform poorly on this exam, my mother will surely unleash her wrath upon me. Amidst this cacophony of grievances, Qingran quietly unwrapped a piece of bitter coffee candy, the acrid taste spreading across her tongue, contorting her face in distaste. Xie Ying'an, who had been discreetly observing her, curled his lips in a slight smile before diverting his gaze, though soon he found himself stealing another glance. At this crucial juncture of academic pursuit, none wished for competitions to encumber their time, yet when the moment of examination arrived, none desired to underperform. Wan, having packed her bag, noticed that Xie Ying'an remained seated, hesitating to approach him, instead fervently signaling to Qingran. Wan feigned a sigh, initially hesitant, but upon learning from old Wu that there would be a minor exam tomorrow, she felt compelled to absorb some of the scholarly aura from Jishin. Qingran was indifferent. She decided to go along. Ngu, shall we depart? Xie Ying'an glanced back at Huang Qianyu, who remained seated, casually picked up 2 books from the desk, and strode towards the exit. Once Xie Ying'an had completely distanced himself, Huang Qianyu finally relaxed her tense back, exhaling a breath and allowing a smile to grace her lips. Sun Xin, Huang Qianyu's devoted follower, beamed even brighter. Qianyu, the school heartthrob was just staring at you. Huang Qianyu's cheeks gradually flushed. Stop it, let us go. Chapter 11. The origin of the school tyrant. Almost all second-year students were familiar with this reckless academic achiever, known for his fearless brawls, who had even created a path for himself in the crowded hallway. By the time Li Qingmo arrived, Qingran had long vacated the classroom. As Xie Ying'an exited the classroom, he crossed paths with Li Qingmo, who nodded towards the classroom, inquiring, "Have you seen my sister?" Xie Ying'an affirmed. She left early. Li Qingmo smirked, draping his arm over Xie Ying'an's shoulder. Let us go play basketball. Despite Xie Ying'an's disdain for the odor of sweat that clung to him after exercise, he refrained from brushing Li Qingmo's arm off. Noticing the resemblance between him and Li Qingran in the nape of his neck, at the school gate stood a girl dressed in a rather breezy manner. She appeared youthful, with pleasing features enhanced by light makeup, chewing gum lazily, seemingly awaiting someone. Observing the girl, Nan, who was holding her arm, appeared visibly thrilled. She lowered her voice. Qingran, do you see that girl in the white dress? That's the female protagonist. Nan's excitement was barely contained. Which female protagonist? Qingran inquired. The vocational high school's belle. Brother An's altercation with the vocational high school crowd last time was because of her. Upon hearing this, Qingran glanced at the girl again. The original hues of her features were concealed by cosmetics, her complexion pale, which accentuated the vivid color of her lipstick. Despite the frigid weather, she donned a flimsy long dress. Undoubtedly, she was attractive, yet one couldn't help but feel concerned about her being cold. The girl also possessed a fiery temperament. Noticing several male students surreptitiously observing her, she loudly exclaimed, "What are you looking at? What's wrong? Does Fi not have any beauties?" Her words were followed by giggles from several girls beside her. Qingran then noticed that the girl was accompanied by a few followers. It was evident that they were there to confront someone. TSK. Qingran shook her head, remarking, "Youth is truly wonderful. They're capable of anything." Qingran, along with Nan, quickened their pace and exited the school gate. After only a few steps, they heard the girl's familiar voice from behind. "Hey, Wenxi, don't you recognize your elder sister anymore? Are you not even going to greet me upon seeing me?" Wenxi noticed Qingran pausing to wait for her and grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "Let's walk together." She seemed unaffected by the group of individuals. 3 individuals journeyed together, and Ruan could hardly contain her burgeoning curiosity as they walked halfway. She turned to Wenxi and inquired, 11. It seems that the school beauty from the vocational high school knows you. Having shared a desk over the past few days, their familiarity had grown. Thanks to Ruan's affable nature, a flicker of tension crossed Wenxi's face, but it quickly dissipated as she replied, "She is my stepsister." Her voice was somewhat subdued, making it difficult to discern her emotions. Qingran paused momentarily. The events felt too distant for her to recall clearly. She was uncertain whether they stemmed from a novel she had read in her past life, or if her previous existence was merely a fleeting dream. The memories of her former life eluded her. She could not distinctly remember the details of the book, nor did she know if when she had a stepsister. All she was aware of was her own role in the narrative. At best, she was a mere third-tier supporting character. In this tale, all supporting characters served merely as catalysts for the romance between the protagonists. When Xie's home lay in another direction, and at a crossroads, the trio parted ways. He reclined on the sofa, raising his gaze only momentarily at the sound of the door, before returning to his previous posture, his mood evidently despondent. Qingran had long grown accustomed to this demeanor. Wan expressed her concern. What is wrong with Imogu? In the presence of the school bully, Wan felt an unusual shyness. Really? He won't kick me out, will he? Qingran smiled mischievously. Why don't you give it a try? Imogu. Wan called out from across the sofa. Li Qingma lazily lifted his gaze to her. He held little regard for Qingran, his former desk mate. A girl who dismissed his threats and was untouchable was indeed a rarity. It was truly astonishing that he could maintain a semblance of politeness. To his surprise, however, Wan seemed inexplicably excited by his reaction. She rubbed her hands together like a fly and asked, "Did you have a quarrel with Brotherin?" "A quarrel?" Li Qingma raised an eyebrow. "Why would I argue with Xie Ying'an?" This retort made Wan gulp. How could she articulate her thoughts? The demeanor of that vocational school belle suggested she had chased after Brotherin all the way to the school gate. Surely, as little blueberries Li Qingma, he should have some conflict with Brotherin? Li Qingma regarded her with suspicion. Wan chuckled awkwardly, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Nothing at all. What are you two discussing? Qingran approached with 2 glasses of lemonade, casually handing one to Wan. Nothing much. Wan took a sip, her face contorting instantly from the sourness. It's too tart, Ran. Li Qingma lounged on the sofa, peering at Qingran with an unblinking stare. Qingran stepped closer and bent down to touch his forehead. Li Qingma halted her hand. What are you doing? I'm not feverish. Under Ruan's expectant gaze, Qingran finally inquired, What's wrong, brother? Li Qingma furrowed his brow. Let us not talk about it. I ran into Song Shizhu while playing basketball. What a stroke of bad luck. Qingran and Ruan exchanged glances, astonished. While many second-generation affluent individuals entered F-high through connections, only Song Shizhu was a truly formidable presence. Song Shizhu, originally named Song Shiais, was an individual who leveraged his father's connections to gain admission to F High School. Within the institution, no one was privy to the true extent of his academic performance, as he never participated in examinations. As the saying goes, the common people do not engage in conflict with officials. Song Shizhu's father was reputedly a prominent figure in F City, where few dared to disregard his influence. Consequently, the school turned a blind eye to Song Shizhu's unexcused absences and his audacious demeanor, opting instead for a policy of benign neglect. For nearly half a year, Song Shiais pursued the school's belle, but to no avail, a fact that had long ceased to be a secret at F High. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma held little regard for Song Shiais' reckless bravado and had minimal interactions with him. Even today, as they strolled past the playground, they observed Song Shiais and his entourage commandeering the basketball court. They merely carried on with their game, ignoring his provocations. The animosity between Song Shizhu and Li Qingma stemmed from a dispute related to Qingran. During their freshman year, at the start of the school term, Song Shiais habitually sought to court new female students, with his sights set on Qingran, who excelled academically and possessed striking beauty. His fervent pursuit of Qingran went unchecked, as she and Li Qingma were not classmates, and thus she never considered the situation significant enough to mention. Li Qingma remained blissfully unaware. The crux of the matter was that Song Shiais was both reckless and resilient. Upon discovering that Li Qingma was Qingran's brother, he brazenly confronted him, even after sustaining a beating that left him battered and bruised, calling out brother to Li Qingma, which only served to escalate Li Qingma's fury to its zenith. As Song Shiais continued to entangle himself with his sister, Li Qingma retaliated with increasing ferocity. He meticulously chose the timing of his attacks, never resorting to violence within the confines of the school. Instead, he would corner Song Shiais in the alley outside the school gates. While Song Shiais was not incapable of defending himself, he simply could not match the combat prowess of the trained Li Qingma. His followers, eager to assist, found themselves thwarted by Xie Ying'an and Su Qin. The after-school hours were the most crowded at the school entrance. And while the students remained oblivious to the reasons behind Li Qingma's aggression, they could clearly see that this junior fought with reckless abandon. From that moment on, whispers circulated among the students, and Li Qingma was privately dubbed the school bully. When their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, became aware of the situation. He promptly transferred Song Shiai's to another class without a moment's hesitation. Naturally, Song Shiai's refused to comply, resulting in a standoff between the two. Eventually, it was unclear what Qingran whispered to Song Shiai's, but the brazen youth, with an air of arrogance, shot a glance at Qingran and asked, "Really?" Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, Song Shiai's reluctantly gathered his belongings and left Class 1. Throughout this entire ordeal, no one ever learned what Qingran had actually said to him. 2 months later, Song Shiai's boldly began pursuing a senior from the second year. Li Qingma, feeling agitated, ran a hand through his hair and cast a worried glance at Qingran, urging her to keep her distance from him. Meanwhile, Ruan, who was about to enjoy a meal prepared by the school bully, stealthily captured a photo of him donning an apron and excitedly opened a post in the school forum, preparing to anonymously share a jaw-dropping image with her classmates. However, to her astonishment, she instinctively opened a thread in the forum that was already ablaze with red-hot popularity, causing her own jaw to drop in disbelief. Chapter 12. She is not coming. Ruan, holding her phone, was in a state of disarray in the wind for quite some time. The image she had clicked on displayed a man and a woman standing exceedingly close on the school playground, their noses nearly touching. The two individuals in the picture were unmistakably Song Shiai's and the campus belle she had encountered at the school gate today. Glancing at Qingran, who was absorbed in her book on the sofa, Ruan couldn't resist the urge to swipe down, revealing more posts stacked below. On the first floor, only when one needs a book does one lament its scarcity. At this moment, all I can do is exclaim, "What on earth?" On the second floor, "Oh my goodness," in shock. "Tell me, what have I just witnessed?" Continuing to scroll down to the 7th floor, Ruan could hardly believe her eyes and leaned closer to the phone screen. 7th floor, Song Shiai's nice shot, bro. Indeed. It is understandable. Anyone whose romantic photos are splashed across a public platform would hardly be in high spirits. Goodness. Ruan was utterly in awe of this audacious moderator. She prided herself on being a virtuous and well-read young woman, rarely uttering any coarse language to uphold this image. Qingran, hearing the commotion, looked up and asked, "What did you see?" Ran quickly opened the school forum to check it out. "You've mentioned the school forum several times. What exactly is it?" Confused, Qingran took out her phone to turn it on. In their school, students were allowed to have phones, but they had to be switched off during class. Once her phone powered up, a red notification symbol indicating 999 appeared on WeChat. Ruan leaned over to take a look, and, upon seeing the alarming red notification, exclaimed in astonishment, Ran, how could you possibly resist the temptation to check all those messages?" Individuals like Ruan, who grapple with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, find it utterly intolerable to encounter red notifications on any application. With no time to linger, Qingran hastily opened WeChat and glanced at the screen. The foremost message was from Xie Ying'an, whose gray avatar was accompanied by a red 4. Intrigued, Qingran tapped to view it. At 17:23, X, did you take notes for the physics class a few days ago? At 17:23, X, if you did, could you send me a picture? At 17:31. At 17:49, X, no need to send it now. Qingran was left in a state of confusion, glancing at the clock which read 18:12. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her physics notes, located the earlier pages, and snapped a photo to send. Once she completed the task, Ruan finally spoke. Ruan, please open the link to the school forum I sent you last time. Qingran complied. Noting that their chat interface still displayed the conversations from the day she had been intoxicated, with all records intact, save for the school forum link which had vanished. Huh? Ruan appeared momentarily perplexed as she scoured through their chat history, mumbling, I distinctly remember sending it to you. Before Ruan could retrieve the chat records, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Li Qingma, with his keen ears, grasped a spatula and approached to open the door. A voice, filled with confusion, inquired from beyond, what brings you here? The person entering behind Li Qingma was taller than him, and Ruan quickly recognized Xie Ying'an. Feeling slightly intimidated, she hastily tucked away her phone and sat obediently beside Qingran. However, upon observing the two of them together, particularly clad in loungewear, with one donning an apron and wielding a spatula, Ruan's once silent heart was instantly rejuvenated, coming to life once more. The familiarity of Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma visiting each other's homes had long since become a habit. Li Qingma showed no interest in entertaining guests, promptly retreating to the kitchen. Xie Ying'an glanced over towards Qingran and, Upon spotting Ruan, momentarily froze. Ruan, with a stiff smile, waved and greeted, "Hi and go." Xie Ying'an offered a barely perceptible nod before approaching Qingran, extending his hand. Physics notes. Oh. Qingran handed him the notebook she had yet to set down. Xie Ying'an took the notebook and settled onto the sofa opposite them, calmly engrossed in his studies. Qingran, accustomed to studying alongside Xie Ying'an, lowered her head to continue browsing her phone. The class group chat, devoid of do not disturb settings, was inundated with unread messages. In this scenario, Ruan dared not encourage Qingran to open the campus forum, stealing a furtive glance at Xie Ying'an across the room. Positioned between adolescence and young adulthood, the tall young man truly embodied the title of school heartthrob. From her 5.0 vision perspective, she could clearly discern his soft, slightly curled black hair, long and straight eyelashes that gently veiled his pitch-black eyes, a high and straight nose, and lips of a pale hue, exuding an air of restraint. Such a young man, if he were to succumb to boundless desires, would have his lips stained a vivid crimson. The gaze of Ruan, though veiled and hesitant, was inevitably caught by the vigilant Xie Ying'an, who glanced at her with a furrowed brow, his expression neither warm nor cold. In a flurry, Ruan lowered her head to feign interest in her phone. When Qingran had perused some pertinent information, she lifted her gaze only to meet Xie Ying'an's scrutinizing stare. He was half reclined on the sofa, casually holding a book, seemingly engrossed in her for an indeterminate length of time. A notification chimed from Qingran's phone, signaling a message from Xie Ying'an, which contained a link. Upon opening it, her eyes were immediately drawn to a side profile of Song Shiai's and a girl, their proximity encroaching upon the boundaries of personal space. Qingran was acutely aware that Song Shiai's had never been a decent character. Even during their first year of high school, when he pursued her fervently, he was never without a string of playful young admirers at his side. "Did you see?" Xie Ying'an inquired from across the coffee table. "I did," Qingran replied, closing the page, disinterested in further exploration. Her indifference left Xie Ying'an somewhat perplexed. Yet he stated without hesitation, regardless of any promises you may have made to him in the past, it's best to maintain your distance from someone like him in the future. Listening intently, Ruan found herself momentarily breathless. Goodness. Xie Ying'an exuded an aura reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Qingran averted her gaze, choosing not to respond. On that day, she uttered a single phrase to Song Shiai's, who was willing to relocate from their classroom. They all assumed she had acquiesced to Song Shiai's, but in truth, she had promised him nothing. She merely remarked that Class 7 was the closest to the classroom of the senior class flower. This simple statement prompted Song Shiai's, who had already contemplated ceasing his fervent pursuit of her, to relent without so much as a farewell, a departure that was strikingly uncharacteristic of Xie Ying'an. After a while, Li Qingma emerged, bearing a plate brimming with dishes. He scanned the surroundings and inquired of Qingran, "Where is Xie Ying'an?" "She has left," Qingran replied, taking the plate from his hands and heading towards the dining table. Ruan, come and eat." Ruan responded affirmatively, setting aside her phone to join them. "Why did she leave?" Li Qingma muttered, opening the door to glance outside, only to find that Xie Ying'an had long since vanished, and a gentle drizzle had begun to fall. Qingran paused in her arrangement of the utensils, pondering the distance between where Xie Ying'an resided and their own home, wondering how she had traveled and whether she had taken an umbrella. Often, Qingran's actions outpaced her thoughts, and she declared, Ruan, you and your brother eat first. I will step out for a moment." Outside, Xie Ying'an leaned against the wall, his dark eyes deep and reflective like a mirror. Upon catching sight of Qingran, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped him. Why had she come out into the rain? He straightened himself and, braving the light rain, approached Qingran, asking, "Are you looking for me?" Qingran raised the umbrella to shield both of their heads, not quite understanding what had compelled her to rush out in such haste. Perhaps it was the invigorating effect of the afternoon-esque coffee candy, or perhaps it was the sudden recollection that this young man before her had, on more than one occasion, joined forces with Li Qingma to confront Song Shiai's on her behalf. Xie Ying'an showed no intention of entering. Shaking his head, he replied, "I have matters to attend to." The rain intensified, and the silhouette of the young man gradually faded into the depths of the downpour. A stray cat, seeking refuge beneath a tree, cried pitifully, "Meow, meow, meow," from its makeshift wooden shelter. Perched atop the tree was a young man clad in black, his baseball cap pulled low over his face, obscuring his expression. The rainwater trickling from the leaves had thoroughly soaked his attire. while the phone in his right pocket buzzed incessantly, seemingly ignored by him. The stray cat continued to meow at his feet, prompting him to lift the smallest of the kittens, which was so filthy that its original color was indiscernible. The young man's voice faltered as he murmured, "Xie Ying'an coming." Amidst the tempest, only his emotionally ambiguous words lingered in the air. Chapter 13. Cheating on the exam X. Are you still awake? Qingran glanced at the time, 22:32. She replied, I'm about to sleep. X, sleep early, good night. Meanwhile, the class group chat erupted. Ruan, lacking any motivation to study that day, immediately noticed the messages in the group and sprang from her bed to find Qingran. Her face radiated excitement. Ran. The monitor just posted something in the group. Did you see it? As Qingran was unaccustomed to sharing her bed with others, she had offered her bed to Ruan, opting to sleep on the tatami mat by the window. What did they post? Instinctively, Qingran reached for her mobile phone. The weekend after next, Lao Wu was organizing the annual spring outing. Qingran's heart skipped a beat, and a jumble of memories suddenly flooded her mind. A sharp pain shot through her head, and she felt something fleeting in her mind, as if she had grasped something. One thing, however, was clear to her, when Xi's appearance had already set the plot of this book in motion. And she, the female supporting character with the male lead's childhood sweetheart label, should begin to darken after this spring outing. So what exactly happened during this spring outing? After the excitement, Ruan lay on the bed and prayed towards Xie Ying'an's residence for success in tomorrow's exam, and soon fell asleep. Close to 11 o'clock. There were still 1 or 2 night owls bubbling in the class group, which was built by the students themselves, without the head teacher Lao Wu. Qingran, who had just suffered from insomnia last night, was sleepless again tonight. The next day, the school was abuzz with the happenings in the school bar and the spring outing. Song Shiai's was indeed a bit arrogant, but the person who dared to take pictures and post them was undoubtedly even more arrogant. Moreover, the person who posted the post was not anonymous, just without a name, only a gray avatar. Rarely, Song Shiai's didn't bother to investigate, as if he already knew who it was. When the physics test paper was handed out, Qingran breathed a sigh of relief. This physics test paper was not too difficult, and many of the knowledge points were from the first semester of the second year of high school. For a time, only the sound of writing could be heard in the classroom. Xie Ying'an did the test paper much faster than Qingran. By the time he was done, Qingran still had 2 big questions to write. After completing the exam, Xie Ying'an did not rush to submit his paper. He leisurely reviewed it once more, seemingly finding no errors. Casting a glance towards Qingran, he left his seat, handed in his test, and exited the classroom. Shortly after Xie Ying'an departed, a female voice suddenly echoed through the classroom. Report, teacher, I saw the new student cheating. The speaker was Huang Qianyu, who stood up to address the teacher. Her desk was in the same row as when Xi's, separated only by an aisle. The classroom erupted in a clamor. When Xi paused for a moment, only to realize that Huang Qianyu was referring to her as the new student. She quickly stood up to deny the accusation, exclaiming, Report, teacher, I did not cheat. The teacher promptly approached the aisle between the 2 students. The physics instructor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing black-framed glasses. She typically spoke little, exuding an air of authority. First, she glanced at Wen Shi's desk, which lacked a physics textbook, then turned her stern gaze towards Huang Qianyu. How did you observe this student cheating? Huang Qianyu raised her chin defiantly, responding, Teacher, the answers might be written in the new student's palm or sleeve. I just saw her looking at her palm. The physics teacher maintained a professional demeanor. New student, please reveal your palm to prove your innocence. When she felt her face flush with anger as she rolled up her school uniform sleeves and opened her palms upward, revealing nothing, Huang Qianyu nonchalantly uttered, Oh, my apologies, teacher, I may have seen incorrectly. The physics teacher maintained a stern expression. The one who owes an apology is this new student. Oh, Huang Qianyu offered a rather insincere apology to Wen Shi, saying, I'm sorry, new classmate. Wen Shi, feeling somewhat humiliated, lowered her sleeves and remained silent. Anyone unjustly accused of cheating would certainly feel disheartened. The physics teacher intervened, stating, All right, our new classmate did not cheat this time. It was a misunderstanding on Huang's part. Let us not blame our new classmate. Please. Everyone take your seats and continue the exam. While this appeared to be a mere farce, Qingran observed keenly that, at the moment the physics teacher glanced at Wen Shi, Huang Qianyu quickly exchanged papers with her deskmate. Qingran recognized Huang Qianyu's deskmate, a girl from a poor mountain village, who wore glasses thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle. Her grades in physics, chemistry, and mathematics were commendable. Yet her performance in other subjects severely hindered her overall success. Huang Qianyu's tactic of falsely accusing others was indeed clever. Had she not been threatened by a series of similar bullying incidents in recent days, Qingran would have likely chosen to ignore such behavior. However, the bullying had reached her doorstep. After completing the last question on her exam, Qingran raised her hand. Teacher. To the physics teacher, Qingran was undoubtedly a model student, obedient, diligent, and academically exceptional, much favored by her instructors. The physics teacher approached her, asking, Li Qingran, what seems to be the problem? Standing up, Qingran reported, I just saw Huang Qianyu and her deskmate exchanging exam papers. Before the physics teacher could respond, Huang Qianyu, visibly flustered, exclaimed, Li Qingran, what nonsense are you spouting? In Huang Qianyu's eyes, Qingran is a timid girl, one who never picks at her food or stirs up trouble. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she seems to have caught a peculiar whim. When faced with Huang Qianyu's almost shrill cries, Qingran did not so much as furrow her brow. Instead, she articulated her thoughts with clarity. You claim that when she cheated based on what your eyes perceived. I assert that you exchanged test papers with your deskmate, also relying on what my eyes have observed, albeit my vision may be somewhat sharper than yours. Huang Qianyu clenched her fists, taking several deep breaths to compose herself. The physics teacher approached Huang Qianyu's desk, extending a hand, demanding, give me both of your test papers. Huang Qianyu's deskmate, being timid, trembled as she fought back tears while handing over the paper to the teacher. Huang Qianyu, however, remained motionless, prompting the teacher to snatch her test paper for inspection. The teacher's countenance, already grim, darkened further upon noticing the similarity in handwriting between the two papers. You both, step outside with me. Coming from a privileged background, Huang Qianyu is her father's cherished late-born daughter. It was only near his 40s that the head of the Huang group, Mr. Huang, was blessed with such a daughter, leading him to dote on her excessively. This indulgence has fostered Huang Qianyu's haughty nature, rendering her unable to regard others with any semblance of respect. As Huang Qianyu and her deskmate followed the physics teacher outside, the remaining students in the class gradually submitted their test papers. Those who had handed in their papers were free to roam the playground. Ruan caught up with Qingran from behind, breathlessly exclaiming, Ran, you walk too fast. Qingran paused to allow her friend to catch her breath, and together they strolled slowly along the perimeter of the playground track. Ruan sensed that Qingran was feeling disheartened at that moment. Qingran has always been quite laid back, never seeking trouble without cause. She tends to avoid conflict whenever possible, as long as she is not significantly wronged. In truth, she is a person who deeply despises complications. Yet, it is precisely this aversion to trouble that led her to proactively report Huang Qianyu for cheating in class, indicating that Huang Qianyu must have provoked her and even incited her ire. Ruan expressed her concern and asked cautiously, Ran, are you all right? Qingran exhaled the pent-up frustration from her heart and shook her head, replying, I'm fine. She believed in confronting challenges as they came, for merely fearing trouble does not prevent it from arising. After all, Huang Qianyu was merely the fourth female lead in this narrative, while Qingran could still be considered the third. Even if they were to contend against each other, the outcome was far from certain. In Chapter 14, not to be provoked, Qingran lunched with Ruan in the school cafeteria. Once a statement was made, the female classmate finally caught her breath. Qingran exchanged a glance with Ruan, expressing her gratitude to the classmate before they hurried back to their classroom. Inside, only a handful of students remained. Some were engrossed in their books while others discreetly played on their phones, and Huang Qianyu, along with her entourage, was notably absent. Given Huang Qianyu's typical rebellious demeanor, they dared not provoke her. As Qingran approached her desk, she noticed the chaotic notes stained with red and black ink. She distinctly remembered that when she left, there were no books on her desk. These had undoubtedly been taken by Huang Qianyu from her belongings. Huang Qianyu skillfully spilled ink, ensuring that all the ink remained on Qingran's side of the desk, leaving Xie Ying'an completely unscathed. Ruan gazed at the chaotic desk, her eyes widening in fury. Such audacity. She then tugged at Qingran's sleeve. Should we go inform the teacher? Qingran chuckled in disbelief. Inform the teacher? That's something only elementary school students do. Ruan was taken aback by her response. Qingran patted Ruan's shoulder. Please help me take photos from various angles. I need to step out for a moment. At the entrance of the classroom, Qingran encountered Wenxi, who was about to enter. They exchanged a smile and smoothly passed each other. Qingran ascended to the rooftop to catch her breath. The childish act of spilling ink had become an almost indispensable element in the realm of campus literature. While she could enjoy it from a distance when it didn't concern her, the reality of the situation left her feeling somewhat troubled. She could no longer recall the initial dynamics between the third and fourth female supporting characters. But she vividly remembered the climactic moment in the narrative where they joined forces against the protagonist. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she pulled out her phone and dialed Li Qingma. 20 minutes later, Li Qingma arrived, disdainfully carrying a plastic bag. Upon spotting Qingran on the rooftop, he showed little curiosity. "Why are you up here again?" he asked, wrinkling his nose as he raised the object in his hand. "What do you need this for? It reeks." Qingran snatched the plastic bag from his hands and dashed away, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." Li Qingma clasped his hands across his chest, observing her retreating figure as she hurried down the stairs, clicking his tongue in discontent. He murmured to himself, "I wonder what mischief this girl is up to now?" In Li Qingma's eyes, his sister appeared harmless at first glance, yet beneath her surface, she was never one to be easily trifled with. When she and Ruan were diligently wiping the ink stains off the table with tissues, while Qingran joined them, retrieving a tissue from her backpack and huddling together with them to clean. Typically, this time of day would be filled with a cacophony of sounds in the classroom. But today it was eerily quiet, with classmates even hesitant to read aloud. A few female classmates sitting nearby could not suppress their giggles as they exchanged furtive glances. Huang Qianyu, who was quite attractive and often enjoyed dressing up, instinctively reached into her desk for a small mirror. Her fingers brushed against a plastic bag, slippery and slimy, which instantly filled her with an ominous premonition. Sure enough, as she pulled it out, a foul stench assaulted her senses. "Ah!" she shrieked, doubling over her desk to vomit, the contents of her stomach splattering onto the floor. Even her deskmate, Chu Rong, clasped her nose tightly in response. Sun Xian, the closest to Huang Qianyu, rushed over but halted a few steps away due to the repulsive mess Huang Qianyu had expelled. "Qianyu, are you all right?" Huang Qianyu, regaining her composure, shakily pointed at Qingran. "Li Qingran, you." However, her words were cut short as the noxious odor overwhelmed her once more, prompting another wave of retching. Qingran leaned back against the desk, watching her in a state of amused indifference. A few female classmates hurried over to Huang Qianyu to assist her, patting her back as a nauseating stench wafted through the air, compelling them to tightly cover their noses. "Ugh!" Ruan huffed, hands on her hips, confronting her. "Chen Shiwen, close your foul mouth. Were you blind to who instigated this?" The surrounding classmates had always perceived Qingran as gentle, yet no one anticipated her audacity to confront the arrogant Huang Qianyu head-on, much to the delight of the onlookers. Qingran raised an eyebrow and smiled. "So, what now? Shall we summon the teacher?" Huang Qianyu's chest heaved with anger. How could she dare approach the teacher? It was indeed her fault from the start. And if old Wu discovered the cheating incident, she could only imagine the scolding that awaited her. Xie Ying'an and Su Chun had just entered the scene, their gazes landing on the remnants of ink on Qingran's desk, their expressions darkening visibly. "Who did this?" he inquired of Qingran. "Over there." She gestured towards Huang Qianyu's direction. Huang Qianyu had already vacated her seat to wash her hands in the restroom, while Chu Rong held a tissue, cleaning the desk from the sour liquid seeping out. The homemade stench agent crafted by Li Qingma, imagine a restroom unflushed for 2 months, had only one redeeming quality: its odor lingered closely, not spreading far. Sun Xian and Zhang Ping were mopping the floor, their heads bowed even lower upon hearing Xie Ying'an's question. "Don't worry, it didn't reach your side of the desk," Qingran reassured him. "And go, come here for a moment." A few boys in the back row, who had witnessed the entire episode, beckoned for Xie Ying'an to join them. "Huang Qianyu." Qingran heard Xie Ying'an's voice, followed by his command, "Come over and clean my desk." Huang Qianyu stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before she finally reacted and protested. "But that is Li Qingran's desk." Xie Ying'an slapped his books onto Qingran's desk, his youthful face radiating coldness as he insisted, "Clean it." All the classmates were watching, and Huang Qianyu felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She bit her lip tightly, quickly walking back to her seat, resolutely refusing to assist in wiping the desk. Just before Xie Ying'an could erupt in anger, Sun Xian and Zhang Ping rushed over, saying, "Xie, we can help Qianyu clean, if that's all right." Xie Ying'an shot them a frosty glance, retorting, "What? Does she not have hands?" Overwhelmed by the words of the person she had long harbored feelings for, Huang Qianyu could no longer hold back her tears, collapsing onto her desk and sobbing. A tense standoff ensued, with Qingran leaning against the back desk, silently observing the farce, while Xie Ying'an stood by the desk, his expression sour. Most of the students in Class 1 were well aware of Xie Ying'an's temperament, an academically gifted, handsome youth from a prestigious family, yet with a notoriously irritable disposition. After all, the incident where Xie Ying'an and Li Qingmu had beaten Song Shiai's was not witnessed by only one classmate. As the preparatory bell rang for class, the mathematics teacher appeared at the podium, holding some materials. Qingran hurriedly urged Xie Ying'an, who was still standing nearby, to take a seat. He glanced at her before reluctantly sitting down. The middle-aged, balding mathematics teacher, without even opening his materials, curiously sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that peculiar smell in your class?" The male classmates behind began to exclaim that the odor from their deskmates' feet was overwhelming. The mathematics teacher adjusted his spectacles and jested, "You are still young. Do not aspire to be a fragrant man." The entire class erupted in laughter. The teacher opened the textbook and tapped the blackboard, prompting the students to settle down. "Now, let us commence our discussion on linear equations." Thus, an afternoon passed uneventfully. Qingran paid no mind to him and exited the classroom alongside Ruan, who had been waiting for her. Once assured that Qingran had distanced herself, Xie Ying'an lifted his head and slammed his phone onto the desk with a resounding bang, causing his classmates, who had yet to depart, to hasten their movements. Huang Qianyu, reluctantly, retrieved some tissues and alcohol wipes from his backpack and made his way towards Qingran's desk. Chapter 15. The exam fiasco. The following day during class, as Qingran was placing her books on her desk, she paused in surprise. The dark, inky stains that had previously marred her desk had vanished, along with the scratches, rendering her desk as pristine as new. Her books remained arranged as before, and even the position of the cushion hanging beside the desk had not changed. It appeared that Xie Ying'an had replaced her desk with a new one yesterday. He had always been meticulous about cleanliness. It was evident that he could not tolerate such a large blotch on the surface. It was still early, and Xie Ying'an had yet to arrive. Only a few students had trickled into the classroom. The early bird, when Xie approached Qingran and took a seat in front of her, turning around to engage her in conversation. "Good morning, Qingran." Qingran nodded with a smile. "Good morning." Xie. Yesterday, after school, when she lingered a little longer, she witnessed Huang Qianyu meticulously cleaning her desk, only for Xie Ying'an to promptly replace it with a new one from the storage room right after. This action infuriated Huang Qianyu. After speaking with Qingran, when she beamed, revealing her two little tiger teeth, expressing her surprise at Xie Ying'an's unexpected charm while defending his desk mate, contrary to her initial perception of him as domineering. Should Xie Ying'an overhear someone praising his adorableness, he would likely retaliate fiercely. However, isn't this the pivotal moment in the narrative where the female protagonist's view of the male lead begins to shift? Qingran vaguely recalled that in the story, when she, wrongfully accused of cheating, had her misunderstanding resolved by the teacher, only for Huang Qianyu to subsequently harass her frequently. Isolated due to her humble background and lack of friends, when she soon found herself alone, the narrative unfolds with the mystery of what transpired next, at a moment when she faced another unfounded accusation. Her desk mate, Xie Ying'an, rose to her defense. Over the course of a year, when Xi's initial fear of this savior transformed into gratitude and eventually affection, illustrating Xie Ying'an's undeniable allure. Before class commenced, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, entered the classroom, conducting a thorough inspection before summoning Huang Qianyu and Chu Rong to his office. The incident of exam cheating bore significant repercussions for the school, and Mr. Wu would not overlook it. As the test papers were distributed, Qingran winced at the sight of the glaring red marks on her paper, a familiar ache returning to her head. The score of 86, represented by two glaring crimson digits, nearly pierced Qingran's eyes. She found it hard to believe that her score was so low, especially since she did not perceive the exam as particularly challenging. Before delving into the analysis of the test paper, the physics teacher delivered a discourse. Overall, the examination results were satisfactory. However, a few students experienced a significant decline in their scores, and the teacher expressed a hope that they could quickly improve their performance through diligent study. Qingran bowed her head to review her test paper and soon identified the issue. To her astonishment, she had written incorrect answers for the last two major questions, despite her clear recollection of providing different answers. She retrieved the draft paper she had saved to compare it with the test paper, only to find that the answers on her draft were indeed correct. How had she transcribed the right answers incorrectly onto the test? She distinctly remembered checking her answers twice thereafter. Xie Ying'an, equally perplexed, pointed to the correct answers on the draft paper with his pen and inquired, "The answers here are correct. How did they become incorrect on the test paper?" Qingran tucked away her draft paper, feeling a sense of agitation, and replied, "I do not know." Xie Ying'an regarded her thoughtfully. After class, the physics teacher summoned Qingran to her office, having always placed great emphasis on her performance. Qingran lowered her eyes and admitted her fault, saying, "Teacher, I was too careless when writing the answers and did not pay close attention." This time, her grades had plummeted severely, dropping her from the top 3 in her class to languishing in the 10th position. The student was reluctant to attend. What could be done about it? It was not a matter of coercion. Selecting the top 5 students for the competition, Xie Ying'an once again firmly secured the first position. However, he harbored no interest in such matters and felt a twinge of regret, pondering that had he known, he might as well have fared poorly like Li Qingran. To everyone's surprise, the transfer student Wen Shi managed to achieve second place in physics this time. During the afternoon study session, Huang Qinyu and Sun Xian gathered with a few others, engaging in hushed conversation that soon erupted into laughter. Ruinsoft, seated nearby, seemed to have caught their words and loudly muttered, "I wonder where certain individuals find the audacity to comment on others' declining grades, when they should take a good look at themselves. They are disgraceful enough to tarnish their ancestors for 8 generations, aren't they?" The laughter from the group abruptly ceased, as Huang Qinyu turned to glare at Ruinsoft, who was already burdened with pent-up frustration. "Ruinsoft, are you perhaps a pet of Li Qingran?" Ruinsoft paid no heed to Huang Qinyu's remarks, taking the opportunity to confront her directly. "Oh, so you know it's you without even being named? Impressive, you possess some self-awareness." Sun Xian patted Huang Qinyu on the shoulder, stepping in as her faithful supporter. She threatened, "Ruinsoft, some matters do not concern you. It would be wise not to meddle." Damn. Though Ruinsoft appeared to be a delicate girl, she had some martial arts skills. Even with 4 or 5 individuals against her, she was not at a complete disadvantage. A few classmates rushed over to break up the altercation, while Qingran intervened to pull Huang Qinyu away from tugging on Ruinsoft's hair, only to have Huang Qinyu flail her arms in frustration against Qingran. As Qingran furrowed her brow and grasped Huang Qinyu's hand, her strength was inadequately controlled, resulting in a slap landing on Huang Qinyu's face. At that moment, almost all the male classmates were absent, and the female classmates lacked the strength to separate the brawling individuals. On the playground, Wen Shi not only found Xie Ying'an but also learned that Li Qingma had rushed over upon hearing about his sister's involvement in a fight. The 2 boys raced towards the scene, with one outpacing the other, leaving Wen Shi struggling to keep up. Upon witnessing his sister truly engaged in a scuffle with another girl, Li Qingma nearly lost his composure, recklessly charging into the fray, delivering punches and kicks to the girls involved, regardless of the consequences. The surrounding classmates, familiar with the notorious school bully, were instantly intimidated by the commotion. Xie Ying'an pulled Qingran aside, concern etched across his delicate features as he inquired whether she had sustained any injuries. However, it was impossible for Qingran to be hurt. Under Li Qingma's influence, she had acquired enough self-defense skills to manage herself. She quickly shook her head, urging, "Xie Ying'an, please go stop my brother." By the time Old Wu arrived, the classroom had descended into chaos. Old Wu unleashed an unprecedented fit of rage, particularly disapproving of Huang Qinyu, who, with mediocre grades and a penchant for trouble, was not well liked by him. In contrast, Xie Ying'an, Li Qingran, and Wan were regarded as obedient and exemplary students in his eyes. The group followed Old Wu to his office, where Huang Qinyu and the others remained silent. It was Wan who finally spoke up, articulating the sequence of events with clarity and precision. Old Wu frowned. "So, Li Qingran, you came over to mediate?" Qingran nodded in affirmation. Huang Qinyu had been struck several times by Li Qingma, and at that moment, her entire body ached. She cast a furtive glance at Xie Ying'an, whose gaze was fixed upon Li Qingran, an inscrutable expression lingering in his dark eyes. Tears streaming down her face, Huang Qinyu protested, "Old class, Li Qingran hit me." Li Qingma, defiantly raising his chin, remarked, "I heard from a classmate that someone struck my sister." "Your sister?" Old Wu was unaware that Li Qingma was Li Qingran's brother. Li Qingran raised her hand, declaring, "It was me." Old Wu then turned to Xie Ying'an, inquiring, "What about you?" Xie Ying'an replied, "I intervened to separate the person hitting my desk mate." Huang Qinyu's fervent heart cooled considerably at Xie Ying'an's words. He had merely pulled Li Qingran away, and she had foolishly believed her savior had arrived, only to realize that his favor was bestowed upon another. Regardless, the incident necessitated punishment and a summons for the parents. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 arrived swiftly upon hearing the news. She was a young female teacher, and despite Li Qingma's penchant for trouble, he remained one of her few promising students. Upon seeing her, Li Qingma finally lowered his proud head, addressing her as Teacher Sunday Teacher's son, exasperated. Tapped Li Qingma's head several times in disappointment, scolding, You have embarrassed me by causing trouble in Class 1. Old Wu and Teacher Sun deliberated on the necessity of calling the parents for a discussion. Sun Xian and Zhang Ping were on the verge of tears. Apart from Shi Fan, they all came from less fortunate backgrounds, and their willingness to stay close to Huang Qianyu stemmed from her generous nature. Old Wu was not one to be trifled with. In his estimation, every individual must bear the consequences of their actions, and if they were unable to do so, their parents would have to assume the corresponding responsibility. He decreed with finality, parents must be summoned. If they fail to appear, you need not bother returning tomorrow. Chapter 16. Jishin scales the wall. Xie Ying'an, having not participated in the altercation, was exempt from the parental summons. Old Wu escorted the others to the parent reception room to await their guardian's arrival. Qingran's eyes gleamed with a spark of ingenuity as she placed a call using Old Wu's phone. The portly Mr. Huang arrived swiftly. Upon seeing her father, Huang Qianyu could no longer contain herself, clutching his sleeve and weeping plaintively. Dad, they hit me. I'm in so much pain. Wah. TCH. Ruan scoffed, her face etched with disdain. Mr. Huang, having had a child late in life, could not bear to see his daughter wronged. His eyes widened in indignation. Who dared to strike my daughter? He then turned his attention to Old Wu. Mr. Wu, my daughter was assaulted at your school. I expect a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Old Wu was aware of Mr. Huang's influence in F City, but he had never been one to yield to authority. Regardless of the air Mr. Huang put on, Huang Qianyu was in the wrong, plain and simple. Old Wu gestured for Mr. Huang to take a seat. Mr. Huang, please sit down. Allow me to apprise you of the situation regarding your daughter, Huang Qianyu. Old Wu recounted the events in detail, including Huang Qianyu's cheating and her instigating provocation. As Mr. Huang listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. His affection for Huang Qianyu was not without limits. A man capable of leading a company listed on the stock exchange could certainly discern right from wrong. Father Huang slapped Huang Qianyu's arm, exclaiming, How could you commit such a grave act as cheating on an exam? Didn't I tell you that poor grades are just that, poor grades? So what if your grades are lacking? Your father graduated from middle school and still became a successful businessman, didn't he? Mr. Wu was utterly speechless at such a form of education. Huang Qianyu rolled her eyes, rendered incapable of shedding tears. Father Huang continued to argue, Mr. Wu, no matter how wrong my child may be, it is also unacceptable for them to resort to violence. Ruan interjected, Excuse me, sir, but you must understand that it was your daughter who initiated the altercation. Father Huang was momentarily silenced and turned to Huang Qianyu, who lowered her head in silence. Next, Shi Fanfan's mother approached. She exuded the aura of a strong woman, impeccably dressed. She shot a glare at Shi Fanfan, who visibly trembled, seemingly intimidated by her mother. With a businesslike smile, Shi's mother shook hands with Mr. Wu, saying, Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize. My daughter is rather thoughtless and has caused you trouble. Mr. Wu, possessing a temperament that adapts to both firmness and gentleness, reassured Shi's mother, Shi Fanfan is generally quite obedient. I believe there must be other underlying reasons for this incident. As a teacher, I hope parents can allocate more attention to their children, especially during this critical period in their lives. Just then, Ran and Zhao Yan hurried over. Scrutinizing Qingran up and down, exclaiming, Goodness, how could you get hit while breaking up a fight? One wonders if there is any justice left in this world. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect for everyone in the classroom to hear. Ahem. Mr. Wu awkwardly cleared his throat, nodding. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Yan seized the opportunity to speak. Hello. My daughter, Ran, often speaks highly of your fair and just handling of matters. I have long admired your reputation, and today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Qingran and Li Qingma exchanged a discreet glance, communicating silently. Li Qingma inquired, Did you really mention this to Aunt Zhao? Qingran replied, How could I? Li Qingma pressed on, Then who could have told her? Was it Xie Ying'an? Qingran retorted, That is even less likely. Thus, Zhao Yan's knowledge of Mr. Wu's fairness and justice remained an enigma. Flattery had undoubtedly struck a chord with Mr. Wu, who prided himself on his fairness and relished any acknowledgement of it. A smile spread across his face as he said, I had not planned for you to come today. But his gaze fell upon Li Qingma, momentarily halting his smile. Teacher's son interjected, Mr. Wu, it's no trouble at all. There are still many parents waiting for you. I will handle the communication with the parents regarding my students. Very well, Mr. Wu nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in Class 2 of the senior year was tense, with the countdown to the college entrance examination growing ever closer. Students wished for an extraordinary 48 hours in a single day to study. However, a few exceptions existed. Ji, engrossed in his phone, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wow. The volume of his voice drew several disapproving glances from those around him, prompting Ji to quickly gesture with both hands, signaling that he would lower his voice. He extended his arm to pat the shoulder of the student in front of him, who remained lost in his own world, ignoring him completely. In a hushed tone, Ji called out to his deskmate, Ji Yanchen, yet received no response. Ji resorted to his trump card. Your little junior has gotten into a fight. Ji was utterly exasperated. Typically, when Ji Shin chose to ignore someone, no matter what was said, he would remain ensconced in his own world, indifferent to all. However, last year, as Ji Yanchen's unwavering friend, Ji had finally discovered Ji Shun's Achilles heel, his interest in a junior from a lower grade. Ji had seen the junior girl. She was quite beautiful, possessed a lovely disposition, and reportedly hailed from a good family. Just look at her. Such a girl was hardly someone Ji Shun, who was merely endowed with a sharp intellect, could aspire to. Yet, as Ji Yanchen's lifelong confidant, Ji naturally sided with him. With Ji Shun's extraordinary intellect, it would be a monumental challenge to find someone of equal caliber in this world. Furthermore, Ji Shin also came from a respectable family, presenting a chance to vie for her affection. Ji enlarged a picture on his phone and showed it to Ji Shin. Look at this. Isn't she the junior? Yes, Ji Yanchen replied, instantly recognizing Qingran. If this was indeed the case, Ji's expression grew somewhat complex. It was unclear what motivated the person who took the photograph, but the angle was rather cunning. A male classmate was seen pulling the junior away from the group involved in the altercation. Their positions inadvertently resembled an embrace. Although only the male student's back was visible, Ji immediately identified him as Xie Ying'an, the sophomore who had been crowned the school's heartthrob since his freshman year. In a world where appearances reign supreme, it is indeed disheartening that Xie Ying'an, a fellow male, is perceived as a rival in the eyes of Ji Yanchen. Xie Ying'an's popularity at school has soared to remarkable heights. Uncharacteristically, Ji Yanchen took the initiative to snatch the phone from Ji's grasp. His gaze fixated on the screen for an extended period until it ultimately dimmed into darkness. This state of Ji Yanchen was nothing new to Ji, who had grown accustomed to it. However, in the next moment, Ji Yanchen abruptly rose and strode toward the exit. Startled, Ji hurried after him, questioning, Are you heading to class? Where are you going? Unfazed, Ji Yanchen continued walking until he reached the spot where Ji had previously assisted him in scaling the wall. He glanced back at Ji, who promptly waved his hands in protest, insisting, No, you must tell me where you are headed. Ji Yanchen lowered his eyes, half of his face concealed by his bangs, rendering his emotions unreadable. With a resigned sigh, Ji extracted a piece of decaying wood from the grass to use as leverage for climbing the wall. Just as Ji Yanchen vaulted over the top, he uttered two words, Feed cats. Ji was taken aback, for the shadowy figure atop the wall had already vanished. He recalled mentioning to Ji Yanchen that the younger female student possessed a kind heart, occasionally stopping by after school to feed the stray cats. He remembered boasting about it, asserting that Ji Yanchen's appearance was unappealing and that no girl would favor a boy who hid his face. He advised Ji Yanchen to wear a hat to conceal his hair and reveal his face when meeting the younger student. Ji Yanchen hesitated. As someone with autism typically immersed in his own world, rarely exposing his entire face to others, Ji had cultivated a close relationship with Ji Yanchen over the years, having witnessed Ji Yanchen's true visage more than once in the privacy of home. In Ji's eyes, Ji Yanchen was undoubtedly handsome, rivaling even the school heartthrob, Xie Ying'an. With both of his parents possessing striking good looks, it was only natural that Ji Yanchen inherited their charm. Ji gazed at the school wall, murmuring softly to herself, After living for 17 or 18 years, I finally have something that piques my interest. May your wishes come true. Chapter 17. Do not be picky. Qingran occasionally fed the stray cats, though it wasn't something she did every day. She divided her feeding sessions into two types, those inspired by good moods and those prompted by less favorable feelings. On days when she felt reasonably well, she would typically visit the cats every other day. Yesterday, when Ruan came over, it happened to rain lightly, so Qingran chose not to go out. Today, however, her spirits were quite low, although she herself had not received any reprimand. Both Ruan and Li Qingma had been penalized. When Huang Chenyu's father learned that a male classmate had struck his daughter, he was immediately displeased and dragged Huang Chenyu to the hospital for an examination. Fortunately, Zhao Yan and Ruan's mother were not easily intimidated. It was indeed Huang Chenyu who initiated the altercation, and when she, the witness, was willing to testify, indicating that it was not just Huang's father who wanted to escalate the situation. Old Wu found himself caught in the middle and, out of desperation, consulted the head teacher. Eventually, several parents convened to discuss the outcome, deciding either for a collective expulsion or for everyone to compromise. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from Qingran, plunging her into an unprecedented state of despair. After dinner, while Li Qingma remained in his room penning a lengthy reflection, Qingran stepped outside with cat food in hand. Upon her arrival, Qingran discreetly observed from a distance, and upon not spotting Xie Ying'an, she exhaled in relief and approached. After a day's absence, the stray cats still recognized her, their semi-master who frequently fed them, gathering at her feet and mewing. The smallest among them, after satisfying its hunger and thirst, nudged against her legs, while Qingran gently stroked its tangled gray fur with her fingertips. Once satiated, the strays began to disperse, prompting Qingran to collect the small dish she had placed on the ground, preparing to leave. As she departed, whether intentionally or not, she cast a glance at the tree. Li Qingmo leaned against the doorframe, his gaze fixed on his phone screen, occasionally stifling a yawn. "Brother," Qingran observed keenly, hastening to follow him. "I finished writing this self-criticism. Do you want me to assist you?" Li Qingmo's expression stiffened slightly. "No need." Having spent many years in school, he had become quite adept at composing self-criticisms. Qingran perceived his discomfort but chose not to address it. After returning home, Li Qingmo settled onto the sofa, and once Qingran had set down the cat food and washed her hands, he beckoned her. "Qingran, come here." Qingran dried her hands and sat across from him, inquiring, "What is it?" Li Qingmo scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before awkwardly asking, "Do you have someone you like? A boy, I mean." "What?" Qingran was taken aback. Noticing her reaction, Li Qingmo's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. "It's best if you don't. You're still quite young. Aside from your studies, you can think about other matters when you grow older." Qingran finally understood that Li Qingma was concerned about her early romantic involvement. "Brother, you need not worry unnecessarily." Compared to early love, she was far more troubled by her sudden decline in grades without any apparent reason. Since the night she realized she was in a novel, Qingran's goal had remained steadfast. She aimed to be admitted to F University, even if she did not follow the book's ending of marrying that mathematical genius. She was determined to discover what kind of man the previously Qingran had married. Given her previous academic performance, gaining admission to F University should not pose a significant challenge. However, her recent drop in physics grades instilled a sense of unease within her. She recalled that in the book, Li Qingran did not perform well academically. Was it the case that the closer she drew to the female protagonist, the more her fate aligned with that of the character in the story? As the moon hung low in the sky, Qingran lay in bed, her eyes closed, struggling to fall asleep. Earlier that evening, as she left, she had inadvertently glanced upward through the dense foliage and caught sight of a corner of black fabric. She could easily guess to whom it belonged. Meanwhile, Xie Ying'an lay on his bed, opening a forum where a post anonymously shared by a classmate that afternoon had indeed been deleted. Squinting, he pulled out his contact list and made a call. The line connected quickly, and a boy's voice came through the receiver. "Brotherin, what brings you to call me at this late hour?" Without wasting any words, Xie Ying'an inquired, "Do you know who the administrator of our school forum is?" Let me think." The voice on the other end seemed to ponder for a moment before responding. "Brotherin, I believe one is Senior G, he from Class 2 of the 3rd year, and the other is Feng Jin from Class 4 of the 2nd year." "Thank you." Xie Ying'an hung up the phone and opened his photo album. Fortunately, when he saw this picture at noon, he had saved it without thinking. In the photo, half of his body obscured Li Qingran, and their postures at that moment resembled an embrace. In the darkness, the boy's deep, dark eyes were filled with an enigmatic emotion that swayed within them. The following day was Saturday. As the preparatory bell rang, Old Wu stood at the podium with his books in hand. "Classmates, I am deeply disappointed by the recent events concerning our class. Regardless of your family backgrounds, if you wish to study earnestly, then demonstrate your commitment to learning. If you only wish to coast along until inheriting your family business, I advise you to transfer to another school. Our high school has always been dedicated to nurturing talent. After a pause, Old Wu shifted the subject, announcing the names of the students participating in the upcoming physics competition: Xie Ying'an, Wenxi, Wu Ning, as well as our early registrants, Yang Yizhi and Yi Zhang. Qingran discreetly flipped to the last page of her notebook, where, in a moment of unrest the previous night, she had inscribed 5 surnames: Yang, Yi, Xie, Wen, and Wu. The plot had indeed remained on its intended course. Xie Ying'an glanced at her before lowering his gaze, a hint of displeasure flickering across his expression. He had always despised constraints. Since elementary school, he had been reluctant to participate in various competitions. Being pushed into this situation against his will had understandably soured his mood. This time, Huang Qinyu had been much more subdued, spending the break repeatedly disinfecting the desks with alcohol. Ruan and Shi Fan took a leave of absence today, and Sun Xin and her companions bore somber expressions, as anyone who has faced disciplinary action would find it disheartening. The close-knit group of friends, who typically remained inseparable after class, was notably absent from one another's company today, during the second period of mathematics. When Qingran observed the math teacher approaching with a stack of test papers, an ominous premonition surged within her. As the papers were distributed, her hand trembled slightly as she grasped her pen. In the final 10 minutes, she transcribed all her answers onto a draft paper. Xie Ying'an today did not hasten to submit his paper. Instead, he waited for the bell to ring before handing it in alongside Qingran. "Shall we go for lunch?" he inquired as they exited the classroom side by side. Qingran nodded in response. A smile graced Xie Ying'an's lips as he suggested, "Let us go together." The cafeteria's fare remained as unpalatable as ever. Qingran, having never been picky about food, contrasted sharply with the fastidious Xie Ying'an. As they sat closely, just as Xie Ying'an was about to shift focus by picking up some shredded carrots, a familiar voice interrupted them. "Qingran, Xie Ying'an, may I join you?" It was when Shuri. It seemed the narrative was compelling the primary characters to share a table for a meal ahead of schedule. Before Qingran could respond, Xie Ying'an had already conveyed his refusal. "I'm afraid I'm not accustomed to dining with unfamiliar faces." Wen Shiyi's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times. "Oh, I see. No worries. I noticed there are other vacant seats over there." A hint of schadenfreude crept into the atmosphere as she teased. "Since when did you develop an aversion to sharing meals with strangers?" Xie Ying'an feigned ignorance to the teasing lilt in her words, nonchalantly transferring a heap of shredded carrots onto Qingran's plate before responding, "It's always been this way." Qingran gazed at the pointed orange shreds piled high on her plate, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You're quite an adult now. Could you perhaps refrain from being so picky?" The girl resumed her former lively demeanor, a spark of vitality returning to her presence. Meanwhile, at the table behind them, Jihe observed the two for a considerable time, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Once Qingran and Xie Ying'an departed from the cafeteria, Jihe tentatively offered the dishes he disliked to a female classmate beside him. To his astonishment, she glared at him with a look that could kill, nearly spitting out the words, "Jihe, are you seeking death?" Jihe shivered slightly, shifting away discreetly. "But, don't you love celery?" "You know nothing," the girl retorted, her mouth full of rice. "Passing unwanted food to someone else is something only best friends or couples do." "You." Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of suspicion as she frowned. You're not secretly in love with me, are you?" "Gee, please. Do take a moment to reflect on your appearance using the soup in your bowl." Ignoring her playful jibe, Jihe's mind was consumed by her earlier remark about sharing disliked dishes. Could his one-sided affection for Jishin truly be at its end before it even began? Chapter 18. The arrival of the second female lead this weekend. Qingran had no particular plans. Early in the morning, Xie's mother, Zhao Yan, called, inviting the two siblings to spend the weekend at the Xie household. Li Qingmo, who detested cooking, readily agreed and promptly dragged Qingran along. Every weekend, Li Qingmo, who often stays up half the night gaming, rose unusually early. Leaning against the door, he scrolled through his phone while calling out to Qingran to wake up. "Qingran, hurry up and get up, don't be so lazy." In addition to the sounds of footsteps from the game, a voice filled with mirth suddenly emanated from his phone. "Is your sister still not awake?" With a cold laugh, Li Qingma took out his 98K and fired a shot at his opponent, achieving a headshot. He triumphantly remarked, "Is your sister someone you can call?" After a moment of silence, Xie Ying'an, rarely agreeable, replied, I want to call her sister. That's more like it. Li Qingma turned and descended the stairs, reminding the slumbering Qingran once more, the food has gone cold, hurry up. It was rare for her to indulge in a lazy morning. Yet her own brother made it common knowledge, leaving Qingran utterly speechless. The phone on her nightstand chimed with a WeChat notification, prompting her to stretch out from under the covers to retrieve it. The message was from Wan, who, after a day of recuperation with her mother-esque comfort, was now fully revitalized. Ran, Song Shiai said it's his birthday today, and he wants you and me to come over. Ha ha ha, is he crazy? Who would go? Should I block him? On second thought, let us not. That guy Song Shiai's wouldn't he have had the chance to get your WeChat if it weren't for Brother Mo's intervention, otherwise. You'd see how clingy he can be. Ran, 11 just contacted me. She asked if I wanted to go shopping this afternoon. Do you want to join? Ran? It's been ages since I last went shopping. Ran. The last message arrived merely 20 minutes ago. Qingran hesitated for a moment while holding her phone, then sent a simple reply, okay. The place where Qingran currently resides is not in close proximity to Xie Ying'an's home. It requires 2 bus transfers. When they finally stepped out, the clock struck 9. Li Qingma, impatient with Qingran's delay, urged her to hurry. Lu Luoxi had also gone to Xie Ying'an's house, leaving just one person missing. A tall, slender young man clad in black stood beneath an ancient tree, the brim of his black baseball cap casting a shadow over his delicate features. Senior Ji? Qingran tentatively called out. Ji Yinqing lifted his gaze at the sound of her voice. The deep brown of his striking eyes remained as still as a placid lake. He managed a slight, albeit stiff, smile. Hello, Qingran. It truly is him. Qingran returned the gesture with a polite smile. At this hour, even the stray cats had yet to emerge in search of food. She couldn't fathom why Ji Yinqing was out. Glancing at Li Qingma, who was striding further away, she felt a pang of anxiety. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye, senior. Ji Yinqing's lips twitched slightly, but the words he intended to utter remained unspoken. In the distance, one could still hear the gentle admonishments of the girl. Be careful crossing the street, brother. Don't keep staring at your phone. Once the siblings had walked out of sight, Ji emerged from behind another tree. He patted Ji Yinqing's shoulder in encouragement. Well done. Only Ji understood the significance of this step taken by Ji Yinqing, who struggles with autism. Ji Yinqing lowered his gaze, retreating into the shadows beneath the tree. Devoid of anything that piqued his interest, he once again became immersed in his own world. Ji placed his hand on his shoulder and said, Come on, Ji-shun, it seems we still have a long way to go. Uncharacteristically, Ji Yanchen merely furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on Ji's arm resting on his shoulder, refraining from the usual dismissal. In that fleeting moment, Ji found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, as the steadfast brother he had struggled to influence for over a decade suddenly softened due to a girl. Qingran felt a bit dizzy from the bus ride. Fortunately, it was only 2 stops to Xie Ying'an's home. Just as the uncomfortable sensation of motion sickness began to set in, they arrived. Xie Ying'an stood outside, idly playing with his phone. Li Qingma stealthily slowed his pace, a childlike impulse igniting within him to startle Xie Ying'an. However, before he could make a move, Xie Ying'an casually glanced up at him. A smirk curled at the corners of Xie Ying'an's lips, yet he chose to remain silent. Suddenly, Lu Luoxi, who had been lurking in the shadows, leapt in front of Li Qingma. Startled, Li Qingma shuddered violently, and upon regaining his composure, he retorted, Lu Luoxi, you immature brat. Xie Ying'an couldn't be bothered with their antics. Whenever Li Qingma and Lu Luoxi were together, if they managed to refrain from fighting for more than half an hour, it was likely that one of them had been rendered incapacitated. After the bus ride, Qingran's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Xie Ying'an approached her, gently grasping her hand, his warm, dry palm contrasting against her cool skin. He paused, his gaze lingering on her face. Feeling dizzy again? He inquired. Just a little, she replied, taking a couple of steps before subtly freeing herself from Xie Ying'an's hold, and she entered the room first. Xie Ying'an paused momentarily stunned before he stepped past the 2 individuals engaged in a quarrel and followed Qingran into the house. Zhao Yin was reclining on the sofa, watching television, perhaps finding the drama uninteresting. Her gaze wandered absent-mindedly. Aunt Zhao, Qingran approached her. Oh, Dai, you've come. Zhao Yin rose from the sofa, her previously sullen expression brightening instantaneously. And Gu, Zhao Yin called out to the kitchen. A young girl, around 16 or 17 and clad in an apron, hurried over in response. She was strikingly beautiful, her smile illuminating her face even before she spoke. Aunt Zhao, my mother is still washing vegetables. Do you have any instructions? Zhao Yan appeared quite fond of this girl from the Yin family, smiling as she replied, Xiao Xiao, we have guests. Please prepare some fruit. And Xiao Xiao cheerfully complied, her gaze pausing momentarily on Qingran as she nodded slightly before heading to the kitchen. The name in Xiao Xiao lingered on Qingran's tongue, and a sudden sharp pain surged through her head, prompting her to tightly shut her eyes. When she opened them again, clarity enveloped her. The secondary female character in the book was named in Xiao Xiao, born into an ordinary yet affluent family, and Xiao Xiao's parents were diligent and ambitious, allowing their family of 3 to live comfortably. However, when Xiao Xiao was 9 years old, her father succumbed to a gambling addiction. Initially, when he lost, the once upright man would weep and kneel before his wife, begging for forgiveness. But after winning a sum of money, he spiraled further into the depths of gambling, spending his days in casinos, oblivious to the fact that fortune would not always favor him. The man lost the family's savings and subsequently their home. Perhaps it was due to his wife's repeated acts of kindness and compromise, or perhaps he had tasted the sweetness of gambling. This man became utterly lost. In the 12th year of Xiao Xiao's life, her mother could no longer endure such a life and fled with her daughter. Later, through a relative's introduction, they began working for the Xie family. Zhao Yan, with a compassionate heart, could not bear to see Yin's mother and daughter wander in distress. Coincidentally, during the 2 years when Xie Ying'an was particularly picky with food, he inexplicably favored only the meals prepared by Yin's mother, leading to the duo's stay at the Xie household. Zhao Yan pulled Qingran to sit beside her, while Xie Ying'an, Lu Luoxi, and Li Qingma gathered together to commence a game. And Xiao Xiao swiftly brought in some fruit, placing it on the coffee table, and then, with a subtle turn, set a dish of blueberries in front of Xie Ying'an. Qingran regarded the dish of blueberries thoughtfully. When Xie Ying'an looked up, he caught sight of Qingran staring at the plate of blueberries farthest from her. He pushed the plate toward her, inquiring if she wished to have some. Qingran shook her head and hastily fabricated an excuse. I do not like the taste of blueberries. Xie Ying'an furrowed his brow. How come I never knew you didn't like them? Lu Luoxi interjected, urging, hurry up, Xie Ying'an. What are you dawdling for? Xie Ying'an put away his phone, took the plate of blueberries toward the kitchen, and casually remarked, you all continue playing. Li Qingma, amidst her busy schedule, glanced at him and said, Xie Ying'an, you can't possibly be unable to accept defeat, can you? The slender figure of the youth had already entered the kitchen, and Zhao Yan, smiling, attempted to ease the atmosphere. Oh, just ignore him. That's just how he is. This adolescent is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. Li Qingma's fingers danced swiftly across the screen of her phone, her lips offering flattery to Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao, your skin is hardly distinguishable from Li Qingran's. If you walk alongside her, people would surely mistake you for sisters. It's a delightful opportunity for you to relive your youth. Zhao Yan chuckled, playfully chastising Li Qingma for her teasing. The atmosphere within the room was warm and inviting. Qingran excused herself to the restroom, and as she passed the kitchen, she distinctly heard in Xiao Xiao's perplexed voice, haven't you always enjoyed blueberries? Have you suddenly lost your taste for them? The boy's tone was cool and decisive. Do not prepare them in the future. Chapter 19. A personal invitation. If the affection depicted in the book between Li Qingran and Huang Qinyu for Xie Ying'an is characterized by the fleeting emotions of youthful infatuation, lacking in depth yet brimming with passion, then in Xiao Xiao's feelings for Xie Ying'an are of a different nature altogether. And Xiao Xiao genuinely regards Xie Ying'an as a companion for the remainder of her days. However, Xie Ying'an is far from being an ideal partner, at least not for her. In the narrative, Xie Ying'an exhibits a notable indifference towards romantic sentiments, perhaps a reflection of the author's inability to effectively capture the nuances of love between the sexes. The commentary section is filled with remarks such as, the second male lead has confessed to the female protagonist, yet the male lead merely responds with a smile? Or shouldn't the journey from campus to wedding be a grand affair, filled with earth-shattering emotions, as if the entire world revolves around just the two of us? Qingran found herself perplexed as to why she remembered the commentary section so vividly, while much of the plot seemed to only surface in her mind when it unfolded before her. She even struggled to recall the reason behind her own transmigration into the narrative. Regarding the memories of her past life, aside from the jarring screech of brakes, she could recall nothing else. After lunch, Qingran felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Li Qingma and Lu Luoxi, both addicted to online gaming, remained ensconced on the sofa, still locked in their relentless competition without a victor in sight. Xie Ying'an occupied the single sofa to Qingran's left, while Xiao sat on a low stool beside her, deftly peeling chestnuts with nimble fingers. The room was filled with the sweet aroma of chestnuts. Leaning back against the sofa, Qingran observed in Xiao's hands, noting how the disposable gloves did not hinder the girl's dexterity. One by one, the golden chestnut kernels emerged from their chestnut-brown shells, destined for Li Qingma's voracious appetite. After finishing a bag of chestnuts, and Xiao looked up and met Qingran's gaze, her eyes curving into a delightful crescent. Sister Qingran, would you like some chestnuts? There are more in the kitchen. Qingran had no desire for chestnuts. Her only wish was to succumb to slumber. Xie Ying'an turned her head slightly to inquire, shall you take a nap in the other room? Li Qingma scoffed. Li Qingran, are you a pig? You only woke up at 8 this morning, and now you're sleepy again. Qingran, too lethargic to engage with Li Qingma's teasing, shook her head at Xie Ying'an, her half-closed eyes revealing her fatigue as she replied, I have an appointment with Ruan later. Upon hearing this, Lu Luoxi lifted her gaze from her phone screen. Where to? Can I join? Shopping, then to the library, Qingran responded. Lu Luoxi instantly lost interest. Never mind. You go ahead. I'll stick with Li Xiaodi to continue gaming. At precisely 2:01 p.m., Ruan sent a message. Die. I'm on the bus with 11. Let us meet at the old brand on Zhongning Street. QR. Okay. I'll prepare to head over. As she cheerfully informed them. Qingzhan grabbed her coat hanging nearby and stepped outside. Only upon reaching the threshold did she realize that Xie Ying'an had followed her, his hands tucked into his pockets. Maintaining a distance of 3 steps behind her, Qingzhan paused her stride and inquired, are you going out too? Walking side by side, Xie Ying'an deliberately slowed his pace, stating, I'll accompany you. His various unusual reactions triggered an alarm in Qingzhan's mind. The weekend brought many dog walkers to the area. Xie Ying'an pointed to some dog owners across a narrow path, explaining, those huskies are quite sociable and enjoy playing with people. Oh, Qingzhan responded, glancing at a husky that had slipped its leash, frolicking with a teddy bear exuberantly celebrating life. The two owners exchanged glances, likely anticipating that soon they would become friends through their dogs. She mused that perhaps having a cat would be a preferable choice. The book she had been reading focused extensively on the relationship between him and Wenxi, depicting their romantic journey as fraught with challenges. Not only did various supporting characters create obstacles, but even Zhao Yin had openly expressed her disdain for Wenxi. Xie Ying'an lived not far from the bustling central street. Upon arriving at the time-honored establishment, Qingzhan found that Ruan and Wenxi had yet to arrive. After ordering 3 cups of milk tea and waiting for them, she spotted Ruan and Wenxi disembarking from the bus. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the 3 strolled together, each holding a cup of milk tea as they meandered through the shopping mall. In contrast to Ruan's easygoing demeanor, Wenxi appeared somewhat reserved. The mall had begun showcasing spring attire, and this year's new shirt designs were quite appealing. The trio decided to purchase one each. How about we all wear this blouse during the spring outing next week? Suggested Ruan. Sounds good, replied Wenxi, nodding in agreement. Qingran concurred without objection. The time spent shopping always seemed to fly by. As it approached 5 in the afternoon, the trio sought out a noodle shop, each enjoying a bowl of noodles before planning to spend some time reading at the library. En route, Wenxi received a phone call, and upon hanging up, a peculiar expression lingered on her face. What's wrong? Ruan inquired. Nothing, Wenxi responded, stowing her phone in her shoulder bag. After a moment's hesitation, she added, my stepsister just called to ask where I was, out of the blue. It's rather odd. Now was Ruan's chance to pose the question that had been on her mind. Is your stepsister really that belle from the vocational high school? My stepsister does attend vocational high school, but whether she's considered a belle or not, I couldn't say. TSK. Ruan scoffed, shaking her head. All this talk of belles and beaux. It's just idle chatter among bored individuals on the school forum, hardly representative. Qingran and Wenxi found themselves in agreement with that sentiment. Speaking of which, Ruan continued, turning to Qingran with a deliberately mischievous grin, with my Ran and being so stunning. How did that senior from 3rd year end up being crowned the school belle? Qingran chose to ignore Ruan's teasing, merely casting a sidelong glance at her with a smile. At 17, her features had fully blossomed, her almond-shaped eyes and tea-colored irises seeming to hold a galaxy of shimmering stars, her vermilion lips and pearly teeth set against skin as smooth as jade, a natural beauty. When she tightened the strap of her shoulder bag, thinking to herself that Ruan was not exaggerating. Qingran was undeniably beautiful. On the day when she first encountered Qingran, she and Xie Ying'an together drove away the thugs her stepsister had sent to intimidate her. Overwhelmed by fear, she vividly etched the appearances of Qingran and Xie Ying'an into her memory, for in the countryside where she had grown up, such strikingly beautiful youths were a rare sight. The trio did not find peace until they reached the library, which was sparsely populated at that hour. Even the librarian was preoccupied, indulging in a drama while having a meal with headphones on. They settled into a corner, each extracting a book from their bags. However, shortly after they sat down, when she received a phone call, it was unclear what the caller inquired, but when Xi's expression darkened as she lowered her voice, stating, "What does my whereabouts have to do with you?" After hanging up, the relentless caller soon dialed again, unable to withstand such persistent harassment. When Xie reluctantly revealed the library's location, while Qingran was halfway through a test paper, a sudden commotion erupted in the library. Song Shi's, wearing a smug expression, approached their direction with long strides. He leaned against the table, adopting a condescending posture as he gazed at Qingran. "How delightful that the bothersome Li Qingma is absent," he remarked. Qingran pressed her fingers on the exam paper and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" With an arched brow, Song Shi's replied, "Isn't it obvious?" Qingran, wishing to avoid further entanglement, asked, "Is there something you need?" "Indeed," Song Shi's retorted, seizing Ruan's hand as she reached for her phone. His words laced with a warning, "No funny business." Song Shi's, with a stern expression, warned Ruan before turning to look at Qingran. "I know you are difficult to invite, but this time I have come personally to request your presence. Surely you have no objections?" Qingran mused internally. When has he ever not come in person? When have I ever shown him any deference? Such a spoiled child, utterly indulged by his parents, deserving of a good thrashing. Regardless, without the formidable Li Qingma around, Qingran and Ruan had no choice but to gather their belongings and obediently follow Song Shi's. Beside the library, a long Mercedes-Benz van awaited, the driver having been there for quite some time. Song Shi's opened the door, and Qingran was the first to step inside, followed reluctantly by Ruan, who pulled Xie to sit beside Qingran. Song Shi's took the front passenger seat, while several boys who trailed behind him boarded another vehicle. The car drove towards an unknown destination. Qingran felt no trepidation. Although Song Shi's had a playful disposition, he could still be considered a relatively law-abiding youth. In Chapter 20, Soft Lips, Song Shi's behaved himself during the ride, keeping a watchful eye on the girls to prevent them from making phone calls. When Xie sat in the corner, feeling a pang of guilt, already aware that her stepsister must have disclosed their location to Song Shi's. Ruan clutched her phone and glared at Song Shi's. "Aren't you afraid that Mogu will beat you up later?" "Beat me up?" Song Shi's chuckled nonchalantly. "If he could actually lay a hand on me, Li Qingma would have done so long ago." "Well, how can one argue with someone who takes shamelessness as a point of pride?" Witnessing Ruan's frustration, Song Shi's smugness was apparent as he turned to Qingran with a smile. "Li Qingran, I'll introduce you to someone shortly." Qingran nodded in agreement. Startled, Song Shi's paused momentarily. "Aren't you inquisitive as to the identity of the person?" Qingran regarded him with a composed demeanor. "Even if I were to inquire, would you divulge the information?" Song Shi's chuckled mirthlessly. "Certainly not." "Damn it," Ruan muttered under her breath, her perception of Song Shi's now tainted with disdain. Upon reaching their destination, Qingran discerned the identity of the individual Song Shi's intended for her to meet. It was Luolan, the revered school beauty of the senior class, seated amidst the cacophony of the karaoke establishment, her refined presence starkly contrasting with the surroundings. When Xie hastened to the private room to remonstrate with her stepsister for indulging in alcohol, and Ruan, fearing for her well-being, promptly followed suit. The karaoke room exuded opulence, designated as a VIP suite with ample space. Song Shi's extended his arm, obstructing the doorway, with Qingran standing behind him. Upon noticing Song Shi's arrival, several individuals ceased their activities, intending to approach, but were halted by his gesture. They then noticed Qingran beside him, exchanging knowing smiles before resuming their revelry. Qingran furrowed her brow. "Did you bring me here merely to observe Senior Luolan?" With a click of his tongue, Song Shi's ran his tongue over his posterior molars, a hint of impatience flickering in his youthful gaze. "I haven't yet inquired of you. What did you imply when you mentioned that Class 7 was in close proximity to the school beauties class?" Qingran opted not to feign ignorance. Are you not already cognizant of my meaning? Bathed in the kaleidoscopic glow of the lights, the young woman's rounded, almond-shaped eyes seemed to twinkle with starlight. With a subtle movement of his Adam's apple, Song Shiai's leaned in close to Qingran, adopting a pitiable guise. Indeed, Luo, the campus belle, was initially quite elusive. However, since Xie Ying'an disseminated those photographs of when Siki and myself on the campus forum, Song Shiai's gestured towards Luo Lan. She acquiesced to be my paramour, stipulating that I sever all extraneous romantic entanglements. Observing Qingran's silence, Song Shiai's inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Qingran, "I surmise that a dog cannot relinquish its predilection for excrement." Song Shiai's extended his hand, palm upward. "Behold, even a juvenile such as yourself is cognizant that such a feat is unattainable. How then could she, a woman of maturity, be so naive? Do you derive pride from this?" Qingran queried. "Pray, do you exult in having courted and won the affections of the esteemed campus beauty?" Song Shiai ceased his discourse, casting a profound gaze upon Qingran. He lowered his arm, hitherto obstructing the doorway, and permitted Qingran to enter. "Pray, proceed." Qingran advanced and seated herself beside Ruan. When she, incensed with her stepsister, relocated to Qingran's side, repeatedly beseeching forgiveness. Qingran, I was wholly ignorant that she consorted with a scion such as Song. It is of no consequence, Qingran reassured, clasping her trembling hand. She was cognizant that an individual such as Song Shiai's, if determined to secure her presence, would resort to any stratagem to compel her acquiescence. Song Shiai's, ensconced in close proximity, expressed his displeasure upon overhearing this. "Pray, what is the implication of consorting with an individual such as myself? What is amiss with one of my ilk?" When she pursed her lips and averted her gaze. As Song Shiai's good friends approached, jovially raising their glasses, they exclaimed, "Zico, happy birthday. Let us toast to you." Song Shiai's downed his drink in one go. Roland, observing the scene with furrowed brows, remained silent throughout. The private room was bustling with activity. A group was gathered at the back, engrossed in slot machines, while others pretended to play billiards. Upon seeing Song Shiai's arrival, several individuals soon approached with their glasses raised. Song Shiai's, truly reveling in the moment, downed 3 or 4 bottles without so much as a change in his complexion. It was unclear who had seized the microphone, but soon a heart-wrenching rendition of an off-key song filled the air. Qingran found this to be sheer psychological torment, when she clearly shared her sentiments, and the two girls exchanged glances, both managing a wry smile. Interestingly, Ruan seemed to enjoy the atmosphere, humming along to the music. Song Shiai's, raising his voice, playfully chided, "Lao Zhou, your singing is atrocious. Let someone else take the mic." Laughter erupted as people lunged toward Lao Zhou, playfully vying for the microphone. Qingran glanced at Senior Roland, who remained in her original seat, her delicate features devoid of expression, her gaze cast downward. Song Shiai's approached with 2 glasses in hand, offering one to Qingran. "Here, have a drink." Qingran declined, stating, "I don't drink." With a sardonic smile, Song Shiai's raised his glass and remarked, "Li Qingran, do you realize? You are just like Roland, affected and quite adept at putting on a facade." He drained his glass in one swift motion, keeping the other glass aloft. Still hovering in the air, Qingran's once amiable temperament had been thoroughly worn down by him. She furrowed her brows and said, "Song Shiai's, do you enjoy being tormented? Knowing well that Senior Roland and I are merely putting on an act, why do you insist on clinging to me? Is it amusing?" The displeasure on Song Shiai's face dissipated instantly. "See, you do have a temper. Why pretend to be gentle and amiable all day? It's exhausting." Song Shiai's continued to circulate around a group of young ladies nearby. Initially, his rowdy friends hesitated to approach Qingran and the others, fearing they might frighten them. But as Song Shiai's grew increasingly reckless, they exchanged glances and ventured closer. A boy with streaks of red in his hair scrutinized Qingran and her companions before asking Song Shiai's, "Zhe, which one is Li Qingma's sister?" Song Shiai's cast them a sidelong glance and remained silent. A boy with yellow hair, draping an arm around the red-haired boy's shoulder, chimed in, "Are you foolish? I heard that Li Qingran and Li Qingma are twins. Just look at the one who resembles Li Qingma." Upon hearing this, the group indeed began to scrutinize Qingran and Ruan, when she, timid by nature, retreated into a corner, turning her face away to escape their unrestrained gaze. Ruan stepped forward, filled with indignation. "What are you staring at? Haha, we're all classmates. No need for hostility. The red-haired boy replied, unfazed by the reprimand. He surveyed the group and pointed at Wenxi, that one. She looks just like her. I think so too, echoed two others standing beside the red-haired boy. Though Qingran and Li Qingma were indeed twins, they bore little resemblance to each other. Li Qingma took after their father, while Qingran inherited her mother's features. What are you looking at? Song Shiai stood before a group of girls, his face stern as he admonished them. Go, play elsewhere. The boys, emboldened by their familiarity, laughed and linked arms, teasing, Ziege, we'll just watch from here, won't disturb you at all. Another added, indeed, Ziege, must be weary from holding your drink. Little sister, why not have a sip? Ruan took the wine glass from Song Shiai's hand. Ran doesn't drink. I shall have a cup for her. Before Qingran could protest, Ruan had already downed the contents of the glass. A chorus of cheers erupted. Impressive, good student. The ruckus drew attention, and several people in the same private room turned to look. Even when Xi's stepsister approached, her makeup heavy and her attire decidedly revealing, making it hard to discern she was a student in such an environment. Ziege, you're quite the charmer. Have you lured all these little sisters here? She said, feigning a playful tone. When she rubbed her arms, feeling a chill. When Siki, could you speak normally? When Siki shot her a glance. Thanks to you, Song Shiai grinned, his gaze darting mischievously between the two sisters. Siki, let us have a drink with your sister. When Siki obediently pulled Wenxi along to drink, a boy with bleached hair muttered, damn. Misjudged, that's the campus beauty's stepsister. Qingran's phone vibrated incessantly in her bag. She took it out to see Xie Ying'an calling, her finger sliding towards the answer button. Seizing her phone with a swift motion, Song Shiai intercepted it before she could react. The call had already connected, and he activated the speaker, allowing Xie Ying'an's anxious voice to resonate clearly. Li Qingran, where are you? Hush. Song Shiai gestured for silence, bringing his finger to his lips. The cacophony of the KTV room subsided into an eerie stillness. Even Hong Mao extinguished the kaleidoscopic lights. With a tap of his finger, Song Shiai terminated the call, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Qingran. I told you to be quiet. In that instant, the usually brazen young scion exuded an unfamiliar and chilling indifference. The phone rang anew, and Song Shiai cast a warning glance at the girls before answering. Ruan was momentarily taken aback by Song Shiai's abrupt transformation. And when she grasped her hand, their eyes meeting in shared apprehension. Ah, the campus heartthrob, Song Shiai said with a malicious grin. Care to guess our whereabouts? Song Shiai, came Xie Ying'an's composed, yet resolute voice. Indeed, Li Qingran is with me as well. Where? Huh, do you think I would divulge that? A moment of silence ensued before the emotionless voice returned. Song Shiai, do you have a death wish? Only Qingran could discern the genuine fury simmering beneath Xie Ying'an's words. I'm dying for it. Come and get me. Song Shiai lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper. And just so you know, the young lady's lips are quite soft. A furious roar erupted from Li Qingma. Song Shiai, you son of a bitch, if you lay a finger on my sister, I swear I'll kill you today. Annoying. With a decisive snap, Song Shiai ended the call, swiftly powered down his phone, and tucked it into his pocket. That is my phone, Qingran reminded him. Indifferently, Song Shiai replied, I shall procure you a new one tomorrow. Do you believe that your lineage is the only one of significance in the entire F city? Qingran's expression turned cold. Song Shiai despised the mention of his family background. He concealed his nonchalance and straightened his posture. Li Qingran, am I not affording you enough respect? Who needs your worthless respect? Qingran retorted fearlessly, meeting his gaze. Tension crackled between them, swords drawn. The group of red-haired individuals exchanged glances. It was rare to witness such audacity before the second son of the Song family. This seemingly frail yet strikingly beautiful girl was indeed formidable. Chapter 21. Breaking the silence, Qingran overturned the wine that Song Shiai had poured. The private room fell into a profound silence. And even when Siki ceased her mocking of Roland, casting furtive glances in their direction, Song Shiai took a new glass and filled it once more, pushing it toward Qingran, who once again waved her arm, toppling it over. The red-haired boy slightly parted his lips, exchanging looks with the yellow-haired companions. After 3 consecutive attempts, Song Shiai's patience waned. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he said, Li Qingran, as friends, could you not grant me a modicum of courtesy? You forcibly brought me and my friends here. Have you shown me any respect? The lighter sparked, igniting the cigarette, and he exhaled a plume of smoke. Li Qingran, I truly detest your pretentious demeanor of a model student. What a coincidence. Qingran shot back mercilessly. I equally loathe your lack of knowledge and your privileged upbringing. As the haze enveloped Song Shiai's face, he finished his cigarette and tossed the stub into his wine glass, clapping his hands. Li Qingran, let us make a wager. After a moment's hesitation, Qingran inquired, what shall we bet on? Song Shiai glanced at his watch. It was 8:19. Let us bet whether Li Qingma and Xie Ying'an can locate you before 9 o'clock. In the vast expanse of City F. Dedicating an hour to find a single person seemed utterly absurd, and Qingran felt little enthusiasm. Song Shiai, unusually temperate, adopted a more conciliatory tone. How about raising the stakes? Ruan yawned unabashedly, dismissing the excessive chatter. With all this talk, even the speaker is getting drowsy. Just tell me the stakes. Just as Song Shiai was about to respond, Roland, who had been seated, rose from the sofa and cast a glance at him. The redhead muttered, damn. Just sitting here for 2 hours earns 2,000. Being a woman is indeed delightful. Her friend, with smoky eyes, chimed in, even with Ruan's beauty. One must possess the skill to feign innocence like her. Perhaps due to Song Shiai's own discontent, the atmosphere in the private room remained somber, devoid of any celebratory spirit. A group gathered, awaiting the stakes to be announced, while Song Shiai downed several cups of alcohol. Here's the deal, Li Qingran. He set down his wine glass. If Li Qingma manages to find you before 9, I shall no longer persist in bothering you, whether at school or elsewhere. And what if the outcome is different? Qingran lifted her gaze to meet his. As their gazes locked, the brilliant light in the young girl's eyes nearly pierced Song Shiai's vision, prompting him to avert his face and brusquely declare, if Li Qingma does not locate you by 9 o'clock, then you shall agree to be my girlfriend. Ruan spat vehemently at him, exclaiming that a toad always seeks various means to court a swan. Song Shiai appeared to concur with this sentiment, showing no signs of anger as he turned to Qingran and inquired, what do you think? Qingran firmly replied, I do not engage in early relationships. The private room once again buzzed with excitement, as Song Shiai ceased to engage with Qingran and began to yell exuberantly with Mai and Hongmao. In a corner, Qingran, Ruan, and Wen Shi sat together. Ruan was infuriated, lamenting that Song Shiai was nothing short of a lunatic. Wen Shi shared her sentiments, expressing disbelief that her sister could become entangled with such a person. Qingran then turned to Ruan and asked, do you remember that post about Song Shiai being very close to a girl at the school bar last time? Ruan nodded, pondering who could have taken that photo. But if even Song Shizhu could not escape that, it must have been taken by someone significant. I truly wish to pay homage to such a figure. Qingran lowered her voice, revealing, Song Shiai said it was taken by Xie Ying'an. What? Ruan exclaimed in astonishment. My Ge? Indeed, Qingran responded, gently tapping Wen Shi's arm. Shi, your phone hasn't been taken by Song Shiai. When you go to the restroom, send the location here to Xie Ying'an. All right. Wen Shi whispered in agreement before excusing herself to the restroom shortly thereafter. Wen Shi, taking advantage of the sound of running water, switched her phone to silent mode. She opened the school forum, where the posts about Song Shiai and her stepsister continued to generate significant buzz. In the awkward phase of high school, early romance is akin to forbidden fruit. Everyone desires a taste, yet fears the repercussions. Thus, the rumored early romance between Song Shiai and Wen Siki, encapsulated in a rather ambiguous photograph, became a hot topic of conversation. Wen Shi clicked on the gray avatar of the poster, whose name, Xie Ying'an, was marked by a simple period. She chose to follow and send a private message with the name of the KTV, pausing to add her own name at the end. After another moment spent in the restroom, she deleted the forum app and stepped outside. As she emerged, she caught sight of Wen Siki cutting a cake, a 3-tiered confection, with the cream from the top layer splattered across the faces of several boys. Song Shiai, unmarked by the frosting, smiled coolly and said, thank you. Once the cake was cut, their night of revelry truly commenced. Song Shiai took a piece of cake from Wen Siki and approached Qingran, saying, share in my joy. The 17-year-old boy, now devoid of sharp edges, bore a charmingly youthful visage. The girl, with sparkling autumnal eyes, smiled in a way that could captivate a city. Why are you smiling at me like that? Song Shiai averted his gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. He soon grasped the meaning behind Qingran's smile, for in the next instant, a generous dollop of sweet cream splattered across his face, nearly obscuring his vision. The boy with the microphone, witnessing the scene, exclaimed loudly into the mic, whoa. Wen Siki hurriedly leaned in to wipe Song Shiai's face, but the sticky-faced Song Shi'ai pushed her away, reaching forward to grasp an arm, then bowed his head to rub the cream off his face. To his astonishment, the once boisterous blonde had fallen silent. After Qingran had smeared cream on Song Shi'ai's face, Ruan, fearing that Song Shi'ai might erupt in anger, shielded Qingran protectively, much like a hen guarding her chicks. When Song Shi'ai realized it was not Qingran, he appeared equally bewildered. Damn it! Ruan spat out a word through gritted teeth. Song Shi'ai, how dare you take advantage of me? Don't disgust me. Even with cream smeared across his face. Song Shi'ai could not conceal his disdain. He surveyed the room and, without hesitation, remarked, take advantage of you? Just look around. Among all the girls in this room, you are the least attractive. While Ruan could hardly be deemed beautiful, being insulted in front of so many was intolerable for her fiery temper. The room fell silent. Before Song Shi'ai could unleash his wrath, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Turning his head, Song Shi'ai saw a figure in black move like lightning. Before anyone could react, a fist struck him hard on the corner of his mouth. He staggered back, glancing at his assailant, Xie Ying'an, and wiped his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The young man in black regarded him coldly, then cast a glance towards Qingran through the crowd. Noticing her clear-eyed demeanor, which suggested she had not been drinking, Xie Ying'an's tense expression finally softened. The red-haired and blonde-haired boys flanked Song Shi'ai, and the previously carefree group, witnessing the altercation, dropped their activities and approached. Say, shall we take him on? Li Qingma, belatedly, also appeared somewhat disconcerted. He glanced at Song Shi'ai, then at Xie Ying'an, before finally approaching Qingran's side. Li Qingma frowned. Why are you associating with people like this again? Ruan, still incensed, disregarded the school bully persona of Emogo and pointed at Song Shi'ai, who wants to come. Isn't it the scoundrel who insisted on bringing us here? A brawl had already erupted, when Siki and several other girls were even cheering for Song Shi'ai with great enthusiasm. Xie Ying'an's punches were brutal, each one landing squarely on Song Shi'ai's mouth, and no one could pull him away. However, Song Shi'ai's cronies outnumbered them, and Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma were overwhelmed. Fortunately, the fight in the KTV quickly attracted the attention of security. The manager here recognized the young master of the Song family. Knowing they wouldn't gain anything here, Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma, having thoroughly pummeled Song Shi'ai, seized an opportunity to pull Qingran and flee. Qingran didn't forget to bring Ruan along, who happened to have Wenxi nearby. Both sides of Song Shi'ai's mouth were bruised and swollen. He opened his mouth, feeling his teeth loosen, and could only clench his fists as he watched their figures disappear into the elevator. This thoroughly frightened the KTV manager in his suit and tie. He cautiously asked, Young Master Song, should we call the police? Call. Song Shi'ai hissed, clutching his mouth and inhaling sharply, kicking over several bottles of wine. Call the hell. Do you think I haven't lost enough face? Chapter 22. His looks outside. Xie Ying'an's family driver was waiting for them in a parking space. By the time they got into the car, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Xie Ying'an did not afford Li Qingma the opportunity to sit in the back seat. Thus, Li Qingma had no choice but to occupy the front passenger seat, while Xie Ying'an squeezed in the back with several girls. Fortunately, none of them were overweight, so they managed to fit comfortably. Her voice quivered with unshed tears, but I truly did not know. When my sister asked where I was, I found myself mixed up with Song Shi'ai. Ruan sat on the far left, with Wenxi nestled between her and Qingran, while Xie Ying'an occupied the far right beside Qingran. Li Qingma narrowed her eyes and inquired again, Who is your sister? When Siki. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ruan grasped Wenxi's hand gently, offering comfort. Do not cry, no one blames you. A few tears fell onto Ruan's hand, and Qingran handed Wenxi a tissue, encouraging her. This is not your fault. Please, do not cry. Wenxi's voice, choked with emotion, carried a sense of grievance. I truly do not know when my sister transformed into this. Indeed, entanglement with the protagonist only serves to propel the narrative forward. Li Qingma detested seeing girls cry. She turned her head away in silence. The space in the back seat expanded considerably as Ruan shifted to the left. Qingran attempted to move closer as well, but suddenly her hand, concealed beneath her jacket, was firmly grasped by the individual leaning against the right window. Qingran stirred her fingers, only to have his grip tighten further. Glancing over, she found Xie Ying'an with his eyes closed, remaining unperturbed. The streetlights outside flickered through the window, casting an intermittent glow that illuminated his striking profile, the angles of his youthful face chiseled like a work of art, with a high and straight nose. Ruan noticed nothing amiss and continued to complain to Qingran. That bastard Song Shiai's actually took our phones. We're doomed now. My mother is probably frantic with worry. Qingran offered her consolation. I'll explain it to your mother later. Ruan sighed. What is there to explain? My mother is sharper than I am. The more I say, the more suspicious she will become. I'll just tell her my phone ran out of battery. She added, Qingran, Song Shiai's is a creep. A lunatic. You must keep your distance from him. It's truly unfortunate to be targeted by him. Qingran responded softly. The car resumed its journey. Qingran's fingers twitched slightly, and then Xie Ying'an suddenly turned his head, opening his eyes to look at her. Within his dark gaze lurked a tempestuous intensity, and even his tone bore a hint of hoarseness. Li Qingran, what exactly did you promise Song Shiai's? His warm breath brushed against her ear as he leaned closer. The crisp scent of mint enveloping her senses. Xie Ying'an forcefully disengaged her fingers, their hands intertwined tightly. Qingran felt an overwhelming nervousness, and a thin sheen of sweat formed in the palms of their clasped hands. It was unusual for someone as fastidious as Xie Ying'an to hold her hand like this, leaving her to wonder what it was that had provoked him so intensely after Song Shiai's hushed words. Upon reaching their destination, Qingran broke free from Xie Ying'an's grasp and nearly fled in panic. Li Qingmo glanced at Xie Ying'an, puzzled. What is wrong with her? Xie Ying'an shook off the gloomy mood, lazily leaning back in his seat, and gave Li Qingmo an enigmatic smile. How would I know? Perhaps. One has urgent needs. Li Qingmo reluctantly acknowledged this assertion, waving goodbye to Xie Ying'an through the car window. After Qingran finished her evening routine and lay on her bed, the clock on the wall struck 11. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at her door. Qingran, stop pretending to be asleep. Open the door. Qingran knew this matter was far from over and resignedly got up from her bed to answer the door. Li Qingmo, clad in her pajamas with damp hair, leaned against the doorframe, her expression sour. Qingran, what is your attitude? Are you not going to explain today's incident? As I mentioned in the car, brother. Qingran replied with a grimace. We were genuinely dragged over by Song Shiai's from the library. That aside, I want to know how you ended up mingling with that vocational school's so-called campus belle's sister. We're in the same class. She's currently Ruan's deskmate, and we just met up for a bit. Li Qingma was never one to speak ill of others, especially not girls. Even if he disapproved of the campus belle's demeanor, he would not resort to disparaging remarks in front of his sister. Qingran nodded obediently. Get some rest, Li Qingma said as he closed the door from the outside. Qingran wished to sleep early, yet she found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace. The cool, indifferent gaze of Song Shiai's frequently flickered before her eyes. The 17-year-old boy seemed to be at odds with the entire world, radiating an air of rebelliousness. The moment Qingran spotted Senior Roland in the KTV private room, she understood the purpose behind Song Shiai's invitation. The elusive campus belle he spoke of was clearly the one he had summoned out late at night, and the implications were unmistakable. The entire night, Song Shiai's did not make his way to Roland, and Roland, in the face of Wensiki's taunts, did not even lift her eyelids, indicating the profound estrangement between them. Having suffered setbacks due to her, Qingran could easily comprehend Song Shiai's mindset. He was indifferent to the emotions of others, reveling in deriving his own joy from their suffering. As Qingran turned over in bed, cocooned in her blanket, Song Shiai's features momentarily morphed into those of Xie Ying'an. Leaning against the window, illuminated by the soft glow, his sharp and strikingly handsome features caught her eye. And in that fleeting moment, she suddenly grasped Xie Ying'an's allure. The campus heartthrob in the book, adorned with a gentle smile and eyes sparkling like stars. His brows and eyes depicted a picturesque scene, reminiscent of bright celestial bodies. While it could not be said that she was enamored, considering their familiarity, Xie Ying'an was akin to an older brother to her, much like Li Qingma. Moreover, she noticed the bruise at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 23. Another disappointing exam the following day marked Monday, and Qingran tossed and turned until she finally succumbed to sleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. Upon waking, she felt a bit dazed, while Li Qingma, sporting dark circles under his eyes, seemed even more bewildered. The cook, Aunt Lu, had returned to work, and upon seeing the siblings in such a state early in the morning, she was taken aback. Li Qingma sat at the dining table sipping oatmeal porridge, the familiar taste reviving a fraction of his drowsiness, and he generously praised, Aunt Lu, your culinary skills are unmatched. Having been raised by Aunt Lu, the siblings shared a deep bond with her, and with a warm smile, She brought out 2 more dishes, saying, "If it's delicious, do indulge." Qingran ate quickly, bid farewell to Aunt Lu, and departed with her books in hand. Li Qingma, with a somewhat unclear enunciation, called from behind, "Hey, Qingran, aren't you going to wait for me?" Every Monday at 7:30, the school promptly raises the national flag. By 7:10, Qingran had already arrived at the school, with only a few classmates present. When she arrived even earlier than Qingran, her eyes appeared slightly swollen, likely from crying the previous night, yet upon seeing Qingran, a habitual smile graced her lips. "Good morning, Qingran." As soon as Qingran settled into her seat, when she approached her, placing 2 mobile phones on Qingran's desk. "This is your phone and Wan Ruan's. My sister asked me to bring them to you." Qingran expressed her gratitude, casually placing her phone into her backpack and handing Wan Ruan's phone back to Wenxi. "You are Wan Ruan's desk mate, so please give it to her when she arrives." All right. Around 7:20, they were to descend for the lineup. Wan Ruan had not yet graced the classroom on a Monday, as she typically arrived just in time. Xie Ying'an, tall in stature, stood at the back of the line, his face partially concealed by a mask. Qingran, at 161 centimeters, was of average height among her female classmates and positioned herself in the middle of the queue. The first class's lineup was adjacent to that of the second class. Old Wu and the second class's homeroom teacher crossed paths while patrolling, 2 middle-aged men enthusiastically engaging in conversation at the rear of the line. Words like competition, jianqing, and certain victory could be faintly discerned. As anticipated, during the preparatory class, Old Wu announced the names of 5 students selected for the physics competition, stating that they would need to dedicate an hour after school each day for collaborative study and discussion. Xie Ying'an's complexion, hidden beneath his mask, visibly darkened at this news. Old Wu, as perceptive as ever, concluded his remarks with a warm demeanor, inquiring if any students had objections. 2 volunteers promptly responded in unison, declaring they had none. A radiant smile blossomed on Old Wu's face as he surveyed the classroom, momentarily overlooking Xie Ying'an's raised hand. "Wenxi, do you have any objections to staying on campus for an additional hour of study?" Wenxi, feeling somewhat pressured, stood up and shook her head. "No. I have no objections, teacher." "Excellent. Please take your seat," Old Wu replied, clearing his throat. "Since no students have expressed dissent, it is settled." With that, he swiftly exited the classroom, a stark contrast to his usual leisurely pace. Qingran glanced at her deskmate, Xie Ying'an, who had lowered his hand and was idly flipping through a book, his long, straight eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes. Noticing Qingran's gaze, Xie Ying'an looked up. His expression was concealed by a mask, but it was notably less sour than before. With a playful spirit, Qingran leaned over her desk, smiling, "Congratulations." Xie Ying'an leaned in as well, his youthful voice tinged with a hint of chagrin. "You're just smarter than me." Upon hearing this, Qingran's smile faded completely. If even Xie Ying'an believed her physics score was a deliberate failure, it was no wonder others thought the same. Qingran retrieved a bottle of safflower oil from her bag and handed it to Xie Ying'an. He paused for a moment before accepting it, only to find that Qingran had already taken out her book to begin her preparations. The youth unconsciously touched the bruised corner of his mouth through the mask, recalling the dimly lit interior of the car from the previous night. He believed she hadn't noticed, yet to his surprise, she had. No one could fathom the devastating impact those 3 words, "Your lips are soft," which only Xie Ying'an could hear, had on him. At that moment, a singular impulse surged through his mind, to shatter Song Shiai's incessant chatter. After class, Wan Ruan rushed over to inform Qingran that Song Shiai's had taken a week-long leave of absence. With Xie Ying'an absent, Wan Ruan sat in his place, stifling laughter behind her hand. When Siki remarked that his front teeth were nearly knocked out, which was indeed an embarrassment to behold, ha ha ha. However, Qingran could not muster a smile. "How do you know?" she asked. 11 mentioned it. This morning, she overheard her stepsister discussing the matter on the phone. Qingran furrowed her brow in silence. Wan Ruan continued to revel in her own delight, exclaiming, "My brother is simply incredible." Yet, Qingran felt no joy. Song Shiai's father was a notable figure in F City. Typically, he might overlook Song Shiai's usual scuffles, but with his son hospitalized due to the beating, could he truly remain indifferent? Xie Ying'an seemed unconcerned about such matters. To him, the most pressing annoyance was the prospect of staying an extra hour at school every day after classes, with no mathematics class throughout the morning. Qingran's anxiety lingered into the afternoon. A foreboding sense settled within her, and when the test papers were distributed, her apprehension materialized into reality. The glaring red score of 96 caused her hands to tremble involuntarily as she gripped the paper. Since entering high school 2 years ago, her lowest score in mathematics had never fallen below 130 points. In her eyes, anything below 100 was deemed a failure. Today, however, she received a score that she considered unacceptable. The mathematics teacher began to explain the last few challenging problems on the exam. Before delving into the details, he expressed a few words. A handful of students have truly disappointed me with their results this time. Over the winter break, I did not require you to attend remedial classes to improve your scores, but during this crucial period, you must at least ensure that your grades do not decline. Students, you have just over a year until the college entrance examination. What does a drop in performance signify at this stage? I hope. Qingran tightened her lips, her gaze lost as she stared at the complex problems. The steps she laid out were correct, yet the final answers she provided were erroneous. The mathematics teacher clearly identified the issue, circling her steps repeatedly with a red pen, ultimately marking a large cross over her work. This time, Qingran ranked 34th in her class, nearly mirroring the score of Li Qingran in the book. Xie Ying'an, astonished, took Qingran's paper to examine it closely, pausing several times with his finger hovering over the answers. The correct reasoning and steps taken, culminating in an intentionally incorrect final answer, struck him as odd. "It's nothing," he said, his dark eyes resting on Qingran with a comforting gaze. "A couple of exam results do not define anything." Qingran did not meet his gaze. Ever since her mathematics score was revealed, she had remained trapped within her own thoughts, unable to escape. A sudden headache struck, and indistinct memories surged forth, overwhelming her. The bell signaling the end of class rang at that moment, and Qingran wearily leaned over her desk. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, called out the names of several participating students at the classroom door. Xie Ying'an glanced at Qingran, who lay sprawled over her desk, utterly indifferent to Mr. Wu's calls. Qingran's unusual state caused him some concern. Is she unwell? Should we go to the infirmary? Qingran struggled to wave her hand at him dismissively, when she approached, pausing beside Xie Ying'an's desk. "Xie, the homeroom teacher wants us to step outside." Then, turning her gaze towards Qingran, her voice was laced with curiosity. "Qingran, are you all right?" The sound of her voice intensified the pain in Qingran's head. She was fine. Xie Ying'an stood up, gesturing for Xie to go ahead. "You go first." The voices of the male and female lead intertwined in Qingran's mind, linking a chaotic swirl of memories. The same time, the same place. In the book, Li Qingran had also ranked 34th in mathematics. At that time, Xie Ying'an and she were not desk partners. Such a result was something Qingran had long grown accustomed to. After the math teacher finished explaining, she expressionlessly crumpled the test paper and stuffed it into her desk. At the same break time, Xie Ying'an and the transfer student Xie were both called out by Mr. Wu, while Huang Qinyu, sitting at the desk in front of Qingran, watched their retreating figures with a sneer. "The transfer student is being rather shameless, isn't she? It's obvious she has a crush on Xie Ying'an." Huang Qinyu's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, fell upon the ears of the disheartened Qingran like a thunderclap. Watching their figures grow increasingly distant, jealousy sparked like stars in her eyes. The laughter of Huang Qinyu and Sun Xin, tinged with artifice, pierced the air with an unpleasant sharpness. As they whispered amongst themselves, they occasionally cast furtive glances in Qingran's direction, and it was evident without the need for conjecture that her recent decline in academic performance provided them with ample fodder for mockery. Chapter 24. Do not fall in love early. She lay despondently on the sofa, immobile, startling Aunt Lu, who had come to prepare a meal. Approaching her, Aunt Lu placed a hand on her forehead, murmuring, "This child, truly, are you running a fever? Yet you do not feel hot." Qingran opened her eyes and sat up, assuring her, "Aunt Lu, I am fine, just feeling a bit weary." With a sigh of relief, Aunt Lu resumed her gentle admonitions. "I understand that your studies are demanding, but you must also take time to rest. Do not overexert yourself. It is a fruitless endeavor." Qingran forced a smile as she watched Aunt Lu don an apron and head into the kitchen. Fate, if inescapable, must be borne with grace. She needed to expedite her plans to visit F University, at the very least to meet the refined and cultured Professor Lin before she became his bride. Having neglected to feed the cat the previous night, she decided to venture out for cat food, noting the morning light was still favorable. With the supply of cat food dwindling, she walked while retrieving her phone from her pocket, only to find that she had failed to charge it yesterday. The battery indicator in the upper right corner glowed red. signaling a mere 18 remaining. Fearing that her phone would shut down due to low power, she stowed it away without further inspection. The incessant vibrations from incoming WeChat messages rendered her indifferent to the device, as she spotted the silhouette of a stray cat ahead. Her interest in her phone waning. The stray cats have already familiarized themselves with their benefactors, each one eagerly vying for attention as they nestle close to Qingran. Awaiting their meal. Beneath the ancient tree, Qingran instinctively looks upwards. The boy clad in black, his baseball cap turned backwards, perches upon the tree trunk, observing her from above. Perhaps due to the shared misfortunes depicted in the books, Qingran does not find herself averse to Xie Ying'an's presence this time. Upon spotting her, Xie Ying'an leaps down from the tree. The branches of the ancient tree are not high, and the boy lands nimbly on his feet. Mimicking Qingran, he crouches beside the stray cats. Senior, Qingran breaks the silence. Do you come here every day? I come daily, not knowing when you might arrive. Qingran struggles to recall why the character Xie in the book succumbed to darkness. For someone like him, who lives in his own world, what could possibly compel him to oppose the protagonist, Xie Ying'an? What knowledge did he possess that led him to leap from such a great height at the story's conclusion? Time stands still as Qingran's gaze becomes distant. Two solitary souls linger together, neither offering warmth to the other. Suddenly, she inquires, Senior, if fate is unjust and one cannot contend against it, what should one do? Xie Ying'an is taken aback, but this time, he does not leave Qingran waiting long. Should we give it a try? He muses. Give it a try? Qingran chuckles softly. Knowing one cannot prevail, what can 100 attempts change? Xie Ying'an's fingers glide over the back of the smallest stray cat as he speaks in a low voice, almost to himself. Since we acknowledge that we cannot fight fate, what harm is there in striving a little further? Qingran felt as if she had been enlightened, for the conclusion within the pages was already predetermined. Now that she was aware of it, she must exert some effort. How could she allow circumstances to unfold unchecked? The setting sun cast its warm golden hues upon the two, enveloping the silhouette of Xie Ying'an in a gentle orange glow. In that moment, Qingran suddenly perceived a spark of vitality emanating from this senior. She realized that what she had deemed loneliness was not so formidable after all. As the stray cats, having satisfied their hunger, began to disperse, Xie Ying'an clutched the smallest among them, seemingly reluctant to let it go. Qingran nodded and managed a smile, uttering, Goodbye, Senior. Xie Ying'an, momentarily taken aback, nodded in response and reached for his phone. He handed it to Qingran, who took it with a hint of confusion, only to realize that he likely intended for her to add him. His phone, devoid of a password lock, allowed her to access his WeChat. His profile picture depicted a solitary boat adrift at sea, and his username was simply the character G. Qingran searched for his QR code, and the interface promptly displayed his WeChat list, which was remarkably sparse. Apart from daily news updates, there was a message from someone named Jihe, and at the bottom, a class group for the second-year seniors, marked with a red notification. With no intention of prying into others' privacy, she hurriedly located his personal QR code, scanned it to add him, and notedly Qingran in the verification message before returning the phone to Xie Ying'an. The cat he had been holding had already leaped away, and he stood there, holding the phone in a daze. After a long pause, a gentle smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. Qingran encountered Xie Ying'an at a corner, where he was half leaning against a tree, exuding an inexplicable air of despondency. Upon seeing her, Xie Ying'an straightened up, his gaze falling upon the cat food she held in her arms. Are you feeding cats? He inquired. Qingran nodded. What brings you here? Looking for you. Is there something you need? He lowered his eyelids, his long, dark lashes resembling delicate wings. It's nothing. Qingran felt a sense of bewilderment and asked, Would you like to come to my house? Wishing to distance herself from the main storyline, she paid no mind to Xie Ying'an's path and nodded before passing by him. Li Qingran. Xie Ying'an called out her name from behind. She halted in her tracks. Don't engage in early romance. The voice of the youth seemed to carry a hint of pleading. Qingran shook her head, doubting her own hearing. A proud individual like Xie Ying'an, whose existence in the narrative felt as though he dwelled among the clouds, would hardly lower himself. Not even for the female lead, when Shuri. What could she, Li Qingran, possibly mean to him? With a sense of shared determination, she lifted her foot and continued onward. The very phrase early romance was least qualified to be uttered by Xie Ying'an, as in the story. He and Wen Shi had solidified their relationship on the eve of their college entrance examination, both stepping into the realm of early love. Conversely, Li Qingran had always harbored a secret admiration for him, never daring to confess her feelings. Now, he had the audacity to advise her against early romance? How absurd. Chapter 25. Rumors at the school bar. Lying on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, he heard the sound of the door. Without lifting his eyelids, he thought to himself that the meal was still in the pot and he should serve himself. Qingran set down the cat food and washed her hands before joining him for dinner. After he finished his dinner, Li Qingma completed a game and leaned over to inquire of Qingran. Have you encountered Xie Ying'an? Qingran looked at him, puzzled, noticing the expression of confusion on her face. Li Qingma finally found an outlet for the words he had been suppressing for hours. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You wouldn't believe it. That guy has become incredibly bold. He dashed off with his books right after school. The physics teacher even mentioned that we should study for an extra hour, but he pays no heed whatsoever." Qingran remained silent as she took out her phone to charge it. Li Qingma, having been coerced by his homeroom teacher to participate in a physics competition, continued to grumble. That transfer student from your class even ran out to chase after him. Can you imagine? Well, no, Li Qingma scoffed. You know Xie Ying'an's stubborn nature. I can hardly keep up with him. How could that transfer student with her delicate arms and legs manage? Qingran retorted, but she possesses the aura of a leading lady. She added, and what about Xie Ying'an? I heard he didn't attend either, which nearly drove the physics teacher to despair. How amusing. Li Qingmo reveled in the misfortune of others. Qingran unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and opened the WeChat interface. Xie Ying'an had sent a message 3 minutes prior, consisting of 2 images of a physics test paper. Just as she was about to examine them closely, a voice call request from Ruan came through. Qingran tapped to answer, and Ruan's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. Qingran, you must check the school forum quickly. Some scoundrel is talking about you there. The school forum? Li Qingma's expression darkened as he snatched Qingran's phone, demanding, what school forum? Explain yourself. Mo, go. Ruan hesitated for a moment before regaining composure. Mo go, you should go check the school forum. I don't know who is spreading rumors about Ran, saying that Ran. A busy tone interrupted her, and Li Qingma hung up the call, coldly huffing at his phone. Mind your own business. Send me the link to the forum, he commanded. Li Qingma opened WeChat and waited. Qingran navigated to the forum and shared the link with Li Qingma. As he clicked on the link, a mocking smile crept upon his face. I can't believe our school has such nonsense. How was I unaware of it? Qingran cast him a knowing glance. Previously, the forum had merely been a platform for the affairs between Li Qingma and Xie Ying'an, and who would dare present it to him? That would be courting disaster. However, when Li Qingma finally accessed the forum, the scornful smile vanished from his face. The posts were sensational, titled to attract attention, discussing the school beauty and the affairs of a sophomore LQR. With a dark expression, Li Qingma clicked on the post, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the content. After just a few glimpses, he slammed his phone down, the force shattering the screen into pieces. Qingran hurriedly nodded and, not forgetting to inquire about his departure, asked, Go. Where are you going? He locked the door behind him and hastily left. The fact that something could infuriate Li Qingma to such an extent indicated that the matter was indeed severe. Qingran quickly reopened the forum, her expression gradually darkening. The forum contained 2 attached photos. The first depicted the school beauty, Roland, emerging from a VIP room, stuffing a wad of cash into her bag. An innocent school beauty resorting to such means to support her family? To all the male comrades, I ask, does this not pierce your hearts? The second image portrays Qingran being obstructed by an arm outside the private room. It is not that anyone is particularly malicious. It merely depicts Song Shiai's silhouette as short and stout, resembling a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Goddess? Little fairy? How amusing it is to see someone trying to squeeze into a circle that does not belong to them. Is it not more delightful to cultivate vegetables and raise pigs at home? Why allow the pigs to be raised instead? Qingran lingered on the phrase allow the pigs to be raised several times, suddenly finding it somewhat amusing. The person who initiated the post seems to have taken the narcissistic and showy Song Shiai's for a pig, oblivious to the profound enmity that must exist between them. Qingran believed that Li Qingma's hasty exit was entirely unnecessary. Given Song Shiai's temperament as a second-generation heir, if he were to swallow such indignation, he would no longer deserve that title. Taking several deep breaths, Qingran suppressed her rising ire. She considered herself not entirely smooth in her dealings. Yet she had always approached matters with caution. She would never provoke others unless provoked herself. Who could harbor such deep-seated animosity towards her that they would go so far as to slander her in the school bar? Qingran continued to scroll down. witnessing the comments section burgeon into a towering edifice. First floor, I don't understand. I know the school bell, but who is LQR from the second year? Second floor, what the heck? My glasses have shattered from disbelief. Third floor, haha. Some people pretend to be pure to such an extent that they begin to believe it themselves. Kudos to the original poster. I applaud you. 12th floor. I know the one from class 1 of the second year. No wonder her grades have always been exceptional. But she has dropped 2 or 3 dozen places in these past 2 mock exams. 17th floor. Ah, they are still just children. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. On the 21st floor, I was a party to the events of that day, and I can personally vouch that the original poster is merely spreading baseless rumors. To dare to slander the second-generation wealthy in such a manner is tantamount to courting disaster. Goodness, the second-generation wealthy? Could it be Song? Surely not. If it were truly Song, upon seeing his image tarnished in such a way, the moderator should not expect an easy time. So, feel free to indulge in gossip. How could a genuinely good student associate with someone from a privileged background? The student from class 2, year 2, also comes from a respectable family, I assure you. The incessant notifications from WeChat compelled Qingran to exit the school forum and check her messages. The messages were from Xie Ying'an and Ruan. Qingran first opened Ruan's message. Soft girl, Ran, that scoundrel Song Shi's just contacted me again. Following that, Ruan sent a screenshot of her conversation with Song Shi's. Song, give me Li Qingran's contact information. Song, hurry up. Soft girl, I don't have it. Song, stop lying. Before Qingran could finish reading, Ruan's voice message came through again. Ran, Song Shi's insists on having your contact information. Should I give it to him? Qingran pinched the bridge of her nose. I have something to discuss with him as well. All right. Ruan's voice was tentative, clearly hesitant to mention the school forum again. After ending the call with Ruan, Qingran turned her attention to the messages from Xie Ying'an. X, are you asleep? X, did you see what happened in the school forum? X, when you have a moment, please come and open the door. X, I wish to take you somewhere. Qingran was taken aback, placing her phone down to check the surveillance outside. A solitary figure stood against the wall, illuminated by the light of her phone, casting half his face in shadow, a visage both stern and proud. The most recent message from Xie Ying'an appeared to be sent half an hour ago. He stood there silently, the duration of his wait unknown. Having grown up together as childhood friends, Qingran took her phone and keys and stepped outside. The door was securely locked from the outside. Xie Ying'an? Qingran called out, her voice echoing slightly. He promptly responded from outside. Qingran crouched down, tossing the keys through the gap in the door, which landed below. Following the sound of the keys and the unlocking mechanism, Xie Ying'an opened the door and grasped Qingran's hand, leading her out. His long legs required Qingran to jog to keep pace with him. Where are we going? She inquired. To find the person who posted that message, he replied. I shall seek justice for you. Chapter 26. The young master's fury at 10 o'clock in the evening. He finally emerged victorious from a gaming session. Feeling elated as he tossed his phone aside and headed for a shower. Once he dried his hair, he picked up his phone again, only to find his damp hair stubbornly sticking to his scalp. To his surprise, Xie Ying'an, who had never taken the initiative to contact him, had sent him a WeChat message today. Could it be that the sun would rise in the west tomorrow? Xie hurriedly wiped his wet hands on his pajamas. Unlocking his phone to check the message, indeed, it was from Xie Ying'an. The message read, she added me on WeChat. Sent at 2042. Upon receiving the news, he was even more delighted than Xie Ying'an himself. He enthusiastically typed several lines in the dialog box, but before he could send them, a phone call interrupted him. He cursed inwardly, but his expression transformed into a smile as he answered, Hello, Fong. What can I do for you this late? Fong Jin's tone on the other end of the line was strictly businesslike. Senior Xie, I'm just notifying you to check the campus forum when you have time. As a fellow administrator, I'm uncertain whether this post should be removed. He furrowed his brow. What post? Senior Xie, it's best if you see for yourself. Goodbye. The call ended abruptly. He scoffed at his phone. Why is this junior so arrogant? By 10:30 p.m., he was utterly exasperated. A post titled Campus Bell and LQR was trending. Damn it. He muttered, running his hands through his hair in frustration. Who's so tactless? Calling her the Campus Bell is one thing, but why drag Li Qingran into it? Before he could finish reading the post, he received a notification from Fong Jin on WeChat. Fong sent a message. Senior Xie, a friendly reminder, don't rush to delete the post. Take a look at the one I just pinned above it. Jihe's fingers trembled slightly as he exited the current post. Sure enough, a post titled I am Song Shiai's was pinned by Fong Jin. Jihe clicked to open it. Song Shiai's didn't mince words, only stating a few sentences. Dear students, are you enjoying the gossip? Oh, what if I told you that the short, stout, and unkempt person blocking Li Qingran in the second photo is me? Is this gossip still as enticing? I only have one thing to say. I shall not concern myself with your identity. If you fail to post an apology before midnight tonight, and I uncover your ID, prepare to face the repercussions of infringing upon my rights. It matters not if you address me as grandfather. Furthermore, I celebrated my birthday the day before yesterday and invited Li Qingran and Roland to join the festivities. Is that a crime? Song Shiai's even captured a photograph from within the KTV private room, where both his face and Li Qingran's are distinctly visible in high resolution. They wore the same attire, in the same location, and even the angle of his arm obstructing Li Qingran mirrors that of the previous photo perfectly. Many classmates who have recently learned of the scandal are now in an uproar. Li Qingma, on the 4th floor, exclaimed, "How dare you silently take my sister to celebrate your birthday? You are courting death." To my astonishment, the notorious school bully, Li Qingma, is actually the older brother of the well-behaved Li Qingran from the second year. Subsequently, Jihe observed the conversation in this forum taking a peculiar turn. 5th floor, anonymous. So the bully is my brother, Doge emoji for safety. 6th floor, I have long heard of Li Qingran's prestigious family background. She would never engage in such activities for monetary gain. 7th floor, I am merely curious about the identity of the poster. 8th floor, likewise. It is rather frightening that someone so young possesses such malice. Song Shiai's, you must rid us of this menace. 21st floor, I can't take it anymore. If anyone from above comes forward to admit their mistakes, remember to kick me. 22nd floor, I, too, shall retire for the night. Tonight's revelations have been truly filling. This twist is remarkable. 23rd floor, although I am weary, I shall resist sleep. I must endure until dawn. On the 24th floor, in an atmosphere of equal tension, I hope the anonymous poster will swiftly acknowledge their mistakes. At that moment, Song Shiai's lay languidly on the hospital bed, idly scrolling through his phone, occasionally glancing at the companion bed. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma sat on the companion bed, their expressions stern and somber, while Qingran sat on the opposite side, her eyelids drooping with fatigue. Xie Ying'an drew the curtain that separated them and turned to Qingran, saying, "You should rest for a while. I'll wake you when it's midnight." He then pulled Li Qingma out of the room. Qingran indeed felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, yet in this unfamiliar place, sleep eluded her. Outside, Song Shiai's held his phone, intermittently refreshing the campus forum. At 11:23, his countenance darkened unexpectedly upon seeing Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma emerge. He cast a glance towards the curtain, where Qingran's figure was obscured by the white fabric. He sneered coldly at Xie Ying'an. "Do you still dare to come here? Are you unaware that my father wishes to see you destroyed?" Xie Ying'an lifted his chin, his exquisitely defined features etched with indifference, and replied in a lowered tone, "I have come here willingly. Feel free to make your move." Song Shiai's cursed under his breath and turned away, disinterested in their exchange. When his father learned that his son had nearly lost a tooth in a confrontation, he was indeed incensed. Known for his principle of repaying kindness and enmity alike, he could not swallow the humiliation of his son being assaulted. However, upon discovering Xie Ying'an's esteemed lineage through his subordinates, he chose to let the matter rest, recognizing that the origin of the conflict lay within his own family's shortcomings. In the hospital room, Song Ba reprimanded Song Shiai's harshly, declaring that one day, his official status and reputation would be tarnished by this ungrateful son. Song Shiai's, not lacking in intelligence, was acutely aware of the formidable identity behind Xie Ying'an, someone his father could not afford to provoke. The conflicts between men, naturally, must be resolved through physical means, albeit only after his discharge from the hospital. Two young men, who mutually despised each other, found themselves in an uncomfortable silence. Li Qingma was utterly speechless at Song Shiai's predicament. Here was a grown man, with a few loose teeth, earnestly residing in a hospital bed. What a remarkable display of pretense. However, upon his arrival, he had already subjected Song Shiai's to an array of 18 different forms of mockery, driving him to the brink of fury. At 11:46, Song Shiai's, with a hint of irritation, licked his damaged teeth and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Li Qingma scoffed, cautioning that he might end up licking his own teeth away. Song Shiai's rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage. The group refreshed the campus forum once more. Finding no new posts, Song Shi's couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, marveling at the patience displayed. Li Qingman narrowed his eyes, gripping his phone tightly. Should he discover the identity of the culprit, he would personally ensure their downfall. Reclining on his bed, Song Shi stretched lazily, asserting that as long as he was the victim, there was no room for others to act. Li Qingma shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Can't you see? This time, the poster is primarily targeting Li Qingran." Song Shi scoffed, "Nonsense. It's clearly aimed at me, depicting me as short and ugly. Damn it." Li Qingma scrutinized Song Shi's for a moment before glancing at Xie Ying'an and nodding. "Look at Xie Ying'an, then back at you. Indeed, you are rather unattractive." How familiar these words feel. With merely 2 minutes remaining until midnight, not only the few of them, but even Ruan was busy messaging Qingran on WeChat. The gentle maiden mused, "I believe the original poster will not step forward." She continued, "By the way, could the second-generation heir truly force the poster to serve time? If that is indeed the case, I would commend him as a man of courage." The phone vibrated softly beside her ear, and as Qingran lifted her eyelids for a fleeting glance, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, preventing her from picking it up. At the stroke of midnight, the school bar remained eerily silent. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma wore expressions as heavy as the depths of the ocean. It seemed that only they were taking this farce seriously. Song Shi's had also lost his sense of humor. The two girls featured in the post were embroiled in this public scandal because of him, and he could easily predict the peculiar glances their classmates would cast upon them if this matter did not reach a satisfactory conclusion. Xie Ying'an stepped out of the ward and dialed a number on his phone. His dark, brooding eyes lacked any glimmer of light as he placed the device to his ear and said, "Please help me investigate this. I appreciate it." After ending the call, he pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Li Qingma followed suit, casually closing the door behind him and leaning against the wall. "Do you have a cigarette?" Xie Ying'an inquired, tilting his head slightly. Li Qingma shook his head. "I could use one myself." After a brief silence, he added, "Song Shi's might have some." Xie Ying'an exhaled deeply, recalling that Qingran was still alone with Song Shi's in the ward. His expression shifted, and he turned back to push open the door. Inside, Song Shi's was still hurling threats on the post, and even the onlookers had dwindled at this late hour. Upon seeing Xie Ying'an enter, Song Shi's promptly raised 3 fingers in a vow of assurance, declaring that he had already hired someone to investigate the ID of the poster. "This matter arose because of me, and I shall provide you with an explanation." However, Xie Ying'an paid him no heed and walked straight towards the curtain behind which lay the next room. Chapter 27. A life of happiness awaits you. Qingran felt an overwhelming fatigue. Burdened with worries, she should not have been this tired. As she began to perceive vague images, she realized she had once again slipped into a dream. The dream unfolded in the dead of night, revealing 2 figures standing in the shadowy courtyard, the moonlight obscured by dark clouds, offering no glimmer of illumination. They were conversing, but the distance rendered their words inaudible. Hearing someone speak from behind was not a mark of honor, yet Qingran felt no inclination to approach. Nevertheless, her dream self moved forward against her will. An eerie silence enveloped the air, punctuated solely by the sorrowful cries of a woman, echoing profound anguish. A tall, slender man stood 5 paces behind the weeping woman, the night's haze obscuring his features, leaving even his general outline indistinct. After a moment, Qingran heard the man's voice, raspy and gravelly as if it had been filtered through sand. "Li Qingran, I exchange my remaining days for your happiness. What reason do you have to weep?" At that moment, Qingran understood that the woman crouched on the ground, sobbing, was the Li Qingran from the story. She wept silently, her muffled sobs evoking deep sympathy. The man turned to leave, brushing past Li Qingran, and in the stillness of the air, only his words lingered. "From now on, I shall marry you. We shall remain unconnected." The silhouette of a man passed through Qingran's body, and a sudden pang of pain struck her heart. She yearned to escape this place. But as she moved, the ache intensified. In a haze of consciousness, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. When she struggled to open her eyes, daylight had already broken. The pungent scent of antiseptic filled the air, and a slight discomfort lingered in her right hand, which lay outside the covers. Turning her head, her gaze was immediately drawn to an Ford drip. It then dawned on her that she was lying in a hospital bed, with a faint throbbing still present at her chest. A woman seated beside her, engrossed in her phone, noticed that Qingran had awakened and appeared pleasantly surprised. "You're awake?" she said with a smile, uttering what seemed to be a trivial remark, before hurriedly picking up her phone as if to make a call. Had it not been for her first words upon connecting, "Hello, Mr. Li. Miss Qingran has regained consciousness." Qingran might have thought she had drifted into another realm. After the woman ended the call, she pressed the nurse's bell at the bedside. Seizing the moment before the doctor arrived, she inquired of Qingran, "Mr. Li is on his way here. Do you feel any discomfort?" Qingran shook her head and closed her eyes once more. The doctor soon arrived, and upon learning that Qingran was not in any distress, merely advised her to rest before departing. Half an hour later, her father hurried in, looking weary from travel. His tie loosened and forgotten. He settled beside Qingran's bed, immediately asking if she felt any lingering pain. "Not anymore, Dad," Qingran replied, mustering a faint smile to reassure her father. With paternal solicitude evident in his gaze, Li Ba sighed, remarking, "My child, why do you endure such grievances in silence? Never confiding in your father? Bottling everything up inside will only lead to heartache." Qingran lowered her eyes, offering no response. The peculiar dream and the sudden, agonizing pain left her questioning whether she had somehow absorbed Li Qingran's suffering. Qingran's 3-day hospital stay for observation due to angina saw Song Xiai shamelessly frequenting her room, making sure to visit when no one else was around. Xie Ying'an, on the other hand, arrived earlier than Li Qingma after school each day. On the first day, Song Xiai merely raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing Xie Ying'an before excusing himself. Xie Ying'an cast a sidelong glance at Song Xiai's departing figure, his brow furrowing slightly, but ultimately said nothing, noticing Qingran's preoccupied state. He settled beside the hospital bed and began peeling an apple, the unbroken peel cascading down in a long spiral. Qingran couldn't help but lean closer in astonishment. Such skill was remarkable to someone as clumsy as herself. She offered a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Xie Ying'an looked up and smiled, his dark eyes sparkling with delight, a gentle smile gracing his lips, lending him an ethereal and handsome air that contrasted with his usual aloofness. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Qingran averted her gaze, realizing that since the main storyline began, Xie Ying'an had become increasingly captivating. As she turned her head away, Xie Ying'an continued with his task, slicing the final piece of the apple, its peel falling into the trash bin. He meticulously cut the apple into convenient little cubes, skewering them with toothpicks before offering them to Qingran. With her gaze lowered, Qingran accepted the offering and expressed her gratitude. The boy's fingers, stained with apple juice, made their way to the restroom for a quick wash. Upon exiting, he accidentally bumped heads with Li Qingma, who was entering. Li Qingma glared. "How come you're here before me?" Xie Ying'an glanced at Qingran, who was sitting on the hospital bed, eating the apple in a manner both obedient and charming. He pushed Li Qingma aside and resumed his seat beside Qingran, stating, "I walked faster than you." Li Qingma, expressionless, retorted, "Are you implying that my legs are short?" Xie Ying'an nodded, a smug look on his face, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Frustrated, Li Qingma frowned. "My sister wouldn't want you looking at her." His gaze halted at the small fruit platter in Qingran's hands. "Hey, Li Qingran, what are you eating?" Qingran pierced a piece of apple with her toothpick. "Is it sweet?" Li Qingma swallowed, his curiosity piqued. Qingran took another bite, savoring it before replying, "It's sweet." Li Qingma shamelessly leaned closer. "Let me have a taste." Xie Ying'an held up an unpeeled apple to block Li Qingma's face, insisting, "If you want to eat, peel your own." Li Qingma shot him an annoyed glance. "Did you peel Qingran's apple?" "Yes." "Then peel one for me too?" "Dream on." This only fueled Li Qingma's irritation. Xie Ying'an, steadfast in his principles, refused to peel another apple. After Qingran finished her piece, he took the platter to wash it. Qingran felt that her health had fully restored and insisted on being discharged from the hospital. However, no one, including Li's father, paid heed to her request. The hospital allowed only one visitor at a time. Li's father was engrossed in a critical phase of his work and could not spare the time to visit. Aunt Lu would have liked to come, but her age deterred her. Li Qingma still had classes, and Li's father forbade him from staying overnight at the hospital. In a stroke of serendipity, Zhao Yin, who had been idly at home, volunteered to accompany Qingran. Li's father felt particularly embarrassed and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yin profusely. Zhao Yin regarded Qingran as if she were half her own child, and, since her visit was merely for companionship, there was little she needed to assist with. At 6:45 in the evening, Zhao Yin observed her son and Li Qingma. "May I inquire, gentlemen," she began. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma looked up from their phones, puzzled by her interruption. "What time is it? Aren't you two leaving? Are you waiting for the doctor to usher you out?" Upon realizing the time, Li Qingma put away his phone, rose from his seat, and expressed his appreciation to Aunt Zhao, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. I shall take my leave now." Before departing, he made sure to tug at the still motionless Xie Ying'an, and they exited together. Xie Ying'an cast a glance at Qingran, who smiled and waved goodbye, her eyes devoid of the inexplicable repulsion she had exhibited in previous days. His spirits lifted slightly. "Mom, remember to call me if anything comes up," he reminded her. Zhao Yan, exuding impatience, urged him, "I know, now hurry along." As he opened the door, Li Qingma glanced back at Qingran, adopting an elder brotherly demeanor. "Be sure to listen to Aunt Zhao." Qingran could only roll her eyes at him. Later, around 8 o'clock, Song Shiai strolled in once more. At that moment, Zhao Yan was in the bathroom taking a shower. Song Shiai, upon entering the ward, was taken aback by the absence of an attendant. "No one is accompanying you tonight?" he inquired. Qingran lay on the hospital bed, unwilling to engage with him. "Oh, come on," Song Shiai said, unceremoniously sitting beside her bed and pulling the blanket over her head. "I have something important to discuss with you." Reluctantly, Qingran sat up, resigned to listen. "What do you want to say?" Song Shiai displayed a photograph for Qingran to see. "The poster has been identified. It's him." The image depicted a youth of around 18 or 19, squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, his features unremarkable and skin somewhat dark. The anger that had initially surged within Qin and had long dissipated, leaving her perplexed. "I don't even know him. Why would he slander me in this way? This fellow harbors feelings for Roland and is a bit of a stalker. Seeing that he cannot win her over, he resorts to defamation. By associating you with me, he perceives you as akin to Roland, thus inciting public opinion against you. Is he from our school?" Qingran pondered, noting that the youth's age hardly suggested he was a high school student. "Impossible. He dropped out in middle school. He used to live next door to Roland." "Oh, I see. You may leave now." Qingran dismissed him curtly. Song Shiai feigned a pitiful demeanor, exclaiming, "Li Qingran, I truly misjudged you. To think you would use me and then cast me aside." Qingran regarded him with vacant eyes. "Have you forgotten who put me in this predicament?" At her words, Song Shiai fell silent, and after a moment of hesitation, he quietly murmured, "I'm sorry." Then she remarked, "However, your temper is quite excessive. To be driven into a faint by a mere post is truly astonishing." Just then, the restroom door swung open, and Zhao Yan, clad in her pajamas and holding a hairdryer, approached. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Shiai. "Classmate, how did you get in here?" In Chapter 28. His hands trembled. Unable to resist the charm of Song Shiai, whose eloquence flowed effortlessly, Zhao Yan found herself beaming with joy. Even after Song Shiai had departed, Zhao Yan continued to speak to Qingran. "Your classmate is quite remarkable. He possesses a silver tongue. Yet, I noticed his complexion was rosy and his movements agile. How is it that he ended up hospitalized?" Zhao Yan expressed her confusion. Qingran could barely contain her expression, for ultimately, the reason behind Song Shiai's hospitalization could only be clarified by your son. She uttered, against her better judgment, "I don't know. Perhaps he has an underlying condition." This statement felt somewhat unjust to Song Shiai. Zhao Yan's expression faltered for a moment as she murmured, "It's truly unexpected. What a pity." Lying on the accompanying bed while applying a face mask, Zhao Yan's phone buzzed with a video call invitation. She glanced at it and passed the phone to Qingran. "Could you answer this for me?" As Qingran accepted the phone and saw the name in Zai, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Upon reflection, what wrong had Xie Ying'an truly committed? He had never ignored her as described in the books, nor had he stood idly by when Huang Chenyu targeted her. Even the unfriendly Song Shiai had ended up in the hospital due to him. Qingran's finger glided toward the answer button. The screen opposite revealed the delicate profile of a young boy, his head bowed as he avoided gazing at the display. Fine strands of hair cascaded down, obscuring his refined features. Under the glow of the incandescent light, a halo of brilliance illuminated the dark, slightly curled locks atop his head. Upon hearing a sound from this side, Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze, a word of maternal concern poised on his lips, yet abruptly halted. Qingran smiled at the screen. Switching to the rear camera aimed at Zhao Yan, explaining, "Auntie is applying a facial mask and cannot speak." Zhao Yan waved her arm lazily at the phone and then closed her eyes again. With a dismissive huff, Zhao Yan muttered, "Little brat," followed by some inaudible words that Qingran could not catch. The camera angle shifted slightly on Xie Ying'an's side, revealing that he was still engrossed in his studies at the desk. The desk lamp illuminated the physics paper he was working on, the answer sections densely filled with writing, indicative of his diligent efforts. Qingran was taken aback. The protagonist aura she had attributed to Xie Ying'an was, in fact, supported by unseen hard work. Xie Ying'an replied softly, setting down his pen, as the phone screen spun wildly, presenting a rather unflattering angle directed at his face. Nonetheless, being the male lead, even this unfortunate perspective could not diminish his attractiveness. Instead, the misaligned camera captured the elegance of his collarbone, clearly revealing a small red mole upon it. Ruan had once remarked that a man with a mole on his collarbone signifies a gentle disposition, kindness towards others, and a preference for harmony in all matters. At that time, Ruan expressed herself thus, for the summer school uniform had a wide collar, and Xie Ying'an's exquisite beauty captivated Ruan. She discreetly scrutinized Xie Ying'an, not overlooking a single inch of skin exposed beyond his attire. Upon noticing the beauty mark on his collarbone, she exclaimed it to be seductive, even declaring that a kiss would be worth a lifetime. There was a hint of the sentiment that one would rather die beneath the peony, embracing a life of indulgence and death. Yet, Xie Ying'an's disposition was notably indifferent, entirely incompatible with any notion of meekness. He lowered his gaze to glance at her, inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved," she replied. Xie Ying'an's lips curved into a slight smile, his strong facial contours softening to an almost unrecognizable degree. Although he still bore a notable temper, Qingran stifled a laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. Only she understood that within the pages of her book, Qingran could only attain rebirth after bidding farewell to the excruciating pain that gnawed at her bones. Her heart's anguish, it seemed, resonated from a similar source. "Where is your phone?" Xie Ying'an asked her. Qingran glanced at the device resting beside her bed, noting that it was out of battery. "I will bring a charger for you tomorrow." "All right. Rest early." Qingran contemplated lending her phone to Zhao Yan, but Zhao Yan had gone to the restroom to wash her face, leaving the room empty at that moment. "Auntie is washing her face. Could you wait a moment?" "No need," Xie Ying'an replied, holding the phone as he walked, clearly not in search of her. Just as the video call ended, Zhao Yan emerged from the restroom, her face alight with joy as she sat on the bedside, looking at Qingran. "Have you finished chatting with Auntie?" Qingran felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. "Auntie," Xie Ying'an said he would call you again tomorrow morning. "Oh no." Zhao Yan took the phone from Qingran, wearing a distressed expression. "Qingran, you have no idea how early that boy gets up every morning." "Is it very early?" Although Xie Ying'an had never been late or left early, he always arrived at school right on time. Qingran had always assumed he was like Li Qingma, someone who enjoyed sleeping in. It's not like that. He gets up promptly at 5:30 every morning to go jogging, rain or shine. Thanks to his grandfather's strict training, Zhao Yan lamented. Qingran chuckled. "Exercising is a good thing. I just don't have that kind of willpower." Zhao Yan left the hospital at 8 in the morning, allowing Aunt Lu to take over. Aunt Lu arrived with 2 large thermoses, bringing breakfast for Qingran. It was a common trait among elderly people her age to believe that food from outside was unhygienic. Song Shiai sauntered over like a dog, drawn by the aroma. His gaze first landed on the thermoses, and Qingran swore she saw his eyes brighten before he turned to her. "Li Qingran, how could you eat alone? Finally learned how to write injustice, huh?" Qingran shot him a glare and continued eating. Aunt Lu looked at Qingran, hesitating. "Who is this young man?" Song Shiai resumed his professional smile. "Hello, Auntie. I am Li Qingran's, hospital companion." The young man was quite polite, and Aunt Lu nodded with a smile. "Did you cook this meal, Auntie?" I could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Song Shiai stared intently at the meal before him, unambiguous about his primary purpose for being there. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Lu chuckled with even greater delight. A common trait among Chinese mothers is their joy when their culinary skills are acknowledged. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" she inquired, already picking up an empty bowl. Song Shiai rubbed his stomach, revealing an embarrassed smile. Indeed, the food outside is unpalatable, and the meal from home has yet to arrive. They probably forgot. His voice dwindled as he spoke, feigning a bitter demeanor and bowing his head. This pretentious display made Qingran lose her appetite for the rice in her bowl. If the Song family were to forget their young master Song, wouldn't they be in for a tumultuous uproar? Before long, Song Shiai, leaning on his pitiful appearance, settled across from Qingran with a white porcelain ladle in hand. At his age, his appetite was astonishing. Aunt Lu had brought a substantial amount of food, nearly all of which found its way into his stomach. Once Aunt Lu departed with her empty thermos, Qingran issued an unceremonious dismissal. Still lingering after a hearty meal? "TSK. Song Shiai, toothpick in mouth, gazed at her and remarked, Li Qingran, you've changed. She regarded him with an impassive expression. Exactly, he clapped his hands. The true Li Qingran should exhibit this demeanor towards me. Qingran walked over to open the window, sunlight pouring in and illuminating her fair skin, which appeared as white as snow. Song Shiai's momentarily lost his train of thought before hearing her ask, Song Shiai's, do you have a penchant for masochism? Song Shiai's paid no heed to Qingran's words, nonchalantly shaking one leg. Li Qingran, you're just as temperamental. How could you possibly be any better than me? Qingran remained noncommittal. Her gentle nature did not imply that she was accommodating. Song Shiai spat out the toothpick, reclining lazily in his chair as he remarked, I must say, Xie Ying'an truly lacks ambition. The other day, when you fainted, that fellow was so frightened that he trembled while holding your hand. Ha! Qingran's heart jolted at his words, and she shot an incredulous look at Song Shiai's. What did you just say? Chapter 29. Passing the classroom twice the day after Qingran was hospitalized. Xie Ying'an was the first to arrive at the hospital after school. At that moment, Song Shiai's was amusing Qingran with jokes. After finishing one, he laughed heartily while she remained stoic. Qingran regarded him as if he were a peculiar specimen. Gradually, Song Shiai's found it difficult to maintain his laughter under her gaze, and he scoffed, Li Qingran, you truly lack a sense of humor. Turning around, he was startled to see Xie Ying'an leaning against the doorway. What time is it? Song Shiai's glanced at his wristwatch. You're not skipping class, are you? It was 17:22, clearly indicating that Xie Ying'an had not cut class. It seemed not everyone shared his penchant for truancy, leaving Song Shiai somewhat disheartened. Xie Ying'an strode in with long strides, frowning at him. Don't you have your own ward? Song Shiai's raised an eyebrow. Why would my room be any more pleasant than someone else's? The insufferable expression on his face successfully ignited a sense of irritation in Xie Ying'an, who cast a cold glare at Song Shiai's. Qingran's mind drifted back to the image of him peeling an apple yesterday, and a playful spirit surged within her as she eagerly gazed at the most prominent pineapple among the assortment of fruits. I wish to have pineapple, she declared. Song Shiai swallowed hard and replied, count me in. The pineapple, notoriously unreliable as a gift, had been brought by Song Shiai's, who, in all seriousness, claimed ignorance of Qingran's fruit preferences and thus decided to procure a variety. Faced with such a lavish and carefree young master, Qingran felt utterly overwhelmed. Xie Ying'an picked up a pineapple, directing his gaze at Qingran seated across from him. She was skeptical that he would actually peel a pineapple, her attention fully engaged. Song Shiai's, utterly oblivious, pulled a chair over to join the gathering at the square table. Xie Ying'an unsheathed a fruit knife, expertly slicing off the top and bottom of the pineapple before making 3 even cuts from top to bottom. He extracted a piece, pressed the pineapple down, and deftly separated the skin from the flesh, slicing the fruit into neat pieces and arranging them decoratively on a fruit platter. The swift and skillful display left both Qingran and Song Shiai's in a state of stunned silence. With quick reflexes, Xie Ying'an swatted away Song Shiai's outstretched hand, coolly reminding him, this is not for you. Song Shiai's could hardly believe his ears. He was astonished that Xie Ying'an could possess such a heartless demeanor. Unfazed by the comment, Xie Ying'an picked up a fruit skewer, spearing a piece and offering it to Qingran. However, as she reached for the skewer, her movements hesitated, and the words Song Shiai's had spoken that morning replayed in her mind like a fleeting montage. In the forenoon, Song Shiai's inquired with suspicion, gossiping, tell me truthfully, are you two involved in a clandestine romance? He feigned solemnity, raising 3 fingers as if to swear, rest assured, I shall divulge nothing to anyone. The topic of early romance is exceedingly sensitive for high school students, particularly for exemplary students like Qingran. A girl as perceptive as her has already meticulously charted every step of her future path. Upon hearing Qingran assert the impossibility of her engaging in puppy love, Song Shiai's gaze grew noticeably more peculiar. Xie Ying'an discerned her strained consumption, surmising that the pineapple's flavor was unpalatable. He promptly slid the pineapple towards Song Shiai's. Song Shiai's was overjoyed. Even the tart pineapple tasted delightful to him. Li Qingma did not arrive at the hospital until 1743. As soon as he stepped into the ward, he began exclaiming, the traffic was nearly impassable. He visibly faltered upon seeing Xie Ying'an before questioning. How did you arrive so swiftly again? Did you encounter no congestion? Li Qingma remained skeptical. Upon Li Qingma's entrance, Qingran noticed that Ruan and Wen Shi trailed behind him. Ruan's eyes lit up upon seeing Qingran, and she rushed forward, arms outstretched. Ah, my Ran. I have missed you terribly. Xie Ying'an furrowed his brow and pulled Qingran away, causing Ruan to lose momentum and tumble onto the hospital bed. Song Shiai's erupted in laughter. Song Shiai spread his hands. Why are you glaring at me? It was not I who pulled Li Qingran away. Ruan naturally did not dare to glare at Xie Ying'an, although Song Shiai's possessed formidable strength in Ruan's eyes. He was merely a second-generation rich individual with poor grades and character, utterly incomparable to the handsome and academically accomplished school idol. Your laughter is simply unbearable, she retorted sharply. Furthermore, Xie Ying'an had only brought Angora along for the sake of Ran. She had yet to recover fully from her illness. And in her moment of joy upon seeing Ran, she momentarily forgot about her condition. The last statement was clearly an explanation directed at Xie Ying'an. Damn it. Song Shiai's muttered a curse under his breath. Behind him, Li Qingma playfully kicked Song Shiai's, though it was evident that he exerted little force. What are you doing? Just so you know, I'm not fond of that, he warned. Li Qingma was nearly exasperated. Please act normally. Qingran approached to help Ruan to her feet. And when she followed suit, the three girls settled beside the hospital bed, while a few boys discreetly stepped outside. Li Qingma attempted to drape an arm around Xie Ying'an's neck, but his shorter stature rendered the gesture somewhat comical from behind. Ruan seized Qingran's hand and exclaimed, My dear Qingran, did you notice how when I wanted to give you a bear hug just now, and Ji's gaze was almost lethal? When she gently interjected, Ruan. You might have indeed been a tad too impulsive. What if you had toppled over onto Qingran? Qingran shook her head in resignation, I assure you. I am not that fragile. Ruan, filled with indignation, spoke up. The person who posted this is truly despicable. I've heard that even our school has begun to take this matter seriously. To put it bluntly, Song Shiai's is the true instigator of this incident, yet he remains unscathed. When she quietly reminded her, but didn't Song Shiai's end up hospitalized after being attacked by Xie classmate? Ruan paused. Well, he deserved it. She then turned her head towards Qingran and recounted the recent happenings at school. Qingran, you wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, Huang Qianyu and Sun Xian gathered together during recess, whispering and giggling as if they were amused by a trivial joke. However, after the clarification post was released last night, they certainly weren't laughing today, haha. Qingran suppressed a smile, but suddenly recalled something. By the way, have you seen Senior Roland around school these past few days? This situation ultimately stemmed from her. Ruan shook her head. I heard she hasn't been attending classes lately. It seems she posted an apology to you on the school forum last night. Didn't you see it? Qingran pointed to her phone, which was still charging. My phone ran out of battery yesterday morning. Indeed. Xie Ying'an had kept her promise and brought a charger when she arrived today, allowing Qingran's phone to finally regain power. Let us hurry up. What are we waiting for? We'll be able to study together the day after tomorrow. Li Qingma stood at the door, urging them with lowered eyelids. Ruan, and when she bid farewell to Qingran. Just before leaving, Ruan leaned in close to Qingran and whispered, Are you familiar with Jishin? Qingran looked at her, puzzled. In hushed tones, Ruan elucidated, The esteemed Ji graced our classroom entrance not once, but twice today. Twice. I say. She extended two delicate fingers. Given that our location is a considerable distance from their senior class, a detour to our humble abode seems highly improbable. What could have possibly compelled him to venture near our classroom? Qingran lowered her gaze, her elongated lashes fluttering uncontrollably. As nightfall descended, Qingran activated her cellular device, which had completed its charging cycle. Upon entering her passcode, a cascade of messages belatedly materialized. Initially, there were missives of solicitude from Lao Wu spanning 2 days, followed by WeChat messages of commiseration from her classmates. Qingran's fingertip lingered over the contact bearing the surname Ji. After a moment of deliberation, she tapped the screen. Yesterday, 1907 G. You were scheduled to nourish the feline companions today, G. Your presence was notably absent. Today, 712 G. G. He conveyed news of your leave of absence. G. Will you be attending to the feline companions today? 2003 G. Your absence was noted. Qingran clutched her cellular device, beset by a sense of bewilderment. Merely 2 days prior, she had proactively sought to establish WeChat contact with Ji Yanchen, citing the pretext of coordinating future feline sustenance endeavors. Yet, scarcely 2 days had elapsed before she reneged on her commitment. Alas, the auditory signal of an incoming video call reverberated, causing Qingran, who was immersed in contemplation, to recoil in surprise, nearly relinquishing her grip on the device. Qingran glanced at the screen, where the appellation Xie Ying'an was prominently displayed. Qingran vacillated momentarily between accepting and declining the communication. Zhao Yin cast an amiable glance in her direction, inquiring, "Is that a call from Anze?" Qingran offered a nod of affirmation before decisively accepting the call. Chapter 30. The Infancy Embrace Amidst His Myriad Obligations. Li's father judiciously allocated time to facilitate Qingran's discharge from the medical facility. At that moment, Song's father happened to visit Song Xiai's. With only a wall separating their hospital rooms, and the doors were left ajar, resulting in a lack of soundproofing. Li's father, already holding the discharge papers, was still unwilling to relent and urged Qingran once more, why not stay a couple more days for further observation? Qingran firmly rejected him, stating, "Dad, the doctor has confirmed that I can be discharged. Despite undergoing various examinations for her chest pain, no underlying cause was identified, and the doctor had recommended a 2 or 3 day observation period." Li's father intended to persuade her further, but a furious shout from next door interrupted his words. Song Xiai's, a middle-aged man's voice, strained with anger, broke through several layers of tension. Yet, Song Xiai's voice was not heard. Only the reprimand from Song's father echoed, "Doctor, Zhou has already informed me. Those few rotten teeth of yours have healed long ago. How much longer do you intend to linger in the hospital?" Once Li's father left the room, Song Xiai staggered over again. His gaze fell upon a small bag that Qingran was packing, and feigning ignorance, he asked, "Are you being discharged?" "Yes, this afternoon," Qingran replied, setting her phone down and taking a thorough look at Song Xiai's from head to toe. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze, he stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing." Qingran shook her head, then inquired, "Did you get beaten?" Song Xiai's was taken aback, his expression gradually darkening. He scoffed, "How could I not get beaten? Old Song loves to hit me. How tragic," he lamented, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I never said I didn't want to be discharged. I merely suggested staying for another week or so." And the old man exploded. "Is there really such a parent? Another week of hospitalization?" Qingran found herself utterly speechless. It was said that when Song Xiai's visited the hospital, the doctor remarked that his minor injuries were utterly commonplace and did not warrant a hospital stay. Yet, Song Xiai's insisted that these were not trivial matters, demanding the doctor to issue a hospital admission order, claiming to suffer from headaches, back pain, and a litany of other ailments, even citing a series of potential aftereffects, accusing the doctor of lacking both medical ethics and a sense of responsibility. The doctor, left with no alternative, reluctantly granted him a 3-day admission. However, that was still unsatisfactory for him. He insisted the doctor extend it to a week. "Isn't it better at school?" Qingran inquired. "Not at all," Song Xiai's replied without hesitation. As he settled himself onto a neatly arranged hospital bed, his gaze drifting to an indeterminate point, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. "Qingran, you high-achieving students cannot fathom the trials we underperformers endure in school." A sudden alarm blared in Qingran's mind as she observed the melancholic expression on Song Xiai's face, tilted upward at a 45-degree angle. Could it be that he was adopting a melancholic demeanor? She then heard him continue, "Especially for someone like me, handsome, fit, and from a good family, I can languish through high school and still attend a respectable university or even study abroad for a veneer of prestige. My starting point is significantly elevated compared to most. Each day, I encounter a myriad of gazes, some filled with admiration, others with envy." He sighed heavily, concluding, "It's utterly vexing." Qingran could only think, things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Damn it, this fool, Song Xiai's, would never fail to surprise her. Zhao Yin enthusiastically proposed to host a welcoming gathering for Qingran, aiming to dispel the misfortunes from her hospital stay. Li's father readily agreed. Thus, by 6 o'clock in the evening, the living room of Qingran's home was filled with guests, comprised essentially of 3 families: the Xie family, the Lu family, and Zhao Yan's family. Being a woman of meticulous thought, Zhao Yin anticipated that having Aunt Lu prepare an abundance of dishes would lead to chaos. So she had arranged for Anton from her own household to assist early on. Ruan intended to visit Qingran at the hospital, but upon learning of her discharge, she accompanied Li Qingmo instead. A group of adolescents gathered together, with Lu Luoxi and Li Qingmo already engrossed in their games. Qingran and Ruan settled on the sofa, while Lu Luoxi's little sister perched on Qingran's lap, reluctant to leave. The little girl, merely over 2 years old, was the cherished daughter of Qingran's aunt, and she was doted upon immensely. Just like her sister in childhood, she was chubby and fair, and it wasn't too long before Qingran's leg grew numb from the weight. Stealing a glance from the gaming frenzy, Lu Luo, she called out, urging her sister Lu Xiaoxia to join her instead of clinging to Qingran. However, the plump little Lu Xiaoxia paid no heed to her sister, her large eyes sparkling as they fixed on Ruan, who was charmed by the little one's innocence. Ruan gently stroked the soft, smooth cheeks of the chubby girl. Lu Xiaoxia beamed a sweet smile at her, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her chubby cheeks, utterly enchanting. Ruan was nearly overwhelmed with delight. Wow. The innocence of children is simply irresistible, isn't it, Ran? Qingran, cradling Lu Xiaoxia's round little belly, was apprehensive that the little one might tumble off her lap, and she felt no inclination to find this chubby child, who had made her leg numb, particularly endearing. Qingran's aunt engaged in conversation with Zhao Yan, and the 2 women, transitioning from cosmetics to fashion, thoroughly opened the floodgates of dialogue, enthusiastically recommending various exquisite clothing brands to one another. At this moment, Xie Ying'an and Xiao approached, walking in tandem, with Xiao trailing slightly behind and seemingly whispering something to Xie Ying'an. They were too distant for Qingran to discern their words, but she could see them conversing. The young girl laughed, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, and her oversized school uniform accentuated her slender figure. Qingran couldn't help but sigh. As the plot progressed, the appearances of the second female lead gradually increased. Xie Ying'an nodded in response to Xiao, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Qingran. He approached to greet the elders and, with his long strides, made his way over. Ruan excitedly exclaimed, "Ah, my Ngu is coming to find Mo Gu." Xie Ying'an halted in front of Qingran, taking the chubby child from her arms and casually handing over several notebooks he held. His youthful voice was clear and resonant. "These are notes from the past few days. You can take a look when you have time." Ruan muttered under her breath. "Well." The little chubby girl suddenly shifted to a different embrace, initially dazed and on the verge of crying, but upon hearing the voice of the person holding her, she paused, and her small hands reached up to sift through Xie Ying'an's hair, attempting to see his face. This sequence of events left Qingran utterly astonished. Ruan was even more surprised, questioning herself. Could it be that a 2-year-old child already possesses an aesthetic sense? Following closely behind Xie Ying'an, and Xiao greeted Qingran and the others with a smile, before heading towards the kitchen to lend a hand. Qingran, however, gently pulled her back, stating that guests should not be made to work. In the narrative, it is not Li Qingran who falls ill, but rather Li Qingmo, who suffers from acute appendicitis and spends several days in the hospital. In a similar scene, Xie Ying'an, delayed by an hour due to a physics class, encounters Xiao, whose bicycle has broken down. The sight of them entering the door, one after the other, pierced Li Qingran's heart deeply. She responded coldly to Xiao's greeting, adopting an air of superiority, yet refrained from uttering anything too harsh. And Xiao's assistance in the kitchen seemed perfectly reasonable to her. But this very act sparked resentment within the secondary female character, and Xiao paused, forcing a smile, and replied, "No, I came here to help my mother." With that, she nodded at Qingran and dashed into the kitchen. Li Qingmo called out to Xie Ying'an, urging him to take the little chubby one to Qingran and join the game. Uninterested in playing, Xie Ying'an settled beside Qingran with the child in his arms and turned to Li Qingmo, saying, "You all play. My phone is out of battery." Ruan gently nudged Qingran's arm and whispered, Ran, what do you think would happen if I secretly took a picture of Ngu with the child?" Qingran glanced at her coolly and replied, "What do you think?" Sighing in resignation, Ruan cast a furtive glance at Xie Ying'an, who was feeding the chubby child cookies, and could not help but murmur her reflections. "Brother is so fond of children, you will undoubtedly be a doting father. Mo Gu is truly fortunate." Suddenly, a crucial question struck her. How could children possibly come from the union of Brother and Mo Gu? Qingran's fingertips trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze, recalling whether there were any children in the narrative concerning Xie Ying'an. The supplementary chapters of the book featured 2 segments dedicated to him, portraying his married life as neither particularly blissful nor dismal. Despite a decade of marriage, the narrative did not mention any offspring. Zhao Yan inadvertently glanced over, momentarily stunned by the sight of Xie Ying'an cradling a child. Could this truly be the same son of hers who had always harbored a disdain for infants? Chapter 31. Returning to school, the chubby child was soon whisked away by his mother, his little fingers pointing at Xie Ying'an, an expression of reluctance gracing his face. This spectacle elicited peals of laughter from those around. Zhao Yan laughed the heartiest, astonished by how well her Anzi connected with children. As mealtime approached, Li Qingma and Lu Luoxi stowed away their phones. Lu Luoxi smirked at the chubby child, remarking on his evident preference for those of striking appearance, an unabashed esthetician. Li Qingma, taken aback, pondered how such a young child could discern beauty from ugliness. He is only 2 years old, she exclaimed. Lu Luoxi rolled her eyes, asserting that the child had long since learned to recognize faces, thus naturally distinguishing between beauty and plainness. I have never cared for little ones. How would I know? Li Qingmo languidly draped his arm over Xie Ying'an's shoulder, turning his head to ask with a hint of schadenfreude, "Did you enjoy today's physics class?" Xie Ying'an huffed coldly. Remaining silent, Ruan discreetly took out her phone to capture the silhouette of Xie Ying'an and Li Qingmo, while Qingran approached, inquiring about their conversation. Xie Ying'an, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and diverted the topic, saying they were discussing nothing of significance. Li Qingma chuckled softly, explaining to Qingran, "Today, we both requested leave from the substitute physics teacher. The teacher granted my request, but denied his. Do you know why?" Qingran shook her head in confusion. With a mischievous twinkle in his eye, Li Qingma continued, "Because my reason was more compelling. I asked for leave to visit my sister, while he requested to see a good friend. Can they really be compared?" Xie Ying'an shot Li Qingma a fleeting glance, raising an eyebrow as he suddenly remarked, "Siblings are not necessarily the closest of relationships." Li Qingma, with a nonchalant demeanor, retorted, "What could be closer than siblings? Parent-child? Father-daughter? In the end, aren't they all bound by blood?" Xie Ying'an offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond further. His gaze lowered as he wiped away the water stains left by a chubby classmate on his school uniform. Qingran observed Xie Ying'an for a moment. The young boy's downcast eyes and long, dark lashes seemed to brush against his tear mole, creating a strikingly beautiful visage. Anton and Aunt Lu were both exceptional cooks, and Ruan relished the food immensely. Beside her sat Lu Luoxi, and the two food enthusiasts quickly forged a friendship over their shared love for culinary delights. Xie Ying'an displaced Li Qingma, who had sat down beside him, and took his place to the left of Qingran. Discreetly, he exchanged the cold beverage in Qingran's cup for warm water. Leaning closer, Qingran whispered her gratitude. "Thank you." Xie Ying'an inclined his head as well, and upon catching those two words, a smile broke across his face, the light in his eyes nearly overflowing. The two sat in close proximity, the refreshing scent of mint entwining with the gentle aroma of grass, making it difficult to discern whose fragrance was more delightful. Early Thursday morning, Qingran was already seated in the classroom, when she, known for her punctuality, was thrilled to see Qingran's arrival. "Qingran, you finally made it to class." Huang Qinyu and Sun Xian approached, engaged in jovial conversation, but upon spotting Qingran, Huang Qinyu's smile faltered, freezing on her face. Qingran keenly observed that Shi Fanfan was diligently studying at her desk, seemingly detached from the group. Huang Qinyu scoffed, muttering under her breath, after such an incident, "I wonder how some people still have the audacity to attend class." Her words, neither too loud nor too soft, were audible to the few students present in the otherwise quiet classroom. A hush fell over the room as Qingran lifted her gaze from her notebook, her round apricot eyes betraying no emotion. "What did you say?" she inquired. Huang Qinyu, arms crossed and standing at the podium, adopted a condescending posture. "Oh, you didn't hear me? Allow me to repeat myself." With a malicious grin, she intentionally raised her voice, articulating each word with clarity. "I said you went out with a wild man. How can you still have the face to come to class?" Slap. A notebook flew through the air, striking Huang Qinyu squarely in the face. Huang Qinyu clutched her nose and screamed, warm blood trickling through her fingers. At that moment, when she finally reacted, she stood up to defend Qingran, exclaiming, "How can you behave like this?" It was clearly Huang Qinyu who started spreading rumors. "I can testify for classmate Qingran." Sun Xian warned when she, transfer student, "Shut your mouth." Qingran scoffed, tightening her grip on her phone, and indifferently replied, "Go ahead." Chen Shiwen, her fist clenched in anger, stormed towards the exit. Just then, Qingran called out to Chen Shiwen, who was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Qingran leisurely reminded her, "Don't forget to help report Huang to the police." Chen Shiwen was taken aback. "Report to the police? Is this really worth it?" Qingran opened the video she had just recorded on her phone, cranked up the volume to its maximum, and filled the classroom with Huang Qinyu's words. "I said you want to play with some wild man. How can you still have the face to come to class?" Leaning against the back desk, Qingran watched Huang Qianyu's shocked expression with calm amusement. The entire Class 2 of Grade 11 fell silent. For those familiar with Qingran knew her to be a serene girl, untroubled by worldly affairs, and only concerned with her academic standing. She faced everything with an easygoing demeanor, her nature exceptionally gentle. It was indeed a remarkable feat for Huang Qianyu to provoke her to such an extent. Sun Xian felt a genuine fear. She released her grip on Huang Qianyu and took a small step back. The school bully, Li Qingma's violent tendencies had already left a significant psychological shadow on Sun Xian, and Qingran's resolute stance against bullying, indifferent to Huang Qianyu's wealth, was a clear signal of her strength. Hai has never lacked students from affluent families. Huang Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What is the matter, Li Qingran? Are you afraid of others speaking out while you pretend to be a model student? Seeing you like this makes me feel nauseous. Her phone flipped over on the desk as Qingran, seemingly indifferent, raised her gaze. Huang Qianyu, you're 17 this year, aren't you? Huang Qianyu tossed a tissue stained with her own blood into the trash, spitting contemptuously toward it before leisurely turning her attention back to Qingran. What business is it of yours? Still feeling unsatisfied, she slapped the desk with a resounding thud. Li Qingran, this matter is far from over. Qingran, unperturbed, coolly replied, oh, it's nothing really. Just a reminder that once you turn 16, you must face the consequences of your actions. I currently possess evidence of your slander against me. A smile curved her lips, remnants of her previous gentleness still lingering in her expression. By the way, isn't your father wealthy? What a coincidence. Mine is as well. Let us not beat around the bush. I intend to go head-to-head with your family. Huang Qianyu glared at her through the layers of desks, covering her mouth and nose in disbelief. At that moment, a knock echoed against the classroom window, prompting the students to collectively gaze outside. The usually taciturn and aloof Jishin stood outside, his youthful features strikingly handsome beneath the backward baseball cap. He merely watched Qingran through the glass, devoid of any further action. Qingran paused for a moment, powered down her phone, and tucked it into her pocket as she stepped outside. A faint murmur from a female classmate reached her ears. Wow, who is that stunning guy outside? Unfamiliar, yet adorned in our school's uniform. He must indeed be one of us. The female students behind them ecstatically nudged each other, exclaiming, it's Jishin. The girls in the rear were flushed with excitement, gushing. It's Jishin, it's really him. I just saw him put on a baseball cap. Nearby female students flocked over, one asking, Yang, is that really Jishin out there? The girls exchanged thrilled glances, marveling. What was Jishin thinking, veiling such unparalleled beauty for so long? Indeed, another chimed in, his countenance rivals even our esteemed campus heartthrob. Xie. Some demurred, I wouldn't say so. I find Xie's allure more captivating. Hold your infatuations, one interjected. Shouldn't the focus be on why Jishin summoned Li Qingran outside? Chapter 32. Unsurpassed Ruan, clutching a bottle of yogurt, ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, arriving at school neither too early nor too late. The second floor, home to Class 1 of the sophomore year, held a corridor that served as a thoroughfare for teachers, typically devoid of loitering students. Yet today, Ruan observed two exceptions, a youth in a baseball cap, turned away from her, and a girl standing beside him. TSK, Ruan mused, taking a hearty bite of her steamed bun. Are high school students these days so audacious? Engaging in romance without regard for discretion? The dog food consumed rendered even the steaming buns in hand less appealing. In the corridor to the left, two individuals walked, while Ruan's classroom lay in the opposite direction. Sipping her yogurt, she continued forward, only to suddenly halt as her peripheral vision caught sight of a female student. Wait a moment, why does that girl's profile resemble her dear Ran so closely? Ruan took 2 steps back, peering again with her sidelong glance. Goodness, it truly was her beloved Ran. Who, pray tell, was the audacious individual daring to approach Ran? With a multitude of students at F High, the corridor was spacious and bustling, filled with classmates other than Ruan. Her stealthy movements went unnoticed by Qingran, and even less so by Ji Yanchen, who would hardly pay attention to a mere passerby. Ruan turned in the opposite direction and finally beheld the features of the youth standing across from Qingran. The boy, wearing a black baseball cap backward, revealed a smooth forehead, almond-shaped eyes, and elegant brows, with a straight nose above his subtly pressed lips. He stood taller than Qingran, as upright as a pine tree. Wow, Ruan clutched her racing heart. She was utterly captivated by the boy's handsome visage. When had such a striking figure appeared in school, rivaling the renowned school heartthrob Xie Ying'an? The two stood there, seemingly engaged in conversation, while passing students occasionally glanced their way before hastily resuming their journey to class. Xie Ying'an stood nonchalantly at the staircase, observing Qingran and the boy around the corner. Yet Ruan could not discern his expression despite the light streaming in. Indeed, after a short while, Qingran hurriedly bid farewell to the boy, seemingly exchanging a glance with Xie Ying'an before they proceeded towards the classroom, one following the other. Qingran wore a neutral expression, while Xie Ying'an, walking behind her, appeared even colder. With a gentle determination, she quickened her pace to catch up. Qingran pondered how to delicately inform Ruan that she had been observing them while she conversed with Jishun. As Xie Ying'an brushed past them, Ruan waved and greeted him. "Hello, brethren." The boy, who would at least have offered a polite acknowledgement in the past, now wore a frigid expression, scarcely lifting his eyelids. Ruan swallowed hard and linked her arm with Qingran's, asking, "What's wrong with brethren? Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. He was chatting and laughing with us, even hugging a chubby child for ages, nearly causing my eyes to pop in disbelief. How has he turned so aloof today?" Qingran shook her head, uncertain whether she truly did not know or simply chose not to say. Xie Ying'an was neither particularly good-natured nor notably bad. Over the years, numerous classmates had sought to befriend him, yet he maintained a detached demeanor, seemingly uninterested in forming connections. The only people who managed to befriend him were Li Qingma and the persistently clingy Su Chen. Upon entering the classroom, Ruan suddenly recalled that in her concern for brother's feelings, she had neglected to inquire about the identity of that strikingly handsome boy. Before she could even rise from her seat, Old Wu approached the podium, carrying a chemistry textbook. He scanned the classroom, noting that with 20 minutes remaining until class, several students were still absent. Old Wu's expression darkened noticeably. As he made his rounds, 2 students arrived. But only when the bell signaling the start of class rang did the remaining classmates finally assemble. Ruan silently cursed her oversight. Indeed, Mr. Wu once again fervently dispensed a copious amount of platitudes. "What is the matter with you all?" he exclaimed. "I do not demand that you rise before dawn and forget to eat and sleep for studying, but at the very least, you must be diligent and assiduous. Is your education for the benefit of others?" Mr. Wu spoke with impassioned eloquence at the podium. Whether his words resonated with the other students remained uncertain. But Qingran certainly did not absorb them. With eyes lowered, she feigned attention to her book, while her thoughts had long since wandered far away. Perhaps due to an innate character flaw, this young man, whose intellect was extraordinarily precocious, had established numerous records in the realm of mathematics. Even at the tender age of 16 or 17, he was hailed by his peers as a godlike presence. However, it was also because of this personality defect that he could not integrate into the lives of ordinary people, remaining solitary and alone wherever he went. Qingran had encountered Xie Ying'an at school. The renowned god Xie invariably attracted controversy wherever he went. Some said that such genius inspired envy, jealousy, and resentment. Others claimed that he resided in the clouds, vastly different from the common folk. Still others asserted that he was immersed in his own world, excessively lonely, preferring to be an ordinary person rather than God Xie. The god Xie, who had always been unwilling to reveal his true face in front of everyone, now acted differently. Wearing a baseball cap and revealing the facial features he usually concealed so carefully, like a hedgehog exposing its soft underbelly to people. Moreover, the momentous changes that could be attributed to God Xie were possibly because of her, which made Qingran feel somewhat flustered. Upon their initial encounter, Qingran found her memories of him to be hazy. Yet this time, she perceived him with clarity. Jishun did not meet her gaze, his eyes wandering into the void. As he brushed aside his hair, shedding his fade, though his heart remained tumultuous, akin to a restless child. In the 11th girl of the campus prince, the early portrayal of Jishun was but a few fleeting strokes, and Qingran struggled to recall why her former self had been so impulsive as to engage with such a novel. And what of Jishun? Why did the author later devote more ink to the depiction of this boy, cruelly forsaken by fate, yet tenderly reclaimed? Qingran pondered whether she had, in some intangible way, assisted Xie Ying'an, making the boy's attitude towards her an anomaly compared to others. This question had lingered since the day she witnessed Xie Ying'an feeding a cat. She had contemplated it, yet from the moment her memories began, she had been so well protected that opportunities to aid others had eluded her. Thus, was Jishin's regard for her merely a case of mistaken identity? Xie Ying'an observed calmly as Qingran folded the corner of her chemistry book before smoothing it out, repeating the motion over and over. Her fingers, delicate and rounded, with pale pink nails adorned by small white crescents, radiated a healthy sheen. A slight furrow graced her brow, indicating her deep immersion in her own thoughts. He turned his face away, feeling a growing unease at the sight of Qingran standing beside Xie Ying'an. As if the tension in his chest had thickened, an unrelenting weight that resisted release. Having grown up alongside Xie Ying'an, Xie Ying'an had seen glimpses of his true self beneath the veil of his long hair, despite the years spent in mutual company. Xie Ying'an's mother is a renowned dancer, celebrated for her beauty and elegance within the compound, while his father, a soldier, possesses equally striking features. It is thus no surprise that Xie Ying'an's appearance is commendable. Old Wu has commenced his new lesson at the podium, and Xie Ying'an has taken up her pen, opening her notebook. Xie Ying'an has always preferred solitude, and Li Qingran likewise harbors a disinclination towards extensive social interactions. How, then, could they possibly know one another? Moreover, why would Xie Ying'an choose to reveal himself in front of Xie Qingran? The once immaculate pages of his notebook are now a chaotic mess as he pauses momentarily, recalling the day he hastily sought Qingran after physics class, catching a glimpse of a silhouette beneath the ancient tree. He stood at the corner, clearly observing a familiar dark figure feeding cats alongside Qingran, but by the time he approached, that figure had vanished. The memory of that silhouette melds seamlessly with the present. Xie Ying'an. He murmurs the name, abruptly casting aside his pen and departing the classroom. Qingran is momentarily taken aback, watching as Old Wu halts his lecture. The entire class, along with the teacher, witnesses his exit. Xie Ying'an, echoes Old Wu's furious voice behind him. Chapter 33. Rumors abound. No one is quite aware of why Xie Ying'an abruptly dashed out of Old Wu's class. At the age of 16 or 17, the youth are brimming with curiosity, particularly Ruan, who is nearly frantic with concern. As soon as the school bell rings, Ruan eagerly approaches Qingran, eager to accompany her to the cafeteria. Huang Qinyu sat in her seat, glaring at the retreating figures of her adversaries, her fingers clenched into fists, yet she dared not provoke further conflict. Li Qingran was indeed correct. She had later inquired about the backgrounds of the two girls, discovering they were of equal standing. Should a confrontation arise, it would merely result in mutual devastation. She had grown accustomed to her privileged lifestyle and could hardly fathom a life devoid of wealth. Nevertheless, she could not easily dismiss the incident where Li Qingran had struck her with a book, leaving her utterly humiliated. Sun Xian approached her. Qinyu, shall we go for a meal? Huang Qinyu shot her a glance and replied coldly, what is the point of eating? I have no appetite. You may go alone. Sun Xian was taken aback. What is wrong, Qinyu? Ignoring her, Huang Qinyu turned her attention to Chen Shiwen and Zhang Li, declaring, let us head to the convenience store. Chen Shiwen and Zhang Li exchanged glances, grinning as they followed Huang Qinyu out of the classroom, leaving Sun Xian standing alone, her expression exceedingly grim. Shi Fanfan lifted her gaze from her book to glance at Sun Xian before resuming her reading. Her mother's words rang true. Sun Xian and Chen Shiwen followed Huang Qinyu merely because she was generous and offered them sweet rewards. However, Shi Fanfan's family did not lack such trifles. Most classmates had been following the school forum, and the recent turmoil had provided ample gossip for everyone. This incident had thrust Qingran and the school beauty, Roland, into the spotlight. Fortunately, every tale has its twists. Once Song Shiai's posted his message and the malicious poster was unmasked. Many students realized it was merely a misunderstanding and collectively exhaled in relief. However, there are also students with impure intentions who cannot bear to see others thrive, incessantly proclaiming that the situation is far from simple. Imagine, a girl from class 7 in her second year, sporting a ponytail, turns to her deskmates and says, if this is truly just a misunderstanding, then why has the young heir not attended class until now? The girls exchange glances, and one of them nods, affirming, indeed, Xiaobing has a point. Encouraged by the agreement, Tan Xiaobing raises her feet onto her chair. Consider this. Why would the school bell attract the attention of that man? The number of supporters grows, with another girl adding, I also believe, a fly does not alight upon an egg without cracks. Song Shiai's interest in the school bell must stem from his roguish nature. The girls exchanged knowing glances, breaking into laughter. Tan Xiaobing lowered her voice conspiratorially. I've also heard that our school bell comes from a less than affluent background. Isn't it curious that the photos captured her holding a wad of cash? A collective realization dawned upon them. Ah, they exclaimed in unison. Thus, Tan Xiaobing confidently concluded, it is undoubtedly the school's intent to suppress such scandal. Fearing we might all be fools. Wait, Xiaobing, a girl with short hair interjected. What about Li Qingran? Indeed, the girl with short hair to the right did not agree with Tan Xiaobing's earlier remarks. She retorted, I have heard that Li Qingran excels academically, possesses beauty, and hails from a prestigious family. There is no need for her to associate with someone like the second-generation heir. Tan Xiaobing's expression darkened momentarily. Her slender eyes blinked twice before she replied, Su Chani, do you truly understand Li Qingran? Su Chani leaned against the desk behind her, raising an eyebrow. While I may not know Li Qingran well, I certainly know you, a person who delights in spreading rumors and spewing nonsense. The atmosphere grew tense. Tan Xiaobing slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Su Chani, I am trying to have a serious conversation with you. What exactly is your intention? Unwilling to engage with such a person, Su Chani stood up and walked out, her androgynous attire and tall figure reminiscent of a young man. After walking quite a distance, her voice echoed back, I apologize, but I have no desire to converse with someone like you. I fear your foul language. Tan Xiaobing was notorious in Class 7 for her sharp tongue and her propensity to slander those she disliked. Her animosity towards Su Chani stemmed from having previously disparaged her, calling her a manly woman behind her back, which led many classmates to secretly refer to Su Chani in that manner. There is no secret that remains hidden, especially in a large class, and it was not long before Tan Xiaobing's words reached Su Chani's ears. Su Chani, with her straightforward nature and indifference to petty disputes, found herself growing increasingly averse to Tan Xiaobing. Meanwhile, a few remaining girls approached to pull at Tan Xiaobing's arm. The short-haired girl comforted Tan Xiaobing, saying, Do not be upset. Su Chani is simply that kind of person. Next time, let us converse without her. Tan Xiaobing huffed, declaring, I certainly won't let her get to me. A group of girls resumed their earlier discussion, with the plump girl sitting on the far right stating, Do you think it's possible that Li Qingran has feelings for the second-generation heir? After all, he comes from a prestigious family and is quite handsome. Perhaps. The short-haired girl nodded thoughtfully. Otherwise, Li Qingran could easily choose not to approach him. Tan Xiaobing countered, Impossible. Don't you know why the second-generation heir transferred to our class? The girls instantly became curious, wondering if it was due to his poor academic performance. Of course not, Tan Xiaobing chuckled. Come closer, and I shall tell you. On that Saturday, while Ruan was still pestering Qingran about why Ji Shen had come to see her, rumors suddenly began to circulate throughout the school. Some pertained to the school beauty, Roland, claiming she was essentially a materialistic woman. Others involved Qingran, alleging that she did not genuinely like Song Shi's but was merely stringing him along to satisfy her own vanity. Posts discussing these matters proliferated in the school forum, with Jihe and Fong Jin tirelessly deleting them. The only ones in Class 2 who seemed to revel in the gossip were Huang Qinyu and her group of friends. Ruan was so infuriated that her hand trembled as she held her pen. Damn it, who on earth is spreading these rumors? If I find out, I swear I will make them pay. When she furrowed her brows, harboring suspicions about her stepsister. However, a gentleman remains unperturbed. When Siki appeared to disdain the notion of speaking ill of others behind their backs, for her demeanor often placed her in the spotlight of gossip. In contrast, Qingran remained undaunted, seemingly indifferent to the whispers surrounding her. The notes compiled by Xie Ying'an were more meticulous than those she typically crafted herself, and at this moment, she was reviewing the physics paper that Xie Ying'an had studied the previous night. No one knew what transpired the day Xie Ying'an abruptly left. Strangely, Old Wu did not pursue the matter afterward. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and Xie Ying'an turned to Qingran, inquiring if she had plans for leisure. Qingran shook her head, explaining that she had taken leave a few days prior and had accumulated a considerable amount of homework. Thus, she intended to spend the day at home completing her assignments. Xie Ying'an merely acknowledged her with a sound and turned away, lapsing into silence. The rumors circulating about Qingran were relayed to Xie Ying'an by Su Qin during the midday break. After becoming desk partners with Qingran, Xie Ying'an had also adopted the habit of napping during lunch. The sight of the two of them resting their heads on identical pillows at their desks was nothing short of picturesque, prompting classmates to follow suit. Did they not see that even the top scholars required rest? A balance of work and leisure was essential. Su Qin tapped Xie Ying'an, signaling him to step outside, where he revealed a screenshot of a post from the school forum. Xie Ying'an skimmed through the images, his dark eyes glinting with coldness as he pinched the bridge of his nose, asking Su Chun if he knew who had initiated the post. Su Chun shook his head. That's of no consequence. The young man suddenly smirked with a chillingly malevolent grin, a lesson to strike fear into others. Su Chun shivered. Xie Ying'an was never a benevolent individual. It took 2 years under the guidance of his grandfather to suppress the malevolence that enveloped him. Why would these reckless individuals choose to provoke him and those he cherishes? Chapter 34. By their own tactics on that Sunday. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma vanished early in the morning. Qingran was engrossed in completing her practice papers at home, and once finished, she compared her answers with Xie Ying'an's paper. Aside from differing problem-solving approaches, their answers were remarkably consistent. Mathematics had always been Qingran's Achilles heel. While she could memorize the rote elements of language and English with diligence, mathematics required both innate intelligence and persistent effort. After 3 consecutive days away from class, her struggles with mathematical problems only deepened, yielding no solutions despite her attempts. The notes Xie Ying'an had provided were indeed comprehensive, yet she remained stuck at a particular point, unable to progress. In the past, Qingran might have given up, but after experiencing setbacks in her academic performance on 2 occasions, her competitive spirit was ignited. She tried numerous methods to solve the problems, each yielding different results. Her phone, charging on the bedside table, buzzed intermittently, prompting her to rub her aching temples before retrieving it. A message from Ruan appeared on WeChat. Soft girl, I just remembered. You had asked me about Jishin before. Soft girl, Jishin has moved to your area now. Soft girl, so, have you two become friends already? Soft girl, Ran, I am so enamored with Jishin's looks. I absolutely adore him. What followed was a plethora of various infatuated emojis. Ever since encountering Xie Ying'an, Ruan had utterly transformed into his devoted admirer over the past few days. Qingran's fingers danced across the interface as she typed. QR, you are so enamored with the god of season. Haven't you ever seen his face? Soft girl, you know as well as I do that his face is either buried in textbooks or obscured by his hair. Who could possibly see it? Soft girl, moreover, the visage of such a deity is not something we mere mortals are permitted to covet. Soft girl, I have made my decision. From now on, my idols will be Ngu and the god of season. Familiarity breeds contempt, whereas fleeting encounters spark delight. Qingran recalled how Ruan had once gushed over a photograph of Xie Ying'an, declaring him her #1 idol. Yet, how swiftly time had passed. And now another had taken residence in her heart. QR, have you finished the exam? Soft girl, let us not even mention the exam. It's an utter detest. Closing the chat with Ruan, Qingran ventured to the living room for a glass of water. March had arrived, heralding the arrival of spring. The weather was splendid today, and Qingran relocated to a sunlit spot to study. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to drowsiness and dozed off on her collapsible study desk. Li Qingma was not one to indulge in gossip. Even with the link to the campus bully, he seldom clicked to view it. Few in the class were aware that the campus bully was Li Qingran's brother. Their names bore a slight resemblance, which initially led to some speculation. But given that Li Qingran was a well-behaved girl, her demeanor bore no resemblance to that of the proud and unruly campus bully. Furthermore, Li Qingma had mentioned his sister. Surely she must be younger than him? Thus, the members of Class 1 unhesitatingly dismissed the notion that Li Qingran was the sister of the school bully. In stark contrast, most of Class 3 were well aware that he was indeed Li Qingran's brother. This revelation stemmed from an incident where he brazenly read a self-reflection essay in front of the entire school faculty and student body, concluding with a stern warning that no one was to disclose this matter to his sister. Anyone who dared to speak out would face his wrath. Before the teacher could express their indignation, he resumed reading his self-critique, which left everyone in a state of bemusement. Subsequently, the students of Class 3 became intensely curious about the sister of this school tyrant. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden from those with intent. Once a single member of Class 3 learned that the bully had a scholarly sister named Li Qingran, it was only a matter of time before the entire class was in the know. No one expected that the arrogant and domineering school bully would have a gentle and exceptionally intelligent sister. The only resemblance between the two was their academic prowess. Indeed, one cannot argue against the influence of genetics. Li Qingma was a fierce youth, unyielding in confrontations, and who would dare to relay any rumors concerning Li Qingran to him? Consequently, the rampant gossip circulating within the school went unnoticed by him as long as it remained unspoken in his presence. Presently, all posts related to Roland and Li Qingran in the school forum had been deleted, Yet the clamor of public opinion could not be stifled. Li Qingma's expression was as dark as ink, while Xie Ying'an wore a similarly grim countenance. Although time may render rumors insignificant, those who have not been affected by them are often the ones who make light of the situation. With a resounding slam on the keyboard, Li Qingma cursed under his breath and glanced at Xie Ying'an, who was intently focused on the screen. A sense of unease washed over Li Qingma as he furrowed his brow, his features bearing a striking resemblance to those of Qingran, now twisted in contemplation. Xie Ying'an cast a fleeting glance at him before continuing. It seems to me that ever since you became desk mates with Li Qingran, a whirlwind of chaos has surrounded her. The initial post had long been deleted by Ji, with only the administrators possessing the authority to retrieve posts erased within the last 7 days. Though Xie Ying'an was unfamiliar with Ji, he was acquainted with Fang Jin, another administrator of the school forum. Fang Jin's father was a nouveau riche, having languished in poverty for over 30 years, only to suddenly step into the affluent circle, yet still exuding an air of awkwardness. The elite, who saw themselves as residing in the clouds, looked down upon Fang's father. Consequently, the children from wealthy families also distanced themselves from Fang Jin. Their subtle rejection was the most hurtful of all. Once vibrant and extroverted, Fang Jin gradually grew withdrawn and solitary, often navigating life alone. Despite her challenging home environment, Fang Jin excelled academically, and at school, she relished the opportunity to express herself. The school forum had traditionally been managed by seniors, yet no one knew how the second-year student Fang Jin had secured the role of administrator. Xie Ying'an resided in the affluent neighborhood as well, often regarded as the ideal child by others. However, the wealthy offspring shunned him, albeit more discreetly. As fellow souls navigating the same tumultuous sea, Fang Jin held an inexplicable sympathy for Xie Ying'an. Although their interactions were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement, they would lend each other a helping hand in times of need. Suddenly, an ID flashed across the screen, prompting both Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma to exhale in relief as they noted down the address associated with it. Xie Ying'an inclined his head slightly and said, "Let us be on our way." When Xie Ying'an arrived, Qingran was still slumbering at her desk. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled pale yellow rays that danced upon her. The sweetly sleeping girl radiated a silvery glow, dazzling to the eyes. Xie Ying'an stood in a momentary daze before approaching her, crouching beside Qingran. Under the warm sun, her skin resembled fine jade, her long, thick eyelashes fanned out like delicate little fans, and her lips, naturally tinted, glimmered softly. Beneath her, a mathematics exam paper was half buried, covered in a multitude of intricate problem-solving processes. Xie Ying'an gazed at her for a long while, a surge of wicked thoughts bubbling up from within. The boy hesitated, then slowly reached out, brushing his fingertip gently across the girl's cheek. Her warm skin felt exquisitely smooth and tender to the touch. Qingran's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She merely wrinkled her nose and continued to sleep. A hint of warmth crept into the dark indifference of the boy's gaze as he mustered his courage. His fingertip glided softly across her luscious lips. So soft, exquisitely soft. He withdrew his hand behind him, repeatedly rubbing his fingertips together, yet the lingering softness remained, stubbornly imprinted on his senses. Chapter 35. His transformation. When Qingran finally awakened, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The prolonged position of her slumber had left her neck feeling somewhat sore. She sat up and stretched lazily, causing the thin blanket draped over her to slip from her shoulders. After retrieving the blanket, Qingran made her way to the kitchen in search of water. Upon reaching the refrigerator, she noticed a note left by Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu had mentioned that the meal was prepared and stored in the fridge. All she needed to do was reheat it in the microwave when she was ready to eat. Having just woken, Qingran had little appetite, having indulged in a lengthy sleep of nearly 2.5 hours. After reading the message, Qingran noticed the number 5 still displayed on her WeChat interface. Although she did not possess any compulsive tendencies, she found herself clicking on WeChat once more. The interface revealed 10 contacts, none of whom indicated unread messages. As she scrolled down, her gaze paused at the name Senior Xie Ying'an. Yesterday at 17:52, Senior Xie Ying'an sent. Picture of a kitten. Yesterday at 17:55. Senior Xie Ying'an sent. Picture of a kitten. Yesterday at 17:57. Senior Xie Ying'an sent. Picture of a kitten. Yesterday at 18:06. Senior Xie Ying'an inquired, "Are you coming out?" Yesterday at 18:22, Senior Xie Ying'an asked. The messages from yesterday evening puzzled Qingran, as she had not checked her phone the previous night. The incessant rumors circulating in the campus bar and the occasionally suspicious glances from her classmates made it evident that denying her discomfort was futile. Yet, what could she do about the turmoil within? She could not silence the multitude of voices. Her studies continued as usual, and she persisted in tackling her exam papers. Aside from the whispers surrounding her, her life remained unchanged. Roland was in the same boat, with the college entrance examination looming. She lacked the mental fortitude to be distracted by such matters. Qingran sighed, regretting that she had stood up Senior Xie yet again. If Wan were to find out, she would likely grip her neck as delicately as a pair of chopsticks. In truth, when Xie Ying'an had summoned Qingran that day, he had not uttered many words. The young man, youthful yet reserved, had long dwelled in his own world and had grown unaccustomed to conversing with others. She had asked, "Did Senior look for me?" Xie Ying'an had lowered his eyes, giving a barely perceptible nod. She inquired again, "Is there something you need, Senior?" Xie Ying'an hesitated for a moment before responding. He mentioned that you were unwell." Qingran smiled slightly, saying that she had been unwell a couple of days prior, but she was now fully recovered. Xie Ying'an appeared somewhat anxious, blinking several times before admitting, "I don't know." It was evident that he had little concern for the people and matters at school. The two fell into a silence, and the atmosphere became awkward. When Qingran looked up again, she caught sight of Xie Ying'an standing at the staircase, observing them with a gaze that was decidedly frigid. A sudden jolt of unease struck her, reminiscent of being caught in a misdeed. Subsequently, Xie Ying'an maintained an indifferent demeanor, treating her throughout the afternoon as if she were a mere stranger. Even when she inquired about a problem, he merely scribbled the solution process on a piece of scrap paper without uttering a single word. Turning her head, Qingran noticed a stack of unsolved exercises from the Wusan series, causing her head to throb. With no inclination to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, she grabbed her pen and resumed her studies. After some contemplation, she decided to send the unresolved math problem to Xie Ying'an, accompanied by a brief note. "Ji Shun, could you please share your solution approach?" Since they had added each other on WeChat, she figured it was time to make use of it. The image she sent contained a problem-solving method involving formulas she had yet to learn. After a while, before she could voice her confusion, Xie Ying'an sent her 2 images in quick succession, each illustrating a different approach to the problem. One mirrored the notes Qingran had seen from Xie Ying'an, while the other combined the formulas she had learned with those she had not. Despite the 3 distinct methodologies, they all led to the same conclusion. Qingran could not help but admire this mathematical prodigy. It was quite extraordinary that he could devise 3 precise strategies in such a short span of time. A feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. On this weekend day, it was the designated time for Yu and her son, Xie Ying'an, to spend a mandatory 2 hours together. To Yu's astonishment, her son was persistently clutching a mobile phone. She feigned interest in the television, yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on him. Xie Ying'an appeared lost in thought, and a sense of disappointment washed over Yu. Her son had a habitual tendency to isolate himself within his own realm, a world that permitted no intrusion. She mused that perhaps he was merely too engrossed in his device to put it down. After about 10 minutes, the living room resonated with a WeChat notification. Yu instinctively reached for her own phone, fully aware that it was unlikely anyone would message her son on a weekend. The screen was barren, and she undeterred opened WeChat, finding no new messages. Meanwhile, she noticed her son glance at his phone before hastily ascending to the 2nd floor. The word hastily was rarely associated with him. Yu momentarily froze, then quickly set down her phone and followed him. Xie Ying'an retreated to his study, leaving the door ajar. Yu discreetly peered inside. He glanced at his phone once more, then retrieved paper and pen, scribbling fervently. To her astonishment, after finishing, her son actually took a photograph of his writing. Yu could hardly believe her eyes. Stealthily, she entered the study, observing him set down the phone and resume writing on the paper. This time, after a few strokes, he did not photograph his work, but instead chose a fresh sheet to continue. Once he completed both pages, Xie Ying'an finally lifted his phone to capture another image. Yu felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, cooling her ardent heart in an instant. Just then, the familiar chime of a WeChat notification echoed through the room. Xie Ying'an, holding his phone, gazed at the pinned message adorned with a grateful emoji. A flicker of light momentarily pierced the dullness of his eyes. Yu's heart, which had just been shrouded in silence, sprang back to life. The emotional roller coaster leaving her somewhat breathless. Intentionally, she heightened the sound of her footsteps as she entered the room. On any other day, Xie Ying'an would have shown no reaction to such sounds. Yet today, he lifted his gaze to regard her with a hint of indifference. The glimmer in his eyes had not yet faded, and Xie Yu bit down hard on her lip, stifling the urge to weep out of overwhelming joy. How many years had it been? From a young age, she recognized her son's uniqueness, which inevitably drew whispers and pointed fingers from others in their shared community. She could only muster a forced smile in response. As he grew older, his remarkable intellect began to emerge, and his academic achievements surpassed those of his peers by a considerable margin. Yet, his exceptional nature destined him to remain an outsider. Xie Yu had overheard more than one lady quietly speculate behind her back, expressing a preference for their own children to be average rather than to be like Xie's, who seemed so out of sync with society. Xie Ying'an glanced at his phone, noting that the 2 hours he had promised his mother had not yet elapsed. Lowering his head, he murmured an apology. Xie Yu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and she struggled to smile, adopting a cheerful tone. "It's all right, Xiaoyan. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to carry on." Xie Ying'an glanced at his phone once more before placing it into his pocket. In a tone reminiscent of seeking counsel, he inquired of Xie Yu, "Shall we go down?" Once they resumed their seats on the sofa. Xie Yu had long since lost interest in the television. Xie Ying'an reclined lazily, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. The atmosphere between mother and son had once again descended into a stalemate. Xie Yu recognized this as an opportune moment for conversation and shifted a little closer to Xie Ying'an, gently saying, "Xiaoyan, have you perhaps made another good friend?" Beyond the well-meaning yet unwelcome presence of Ji He, whom she deemed a nuisance. "Good friend?" Xie Ying'an's brow furrowed slightly, as if lost in contemplation. Xie Yu tightened her nerves, nearly holding her breath in anticipation of his reply. She lowered her hand, which had been covering her mouth, her chest heaving with emotion. Drawing upon her experience, she composed herself and continued, "Is it a girl?" This time, Xie Ying'an did not hesitate for long. "Yes," he replied. Xie Yu felt a wave of emotion swell within her, tears threatening to spill, but before her son, she resolved to be the strong mother. "Has this girl helped you?" Xie Ying'an's gaze grew distant. "No," he said, "I have helped her." Xie Yu turned her head away, large tears cascading down her cheeks. After an interminable wait, her son was finally capable of harboring feelings for another. This small change in him was enough to fill her with joy for the remainder of her days. Chapter 36. Tit for tat. As Monday dawned anew, Song Shi'ai, with a deliberate disregard for the flag-raising ceremony, sauntered into the 7th grade classroom through the rear entrance. His arrival momentarily quelled the boisterous clamor of Hong Mao's bellowing, but upon recognizing the young scion, the students quickly resumed their studies, unfazed by his presence. Hong Mao, whose given name was Ma Qixing, was now sporting naturally colored hair, as the school forbade dyed locks. Upon seeing Song Shi'ai, he immediately cowered, offering a sheepish grin. "Ziji, congratulations on your triumph." Song Shi'ai's countenance darkened at the unwelcome reminder. Rolling his eyes, he redirected Hong Mao's gaze forward. "Focus on your studies." With that, Song Shi'ai propped a book on his desk and promptly dozed off. "Scram," he mumbled, without even bothering to open his eyes. "Don't disturb your grandpa's slumber." It was clear that he had spent the entire night gaming. Seated behind Tan Xiaobing, Su Chani emitted a derisive snort. Deliberately, she raised her voice as she spoke to her deskmate. "Xiaoping, have you heard? The campus bully, Li Qingma, spent yesterday searching high and low for the person who posted the rumors about Li Qingran in the school forum." Sun Xiaoping, a girl with thick glasses resembling the bottom of beer bottles, looked up from her book, her expression blank. After a moment, she inquired why. Su Chani glanced forward, feigning nonchalance. As expected, Tan Xiaobing was all ears. This time, she refrained from raising her voice excessively. "Rumor has it that Li Qingran is Li Qingma's younger sister." "Huh?" Sun Xiaoping gasped in astonishment. "Then both siblings must be excellent students." Su Chani was taken aback. Sun Xiaoping was utterly absorbed in her studies, knowing every one of the top 20 students in her entire sophomore class. Indeed, her focus was distinctly different from others. Her academic performance was commendable. Su Chani then shifted the conversation, mentioning that Song Shi'ai had been hospitalized due to an altercation with Li Qingma. The student in front, Tan Xiaobing, visibly trembled at the thought. "The school bully is truly formidable," Sun Xiaoping remarked with genuine awe. Thus, Su Chani concluded that Li Qingma was investigating who had been maligning his sister, and those he uncovered would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With a calm gaze, Su Chani looked at Tan Xiaobing, who harbored a profound fear that, despite being well concealed, did not escape Su Chani's notice. She crossed her arms and smiled, inquiring, "Is Song or Sizu's family background quite prestigious?" Tan Xiaobing choked momentarily, swallowing hard. If someone from such a distinguished lineage dared not confront Li Qingma's family, it was evident that Li Qingma's background was formidable as well. Moreover, since Li Qingma was in the right, it was absurd to spread unfounded rumors about him. Who would dare to raise a fuss? Tan Xiaobing, still mumbling, turned away, exclaiming, "What of it? Just because one has a good family background, they can do as they please? They can act boldly, but can't bear to have others speak of it?" Truly, Su Chani, expressionless, picked up her book, feeling a sense of relief within. Song Shi's opened his eyes a fraction and lazily asked, "Oh, what was said?" Ma Qixing, filled with righteous indignation, replied, "They say you were beaten to the hospital by Li Qingma." "Nonsense, it was clearly Xie Ying'an who did it." "Let them say what they wish," Song Shi's retorted nonchalantly, turning over to resume his slumber. Ma Qixing swallowed the latter remark. "They are spreading rumors that Li Qingran is hanging on to you." "Well, if she is, so be it. The one losing face is none other than him, Song Shizu, so it hardly concerns him." Qingran felt somewhat bewildered. It was early morning, and before she could settle into her seat, several classmates from other classes had already approached her, offering their apologies. The first was a girl, her face obscured by a mask, her eyes seemingly swollen from tears. "Qingran, Senior, I am truly sorry. I should not have blindly joined in the rumor-mongering on the school forum without understanding the situation. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." The second was a boy, unmasked, revealing a large bruise around his right eye that a mask could not conceal. He bowed deeply at the entrance of Qingran's classroom. "Li Qingran, I apologize. I should not have spread rumors on the school forum. I know you are innocent, and I sincerely beg for your forgiveness." Then came the third, the fourth, all the way to the 12th and 13th. Each of them bore visible signs of having been dealt with, and the students in class 1 watched in stunned silence. After sending off the 13th apologizer, Qingran nudged her deskmate, Xie Ying'an, with her arm and whispered, "You and my brother disappeared yesterday just for this matter." Her tone was firm. Xie Ying'an made no attempt to deny it. 13 already? There might be more to come. Truly, he was the male lead. The audacity in his voice was almost boundless. However, instead of more apologies, it was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, who arrived next. Habitually, he tapped on the podium. "Class, please hand in your chemistry papers to the class representative in an orderly fashion." A chorus of dismay erupted from below, clearly indicating that some had not completed their assignments. Observing the situation, Mr. Wu's countenance darkened. "Those who haven't completed the assignment," he stated, "shall transcribe the chemistry examination 10 times and submit it." There were no further lamentations, as the students were aware that further complaints would only result in additional work. Xie Ying'an's complexion was also troubled as Qingran noticed him hastily completing 2 partially finished chemistry papers. He turned to Qingran, requesting, "May I borrow your paper?" seemingly intending to copy it. Qingran, suppressing a smile, slid her completed paper over. The class representative had already commenced collecting the papers from the first row. Mr. Wu, observing from the podium, prompted a flurry of frantic writing among those who had not finished. Mr. Wu surveyed the classroom, scoffing, "Why procrastinate until the last moment?" The class representative, perhaps noticing Xie Ying'an's desperate attempts to catch up, conspicuously delayed collecting from their row, opting to collect from the other side instead. Qingran was taken aback by this blatant favoritism. By the time school was dismissed, 22 students had approached Qingran to apologize, some remorseful, some expressionless, and some tearful. Qingran accepted their apologies without exception, maintaining a neutral expression throughout. They had indulged in momentary pleasure, while the repercussions were the unbearable gossip she had to endure. She would not forget so quickly. Indeed, the impact of this trivial matter would remain with her for a lifetime. As the classroom gradually emptied, Xie Ying'an remained seated. He shook his head. "You may leave first. I have matters to attend to." "Understood." Qingran suddenly recalled that Xie Ying'an was to stay at school for an additional hour. Looking ahead, she noticed that when Shi had not left either. Ruan waved to Qingran at the classroom door, urging, "Hurry up, Ran." At 6:27 p.m., Ruan's call came through. Ran. She exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line, not allowing Qingran a moment to inquire. "Oh my goodness, just now in the school forum. There are all these posts exposing Tan Xiaobing from class 7. There are dozens of them, all blowing up. I'm telling you, Tan Xiaobing is such a gossip. That rumor about you was started by her. She totally deserves it." Ruan rambled on, declaring her intent to head to the forum to indulge in the drama, and abruptly hung up. Qingran set her phone down, hesitating for a moment, ultimately deciding against checking the forum. Never mind, she thought. Being talked about behind one's back is an unpleasant experience. She hoped Tin Xiaobing would take the hint. Meanwhile, Class 2 of the senior year was still engaged in self-study. Unusually, Jishin remained in the classroom at this hour. Look, Ji said, presenting his phone to Ji Ying'an. I've already deleted all the posts regarding the little sister. I'll leave this Tan Xiaobing post up for one night and delete it tomorrow. What do you think? Ji explained. I heard it was this Tan Xiaobing who spread the rumors about the little sister. She is definitely not that kind of person. To Ji's surprise. Ji Ying'an agreed with his statement. He stared at the phone screen, his long bangs obscuring his eyes, and after a long silence, he finally said, Don't delete it. Huh. Ji was taken aback. Ji Ying'an continued, Don't delete it. I'll take responsibility. Oh. It is evident that Ji Lairen's intention is to ensure that the post regarding Tan Xiaobing remains untouched. Should any issues arise, he will bear the responsibility. TSK. What a remarkable man. I too desire one like him. Chapter 37. Discovering the clue of poor performance the following day, Tan Xiaobing did not attend class, revealing that she could not withstand the rumors circulating in the school forum. Her resilience is indeed inferior even to Qingran's. The students of Class 7 were all aware of the reason and fell into a solemn silence as they gazed at Tan Xiaobing's empty seat. Sun Xiaoping adjusted her black-framed glasses and whispered to Su Chani, Xiaobing is usually quite gossipy, but surely it cannot be as severe as what is said in the forum? Su Chani, pen in hand, paused momentarily at her words and retorted, Are you implying that those harmed by her gossip deserve their fate? No. That's not what I meant. Sun Xiaoping hastily waved her hands. Su Chani certainly understood that Sun Xiaoping did not mean it that way. She was merely accustomed to defending others. When did this habit begin? Ma Qingsheng was taken aback by his sudden question, just a few days ago, during Zhe Ji's hospitalization. Song Xiai sat upright, exclaiming, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Before Ma Qingsheng could articulate his next thought, Song Xiai had already dashed out of the classroom. The distance from Class 7 to Class 1 was considerable, and with class about to commence, the corridor was almost deserted. Song Xiai quickened his pace. Near the staircase leading to Class 1, he spotted Ruan, who was climbing the stairs while munching on something. Displeased, Song Xiai turned his head. But Ruan had already seen him. Song Xiai. Ruan ascended the remaining stairs in a few strides, hastening towards Song Xiai. Her soy milk splashing a few droplets from the straw with her movement. TSK, Song Xiai averted his gaze, finding it hard to bear. It was rare to encounter a girl who led such a rough life in his vicinity. Song Xiai. Ruan called out as she approached him. Why are you heading towards Class 1? Are you planning to seek out Ran again? Song Xiai took 2 steps back, his eyes warily fixed on the soy milk in Ruan's hand. I warn you, keep your distance. I don't want that thing splattering on me. Ruan glanced at the warm soy milk in her hand, took a large sip through the straw, and disdainfully retorted, What are you pretending for? I refuse to believe you've never had soy milk before. The corner of Song Xiai's mouth twitched. Not your kind. It looks inferior. Inferior? Ruan shot back. This tiny cup cost 3 yuan, young Master Song. It was evident that this was not an appropriate place for conversation, so Song Xiai turned to walk towards Class 1. Ruan hurriedly chased after him. Song Xiai, keep your distance from Ran. Encountering you will surely bring her misfortune. Irritated, Song Xiai quickened his pace. Between their desks lay a test paper, and Xie Ying'an's pen traversed the sheet as he circled 2 characters on the question, quietly explaining to Qingran, who had turned to look, given 3s3a42, 3s2a3-2, the common ratio is. Qingran found herself ensnared in a blind spot regarding the solution to the math problem. Yesterday, Jishun had been her guiding light, utilizing the formula he had provided. She found clarity and understanding in her calculations. Xie Ying'an articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, prompting Qingran to follow his reasoning and deftly navigate the confounding conditions deliberately designed to mislead. In no time, she arrived at the correct answer. Xie Ying'an regarded Qingran with an appreciative smile glimmering in his eyes, acknowledging her potential with a nod. Practice would surely yield further improvement. The young man's voice was hushed, yet the refreshing scent of mint wafted subtly into Qingran's senses, an aromatic delight, as she grasped her pen and began to verify her calculations on the scrap paper. Xie Ying'an leaned slightly to observe the formulas she inscribed. In the right foreground, Huang Qianyu glared at the two who were drawing close to one another, her eyes aflame with anger, while her desk mate, Chu Rong, discreetly tugged at her arm. Huang Qianyu brushed her hand away and shouted at Chu Rong, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." The classmates in the room turned their attention to the unfolding drama, with Huang Qianyu particularly fixated on Xie Ying'an, who maintained a gentle demeanor, never once glancing her way. Unperturbed by Huang Qianyu's antics, Qingran swiftly solved the mathematics problem at hand. "Li Qingran, come out." A familiar male voice echoed from the back door of the classroom. This persistent voice was instantly recognizable to Qingran. Xie Ying'an's expression darkened immediately. Moments later, they heard Wan Ruan's voice drifting from the same direction. "Ran, don't pay attention to that lunatic." Outside the classroom door, a slight altercation ensued between the two individuals, too distant for Qingran to discern the details. "Ignore him," Xie Ying'an said, rising to his feet. "I'll go take a look." In the classroom, numerous furtive glances were cast outward under the guise of studying. These were the restless eyes of adolescents, their bodies brimming with the tumult of hormones. Recently, there has been an abundance of gossip surrounding Qingran and the so-called second-generation rich. The allure of witnessing it all firsthand was undeniably enticing. Ever since Qingran had started sharing a desk with Xie Ying'an, her previously tranquil existence had descended into chaos, with her academic performance now slipping from her grasp, causing her a measure of internal distress. Just a couple of minutes after Xie Ying'an stepped outside, Wan Ruan entered. The glass window framed two young figures of nearly equal stature. Xie Ying'an was engaged in conversation, while Song Shi's remained silent, his head bowed. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with several students in the back nearly pressed against the wall to catch snippets of the exchange outside. The preparatory bell rang. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Teacher Wu resonated from outside. "Song Shi's, Xie Ying'an, what are you two doing here?" It was unclear what had transpired between them, but soon after, they heard Teacher Wu again. "Class is about to start. Save your conversations for after school." Xie Ying'an and Teacher Wu then entered the classroom. Teacher Wu had a particular disdain for students who spoke during class, and it was evident to Xie Ying'an that Qingran was curious about why Song Shi's had suddenly come over. He took a piece of draft paper, swiftly scribbled a line, and slid it over to Qingran. The bold, upright characters seemed to penetrate the paper. Inscribed with the message, "He knows about the incident at the school bar and has come specifically to apologize to you." That's the one known for his cursive. Qingran's pupils constricted slightly as she tucked the note into her desk and straightened her posture, focusing intently on the lesson. Teacher Wu was remarkably efficient. The two chemistry exams collected yesterday had already been graded by today. He took a sip of water before saying, "This exam is merely a minor assessment for you all." The papers were distributed by the class representative, and when Qingran received the test, her heart raced uncontrollably as she glanced at the scores, 97 and 98. A deep sigh of relief escaped her lips. Xie Ying'an, however, was even more astonishing, having copied her answers for the latter questions. One of the test papers astonishingly achieved a perfect score. Both papers were completed by Qingran over the weekend at home. Before the tests were handed out, she had felt somewhat uncertain whether the answers would remain unchanged, as they had in the previous two instances, and it seemed they had not. What could be the reason behind this? Was it only when she maintained a certain distance from the female protagonist that her results would not be swayed by the unfolding narrative? As she gazed at the back of Wen Shi in front of her, Qingran pondered how far she must be from the protagonist to ensure her answers remained unaffected. Chapter 38. A handshake with the God of Seasons. On that Wednesday, while Qingran was eagerly engaged in her experiments, Tan Xiaobing from Class 7 ran towards her. Although Qingran did not personally know Tan Xiaobing, Ruan was familiar with her. Ruan raised her voice in accusation. "Tan Xiaobing, how dare you show your face in Class 1? The post still hung prominently in the CAF, detailing how Tan Xiaobing had slandered Qingran. After a day away from class, Tan Xiaobing stood before Qingran's desk, weeping inconsolably. She choked out an apology. Li Qingran, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." As she spoke, her words faltered, and she buried her face in her hands, sobbing bitterly, her cries conveying a profound sense of injustice. Zhang Li continued to stir the pot, deliberately coming to apologize in front of the class. This student's demeanor while apologizing was truly commendable. Qingran furrowed her brows as she observed Tan Xiaobing, who was now sobbing even louder. She inquired, "Are you apologizing to me?" Tan Xiaobing nodded vigorously through her tears. It was the afternoon, and the classroom was still sparsely populated. Many students had yet to finish their meals, while others were leisurely strolling on the playground. One cannot deny that Tan Xiaobing had an uncanny knack for choosing the perfect moment. With an even tone, Qingran remarked, "Then why do you weep as if you were the aggrieved party?" Tan Xiaobing's cries momentarily faltered, her sobs subsiding considerably. Qingran was certainly no delicate flower. She could not simply forgive those who spoke ill of her behind her back with nonchalance. "How does it feel, Tan Xiaobing, to have others gossip about you?" Qingran pressed. Tan Xiaobing became flustered, stammering, I. Remaining composed in her seat, Qingran continued, "Tan Xiaobing, while I can withstand such slander, so should you. Everyone must face the consequences of their words and actions." Despair enveloped Tan Xiaobing as she buried her face in her hands, fragmented apologies escaping through her fingers. "Li Qingran, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it, I never thought about it." Indeed, she had only sought a fleeting moment of verbal triumph, never considering the turmoil and distress her words could inflict on another's life. And now, subjected to the same treatment, she cried as if she had endured an immense injustice. How laughable! Huang Qinyu sat backwards at the desk, casting her gaze this way, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, clearly relishing the spectacle. In the midst of it all, she interjected, "Li Qingran, they have come to apologize. You have retaliated, yet you still refuse to forgive them. What more do you desire?" Ruan retorted, "Huang Qinyu, this situation has not befallen you, so how could you possibly understand the discomfort?" Qingran also regarded Huang Qinyu with a cold smile, saying, "Let us put it this way, Huang Qinyu. I could expose your dark secrets in the school forum, spread rumors about you, and then come back to apologize. Surely, you would graciously forgive me, wouldn't you?" The playful smile on Huang Qinyu's face faded, and she turned her gaze from Li Qingran to her own fingertips. Thinking to herself, what dark secrets could I possibly have? She refrained from uttering any further sarcastic remarks. Tan Xiaobing lingered, biting her lip as she hesitated to speak. Qingran, puzzled, asked, "Is there something else?" Tan Xiaobing, her voice quavering, continued to shed tears. "Can the posts in the school forum be deleted?" Qingran responded with confusion. For the past few days, Qingran had avoided the school forum, unwilling to confront the distressing topics regarding herself or Tan Xiaobing. Tan Xiaobing's voice was now hoarse. "Li Qingran, the posts about you in the school forum have rarely lasted less than half an hour. Those about me, not only have they remained, but they have also been pinned to the top." Sob. This matter was likely orchestrated by Li Qingma. So Qingran had no choice but to agree to inform Tan Xiaobing's brother later. Before the class commenced, Qingran inquired of Xie Ying'an whether he was aware of the posts in the school forum and why they had not been removed. Xie Ying'an, familiar with another administrator of the forum, Fang Jin, was not particularly acquainted with Ji He from class 2 of the senior year. He informed Qingran that Ji He had set restrictions, rendering Fang Jin unable to delete the posts, and asked if she knew Ji He. Qingran shook her head, indicating she was unfamiliar with him. Xie Ying'an furrowed his brow in contemplation, having encountered Ji He a few times. If Qingran did not know him, perhaps Li Qingma did. The students expressed great enthusiasm over the fact that those not participating in the physics competition were exempt from after-school classes, even though they were now in their second year. Some students remained indifferent to their studies. Conversely, the seniors faced a different reality, with nearly all of them burdened by additional classes and evening study sessions. Xie Ying'an mentioned he would seek out Ji He after class and advised her not to concern herself with it. Was the senior year truly that daunting? Ruan grimaced, noting how nearly no one from their class had left. Qingran smiled, suggesting that this might actually make it easier for them to locate senior Ji He. Ruan's eyes brightened at this thought, realizing that Ji He was likely still present, saving them the trouble of searching for him. Possessing a knack for social interactions, Ruan whispered to Qingran, suggesting they wait there for a moment, hoping someone would emerge to call out for senior Ji. Just then, Ruan caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure exiting the classroom, a sight that seemed vaguely familiar. A smile graced Ruan's face, but her expression faltered upon recognizing the individual. Qingran reached out to her, asking what was amiss. She casually lifted her gaze, catching sight of Ji Shun emerging from the classroom, donning a cap that obscured half of his face, his tousled hair pressed beneath the baseball hat, once again revealing that extraordinary visage. He remained inside the classroom of Class 2, Senior 3, where the sound of inhalation was palpable after a moment of silence. It erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. "My goodness, is that Ji Shin?" Sisters, pinch me, wake me up, quickly. There's no time to pinch you. Where's my phone? Damn. Who the hell said that when God shuts a door, he opens a window? This Xie must surely be a love child of the divine. Qingran offered an awkward smile to Xie Ying'an. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon them, Xie Ying'an was unaccustomed to such attention. He passed by Ruan, and in the narrow doorway, they managed to brush past each other without their clothes even touching. Shall we go? He inquired of Qingran. A sense of awkwardness washed over her as she replied, Senior Ji, I'm here to find Senior Ji He. As soon as He spotted Xie Ying'an wearing a hat, he surmised that perhaps the junior was seeking Xie, and he didn't rush to intervene. When he finally emerged, he overheard the junior's remark about looking for Senior Ji He, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily as he hastily glanced at Xie's reaction. Xie indeed turned his gaze towards He, his indifferent and tranquil eyes dark and devoid of any glimmer. He cursed under his breath and forced a stiff smile as he approached. The junior is looking for me? Is there something you need? Meanwhile, Ruan had swiftly reacted. Producing her phone, she opened the camera and discreetly captured several photos of Xie's profile. His hand, suspended in midair, was abruptly seized. The youth's fingertips were cool, like water. He recoiled a step, observing Xie's interception, utterly speechless. Good heavens, he thought. Xie is actually initiating a handshake? This is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Chapter 39. A Shared Meal and Truth. Xie Ying'an had been aware of the custom of greeting with a handshake since the encounter with the stray cat. However, on that occasion, his hands were soiled from handling the feline, compelling him to keep them concealed behind his back. Qingran, upon discovering his identity as Xie, had refrained from any physical contact, such as a handshake. During the awards ceremony, as the presenter extended the trophy, he also proffered his hand to Xie, a customary gesture in such settings. Yet, Xie merely glanced down, bypassing the presenter's hand to accept the trophy. The presenter's hand lingered in the air, causing even Qingran, watching from afar, to feel a pang of awkwardness on the presenter's behalf. In that fleeting moment, even the host seemed at a loss for words. Ruan, however, perceived Xie as possessing individuality, virility, and an undeniable swagger. Moreover, Qingran noticed that many female classmates shared Ruan's sentiments. Xie swiftly interjected, does my junior have something to discuss with me? Qingran nodded. Indeed, Senior Xie. Xie preempted her. This isn't a suitable place for conversation. Have you two juniors had dinner yet? Let's go. I'll treat you. Before Qingran could respond, Ruan had already enthusiastically accepted. Then thank you, Senior Xie. Having just met, was this truly appropriate? As the quartet settled at the dining table, Qingran's mind remained somewhat clouded. Ruan and Xie, both possessing an exceptional degree of social adeptness, had already struck up a lively conversation en route, and now, having discovered shared interests, were engrossed in animated discussion. Qingran and Xie Ying'an sat facing each other, the latter gazing down at his hands, his demeanor within the private room noticeably less rigid than it had been in public. Senior Ji, Qingran initiated, breaking the silence between them. Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze to meet hers, a subtle furrow in his brow. For a fleeting moment, Qingran felt a glimmer of understanding regarding his expression. Senior Ji, she ventured, if you find wearing a hat uncomfortable, you needn't wear it on my account. Xie Ying'an paused, momentarily taken aback. He and Ruan also ceased their chatter, but only for a few seconds, before resuming their jovial conversation. Xie Ying'an's fingers traced the brim of his cap. His eyes, shaped like phoenix eyes, held a captivating quality when he fixed his gaze upon someone, creating the illusion that they were the sole focus of his attention. At that moment, the amber depths of his eyes reflected the light of the room, rendering them exceptionally beautiful. He refrained from removing his hat, and Qingran desisted from further mention of it. Have you ceased feeding the cat? Xie Ying'an inquired abruptly. His lowered eyelids concealed the light within his eyes, while the black baseball cap further accentuated his fair complexion. His nose was high and straight, his lips thin and tinged with a delicate shade of red, as if perpetually lacking a touch of color. Xie Ying'an's world was undoubtedly one of solitude. He harbored a disinclination towards social interaction and found it difficult to develop an affinity for anything. Even when something caught his eye, he would, at most, cast a lingering glance, without contemplating any effort to acquire it. In the narrative, Xie Ying'an possesses an unparalleled affinity for mathematics, establishing a distinctive presence within its realm. A prodigy in his youth, he later garnered acclaim from several esteemed mentors in the mathematical community, who regarded him as a genius. Yet, This extraordinary talent, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs, remains ensconced in his own universe for years. What compels him to oppose the male protagonist, Xie Ying'an? In the latter half of the story, he emerges as a pivotal antagonist. When someone captures the female protagonist and presents her before him, attempting to leverage her to coerce Xie Ying'an, why does he refuse? Despite the possibility of triumph in his conflict with Xie Ying'an, he ultimately chooses to leap from a towering edifice, bringing an abrupt end to his youthful existence. What, one wonders, did he find amusing in that fleeting moment before his plunge? These enigmas linger deeply within Qingran's heart, and each encounter with Xie Ying'an prompts her to ponder his fate. Feeding cats? Ruan, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, turned to Qingran. What cats are you feeding? Qingran responded. From the inquiry of the gossip king, how should I explain this? He, however, appeared unfazed, clearly aware of the situation. Well, I'm just feeding stray cats, Qingran clarified. Qingran, Ruan retorted, her smile fading as she feigned innocence. You and Jishin share a little secret. He's no longer that sweet darling you once adored. Humph. Qingran silently rejoiced that they had dined together. Glancing over, she noticed Jishin seemed oblivious to Ruan's words, while Jihe's expression suggested he had swallowed a fly. Once the meal arrived, Qingran steered the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Senior Jihe, could you kindly assist in removing the post regarding Tan Xiaobing from the campus forum? His reaction suggests he is aware of the situation. Qingran did not foolishly inquire how Jihe found out. Instead, she exchanged a glance with Ruan, and the two continued their meal in silence. Jishin maintained a serene demeanor throughout the meal, with his spoon and the white porcelain bowl clinking together without a sound. He appeared to have a particular fondness for fish, meticulously extracting every single bone before indulging. Junior Qingran, Jihe remarked, setting down his chopsticks and regarding her with a charming smile. Are you aware of the source of the rumors? Qingran certainly knew. It originated from the photograph of herself and Song Shiai's. Jihe chuckled softly. I beg to differ. Qingran's smile faltered. TSK, Ruan scoffed. Senior Jihe truly knows how to put on an act. Using I beg to differ. Will he next quote Confucius? Unbeknownst to Jihe, the thoughts of the two young women were far from his own as he continued to play the role. Jihe shook his head. The photograph is merely the spark. Junior, someone harbors jealousy towards you, thus fanning the flames of this farce. Qingran interjected. Is it psychology or deduction, Senior Jihe? Her reaction led Jihe to believe his analysis was being acknowledged, which only fueled his enthusiasm further. Junior Qingran, your choice to retaliate in kind is commendable, yet your heart seems a tad too tender. Since time immemorial, rumors have wielded an invisible sword, indiscernible and intangible, yet capable of inflicting the deepest wounds. They have hurt you. And you. Suddenly, the clinking of the spoon against the bowl resonated, as Jishin pushed his dish forward and lifted his gaze towards Qingran. Jihe fell silent in an instant. Qingran had already set down her chopsticks for quite some time when she suddenly heard him say, You haven't eaten. Qingran looked at Jishin, her expression filled with confusion. Jishin was momentarily taken aback. He perhaps realized that he should smile at such a moment, so he made an effort to curl the corners of his mouth upwards. From this angle, the young man hardly seemed to exhibit any traits of autism. He gazed intently at Qingran, a hint of mirth revealing dimples on his left cheek. Qingran had seen Jishin smile before and was not taken aback. Gulu Ruan could clearly hear the sound of her swallowing. Jihe was left speechless. Oh, so Jishin could actually smile. You have been talking this entire evening without eating, Jishin said earnestly. This is not good. You will get hungry. Chapter 40. The school bar exploded unbeknownst to him. A senior from the third year had disregarded the rules of propriety. Before he could finish his meal, Jihe's phone was inundated with notifications. He glanced at the screen, cleared his throat, and swiped to answer the call. The male voice was low, unmistakably laced with a tone typical of a scoundrel. Hello. Fongjin Jr., have you missed me? The gentleman could hardly maintain his composure for 5 seconds before Jihe's voice cracked. What? He hung up the phone and swiftly typed on the screen. Ruan curiously inquired, What's wrong, Senior Jihe? Without lifting his head, Jihe continued to browse the school bar. Qingran and Ruan simultaneously took out their phones, opened the school bar, and were met with a shocking post featuring a breathtaking photo. The poster remained anonymous, with the title, I am in awe of this beauty. The accompanying image was. Qingran looked up at Jishin, who was gently removing fish bones for her, his actions calm and unhurried. embodying a serene passage of time. Just moments ago, Jihe deliberately remarked that Qingran, the junior, enjoys eating fish but dislikes the presence of fish bones. He shamelessly extended his own bowl to Ji Shun, inquiring if Ji Shun could assist in removing the bones. Fortunately, Ji Shun, though reclusive, is far from foolish. His intellect vastly surpasses Jihe's by several streets. He promptly pushed aside Jihe's bowl and plate, retrieving the dish in front of Qingran instead. Noticing that there was no fish in her bowl, he took a communal chopstick to serve her. Something felt amiss, Qingran mused, as a somewhat narcissistic thought suddenly crossed her mind. Jihe, don't delete it just yet, came Ruan's urgent voice from beside her. So many people have seen it. Let me save the picture. Jihe, holding his phone, wore an expression of utter disillusionment. It was then that Qingran clicked to view the accompanying image, which was a candid profile shot of Jishin, taken at the entrance of Class 3-2. The contours of the youth's profile were impeccably perfect. Even a glimpse revealed his unparalleled charm. Qingran could already anticipate the comments section descending into chaos. And as she slightly scrolled down, her expectations were confirmed. Second floor. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Urgently seeking information. Third floor. I'm on my knees for the poster. Please tell me who this exquisite person is. Fourth floor. Wow. So handsome I can't close my legs. Fifth floor. Is he from our school? Why is he wearing our school uniform? Also, those above, don't even think about stealing my boyfriend. Sixth floor. Can you all have a little dignity? You're just high school students. What else with this boyfriend nonsense? Don't you feel any shame? I just want to clarify that this darling belongs to me. Qingran, with her face streaked with dark lines, pulled down once more. Floor 19. Wow. Just now, my mom asked me why I was kneeling and licking the screen. Floor 27. Damn. The senior from the third year said. Is this my home, Jishin? Floor 28. How is that possible? Hasn't anyone seen Jishin? Our Jishin relies on talent to conquer the world, not on looks. Floor 31. I implore the previous commenters to refrain from using my Jishin for clout. Although this child is quite handsome, my Jishin's talent outshines him by tenfold. Floor 36. I timidly suggest that our campus heartthrob's looks seem to rival this one, don't they? Floor 39. I also think Ji's appearance is on par with this individual. It's merely a case of familiarity breeding contempt rather than the joy of first meetings. And I tagged Floor 36. There were still hundreds of posts below regarding Gao Jian, but Qingran had no chance to scroll down. Instead, she stared at the screen displaying Xie Ying'an calling, lost in thought. The phone vibrated incessantly, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Qingran swiped to answer. On the other end, Xie Ying'an's voice carried a hint of urgency. Li Qingran, where are you? Qingran glanced at the time. It was 6:27 p.m. A faint response came from the other end. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Qingran relayed an address over the phone. The response was, don't wander off. Wait for me. Qingran faintly heard a female voice calling, Hey, Xie Ying'an, where are you going? The teacher asked us to stay until 7. The call ended abruptly, leaving an echo of silence. Qingran lowered her phone and, upon lifting her gaze, met 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes. No, to be precise, it was 2 pairs. Though the esteemed Mr. G across from her directed his gaze her way, there was no scrutiny in his eyes, perhaps due to her engaging in a phone call. He merely glanced at her before lowering his gaze. Qingran inclined her head, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies. I've inconvenienced you 2 seniors today. Ran, Ruan interjected, grasping Qingran's arm, halting her words. Haha, starting from the 137th post, these individuals have become embroiled in a quarrel within the online forum due to Mr. G and brother and Qingran inquired, perplexed. What is there to argue about? Why? It's about determining who is more aesthetically pleasing, brother N or Mr. G. Ruan continued with a hearty laugh. Ran is correct. What is there for them to argue about? Only children make such choices. Adults, of course, desire both. Qingran responded. You're underage. Moreover, one of the individuals in question is right here. Perhaps you should moderate yourself. If not, why don't you first secure the one before you for me to observe? He sighed, reclining languidly in his chair, and stated listlessly, Junior Ruan, have you finished perusing the posts? I intend to delete them once you're done. Please, no, wait a moment longer. Ruan, unwilling to have the post deleted, continued to scroll through the threads, her head now lowered. I was careless. He drained his glass of water in one gulp, lamenting, Mr. G, your next 3 months will not be pleasant. Consequently, his own days would also be affected. Xie Ying'an cast a nonchalant glance at him, neither affirming nor denying. I wager that absolutely no one would dare to disturb Mr. G. Ruan finally deigned to put down her phone, casting a furtive glance at Mr. G before feigning indifference. TCH. G scoffed lightly, abandoning the pretense of a mature and composed older brother, revealing his true self. You simply have not witnessed the antics of those obsessed girls. No, Ruan countered. You truly misunderstand girls. In the eyes of us average students, Jishin is akin to a mythic figure, a deity to be admired from afar, a lofty flower blooming atop a snow-capped peak. How can mere mortals dare to pluck such a rare blossom? Jihe straightened his posture, his mouth agape in surprise. Is he really that impressive? Even Qingran regarded Ruan with a hint of skepticism. Ruan, the undisputed queen of gossip, immediately became animated, gulping down a few sips of water and adopting the demeanor of a storyteller. Jihe nodded, indicating that she could get to the point. Someone actually claims Xie Ying'an is approachable? Qingran exclaimed in astonishment. Ruan shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps these people have been tormented by the lofty Jishan, leading them to perceive someone like Ngu as relatable. She leaned closer to Qingran, lowering her voice. Honestly, I don't think Ngu is approachable at all. Qingran found herself unable to refute Ruan's claim. Although Xie Ying'an was the male protagonist in this narrative, he had always treated her exceptionally well. Jihe pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 41. I do not engage in early romance. Xie Ying'an's hair was tousled by the wind, a testament to his hurried arrival. As the door swung open and closed, he swiftly entered. Xie Ying'an, who had just begun to acclimate to the atmosphere of the room, felt a palpable discomfort upon the arrival of another person, his fingers brushing against the brim of his hat. Jihe was acquainted with Xie Ying'an, though they were not particularly close. His gaze flitted between Qingran and Xie Ying'an before breaking into a grin. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is the charming Xie, who captivates countless beauties. He emphasized the phrase captivates countless beauties, hinting at a playful provocation. Ruan inhaled sharply. Xie Ying'an strolled over to Qingran, and upon hearing Jihe's words, merely offered a nonchalant smile, lacking the fervor of the senior. This statement carried a certain weight, prompting both Qingran and Ruan to glance at Jihe, their expressions inscrutable. They recalled not long ago when Jihe had attempted to adopt a deep voice during a phone call, which had backfired. Jihe's mouth twitched as he hastily tried to clarify to the two girls, struggling to maintain his composure. What do you mean by that, Xie Ying'an? Xie Ying'an casually pulled out a chair and settled down before responding, the literal meaning. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two became charged with tension. Ruan tugged at Qingran's sleeve, and Qingran leaned in closer. In a hushed tone, Ruan whispered, Do you think Ngu and Jihe will actually fight? Xie Ying'an was engaged in conversation with Xie Ying'an. The three of them had grown up together. Although Xie Ying'an never played with them, they were familiar enough to recognize one another. In the lull of their private exchange, Qingran and Ruan had already raised their glasses and clinked them together across the table, downing their drinks in one swift motion. In the flurry of movement, Qingran did not even notice that Xie Ying'an was holding her cup. Xie Ying'an set down his glass and turned his attention towards Xie Ying'an. He rarely takes the initiative to gaze upon another, yet tonight, apart from a fleeting glance at Qingran, Xie Ying'an is the first person he consciously directs his gaze toward. Being underage, they abstain from alcohol. The sweet and sour taste of fruit juice prompts both youths to wrinkle their brows in unison. Xie Ying'an turns his head to inquire of Qingran, Are you full? Qingran nods, his gaze momentarily lingering on the beauty mark beneath Xie Ying'an's eyelid before he swiftly averts his eyes. Jihe's expression darkens as he glances at his wristwatch, sneering. What do you mean it's late? It's only 7 o'clock. Jihe. In comparison to Jishan, Jihe's accomplishments are negligible. Even 10 of him would pale in significance. Jihe exclaims in frustration, Damn it. I suspect this kid is mocking me. This time, Xie Ying'an responds with greater alacrity. Rising to his feet and casting a glance at Qingran, Shall we go together? All right, Qingran affirms, discreetly patting Ruan beneath the table. For out of the 5 prepare to depart, while Jihe remains seated, seemingly oblivious to the notion of leaving. Humph. Jihe, incensed with embarrassment, hurls a cup across the room, exclaiming, Who the hell asked you to invite me? Crash. The glass shatters against the already closed wooden door, scattering shards across the floor. Provoked by Xie Ying'an's pointed remark, Jihe grits his teeth in fury, that little brat. Beneath the moonlight, the quartet strides along the road. with Qingran and Ruan leading the way, while Xie Ying'an and Xie Ying'an follow closely behind. Ruan links her arm with Qingran's, her lips remaining still. Yet her voice emerges in a hushed tone. Oh no, Ran. With two handsome guys looking at us, I feel as if I can hardly walk. Fortunately, her arm remains steady. Otherwise, she would have stumbled in unison. Behind them, two boys of nearly equal stature walked side by side. The streetlights and moonlight cast a dim glow upon them. Xie Ying'an had already adjusted his cap, his face obscured in shadow, rendering his expression unreadable. Xie Ying'an wore a wooden expression, devoid of emotion. Ruan's home lay in another direction, and at this hour the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. She stubbornly refused to let Qingran accompany her. Ran, please pity me, she implored. While walking with a male idol is indeed exhilarating. My legs simply cannot keep up. She pointed subtly to her legs, whispering. Qingran followed her gaze, and beneath the streetlight, Ruan's slender legs trembled slightly. Qingran was incredulous. Surely not. Ruan sighed. I'm just too excited, which has rendered my legs somewhat uncooperative. It seems I'm destined never to have the fortune of supporting 4 or 5 pretty boys at once. As Ruan's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Qingran, exasperated, conceded to let her go. How about taking a taxi? She suggested. Ruan rolled her eyes. It's a 10-minute walk. If I were to call a cab, it would probably arrive after I've already reached my destination. She reached a fork in the road and waved goodbye to Xie Ying'an and Xie Ying'an. And go. Jishin, see you tomorrow. I love you both. Xie Ying'an nodded curtly in response. For the first time that evening, Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze to Ruan. Once she had walked far enough away, the trio began to move forward. Xie Ying'an was the first to break the silence. Has Xie Ying'an moved? Xie Ying'an paused momentarily, then realized Xie Ying'an was addressing him. Yes, he replied softly. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Xie Ying'an fell silent, his countenance darkening. Even the longest journeys reached their terminus, and Qingran, at the fork in the road, bid Xie Ying'an a smiling farewell. Xie Ying'an paused, his gaze lingering on her for a fleeting moment, before wordlessly turning onto the right-hand path, his tall, slender form gradually dissolving into the night. Once Xie Ying'an's silhouette had completely vanished, Xie Ying'an spoke. Let's go. This time, Xie Ying'an quickened his pace, walking abreast of Qingran. The streetlights elongated their shadows, and Qingran, turning her head, said, Thank you for what happened last time. The matter in question was tacitly understood between them. Xie Ying'an offered no demur. As Xie Ying'an mounted his bicycle, he heard Qingran call out behind him, Xie Ying'an, do you remember what you said last time? He could only see the girl smiling, her almond eyes curving slightly, her vermilion lips and pearly teeth radiant in the gentle expression. Even his heart began to pound erratically. She declared, I don't engage in early romance. Her voice was clear and bright, the final note lingering melodiously. Regardless of who it is, I will not engage in early romance. In the darkness, the boy's dark eyes suddenly sparkled with light, and he curved his lips into the first genuine smile he had shown that day. Chapter 42. Following the plot on Wednesday, Class 1 had physical education. The instructor began by having the students run 2 laps around the track. The boys fared well enough, but the girls were nearly exhausted. After the 2 laps, Ruan crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, surrounded by several other girls in similar straits. Qingran reached out to her. Quick, get up and walk a few steps. You'll feel better. Ruan found herself at a loss for words, waving her hand dismissively at Qingran. Their physical education teacher whistled from a distance, urging the students, after your run, do not squat on the ground. Keep moving. Reluctantly, Ruan began to walk alongside Qingran, leaning her head on her shoulder and murmuring, Qingran, why don't you ever seem tired? Qingran's face was flushed from exertion as she replied, I am tired too, but my stamina is just a bit better than yours. Ruan felt on the verge of tears, lamenting, why must I endure such torment after surviving military training? Qingran teased her, you should engage in more exercise. It's beneficial for your health. Ruan retorted, no, I simply wish to indulge in a life of leisure. The truly untroubled one was when she, who approached them effortlessly after completing 2 laps without breaking a sweat. Qingran, Ruan, where are you headed? Ruan gazed at when she, tears of envy welling in her eyes. She, your stamina is remarkable. When she smiled shyly, explaining, when I stayed with my grandmother, I often went hiking. Qingran lowered her head slightly, recalling that this was indeed mentioned in the book, when she was resilient and self-sufficient. stemming from her grandmother's modest means. Her grandmother resided in a small town, living off the land and water. From a young age, when she was obedient and understanding, and as she grew older, she took on many responsibilities, chopping wood and foraging for mushrooms in the mountains, and fishing to earn money. When Xi's father never provided for the two of them, yet they managed to sustain themselves. A commotion erupted from the distant basketball court, drawing the attention of several girls, as students from 2 classes surrounded the court, making it nearly inaccessible. In Ruan's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparked, and for the moment, her legs no longer ached, her waist felt unburdened, and her breath came evenly. With her left hand grasping Xi and her right hand holding Qingran, she exclaimed, Ran, 11, let us go take a look. With her petite stature, Ruan managed to pull Qingran and Xi through the throng to the front. On the basketball court, the students from Class 1 and Class 7 stood in 2 lines, with the physical education teacher from Class 7 positioned at the center, adopting the demeanor of a referee. Leading Class 1 was Xie Ying'an, while Class 7 was spearheaded by Song Shi'is. Ruan inwardly cursed, oh dear, that fool Song is at it again, seeking trouble. As for her penchant for bestowing unflattering nicknames, Qingran opted for selective deafness. When she, feeling the tension, realized that a basketball match was about to unfold between the 2 classes. A basketball game, an almost indispensable plot in campus literature. Without needing to witness the final outcome, Qingran could easily surmise that victory would undoubtedly belong to Xie Ying'an. How could the male lead possibly be bested by a secondary antagonist? With the sharp whistle of the physical education teacher, the match commenced. Song Shi'is, hunched over, dribbled the basketball with dexterous precision, while Xie Ying'an assumed a defensive stance opposite him. Song Shi'is eyes darted eagerly, searching for an opportunity to break through, yet Xie Ying'an's defensive skills were impeccable, leaving him perpetually thwarted. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, weaving left and right, skillfully navigating through 2 layers of defense until he reached the basket. With a leap and a swift turn, he launched the ball, which traced a graceful arc through the air before landing squarely in the hoop. Class 7 scored a point, and the girls erupted into jubilant shouts. With a cluck of her tongue, Ruan expressed her admiration, acknowledging Song's unexpected prowess. Song Shirzei, wearing a triumphant grin, brazenly taunted Xie Ying'an. The girls from Class 1 erupted in fervor, some cupping their hands to their mouths, vociferously cheering on their handsome classmates. Xie Ying'an scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Qingran, where he paused, a fetching curve gracing his lips, his obsidian eyes twinkling with an inner luminescence. The surrounding female students were utterly captivated, with even a considerable portion of the girls from Class 7 defecting to his side. A chorus of ecstatic cries filled the air, with declarations of being smitten by his smile and pledges of bearing his children upon reaching legal age. Ruan, dumbfounded, wondered at the intensity of their reaction, finding it even more fervent than her own. When Shuri, equally astonished, remarked that while the smile was indeed attractive, it hardly warranted such frenzy. Before she could finish her sentence, Ruan succumbed to the collective madness, erupting into cheers as Xie Ying'an scored, exclaiming his prowess. Where Xie Ying'an was present, disappointment was never an option. The true battle commenced, with Song Shirzei, though academically challenged, proving to be no slouch in athletic pursuits. Qingran felt a growing sense of foreboding, drowned out by the rising tide of cheers, making it impossible to collect her thoughts. Suddenly, a player fumbled, sending the basketball arcing through the air, hurtling directly towards Qingran with such velocity that she had no time to react. With a resounding thud, Xi collapsed to the ground without so much as a whimper. Gasps of horror emanated from the surrounding girls, and the crowd erupted into chaos once more. Xie Ying'an and several other boys sprinted towards the scene with frantic haste. Xie Ying'an was the first to arrive, his gaze sweeping over Qingran, a peculiar pallor washing over his complexion. After a protracted moment, he finally managed to croak out, "Are you unharmed?" Qingran, who was kneeling on the ground, half supporting Xi, replied with urgency, "I'm fine. Quickly, we must get Xi to the infirmary." The physical education instructor rushed towards them, shouting as he approached, "Quickly, some male students assist in carrying this young lady to the infirmary. Make haste." Qingran distinctly observed Xie Ying'an, who was standing at the forefront, furrowing his brow and subtly retreating a step. Su Chun, who was beside him, was then compelled to squat down and carry Xi on his back. The physician stated that Xi had merely succumbed to a transient state of unconsciousness due to the force of the impact, and after a thorough examination, No significant issues were detected. As anticipated, a sharp, piercing pain soon followed, accompanied by a torrent of jumbled memories. On the sports field, the two teams were still engaged in their match. Qingran, the character from the book, was standing amidst the throng, vociferously cheering for Xie Ying'an. When she was positioned to her left and slightly behind her, Xie Ying'an secured consecutive victories, eliciting wild screams of elation from Qingran and a group of girls. At that precise moment, a basketball hurtled directly towards Qingran. Startled, she was jostled by an unknown individual, narrowly evading the ball, which then struck Wen Shi, who was standing behind her. Xie Ying'an rushed over, his gaze fleetingly passing over Qingran before fixating on Wen Shi, who lay prostrate on the ground, his chest heaving from the exertion of his sprint. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Huang Qianyu's accusatory voice rang particularly clear. I saw it. It was Qingran who dodged. And that's why the basketball hit the transfer student. Surrounding voices echoed in agreement. I saw it too. If Qingran hadn't evaded, that basketball would never have struck Wen Shi. In the midst of the uproar, Qingran stood frozen, at a loss for words. Xie Ying'an cast a glance at the crowd, irritation evident in his eyes. Silence, he commanded, then crouched down to lift Wen Shi and hurried towards the infirmary. As he passed by Song Shiai's, he seemed to whisper something. Song Shiai's frowned and glanced at the crowd before casually sauntering over. The chorus of condemnation persisted, and Song Shiai's hurled the basketball at one of the girls, who screamed and dodged. The ball struck a boy behind her, who dared not cry out in pain. Clutching his chest and calling out to Zego. With a sardonic smile, Song Shiai's taunted, "Oh, weren't you just shouting loudly? Why the sudden retreat?" The girl, crouching on the ground, overwhelmed by anger and shame, had tears welling in her eyes. A heavy silence fell, and the girls exchanged glances, refraining from mentioning Qingran any further. Song Shiai's raised an eyebrow, his smile infuriatingly smug. Don't be afraid. My family may lack in many things, but we can certainly cover the medical expenses. Chapter 43. Gaming late into the night, the living room lights flickered on. As the brightness startled her, Qingran furrowed her brows and sat up from the sofa. Qingma was taken aback by her sudden movement and began to fuss. Qingran, why don't you turn on the lights when you're at home? Qingran shook her head gently, the headache arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, leaving her with only a faint discomfort. She murmured, I just fell asleep, brother. Qingma, clad in slippers, approached with a rhythmic patter, extending his hand to touch Qingran's forehead. Are you running a fever? No, she replied, allowing him to check her forehead, her voice muffled. I just didn't sleep well. Qingma regarded her with a skeptical gaze. Qingran blinked rapidly and asked, Brother, why are you looking at me like that? I think you've been a bit reckless lately. He replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Frequent late nights and associating with someone like Song Shiai's? His eyes sharpened with intensity. Qingran, confess honestly, have you been misbehaving? Indifferent. Qingran slipped on her slippers and headed towards the kitchen. Oh. Qingma paused momentarily before hastily following her, his voice filled with indignation. Qingran, you go out to have fun without me, and you think you have the right to be upset? Aunt Lu had kept the dishes warm, and Qingran served 2 bowls of rice at the dining table in the living room, while Qingma eagerly brought over the dishes. In the vast emptiness of their home, it was just the two of them. Their mother had taught them to eat silently and sleep peacefully, so when they finally sat at the table, they dined in quietude. Don't call me brother. I wouldn't dare accept such a title. As the saying goes, the elder does not dictate the younger, and it seems that nowadays the younger does not heed the elder. Qingran, if you don't appease me today and go upstairs, I will immediately sever our sibling ties. Hey, Qingran, I mean what I say. To her astonishment, he appeared once again today with that sardonic demeanor. Qingran's heart felt as if it were galloping with 1,000 wild horses. Yet she knew she had to placate her brother. Brother, is it just because I didn't bring you along for dinner yesterday? I promise to include you from now on, all right? Qingma scoffed. Is that what I care about? Qingran retorted. Then why do you keep emphasizing that I didn't take you with me? With his chin held high, Qingma replied. Who else was there last night besides Xie Ying'an? Qingma doubted his own hearing. Wan, and whom? Senior Ji Yinqing from the 3rd year, and Senior Ji He. Qingma regarded his sister with a different look, remaining silent for a long while. Qingran, confused by his gaze, asked, What's wrong, brother? Look at you. Making quite the progress. Qingran. Come, have a seat. Qingma plopped down on the sofa, gesturing for Qingran to sit across from him. She instinctively walked over and sat down. Li Qingma instantly donned a cheerful expression. Ran, how did you become so familiar with Jishin? Fortunately, Qingran had grown accustomed to his swift changes in demeanor since childhood, so she was not startled. After some contemplation, she decided to conceal the part about feeding the cat. She then inquired, Brother, did you ask Senior Jihe to hold off on deleting the post? Li Qingma shook his head. Jihe is not in our circle. I have never associated with him, so how could I possibly reach out to him? Qingran lowered her head, falling into silence. Since the Senior Jihe was not acquainted with Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma, it stands to reason that prior to this, Jihe had no knowledge of her. It is improbable that he would refrain from deleting the post simply because she pinned it. Qingran had considered whether it could be the doing of Jishin. Yet Jishin is indifferent to the trivialities of the outside world, too apathetic to even lend an ear to such matters, let alone intervene. Li Qingma discerned Qingran's inner turmoil and offered reassurance. This may simply be Jihe seeking a bit of excitement. You need not overthink it. He then shifted the focus, inquiring, what could have compelled Xie Ying'an to agree to dine with you all? Li Qingma, lost in thought, merely nodded while seated on the sofa. At 10 o'clock that evening, Li Qingma knocked on Qingran's door. Qingran opened the door. Reluctantly setting down her pen, Qingran hastened to answer. Outside, Li Qingma held a cup of steaming milk, peering into her room, his gaze fixating on her desk. Are you truly studying? He exclaimed, astonished. Qingran accepted the milk and took a sip, replying, Of course, why wouldn't I? Li Qingma, familiar with the surroundings, squeezed past her to approach the desk. His eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the nearly completed math exam paper. You've accomplished this much already? Qingran approached as well, explaining, I've been rather fatigued with my studies lately, and with midterms approaching, I need to put in extra effort. Li Qingma responded with an incredulous remark, contemplating whether it was appropriate to voice his surprise. He then scrutinized the 2 math papers Qingran had completed that night, astonished anew. Did you write all of these tonight? Qingran finished the milk in one gulp and handed the empty cup to Li Qingmo, saying, Oh, right. Li Qingmo squinted at the empty cup in his hand and remarked, I suspect you've been getting extra help. He was acutely aware that mathematics had always been Qingran's Achilles heel. However, as soon as Qingran opened her mouth to respond, she fell silent. Indeed, just a few days prior, she had sought the guidance of Jishun and Xie Ying'an. Never mind, I want to tell you, she ultimately decided. Li Qingmo turned and hurried away, leaving Qingran in a state of bewilderment. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Qingran waited downstairs for Li Qingmo for quite some time, but he did not emerge. Realizing she would soon be late for school, she dashed upstairs to call for him. After knocking for a while without response, she could not restrain herself from knocking more forcefully. Brother. Li Qingmo. Only then did she hear some movement from inside. Li Qingmo appeared, his hair in disarray like a bird's nest, and his eyes still heavy with sleep. He mumbled incoherently, What time is it? Qingran's gaze fell upon his pronounced dark circles, and she asked, Brother, what time did you go to bed last night? Li Qingmo's stretching paused momentarily. He feigned ignorance, admitting that he had played games late into the night, possibly until 1 or 2 in the morning. Qingran's eyes swept over the densely written papers on his desk, and she smirked slightly. Then you should hurry and get up. It's already past 7. What? Li Qingmo exclaimed, rushing to check his alarm clock on the nightstand. The clock had been jostled out of place by the incessant ringing, and the fact that he had slept so soundly through it all was a testament to how deeply he had been resting. Qingran then closed the door behind her as she left. Li Qingma swiftly changed his clothes, performed his ablutions, and haphazardly stuffed the examination papers he had been laboring over until 3 in the morning into his satchel before dashing off to school. He jested inwardly, for were his midterm scores to be surpassed by his younger sister, how would he henceforth maintain his fraternal authority before Qingran? Addendum. Xie Ying'an's previous incarnation. The morning light streamed through the glass, infiltrating the room, a single ray piercing my eyes, creating a sensation of acute discomfort. I roused myself from my drunken stupor. A throbbing headache assaulted me as I struggled to rise and draw the curtains. After days of incessant rain, the sun deigned to grace us with its presence. I stood by the window, inhaling deeply, my gaze lingering on the garden and the backyard. My wife, when she, with a pair of pruning shears in hand, was meticulously tending to the flower branches, the sunlight caressing her face, accentuating her alabaster complexion. Presently, a gentle rapping echoed from the bedroom door, accompanied by Wenxi's voice. Ying'an, are you awake? I responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement, refraining from opening the door. She murmured softly from the other side. "Breakfast is prepared. Please, partake of it." I donned my attire and emerged from the room. A modest breakfast was laid out on the dining table downstairs, when she, awaiting my arrival. As I fastened the cuff of my sleeve, I stated impassively, "I shall forego breakfast. Business at the firm necessitates my immediate departure." Witnessing the palpable disappointment etched upon Wen Shi's countenance, I ultimately did not tarry, brushing past her. A decade of matrimony, a decade of separate chambers. Whether my wife's name is Wen Shi or Wen Shi, I remain uncertain. I harbor no desire to be wedded to her, of that I am assured. Yet, I was compelled to take her as my bride, as if it were our shared destiny. At 9 in the morning, the company's employees had already begun to arrive in succession. As I walked past their desks, they appeared apprehensive, unwilling to meet my gaze. The company had just gone public, and there was an endless array of tasks, meetings, and social engagements to attend to each day. This busyness, paradoxically, brought me a sense of relief. It was only in this whirlwind of activity that I was able to silence my wandering thoughts, which I found quite agreeable. Previously, my colleague Li Qingran's deskmate, Wan, had become my capable assistant. She entered, her 10-centimeter stilettos clicking against the floor, and placed a stack of documents before me. "Mr. Xie, this is the proposal just developed by the RD department. Please have a look." Perhaps due to the effects of last night's inebriation and the fantastical dreams it had conjured, I did not rush to examine the files. Instead, I unexpectedly inquired, "How old is your child?" Wan paused, seemingly taken aback by my sudden question, which bore no relation to our work. With a professionally crafted smile adorning her exquisitely made-up face, she replied, 6 years old. A tremor of unbidden emotion coursed through my fingertips. Li Qingran's child was the same age. I recalled distinctly that this year, too, marked the 6th year. It seemed that my inquiry about her child's age had inadvertently bridged a gap between us, and perhaps Ruan's innate curiosity had remained unchanged over the years. She cautiously posed, "Mr. Xie, you've been married for 10 years. Aren't you considering having a child?" I lifted my gaze to meet hers, and in an instant, she straightened and fell silent. I was acutely aware that in their eyes, I had ceased to belong to the child-free cohort, instead being perceived as someone incapable in that regard. I am indifferent to their private discussions. As long as nothing reaches my ears, I shall assume that nothing has transpired. I opened the document, glanced at the proposal, and tossed it to Ruan. "No, let them continue revising it." Ruan, accustomed to my whims, cradled the document and exited. I pinched the bridge of my nose, the dull ache from last night's revelry still throbbing at my temples. My phone, resting on the table, buzzed with an incoming call. The name displayed was Wen. Reluctant to answer, I flipped the phone face down. After a brief moment, the call came again. Knowing Wen's temperament, I realized he would not relent until I picked up. When I finally answered, a rough, middle-aged voice greeted me with an air of ingratiation. "Son-in-law, I hope I'm not intruding." My patience waned. "Speak plainly." Yes, Wen chuckled. "Son-in-law, I've been a bit tight financially lately. Could you possibly?" My fingertips drummed against the table in silence. Wen, unable to restrain himself, continued with a barrage of pleasantries, yet I remained mute. Finally, his patience wore thin, and he bellowed into the receiver, "Xie Ying'an, let me make this clear. If I do not see the funds in my account by tonight, I will notify my associates to report you to the authorities. After all, my daughter's assault case is still unresolved." Even after a decade, the familiar pattern persisted. I chuckled softly, gripping the phone. "By all means, go ahead and report me." With that, I terminated the call and powered off the phone in one swift motion. I pressed the internal line on the desk, and Ruan quickly re-entered. "General Xie," she addressed me. "Procure a new phone card for me," I instructed. Ruan acknowledged and stepped out once more. Reclining in my chair, I felt as though the nerves that had been taut for decades suddenly relaxed, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. For a decade, I had shouldered the burden of protecting Li Qingran alone, a secret that remained undisclosed to all, and one that they need not know. Years ago, Li Qingran and Huang Qinyu had ensnared in Xiao, and for reasons unbeknownst to them, they believed I harbored feelings for Wen Shi, subsequently orchestrating her abduction and humiliation. In that moment, Wen did not seek retribution for his daughter. Instead, he focused on gathering the evidence left by Li Qingran. I remained perplexed as to how he discovered me, but he used that evidence to coerce me into marrying Wen Shi, threatening that if I refused, he would ensure Li Qingran and Huang Qinyu faced imprisonment. Was Wen truly so easily dismissed? driven by a desire for money. I opted to appease him with financial recompense, yet his stance was unyielding, asserting that his daughter's life had been irrevocably shattered, and I was compelled to marry her. Otherwise, he declared his intention to promptly report me to the authorities. I confined Unripe, only to realize he had a backup plan. He had made numerous copies of the evidence and distributed them to his acquaintances in the underworld, instructing them to alert the police should anything happen to him. Had it been solely Huang Qianyu facing imprisonment, I might have taken the risk, but with Li Qingran involved, I dared not gamble. I understood that sentencing Li Qingran to prison would be a fate worse than death for someone as proud as she. Thus, while I acquiesced to marrying Xie, I secretly plotted my escape. A few days later, I sought out Xie, candidly expressing that I did not love her and that our union would not yield happiness. With a pallid visage, she forced a bitter smile and replied, "In my current state, who could possibly love me?" I remained silent as I exited. I never anticipated encountering Li Qingran beneath the residence of Xie. Upon seeing me, she took several incredulous steps back, her eyes glimmering with a fragile intensity. She inquired, "Despite Xie's current state, you still harbor feelings for her, do you? Why has Li Qingran persistently believed that I favored Xie? For all these years, my affections have unequivocally been directed towards her. Ren's acquaintances have indeed been taken to the police station, with the authorities first apprehending Huang Qianyu. I understood this to be Ren's calculated intimidation. I had no time to ponder the implications. Ren has been entangled in unsavory dealings, surrounded by dubious company, and it is utterly impossible for me to extricate them all in such a short span of time. I acquiesced to marry Xie. Ren, emboldened, insisted, "Before your wedding, ensure that that girl from the Li family is wed off to avert any unforeseen complications. This demand is one I shall never concede to." Ren, unencumbered by fear, holds my most vulnerable secret in his grasp, leaving me paralyzed with caution. That evening, I found solace atop my home, sipping strong spirits while feeling the chill of the night air. My mother, Xie Ying'an, ascended to join me, sitting at my side. She asked, "What troubles you, my son?" "These matters I have concealed from everyone, even from her." The night cloaked my bitter smile as I uttered, "Mother, I may be getting married." She erupted into laughter, playfully slapping my shoulder. "What an achievement, my son, to have won over Ran so swiftly." I replied, "It is to marry Xie." Her laughter froze upon her face, and she murmured, "Who is Xie?" The frigid wind cut against my skin like a knife, and in that moment, beneath the night sky, no one could fathom the desolation that engulfed my heart, cold as water. Chapter 44. The distance from failure. Qingran arrived not too late. She had scarcely settled into her seat when Xie Ying'an entered shortly thereafter. Upon noticing Xie Ying'an's arrival, Xie, who was already seated, approached them. She stood by Xie Ying'an's desk and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xie, for escorting me to the infirmary yesterday." The thin fringe of her bangs failed to conceal the large bruise on her forehead, a remnant of a basketball mishap. An awkward silence enveloped the air. When she felt increasingly uncomfortable, she furrowed her brows, puzzled. Just before she lost consciousness the previous afternoon, she distinctly recalled Xie Ying'an rushing towards her. Ultimately, it was Xie who had thanked Su Chun, who seemed somewhat bashful in response, scratching his head and chuckling. "It's nothing, just a small favor." That minor incident soon passed. As the new semester approached its 2-month mark, various subjects had commenced their preliminary assessments. On Thursday, examinations were held in both the morning and afternoon. Qingran found the questions on the exam paper to be relatively straightforward. Yet she was acutely aware of her proximity to the protagonist, Xie, and the inevitability of her own underperformance. That day, she had managed to complete a chemistry paper at home without faltering, indicating that there existed a defined distance from Xie beyond which her results would remain unaffected. Now, she sought to ascertain the exact measure of that distance. During the lunch break, Qingran hurried to the desk of Li Qingma in class 2 to 3, where she completed another test paper. Most of the students in that class were familiar with Qingran, and a few boys, who maintained a good rapport with Li Qingma, joyfully called out, "Sister." In class 3, several girls huddled together, whispering softly in the direction where Qingran sat, cautious of the school bully's wrath and refraining from speaking too openly. The bully had long since issued a blatant warning. To torment his sister was to invite his fury. The unfortunate fate of Tan Xiaobing from class 7 and Song Er Shizhu, who had been beaten to the hospital, served as a stark reminder. Before departing, she had implored the boys from class 3, "Please don't tell my brother I was here." Thank you. With her youthful radiance, she smiled enchanting like a city in spring. The boys instantly blushed, and once Qingran had walked away, one exclaimed, "Wow, the sister smiled at me." His deskmate smacked him on the head. "Nonsense." She clearly smiled at me. The boy seated behind them rolled his eyes to the heavens. "Is this amusing to you?" She smiled at all of us. "Why is Mo Gu's sister so academically gifted and strikingly beautiful? I heard she was our sophomore goddess in the forum. Didn't you know?" Yes. But she's rather quiet and avoids the spotlight, which is why her title of goddess has been gradually forgotten." He was not one to hold back his thoughts and inquired, "What is going on with you all?" In unison, they replied, "Nothing at all." "How peculiar." Li Qingma took out his phone and powered it on. The first thing he did was check the school forum. Since the post about Ji Shun had been deleted yesterday, it was now filled with trivial content, which made him disinterested in scrolling further. With half an hour remaining before class began, he sighed, "Let us keep it down," and laid his head on the desk, drifting into slumber. A group of boys exchanged a tacit understanding through a mere glance, stifling their laughter. After thoroughly scrutinizing the exam paper, Xie Ying'an found no errors. He turned to Qingran and inquired, "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" "Not at all." Qingran replied, handing him a red pen. "I'm sorry to take up a few minutes of your time. Could you help me check if there are many mistakes this time?" Upon hearing this, Xie Ying'an chuckled softly, accepting the red pen from her. He meticulously examined the paper once more. The young man held the pen with poise, his gaze focused intently on the work before him. His long, straight eyelashes cast shadows upon his lower eyelids, accentuating the sharpness of his high nose when viewed from the side. Qingran averted her eyes, hesitant to look too long. After all, the protagonist of many a romantic tale was unlikely to possess anything less than striking features. Before long, Xie Ying'an placed the exam paper between them on the desk, using the pen tip to indicate the errors to Qingran. He lowered his voice, explaining calmly, "Here, the formula was misapplied. Although the answer is correct, this method has resulted in several additional calculations." Qingran leaned in, listening intently, occasionally nodding to signify her understanding. However, Huang Qianyu's deskmate, Chu Rong, could no longer contain herself. She murmured, "Qianyu, they're merely discussing academic matters. Why do you have to speak so harshly?" With a loud clap, Huang Qianyu slammed her hand on the desk, glaring at Chu Rong. "What do you think you are? Who gave you the right to lecture me?" Chu Rong's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of tears. "I didn't mean to." Huang Qianyu, now more infuriated, retorted, "Just shut your mouth. You always act as if you've been wronged, and it's truly nauseating." In the classroom, some students appeared to have heard the commotion, yet seemed oblivious to it, for Huang Qianyu possessed a domineering temperament and hailed from a prominent family, deterring most from confronting her. Wan cast a glance in that direction. She had not caught Huang Qianyu's earlier remarks and merely assumed she was bullying Chu Rong, choosing to feign ignorance, when she also noticed, merely furrowing her brow without uttering a word. The distance between Class 3 and the others was roughly within 100 meters. Qingran's examination paper remained unaffected by Wen Shi's aura. She exhaled softly, gradually attempting to bridge this gap. Class 2 was situated approximately 50 meters from Class 1. And evening study sessions relied heavily on self-discipline. Class 2 was populated with many bookish students. When Qingran completed her paper and departed, countless individuals remained unaware that an outsider had infiltrated their class. He immediately spotted Qingran seated and diligently working on her assignments, and promptly took a seat beside her with his backpack. Li Qingma, retrieving books from his bag, exclaimed, "No way, Li Qingran, starting your homework at this hour?" After dinner, the siblings chose not to ascend the stairs, opting instead to remain in the living room to study. Qingran presented her paper from Class 2 to Li Qingma for his review. She had discerned a pattern. As long as one person had viewed this paper, irrespective of who it was, the answers remained unchanged. Li Qingma, perplexed, accepted the paper and inquired, "What's this for?" Qingran scurried over to pour him a glass of water, sweetly asking, "Brother, could you check if I made any mistakes? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Li Qingma mumbled, "With midterms approaching, you're deliberately trying to hinder my studies, hoping to surpass me, aren't you?" Within the realm of Qingran's expectations, this examination paper posed no errors. Evidently, a distance of approximately 50 meters proved to be safe. With a sigh of relief, Qingran contemplated the commencement of testing at a distance of around 30 meters the following day. After her elder brother had utilized the materials, he carelessly discarded them. Qingran ascended the stairs with her homework in hand, not forgetting to remind Li Qingma, "Brother, do not play games too late tonight." Li Qingma responded with a vague sense of unease, feeling as though she might be aware of something. Chapter 45. The relationship between the campus heartthrob and Qingran typically. Results from a preliminary assessment are released the following day. Upon receiving her paper, Qingran gazed at her increasingly dismal scores, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. With the esteemed family's grades plummeting to such depths, how could old Wu possibly remain composed? He promptly approached, standing at the classroom doorway. Casting a stern glance towards Qingran's desk, his expression taut. "Li Qingran, accompany me to the office." Qingran followed closely behind old Wu into the office. At this hour, classes had yet to commence, and several teachers were present. It was her first experience being summoned to the office due to academic performance, and an inexplicable sense of shame washed over her. Old Wu cleared his throat, his demeanor serious as he cut straight to the chase. "Li Qingran, after these recent assessments, all subject teachers have reported a significant decline in your grades. I would like you to provide an explanation for this concerning downturn." Qingran found herself at a loss for words. The notion that immersing oneself in a story and being close to the female protagonist could lead to poor performance was so fantastical that she feared old Wu might not take her seriously. She worried he might suspect her sanity. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 has always relished competing with Class 1. Upon hearing old Wu's remark, she instantly perked up. Casting a cheerful glance in his direction, did the student ranked 5th in the grade perform poorly? The teacher of Class 2 was so elated that she could have burst into a groundhog-like squeal. For a long time, the presence of the 1st and 5th ranked students in Class 1 had overshadowed Class 2, which only boasted the 2nd and 7th ranks. Therefore, the teacher of Class 2 felt perpetually eclipsed by her counterpart. If the 5th ranked student from Class 1 faltered, as long as her students maintained their 2nd and 7th ranks, what did it matter if Class 1 had only the 1st place to showcase? The assessment hinges on how many students each class can place in the top 10. Among the 20-some homeroom teachers in the second year, this time she was certain she would secure a victory. Previously, during a small assessment, both her 2nd and 7th ranked students had shown significant improvement, and she eagerly awaited the midterm to vindicate her. Indeed, when a diligent student underperforms, teachers often direct their frustrations toward the less capable. Reflecting on Song Shiai's insufferable demeanor, Qingran was resolute that matters should be reciprocated. He had wronged her once, and she would not wait for retribution. Just this once, perhaps. Her tone was laden with uncertainty. Old Wu was nearly beside himself with rage. Had it not been for Qingran's presence, he would have rushed to confront the teacher of Class 7 for an explanation. However, with Qingran there, he had to temper his feelings and comfort her. The midterm exams are just around the corner. You must quickly adjust your state of mind. Wait a moment. Old Wu's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. Does your sudden drop in performance have anything to do with your deskmate, Xie Ying'an? Qingran was taken aback, replying truthfully, "No. I occasionally seek guidance from Xie Ying'an when I encounter challenging problems." The girl's eyes were limpid and clear, finally putting old Wu at ease. Sure, Fan glanced at her but remained silent. Zhongli, whose desk was 2 rows away, chimed in garrulously, "XNXN, what you said is spot on. Have you ever seen a subpar student suddenly excel? I haven't. I've only seen good students plummet. That just proves they were inherently flawed." Qingran picked up her book, too lazy to pay them any mind. She didn't notice Xie Ying'an's face darken as he settled into his seat. "Get out." Xie Ying'an's voice wasn't loud, but it immediately silenced the entire class. Sun Xian and Zhang Li were quieted, shrinking in their seats, afraid to utter a word. Xie Ying'an crossed his arms, sneering at them. "What? Can't understand, or do I need to ask you to leave?" The classroom fell even quieter. Even the usually boisterous Huang Qianyu lowered his head in silence. After all, as classmates for so long, no one had ever seen Xie Ying'an lose his temper at a girl. Xie Ying'an was well-mannered. He had a rule of never hitting girls. Nor had he ever been too close to or argued with any girl. He had always been indifferent to the girls around him, never deliberately approaching them, only deliberately distancing himself. Qingran thought it wasn't necessary. Her grades had indeed declined, and although Sun Xian and Zhang Li were unlikable, what they said was true. In the afternoon, after school, once Xie Ying'an and Qingran had departed, the few remaining female classmates in the classroom were on the verge of an explosion of curiosity. One girl boldly initiated the conversation. "Oh, I am so eager to know, what exactly is the relationship between the campus heartthrob and Li Qingran?" The girl beside her quickly chimed in. "I too believe their relationship is quite extraordinary." Initially, It was Xie who took the initiative to request sitting at the same desk as Li Qingran, and then there was that day. As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Huang Qianyu, who had not yet left and was eavesdropping intently. The girl shivered, reluctant to mention the incident when Xie Ying'an had been fixated on Huang Qianyu while she was cleaning the desk. Sensing their wariness, Huang Qianyu snorted softly and exited with her bag in hand. At the tender age of 16 or 17, when gossip is at its peak, several girls huddled together, their curiosity reaching a crescendo. With only about 10 individuals remaining in the classroom, the girls felt free of any inhibitions. Do you all remember Jishin? The one whose hair, when styled, looked incredibly handsome? Oh my, who could ever forget such an extraordinary visage? Indeed, I even changed my phone wallpaper to a picture of Jishin. Wow, Qian, did you save that image the other day at the school CAF? Quick, send it to me. Hey, we're getting off topic. Do you remember that day when Jishin came to our classroom? Who was he looking for? The girls tilted their heads in contemplation for a moment. Ah, I remember now. He was looking for Li Qingran. So, is Li Qingran closer to the campus heartthrob or to Jishin? It is simply astonishing. The school's heartthrob and Jishin. Did Li Qingran save the galaxy in her past life? Yet, Qingran has no time to save the galaxy. She is approximately 30 meters away from the classroom where when she is studying physics, diligently working on her exam paper in a small garden under the glow of a street lamp. Next to her sits Ruan, who, while engrossed in her phone, keeps her company. For the third time, she inquires, I truly cannot fathom why you are working on your exam paper here. Qingran pauses with her pen, and for the third time, she wearily explains, it is to absorb the scholarly atmosphere from over there. However, Ruan can't help but feel that this explanation lacks sincerity. Her deskmate and elder brother are both quintessential academic overachievers. Does she really need to soak in the scholarly vibes? Unable to comprehend, Ruan lowers her head to continue her phone activities, while Qingran persists in her exam. Currently, her grades are even below those of Ruan. After completing her paper, Qingran notices that the class next door has yet to dismiss. Once they exit the school gates, Ruan glances around and suddenly whispers to Qingran, I think 11's family treats her rather poorly. Qingran is taken aback and leans closer to Ruan, asking, what do you mean? Ruan's expression is somewhat conflicted. She reveals, this morning, when I arrived, I noticed what seemed to be a handprint on her face. A faint impression of 3 fingers. Had Ruan not been close, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Qingran struggles to recall how the female protagonist's family background was depicted in the book. But judging by Wenxi's discordant relationship with her stepsister Wensiki, she can surmise something of her family's circumstances. Chapter 46, Are You Waiting for Me? When Qingran returned home, it was rare for Aunt Lu to still be there. Qingran smiled and remarked, the second and third years of high school are particularly crucial. So naturally, the study hours must be extended. Aunt Lu, squeezing oranges for juice, chuckled in agreement, saying, indeed, enduring these 2 or 3 years will pay off. I've heard that college life is much easier. As she approached the door, she seemed to suddenly recall something, pausing in her tracks. Ran? Qingran looked over in confusion. What is it, Aunt Lu? A heavy feeling struck her heart, and after a moment, she inquired, Aunt Lu, does he come by every day? Aunt Lu then questioned, Ran. Do you know him? I do, Qingran replied, the orange juice tasting sweet and tangy. He is a senior at our school. Oh. Aunt Lu finally felt reassured and walked out the door. In the spacious living room, Qingran found herself alone once more. As her phone powered on, the network took a while to respond. When it finally did, a flood of messages arrived, overwhelming her 2-year-old SIM card to the point of near dysfunction. Qingran opened WeChat and began to check the messages one by one. The most numerous were from Song Shiais, who had finally added her on WeChat that day in the hospital. Tuesday, 12:36, Song Shiais, Li Qingran. Do you want to skip class to watch a movie this afternoon? Tuesday, 1848, Song Shiais, Li Qingran. Want to hang out? Wednesday, 21:03, Song Shiais, Li Qingran. Are you there? Song Shiais, where are you? Emoji, Song Shiais. Red envelope, Song Shiais. Red envelope, Song Shiais. Li Qingran. For heaven's sake, don't you ever check your phone? On Wednesday at 21:19, the girl sent a message. Ran, Song Erwo just bombarded me with red envelopes, attempting to extract information about your online status. She continued, goodness, he sent several hundred yuan. That was all she wrote, seemingly recognizing that Qingran was offline. thus refraining from further messages. Next came Xie Ying'an, who sent a text last night. Have you been frightened today? Stay away from the basketball court. It's too dangerous. Don't be scared. After these few awkwardly phrased lines, silence ensued. Qingran's fingertips glided down the screen until they halted at Ji Shin's WeChat. On Tuesday at 19:06, Ji sent a single message. Wait, a solitary character devoid of punctuation. Qingran fixated on that letter until her phone screen dimmed automatically. Since their shared meal that day, Qingran had not seen Xie Ying'an for several days. It was neither large nor small, but if one wished to evade someone, it was exceedingly simple. It was evident that since the school bar had circulated photos of Xie Ying'an, his every move had become the focal point of most girls' attention. Ironically, this was precisely what Xie Ying'an detested most. Qingran was uncertain of her current feelings towards Ji Shun. Both of them were antagonists within the narrative, existing solely to complicate the romantic entanglements of the protagonists. Yet, one day, this minor antagonist experienced an epiphany and resolved to cease meddling in their affairs. As for Xie Ying'an, the principal antagonist, could she, with her foreknowledge of the plot, possibly extend a helping hand to him? At this moment, Qingran realized that she could no longer venture outside. She was uncertain how she had arrived beneath the ancient tree. The tall, slender youth clad in black stood solemnly beneath its branches, his downcast gaze concealed by his long hair, which framed his strikingly handsome features like a finely chiseled sculpture. The smallest of the stray cats must have become accustomed to him, for it lay curled up at his feet, soundly asleep. The scene of the boy, the cat, and the ancient tree formed a picturesque tableau. Senior Ji, Qingran called as she approached. Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze to meet hers, the moonlit night casting a gentle aura about him. Upon seeing her, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of his lips. Qingran had not even noticed when she had donned her hat. She paused a few paces away from Xie Ying'an, her lips parting as she slowly smiled, and said, Senior Ji, were you waiting for me? Xie Ying'an, with a gentlemanly composure, nodded affirmatively. His voice was somewhat hoarse and low as he replied, I thought you would not come. I believed you would. As before, leave me waiting until midnight without showing up. Unsure of how to respond, Qingran realized the reason for her poor exam performance. These past few days had been consumed with frantic attempts to ascertain how far she could stray from the protagonist before triggering the plot. There truly had been little time to contemplate anything else. Had she not overheard Aunt Lu mention that he came by every day, she likely would not have made this trip. Perhaps noticing her prolonged silence, Xie Ying'an grew somewhat anxious. He glanced at the stray cat and, with a hint of awkwardness, began to speak. Ji, he said to tell you that I am waiting, and I mentioned that once I said it, you would come. So you just sent me a message saying wait. Qingran opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. How should she explicate to Ji Shun that she had not seen the message he sent on Tuesday, as she had not been checking her phone for the past few days? Xie Ying'an paused, then inquired, May I join you? Qingran responded with bewilderment, Pardon? Xie Ying'an reiterated earnestly, I am also studying. Shall we study together? Qingran swallowed, her mind seemingly in a whirl. She comprehended each word Ji Shun uttered, but when strung together, she struggled to grasp their meaning. Did the illustrious Ji Shun of F-High truly need to study assiduously? His intellect, even in standby mode, surpassed the operational intelligence of ordinary individuals. Coupled with diligence, would he leave any chance for others? Moreover, he had already secured admission to a prestigious university, and teachers often turned a blind eye when he skipped regular exams, while other students immersed themselves in books, striving to maximize every minute. He would be found frolicking with stray cats, while others toiled over homework late into the night. He indulged in the leisure of standing beneath ancient trees, lost in contemplation while awaiting someone. Alas, the heavens were indeed unfair. Another moment of silence ensued, and Xie Ying'an tilted his head slightly, gazing at Qingran. The light from the distant street lamps reflected in his youthful eyes, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Is it not permissible? Good heavens! Was this the legendary head tilt charm? Qingran clutched her rapidly beating heart and offered a gentle smile. I would be honored. Spending more time with Xie Ying'an might be beneficial. Before the plot veered onto its destined course, perhaps she could discern the reasons behind his eventual descent into darkness. The youth was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in turn, the dimple on his left cheek deepening further. Chapter 47. Let's make a bet it turned out that the exam paper completed from a distance of 30 meters posed no issue whatsoever. Even Xie Ying'an could not help but commend the remarkable improvement in performance. However, the repeated failures in exams remained somewhat enigmatic. Qingran contemplated attempting the 20-meter distance again after school today. Perhaps feeling a tinge of disappointment towards the students, Old Wu seemed disinterested in prolonging the class today. As the lesson neared its end, he inquired, "Does everyone remember the meeting point and time for tomorrow's spring outing? Who could possibly forget?" His voice resonated with such volume that it felt as though it might lift the roof off. The corners of Old Wu's eyes twitched visibly. After taking a moment to compose himself, he could not resist slamming his hand on the desk. For this spring outing, each person must compose a reflective essay of no less than 1,500 words, to be collected by the class representative next Tuesday. A chorus of lamentations filled the classroom. Just then, the bell rang, and Old Wu, satisfied, left the classroom, his barely noticeable beer belly swaying slightly. Qingran slumped despondently over her desk, appearing rather dejected. Xie Ying'an could not help but chuckle and asked, "Do you not wish to write it?" Qingran shook her head. It was not quite that severe. "How about this?" Xie Ying'an suggested, tapping his fingers on the desk to signal Qingran to turn her head. She complied, gazing at the boy who was smiling. His features bright and clear, particularly those dark eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Qingran heard him propose, "I will write it for you, and in return, you can treat me to a meal. What do you say?" A top student brazenly aiding another top student in cheating. Who could possibly contest such an arrangement? With her ears perked up, Ruan hurriedly leaned in, eager to curry favor. "And go, I'll treat you to a meal too, as many times as you wish. Just look at my reflections on the reading." Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze, casting a faint smile that swiftly vanished from his inky eyes. In an instant, Ruan felt disheartened, her voice wavering as she added, And go, what I meant was, when the time comes, you could write 2 reflections. Your hands might ache. Perhaps I could help you with one?" She relied on the certainty that Ngu would categorically decline. What happened? What's so good? Where's the benefit?" Ruan turned to Qingran, who innocently blinked at her and even shrugged her shoulders. Ruan could scarcely believe her ears. Ngu, do you mean?" Xie Ying'an, with utmost seriousness, nodded. "You shall write my reflection." Oh dear, tears as wide as noodles flowed down Ruan's heart. Was this the fabled tale of losing the hen while attempting to steal the eggs? Yet, no, even as Ruan settled into her seat, she awaited Xie Ying'an's words of jest, which never came. When she, noticing Ruan's distressed expression, smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. I'll help you write one when the time comes." Ruan was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. 11. Sob, "I adore you so much." Among high school students, the only constant besides studying was the speed at which they rushed to the cafeteria. Qingran and Ruan did not arrive early, and several windows boasted long lines. Among these queues, none stood out more than Song Shiai's S, who was in the line next to Qingran, playfully whistling at her. As Qingran glanced over, she noticed his mouth stretched wide in a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Qingran, shall we dine together?" Qingran, accustomed to the extraordinary visages of Xie Ying'an and Ji Shun, inexplicably sensed a hint of unrefined maturity in Song Shiai's, which seemed incongruous for his age. The pace at which both lines served their meals was identical, and as it was Qingran's turn, it coincidentally aligned with Song Shiai's S. Without selecting any dishes, the lady serving the food glanced up with her ladle and asked, "Classmate, what would you like to eat?" Song Shiai's turned his gaze towards Qingran and replied to the lady, "Just see what she's having. I'll have the same." Qingran raised an eyebrow and selected several light, vegetable dishes. As Song Shiai's picked up his plate, he stared in disbelief and quickly approached her. "Li Qingran, is this all you're eating?" Their plates bore identical selections of 3 vegetarian dishes, a harmonious blend of reds and greens. Qingran blinked, her expression devoid of jest. "I've been on a diet lately. This is how I've been eating." Ruan, standing by, struggled to suppress her laughter. Song Shiai's appraised Qingran from head to toe, his disdain evident. "With those delicate arms and legs, you hardly weigh more than a feather, and you're on a diet?" Qingran retorted, "Why does that sound vaguely insulting?" A few devoted admirers steadfastly accompanied Song Shiai's, squeezing themselves at the same table as Qingran. Having developed a discerning palate, Song Shiai's found the cafeteria's offerings somewhat unpalatable, let alone the vegetarian options. Initially, he believed that Qingran had prepared these dishes solely to make him lose his appetite, expecting her to share the same disdain for them. To his surprise, Qingran savored the grass-like fare, which appeared quite appetizing. With a spirit of experimentation, Song Shiai's took a few bites, only to set down his chopsticks, his face contorted in dissatisfaction. truly unpalatable. Ruan shot him a glare, remarking, "If you don't wish to eat, you may leave, esteemed sir." Song Shiai's retorted, "Close your mouth, will you? Eating shouldn't silence you." Ma Qingsheng and Huang Mao Zixian urged him to try the ribs and chicken legs from their plates. "Zeke, come, have some of mine." Song Shiai's distaste grew as he pushed the plate away. "Do you think I would consume something touched by your saliva-coated chopsticks?" Ma Qingsheng and Zixian exchanged glances, internally reflecting. Wasn't he just fine when Siki fed him grapes? He didn't utter a word about saliva then. Why is it different with us? He truly knows how to play favorites. Song Shiai's, oblivious to the concept of modesty, even mocked them. "Huh, how pitiful." He then inquired, "Is your class's spring outing scheduled for tomorrow?" Qingran paused, her grip on the chopsticks faltering, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Ruan nearly spat out her food, exclaiming, "No way, it can't be with your class, right?" As fate would have it, Class 1 was indeed paired with Class 7. Old Wu and the head teacher of Class 2 have always been at odds, harboring mutual disdain for one another. Old Wu exhibits a somewhat patriarchal demeanor, preferring not to engage in disputes with a woman. Coincidentally, the head teacher of Class 7 is also male, which suggests a relatively amicable relationship between them. As evidenced by the incident when he transferred Song Shiai's to Class 7, Song Shiai's broke into a grin. Having heard that there would be a green environment competition the next day, Ruan hastened to speak before Song Shiai's could. "Hey, Song Shiai's, shall we make a bet?" In the presence of the charming young lady, a man's bravado must not wane. Song Shiai's accepted the challenge. "Sure, what shall we wager?" Without much hesitation, he inquired about the stakes. Ruan pondered seriously for a moment before decisively declaring, "If you lose, you must be my boyfriend." Uffed. Qingran, who was sipping water, nearly choked upon hearing Ruan's words, sputtering and coughing. Ruan quickly patted her back to offer assistance. Song Shiai's admirers were equally amused. Their faces flushed as they stifled their laughter. Song Shiai's, taken aback, crossed his arms defensively. "Whoa, are you really that ruthless?" Ruan rolled her eyes. "Less chatter. Are we betting or not?" Song Shiai's hesitated for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Ruan. "You don't have a long-standing infatuation with my looks, do you?" Uffed. Ruan scoffed. "What beauty do you possess? My brother and Gaji are far more handsome than you." Reluctantly, Song Shiai's acquiesced, still firmly believing that he would never lose. He inquired further, "And what if I win?" Ruan lifted her chin with a hint of defiance, declaring, "You may propose any conditions." Song Shiai's raised an eyebrow, astonished to perceive a touch of spirited resolve within Ruan. The two exchanged a virtual high-five, sealing their agreement with unspoken camaraderie. Chapter 48. Do not compete with the academic prodigy. The atmosphere in Class 2 of the senior year was perpetually tense, reaching a boiling point. With the college entrance examination looming, students were engulfed in an endless sea of practice papers, barely able to distinguish between day and night. The papers piled up like mountains, and when one lowered their head, the sight of their classmates was obscured by stacks of books and assessments. Yet, amidst this throng, there existed an exception. Ji Shinji, the so-called academic deity of Class 2, seemed to thrive on disseminating negativity. While his peers grappled with the overwhelming workload, he spent entire days without even picking up a pen. Wang Ming folded his paper in frustration and leaned back against his desk, exclaiming, "I'm done." "I want to submit it." His deskmate, Ji He, also set down his pen, stretched his sore wrist, and removed his glasses to rub his temples before inquiring, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming sighed deeply, lamenting the relentless cycle of unending exams. "I'm on the brink of madness. At this point, I wish the college entrance exam would just arrive already." The sentiment echoed among the entire class, each student taut as a bowstring, every nerve stretched to its limit. Wang Ming glanced at Ji Ying'an, seated in front of him, filled with envy. "I truly envy Ji Shinji. No matter how intense the atmosphere in class becomes, it seems utterly irrelevant to him. Ji Shinji has become the embodiment of negative energy among the less resolute students, and in his presence, the sense of urgency for some classmates inexplicably diminishes. They have fundamentally forgotten that the academic prodigy, Ji Shun, seldom engages in study." Ji He adjusted his glasses, patted Wang Ming on the shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "What are you comparing yourself to the genius for? When has Ji Shun ever sat for an exam? This world is inherently unjust. Look, we haven't even begun to run, and he's already at the finish line." Wang Ming wiped away a bitter tear, and picked up the pen he had recently cast aside. Alas, no need to say more. My fate is unfortunate. My mother did not bless me with a mind like Xie Ying'an's, so I must rely solely on relentless study. He discerned that their respite had lasted sufficiently and grasped his pen, preparing to continue his struggle through the sea of questions. Just as he had yet to complete a problem, the school bell rang. The classroom remained as tranquil as ever, with students seemingly oblivious to the bell's chime, continuing to write fervently. In the midst of this silence, the harsh sound of wooden chairs scraping against the floor resonated clearly as Xie Ying'an rose and was the first to exit the classroom. Xie halted mid-sentence, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Wang Ming's hand trembled as he held his pen. Is he leaving already? He spread his hands in resignation. What else could he do? Stay behind to tackle problems like us? At that moment, the emotions swirling within the two friends transcended mere envy or jealousy. Ever since Xie Ying'an's photograph circulated in the school forum, he had become the center of attention on campus. Everyone was aware of his reclusive nature, preferring solitude, and no one dared approach him. However, there would always be a few audacious students. A short-haired girl, spurred on by her friends, stepped forward to intercept Xie Ying'an. The path ahead was obstructed. Xie Ying'an cast a fleeting glance at the girl with short hair, and without waiting for her to speak, he maneuvered past her, not even brushing the hem of her clothing, continuing on his way. The short-haired girl was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up, once more blocking Xie Ying'an's path. Xie Ying'an. Senior Xie, hello. I am He Hui from Class 9 of the second year. May I befriend you? Perhaps fearing the awkwardness, He Hui hesitated to extend her hand. Xie Ying'an glanced at her again, his tea-colored eyes revealing no emotion, a void of stillness. The part of his face obscured by stray hair betrayed not a hint of feeling. He remained silent, circumventing He Hui and continuing forward. He Hui turned, dazed, to watch Xie Ying'an's retreating figure, ultimately too timid to pursue him further. Her close friend, witnessing the scene, rushed over with curiosity. Hui, did Xie Ying'an speak to you just now? He Hui shook her head, her delicate features unable to mask her disappointment. Xie Ying'an is just as they say, a deity perched high in the clouds. We mere mortals are hardly worthy of his notice. Just as she spoke, He Hui abruptly paused. Mere meters ahead, Xie Ying'an had halted in his tracks, unknowingly donning a baseball cap. From a distance, his profile was obscured. Wow, Xie Ying'an has revealed his face again. Quick, Hui, let us go see. Her friend tugged at He Hui's arm, leading her to run, causing He Hui to stumble slightly before she sprinted after her. Qingran was seated about 20 meters away from the classroom where when she was working on a test, the location was hardly discreet, with most passing students stealing glances in their direction. Qingran was immersed in the sea of questions, instinctively shielding herself from the curious gazes of the outside world. She faintly heard a cacophony of murmurs and could not resist the urge to glance up. What met her eyes first was the resolute profile of Xie Ying'an. She was momentarily taken aback and inadvertently asked, "Is class over? Has an hour passed so swiftly?" Xie Ying'an turned his gaze towards her. The discontent in his dark eyes had yet to dissipate. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, his smile slightly stiff. "Why are you here doing problems?" Qingran was momentarily at a loss for words. How could she explain this? Fortunately, Xie Ying'an did not seek her explanation. His gaze swept over the exam paper in her hands, noting there were still 2 questions left. "Finish them. I will wait for you." Behind Xie Ying'an, there seemed to linger a shadowy figure, but Qingran chose not to look again. She lowered her head and continued to work on the last 2 questions. Xie Ying'an turned to stand face to face with Xie Ying'an. The 2 equally tall youths exchanged no words, their eyes engaged in a silent contest. The scene was captured in a snapshot by He Hui. Sensing something, Xie Ying'an raised his gaze to the right front, causing a group of girls to scatter as soon as they noticed his glance. Xie Ying'an, not accustomed to being the center of attention, could only catch a glimpse of Qingran's clothing from behind Xie Ying'an. The sky had not yet fully darkened, so he removed his hat and turned to walk outside the school. Once Qingran completed her last 2 questions, she stowed her exam paper in her backpack and walked outside with Xie Ying'an. As they exited the school gates, Xie Ying'an took her backpack from her hands, and an unusual silence enveloped them. The sky gradually darkened, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting the silhouettes of the 2 figures against the evening backdrop. Under the soft glow of light, Qingran discreetly cast a glance at Xie Ying'an. Instantly, Xie Ying'an detected her gaze. The brooding expression that had shadowed his face softened somewhat. He turned to Qingran and inquired, "What do you wish to say? Will you be joining the spring outing tomorrow?" Concerned about any unforeseen circumstances, Qingran felt compelled to ask again. Yes, Xie Ying'an confirmed with a nod, adding thoughtfully. I have already made up for tomorrow's class during the lunch break today. Oh, so the supplementary class during the midday break was to prepare for tomorrow. Qingran pondered for a moment before cautiously proposing to Xie Ying'an. It's like this. Ruan wishes to ask you a favor tomorrow. To convey a message and inquire about your thoughts. Xie Ying'an raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Qingran recounted the wager between Ruan and Song Shize in its entirety, adding, Ruan mentioned she wishes to win. Xie Ying'an's expression turned somewhat inscrutable as he ceased his stride, fixating on Qingran. The condition for Ruan to win is for Song Shize to become her boyfriend? Qingran halted as well, her spirits dampened. I truly do not know what Ruan is thinking. She is reluctant to share her thoughts with me. She continued. She even said, just wait and see, Ran. Once I become his girlfriend, I will personally extinguish every one of his admirers, making him experience the taste of being with someone he does not like. Haha. Xie Ying'an chuckled softly. For the sake of the public, Ruan is doing quite well. As Qingran walked alongside him, she queried, So, do you agree? Xie Ying'an remained silent, and when they reached the entrance of Qingran's home, he unexpectedly bent down to hand her the backpack. Qingran unconsciously took a step back, leaning against the door, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. What are you doing? The two were rather close. And a pleasant smile danced in Xie Ying'an's dark eyes as he said, Ran, shall we make a bet? Chapter 49, The White Shirt Today. Ruan donned a practical sports outfit, feeling a surge of confidence ever since Qingran had informed her last night that Xie Ying'an had agreed to assist her. Class 1 and Class 7 formed lengthy lines, awaiting transportation. And it was only when Qingran boarded the bus that she noticed Song Shiai's had somehow blended into Class 1's vehicle. Calmly seated in the second-to-last row, Song Shiai shook his leg and, upon spotting Qingran, flashed a broad smile revealing a row of white teeth. Li Qingran, come, sit over here. He patted the empty seat beside him. Qingran would have to be foolish to choose to sit with him. Instead, she turned to grant Ruan space behind her. Ruan, in a show of camaraderie, patted Qingran's shoulder and confidently made her way to sit beside Song Shiai's. Song Shiai's was left momentarily speechless. Qingran intended to move further back, but was halted by Xie Ying'an, who grasped her arm and shifted over a seat. Just sit here. It was then that Qingran noticed Xie Ying'an, and she settled into the vacant space beside him, her backpack conveniently shifting to her front. Behind her, Song Shiai's voice rang out. Hey, who told you to sit here? Ruan scoffed. I suggest you treat me with a bit more respect. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, is seated right in front. The bravado in Song Shiai's demeanor noticeably diminished, though he stubbornly retorted, So, what if he is? Ruan chuckled softly. Of course. I will expose you. Song Shiai's replied, And what of it? Is it possible that Lao Wu would abandon me? Ruan challenged. Do you wish to test that theory? At last, Song Shiai's fell silent. Xie Ying'an, who had been listening to their exchange, let out a cold laugh. He glanced at the bulging backpack in Qingran's arms and instinctively reached out to take it. The bag was heavy, prompting him to inquire. What have you packed that is so substantial? Mineral water and some snacks, she replied. There is no choice, every year during the spring outing. Li Qingma and Xie Ying'an are too lazy to bring anything. By the time they reach the mountain, with no village in sight and no shops around, the water provided by the teachers is often insufficient. They find themselves unable to purchase anything. Now, with foresight, Qingran decided to bring supplies herself. The sky was still bright, and there was over an hour's drive to their destination. The chatter on the bus gradually faded into a tranquil hush. Feeling a bit drowsy, Qingran leaned back against her seat and closed her eyes, drifting into a light slumber. She had no inkling that she would fall asleep until Xie Ying'an roused her, announcing that they had arrived. Her head rested against his shoulder, while he maintained an upright posture. Quickly, Qingran straightened herself, feeling a sudden stiffness in her neck. Xie Ying'an reached over, gently kneading her neck. His touch was remarkably delicate and smooth, reminiscent of fine jade. His dark eyes gazed at her intently as he asked, Is it uncomfortable? His fingertips were dry yet warm, sending a tingling sensation through her neck where he had touched. Flustered, she swiftly evaded his hand and shook her head. Approaching from behind, Ruan wore an expression of triumphant glee. Ran, let's go down as well. Trailing behind Ruan, Song Shiai's wore a distinctly displeased countenance. He cast a glance at Xie Ying'an before Qingran and Ruan had moved a considerable distance away, then lowered his voice to entreat, "Brother, may I ask a favor?" Xie Ying'an regarded him, a subtle curve playing upon his lips. "Rest assured," he said, "I shall assist you." Overjoyed beyond measure, Song Shiai's made as if to throw an arm around Xie Ying'an's neck, only for the latter to evade the gesture with a sidestep. The youth's brow and eyes possessed a cool detachment, his habitual lack of mirth lending him an air of aloofness. "Brother, the happiness of my remaining years rests entirely in your hands." Xie Ying'an offered another smile, laden with unspoken meaning, causing a sudden unease to stir within Song Shiai's heart. The chosen locale for this spring excursion was nestled upon a mountain. Qingran and Ruan walked hand in hand at the fore, with Xie Ying'an and Song Shiai's following in their wake. The two girls ahead were of nearly identical stature, one clad in sportswear with a high ponytail, the other in a white blouse, her hair gathered in a bun that revealed the slender, fair nape of her neck. The lingering sensation of warmth and delicate smoothness seemed to persist upon Xie Ying'an's fingertips, deepening the shadows in his dark eyes. The exquisite softness of those lips on that day surpassed even today's encounter. Song Shiai's gaze lingered upon Qingran for what felt like an eternity before flitting momentarily to Ruan, only to recoil as if stung. He nudged Xie Ying'an with his arm, exclaiming, "Tell me, which girl in her right mind would dress like Ruan? It's adolescence, after all. Which girl doesn't adore beauty? It's a rare occasion when they're not confined to school uniforms, so naturally, they'd strive to outshine one another in their attire. Let us set aside the question of whether the skirt adorning Huang Qianyu hinders her ability to work. Undeniably, she exudes an undeniable charm. Moreover, considering the March weather, some girls have opted for shirts and shorts, undoubtedly looking beautiful, though one might wonder if they will suffer from the chill." Xie Ying'an perceptively noted that more than one gaze lingered upon Qingran. He discreetly positioned himself behind her, shielding her from the prying eyes, and remarked earnestly, "The style of Ruan is far superior. At least it does not draw attention." Song Shiai scoffed, believing that Xie Ying'an's taste diverged greatly from his own. The mountain may not be high, yet for this privileged group of students, the ascent was enough to leave them breathless. Casting a glance at the backpack slung over Xie Ying'an's shoulder, Song Shiai's offered, "Brother, are you tired? Shall I carry it for you?" Xie Ying'an continued his stride without a glance, responding coolly, "No need." Song Shiai's, somewhat flustered, replied, "No, brother, your demeanor leaves me quite unsettled." Only then did Xie Ying'an leisurely turn to him. "Do you believe you would lose to me? When it comes to a man's dignity," Song Shiai's clenched his teeth defiantly. "Of course not." "Then that settles it." Old Wu led the way with a red flag, while the homeroom teacher of Class 7 brought up the rear to ensure no student suffered any discomfort. Upon reaching the halfway point, a few girls, typically unaccustomed to physical exertion, began to exclaim their inability to continue, taking refuge on stone benches along the mountainside. Qingran and Ruan passed by them, while the girls, their faces flushed, fanned themselves with their hands, seeking relief from the heat. Qingran looked at Ruan with some surprise. "Qingran, you usually can't even manage the women's 800 meters, yet today you seem completely unfazed." Ruan grinned widely and leaned closer to Qingran, whispering, "Die. Do you know? Just the thought of Song Shiai's losing to me, becoming my boyfriend, and being at my beck and call fills me with an exhilarating energy." "Qingran, are you serious?" Ruan, astonished, replied, "Die. You can't possibly think I'm joking, right?" Qingran silently mused, "I genuinely thought you were jesting." Ruan wrapped her arm around Qingran's shoulder, lowering her voice even further. Someone like Song Shiai's, a typical rich heir who has always toyed with others' feelings. How delightful it would be if one day his emotions were manipulated in return. Just imagining it is satisfying. Behind them, Song Shiai suddenly shivered inexplicably. Chapter 50. The tree planting competition. Dressed in a skirt, Huang Qianyu could hardly bear it as she approached the mountaintop and finally sat down by the roadside to rest. Qingran, who had been trailing behind her, finally overtook her, followed closely by Xie Ying'an. Huang Qianyu, who had maintained an upright posture throughout, finally succumbed and bent over, extending her hand towards Sun Xie. "Quick, pass me a bottle of water. I'm dying of thirst." Sun Xie hurriedly retrieved a bottle from her backpack and handed it to her after unscrewing the cap. Chen Xiwen, seated to Huang Qianyu's right, showered her with compliments as if they were free. "Qianyu, that skirt looks absolutely stunning on you. The red really complements your complexion." Huang Qianyu lifted her chin with a smile. "This skirt is custom-made." Trailing behind, Zhongli drew nearer, playfully winking at Huang Qianyu, remarking, "Qianyu, quite a few boys were admiring you just now. And what about Xie Ying'an?" Huang Qianyu's anticipation was almost palpable. Zhang Li's smile faltered momentarily, but she swiftly recovered. The school idol is right behind you. Who else would he be looking at if not you? In Zhang Li's recollection, Xie Ying'an seemed to have been observing Li Qingran throughout the entire ascent. Upon hearing this, Huang Qianyu bashfully lowered her head, her girlish thoughts transparent. The other girls chuckled in an amiable manner. Their form teacher ambled upwards, and upon noticing them, he urged them to hasten their pace. Huang Qianyu, whose shoes had a slight heel, was genuinely unable to continue. Disregarding the teacher's prompting, she remained seated, leisurely sipping water. The form teacher, a man of amiable duplicity, did not take offense at their behavior. Instead, he patiently coaxed, just a little further, students. Victory is within reach. You wouldn't want all your classmates waiting for you at the summit, would you? Only then did the girls reluctantly rise and resume their climb. Upon reaching the summit, the teachers granted them a period of respite. Several bundles of saplings, neatly bound, were carried up by a group of boys from both Class 7 and Class 1. A testament to the boys' physical endurance. Mr. Wu sounded the whistle that hung around his neck, and the students from both classes swiftly assembled into a sizable formation. Without further ado, Mr. Wu organized them into groups of 5, allowing them to form teams freely. Each team was tasked with planting 10 trees, a remarkably considerate assignment. Ruan and Song Shiais were still deliberating on how to compete, yet they had not reached a conclusion. Suddenly, a few of Song Shiai's admirers approached. Zhigu, shall we form a team together? Ruan glanced at Song Shiais and promptly added, I am a girl, so your teammates must also be female. With a slight lick of his parched lips, Song Shiais responded, where can I find a girl to partner with me? Qingran twisted off the cap of a water bottle and took a sip, drawing Song Shiai's gaze. He licked his lips again and inquired, where did that water come from? Come, let me have a sip. He reached for the bottle in Qingran's hand. Beside them, Xie Ying'an swatted his hand away. You're thirsty, he remarked. Song Shiais cast a sidelong glance at Xie Ying'an, suppressing his urge to retaliate. Knowing he could not afford to provoke him during the competition. Are we not good brothers anymore? Xie Ying'an couldn't be bothered to respond. Ruan handed a bottle of water to Song Shiais, eyeing him with suspicion. Hurry up, are you afraid of losing and trying to play tricks? Song Shiais, who was particularly sensitive to provocations, immediately bristled. He gulped down the water in haste and tossed the empty bottle aside, not hesitating to taunt, afraid of you? Huh. I'm more concerned that you might lose too badly and end up crying for your mother. Ruan pointed at Song Shiais and said to Qingran, just wait until I win. You'll see how I deal with this guy? Song Shiais rolled his eyes and approached Qingran. Li Qingran, team up with me. Though I know you will definitely go easy on me. Qingran slowly blinked, and under Ruan's subtle prompting, acquiesced. All right. Xie Ying'an and Ruan formed one team, while Song Shiais and Qingran constituted the other. The competition aimed to see which team could plant 10 trees first, with the added requirement of having Old Wu inspect their work before declaring a victory. Song Shiai seized a shovel from a pile of tools and vigorously began to dig at the pre-marked area, while Qingran strolled over nonchalantly with a sapling in hand. As Song Shiais relentlessly wielded the shovel, he chided without lifting his gaze, Li Qingran, it's fine to take it easy. But could you not make it so glaringly obvious? Is it really that obvious? Qingran replied, squatting beside him with a light chuckle, and casually handed him a pair of gloves. Song Shiais exclaimed, damn, as he accepted the gloves from her. Given your beauty and thoughtfulness, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Meanwhile, Xie Ying'an and Ruan were also equipped with gloves, each wielding a shovel to turn the earth. The physical strength of Xie Ying'an matched that of Song Shiais. But with Ruan's assistance, the dynamic shifted. By the time Xie Ying'an planted the second tree, Song Shiais was still laboring to dig his second hole, immersed in his task and completely unfazed by the atmosphere around him. Unable to bear it any longer, Qingran finally took a shovel and joined Song Shiais in the digging. Song Shiais was elated, thinking, my Qingran, how rare it is for you to have a moment of conscience. Yet, Qingran paid him no mind and donned her gloves, proceeding to dig at a leisurely pace. As the competition reached its midpoint, even Old Wu was drawn over, watching with keen interest as they toiled, and couldn't help but inquire who was competing against whom. Song Shiais was too preoccupied to engage in conversation. He removed his jacket and carelessly tossed it aside, leaving him clad in only a short-sleeved shirt, drenched in sweat after having dug 5 holes. Xie Ying'an and Ruan, working on the 6th hole, were equally silent. Qingran, feeling somewhat awkward, braced herself to explain to the slightly embarrassed Old Wu. She pointed at Song Shiai's and said, I am in a group with him, while Xie Ying'an and Ruan form another team. We are competing against each other. Upon hearing this, Old Wu's interest piqued. Oh, what are the rules of the competition? Are there any rewards or penalties for winning or losing? The consequences of winning or losing were something Qingran dared not disclose to him. She outlined the competition's rules, deliberately omitting Old Wu's last question. Old Wu, not pressing further, took on the role of an enthusiastic referee. With Old Wu observing, Qingran felt compelled to maintain a fair play, diligently digging into the earth. Ultimately, Song Shiai's lost to Xie Ying'an by a mere 1.5 trees. Supporting himself on the shovel, his expression was more morose than the day Xie Ying'an had beaten him. Ruan, overjoyed, rushed over to Qingran, showering her with enthusiastic kisses until Xie Ying'an, frowning, pulled her away. Old Wu was positively elated, his laughter revealing more gums than teeth. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity and swiftly applied the idea of encouraging competition to other students. The atmosphere around them became increasingly lively. Ruan approached Song Shiai's, hands on her hips, gazing down at him still entrenched in the dirt pit, adopting a condescending stance. Are you willing to accept defeat? Song Shiai's, of course, was reluctant to concede. He contemplated resorting to underhanded tactics, but with the watchful eyes of Xie Ying'an and Qingran upon him, the excuses he wished to utter remained unspoken on his lips. With a sense of resignation, Song Shiai's emerged from the pit, hurling away the shovel along with his gloves. What? Do you expect me to fulfill my duties? The unspoken obligation hung heavily in the air, understood by the three witnesses present. Ruan raised an eyebrow, eagerly awaiting this very statement. Song Shiai's was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Ruan. You. Ruan interrupted him. What about me? She forcefully tossed her backpack at Song Shiai's, declaring, from now on, this laborious task of carrying bags is yours. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Staring at the bag in his hands, just this? Qingran regarded him with sympathetic eyes. Oh dear boy, this is merely the beginning. Until Ruan tires of her game, do not expect a single blossom of romance to sprout in your vicinity. Chapter 51. When she falls into the water, the plot unfolded without a single deviation. At noon, everyone gathered to enjoy the boxed lunches that Old Wu had ordered in advance. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, true to the script, when she fell into the water, this time accompanied by Huang Qianyu. The waters here were not particularly deep, and when she was a proficient swimmer, however, when she fell, she miscalculated her movements and cramped her leg. Huang Qianyu, who could not swim at all, clung desperately to Wenxi's clothing, calling out in panic, occasionally sputtering as water engulfed her. By the time Sun Xian arrived with Old Wu and a group of students, Huang Qianyu had been too submerged to make a sound. Both students had plunged into the water, leaving Old Wu pale with fear as he jumped in with a splash to rescue them. The male students, who were capable swimmers, followed suit, diving into the water to lend their aid. Standing behind Qingran, Xie Ying'an and Song Shiai's observed the multitude plunging into the water to rescue the imperiled individuals. Neither of them felt compelled to join the aquatic endeavor. Fortunately, both victims were successfully brought ashore. Zhongli and Shen Shiwu, with tears streaming down their faces, assisted Huang Qianyu in wringing out her waterlogged dress. Huang Qianyu, having expelled several mouthfuls of water, was supported as she sat upon a rock, equally drenched. When she perched on another rock, attempting to rid her garments of the clinging water, she removed her shoes, revealing a conspicuously swollen ankle. The March air, still possessing a certain chill, prompted several male students to offer their coats to the shivering girls. When she, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, presented a picture of utter vulnerability. Mr. Wu, she began, her voice trembling, I was merely washing my hands by the water's edge when Huang Qianyu deliberately shoved me, causing me to fall in. Mr. Wu's incisive gaze swept over Huang Qianyu, who visibly trembled, whether from cold or fear remained uncertain. She feebly retorted, if I had pushed you into the water, then why did I also end up falling in? Zhongli interjected in Huang Qianyu's defense, Teacher, I can attest that Qianyu did not push. When she, following Zhongli's lead, Sun Xian and Shen Shiwu also stepped forward to vouch for Huang Qianyu's innocence. When she, visibly incensed, stubbornly argued her case. When I fell into the water, I grabbed onto Huang Qianyu's hair. I didn't manage to pull out her braid, but I did manage to dislodge her hair tie. She extended her right hand, displaying its contents to the assembled group. Nestled in her palm lay a crimson hair tie, matching the hue of Huang Qianyu's dress. Huang Qianyu's complexion, already pale from the icy water, paled even further. She stammered, I truly did not push the student. The surrounding classmates evidently placed their trust in the evidence backed when she, especially considering Huang Qianyu's usual haughty demeanor, resembling that of a typical delinquent. Even the usually good-tempered Li Qingran found herself provoked by Huang, making it quite fitting for her to bully a new student. The glances exchanged among the students grew increasingly suspicious. Sun Xian attempted to defend herself, but was met with a loud reprimand from Mr. Wu. His expression darkened to the point of appearing almost drenched in discontent, and before the multitude of classmates, he refrained from further comment, merely summoning the girls away. As when she departed, her eyes were red, casting a glance toward Qingran, though it was unclear who she was truly looking at. In the narrative, it was Xie Ying'an who first noticed when she falling into the water. Without hesitation, he dove in to rescue her. In when she's heart. This marked the third time Xie Ying'an had saved her. Being a girl, she inevitably harbored dreams of a heroic figure. While she outwardly remained silent privately, she had secretly developed feelings for Xie Ying'an, which subsequently propelled a series of plot developments. However, this time, Xie Ying'an did not leap into the water to save when she. Could this deviation from the script lead to its unraveling? Qingran pondered, realizing that she and Huang Qianyu, as mere side characters, lacked the agency to alter the storyline, leaving the power to change the course of events solely to the protagonists. The bus ride was not excessively bumpy, and after some contemplation, Qingran felt a headache brewing, opting instead to close her eyes and feign sleep. Behind her, Song Shi'ai and Ruan huddled together, whispering, but she could not discern a single word of their conversation. Presently, Qingran sensed a pair of hands gently caressing her head. The hands applied a slight pressure, causing her head to lean to the left, the soft fabric brushing against her cheek. The familiar scent of mint permeated her senses. Qingran mused, I believe I comprehend why I was leaning on Xie Ying'an's shoulder upon awakening last time. For both of them, it would undoubtedly be awkward if Qingran were to awaken at this moment. Since she was already leaning on Xie Ying'an's shoulder, she decided to feign sleep. However, Song Shi'ai, oblivious to the situation, patted the seat behind them, exclaiming, Hey, Li Qingran, are you still asleep? Are you a pig? Ruan interjected, attempting to silence him. Song Shi'ai, couldn't you maintain some decorum? Qingran feigned a drowsy awakening, her eyes meeting Xie Ying'an's gaze as he turned to look at her. She promptly turned her head towards the back, nearly straining her neck in the process. Upon seeing Qingran's gaze, Song Shi'ai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Before he could utter a word, Qingran smiled and said, Congratulations. I presume you must be elated. The smile instantly vanished from Song Shi'ai's face, which had been beaming just moments before. Elated about what? I've never had such an unattractive girlfriend in all my life. Ruan pinched Song Shi'ai's arm and whispered, Smile for me. Song Shi'ai retorted with a glare. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll smile just because you tell me to? That would be a great indignity. Ruan added with another jab. If you don't smile, I'll have to expose our arrangement of you becoming my boyfriend to the whole school. Haraha. Before Ruan's words could fully settle, Song Shi'ai burst into laughter, betraying his conscience. How did you know that I'm currently overwhelmed with excitement? I can hardly sleep. Qingran's lips twitched slightly. See, I can tell. Song Shi'ai raised his thumb. What an excellent eye. Internally, he thought, Li Qingran, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm on the verge of tears? After a long day, many classmates around them had already succumbed to slumber. While Ruan and Qingran continued their hushed conversation, Ruan expressed her joy from the day and insisted on treating Qingran and the others to dinner. Qingran, however, was reluctant, still preoccupied with the pile of uncompleted exams. Song Shi'ai was so astonished that his mouth hung open. No way, Li Qingran. It's already a holiday. Can't you spare yourself just one day? Leave some breathing room for us underachievers. Qingran had no intention of granting them any respite. For even the top student, Xie Ying'an, had never afforded her such leniency. Chapter 52. Photos of the younger female student with Song Shi'ai and Ruan together. Such a joyous occasion called for a gathering. By the time they returned, it was still before 5 o'clock, yet Ruan insisted on dragging Qingran out for dinner, even persuading Li Qingyan, who had been lounging at home, to join them at the behest of Xie Ying'an. With the siblings relieved from their studies, Qingran found herself without any counter-arguments. Ma Qixing raised his glass towards Song Shi'ai, grinning as he uttered charming words. Congratulations, Brother Zhe. Congratulations on once again finding yourself single no more. Song Shiai's face bore no trace of joy as he raised his glass and drained its contents. Wu Zixin, however, discreetly observed Wan Ruan's reaction. It turned out that Wan Ruan did not truly harbor feelings for Song Shiai's. She was indifferent to his demeanor, finding satisfaction in simply unsettling him. The more discomfort Song Shiai's felt, the more exhilarated she became. Despite her best efforts, Qingran could not dissuade Wan Ruan, who insisted on consuming 2 more drinks, declaring, "Today, I'm in high spirits." It took Li Qingma a while to grasp the situation, and when he did, he turned to Wan Ruan and asked, "Are you in a relationship?" Wan Ruan smiled, biting her lip, and replied playfully, "No, I've just adopted a pet." At that moment, Song Shiai's unexpectedly spat his drink all over Ma Qingxing. Ma Qingxing wiped his face, choosing silence as he subtly distanced himself from his friend. Li Qingmo glanced at Qingran through Xie Ying'an, his tone laced with a warning. "Li Qingran, I can't concern myself with others' early romances. But should you dare to engage in one, I will break your legs." Xie Ying'an, rarely in agreement, chimed in, "You should heed your brother's words." In a fit of exuberance, Song Shiai's insisted on pouring drinks for Xie Ying'an, calling him brother with every toast, leaving everyone puzzled about the significance of his actions. To the contrary, Xie Ying'an was quite accommodating, accepting Song Shiai's libations with enthusiasm and even displaying a hint of delight, having spent years steeped in the world of alcohol. Song Shiai's knew his limits well. Qingran grew concerned about Xie Ying'an becoming overly intoxicated and subtly tugged at his sleeve beneath the table. Xie Ying'an glanced down at her. The glow of the lights reflected in his dark eyes, which shone with an almost otherworldly brightness. It seemed he had sensed Qingran's concern, for his lips curled into a slight smile as he whispered reassuringly, "It's fine." The delicate aroma of wine mingled with the fragrance of mint, creating an unexpectedly captivating scent. Qingran hastily turned away to observe Wan Ruansoft, who was preoccupied with the wine bottle. With such a restless child, one cannot help but feel the burden of a concerned mother. The group sensed a certain lack of atmosphere, and they did not linger too long, dispersing shortly after 8 o'clock. Ma Qingsheng, Wu Zixin, this is definitely not my brother's A. Song Shiai's had already contacted the family driver early on, and he and Wan Ruansoft climbed into the car, waving goodbye to Qingran and the others. After taking a shower, Qingran settled into her room to tackle her assignments, as their teachers had not diminished the homework load due to their spring outing. At 10 o'clock, Li Qingma knocked on Qingran's door. He maintained the pretense of delivering milk, glancing at the exam papers she was working on, and advised, "Don't write too late. You still have class tomorrow." Qingran, amidst her busy schedule, looked up to receive the milk and inquired, "Brother, have you finished your homework?" Li Qingmo replied with enthusiasm, "Of course. Otherwise, what would I be doing at home all day?" Qingran handed him the empty cup and returned to her diligent writing, saying, "Please close the door on your way out. I need to focus on my assignments." "Thank you," Li Qingmo remarked. "You will turn into a bookworm if you keep this up." Ignoring him, Qingran's pen danced swiftly across the draft paper. By 11 o'clock, after completing 3 exam papers, she finally understood the feeling of wanting to cry without tears. The moon hung like a bright mirror atop the treetops. Xie Ying'an sat by the window, holding his phone, motionless for a long time. The room lay shrouded in darkness, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the youthful, striking features of the boy, accentuating his exquisite brows and eyes, ethereal and captivating. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, breaking the tranquility of the space with a WeChat notification. At this hour, Jihe had not yet succumbed to slumber and had sent a message. "Jihe, Jishin, are you asleep?" He knew Jishin well and was certain he was still awake. He quickly followed up with another message, ensuring Jishin would not overlook his words. "Jihe, the junior went on a spring outing today. Jihe, I have photos. Jihe, would you like to see them, Jishin?" After a prolonged silence, Ji Yanshin finally responded, tapping the screen of his phone a few times. "Ji, send them." Jihe promptly sent an image. Ji Yanshin opened it to find a girl clad in a white shirt, her hair styled in a bun, smiling at an unseen locale, sunlight bathing her face, radiating a beauty that seemed almost surreal. His fingers traced the outline of the girl's face in the image, and he found himself unconsciously mirroring her smile. Youth, sunlight, beauty, these elements coalesced within her, evoking an insatiable longing within him. He yearned to preserve the essence of these experiences he had never known. Yet he was perpetually burdened by the thought of his own inadequacy, feeling unworthy of such splendor. Undeterred, Jihe continued to send messages. "Jihe, Jishin, have you seen it? Jihe, There are many more in the school bar, but I took your advice and deleted all posts about the junior. Xie. I always knew she was beautiful, but I never anticipated she would look so stunning in her own attire. Xie Ying'an's gaze lingered on the word beautiful. After a brief pause, he sent another message to Xie. Xie, holding his phone, stared at the message that had just arrived from the esteemed Xie. Feeling utterly despondent. Xie, delete the photos from your phone as well. What good would it do to delete the photos from his own phone? Could Xie Ying'an truly prevent him from being affected by others? He sighed, resigning himself to the notion that as an ordinary person, he had no standing to contend with the likes of Xie. Their realms of thought were simply not on the same plane. After sending Xie Ying'an all the photos related to Li Qingran from his album, he deleted them all without hesitation. He even sent a screenshot to Xie Ying'an, hoping to earn some praise. Xie, look, Xie, I have deleted all the images. With a resigned sigh, he set the phone aside and lay down on his bed, preparing for sleep. He mused that since meeting the junior girl, Xie Ying'an had exhibited some changes. After all, one cannot achieve greatness in a single leap. They were both still young. Time would tell. Chapter 53. Determining the exact distance on that Wednesday, Qingran finally discerned the precise location, within 10 meters of Wenxi. She would falter in her exams, but beyond that distance, she would be safe. A sense of relief washed over her. The college entrance examination was devoid of fortuitous occurrences, and it was exceedingly rare to encounter familiar faces in the same examination hall. The routine mock exams could be deemed insignificant. If her poor performance resulted in her departure from her class, it would, in fact, be to her advantage. For her current desire was to distance herself as much as possible from the female protagonist. In recent days, Wan had found her life quite enjoyable, thanks to the additional person she could delegate tasks to. In the afternoon, Old Wu entered with the chemistry test papers, his expression grim, the first paper bearing Qingran's name. Even though Qingran had mentally prepared herself, her heart still ached upon seeing the glaring score of 61. When she had performed exceptionally well this time, achieving a remarkable score of 98, tying for first place with Xie Ying'an. Xie Ying'an glanced at his deskmate Qingran, who was staring downcast, her long, thick lashes obscuring the emotions hidden in her eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure. He discreetly crumpled his test paper and stuffed it into his desk. In the office, Old Wu was engrossed in a book titled What to Do When Student Grades Decline. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, striding in her high heels, paused momentarily upon noticing the title of the book in Old Wu's hands. A flicker of delight crossed her face. After all, they were adults, and minor emotions could be concealed. She inquired, "Oh, Wu Gu, which student in your class has seen a drop in grades?" Old Wu, known for his remarkable composure, despite feeling irked internally, maintained a placid demeanor. He closed the book, removed his glasses, and smiled, sidestepping the question. With so many students in the class, it's only natural for a few to experience a decline. And what about you, Teacher Lu? Don't you have any students whose grades have slipped? Teacher Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are a few in my class too whose grades have declined, but they are beyond help. As long as the top 3 maintain their scores, I find myself powerless to assist the others. Is this what a teacher ought to say? Old Wu, being a teacher himself, understands that educators often harbor a preferential bias towards outstanding students. However, he also recognizes that struggling students come to learn with equal fervor. Some of them exert even greater effort than their more accomplished peers, yet their grades do not reflect their diligence. As a teacher, he cannot disregard their hard work and can only continue to offer encouragement and guidance. In stark contrast, Teacher Lu from Class 2 evidently adopts a different stance. Her approach clearly favors only the high-achieving students, allowing the underperformers to flounder without support. Noticing Old Wu's prolonged silence, Teacher Lu could not resist probing further. Wu Gu, your students who are experiencing a decline in performance aren't among the top 10 in the grade, are they? Old Wu responded with a non-committal sound of acknowledgement. Fortunately, the top students in her class had not faltered in the recent assessments, and Lu felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Having been overshadowed by Old Wu for so long, she believed it was her turn for the tides to turn, as the saying goes. She could not resist offering a well-meaning reminder to Old Wu. There are always reasons behind a sudden drop in a student's performance. It could be early romantic entanglements or family issues. Wu Gu, you should investigate this thoroughly. With that, she gathered her lesson plans and, in her high heels, exited the office. Old Wu could hear her cheerful demeanor and the melodic hum she carried, even through the glass. In contrast to the underlying rivalry between Class 1 and Class 2, The head teacher of Class 7 maintained a more laid-back attitude. After all, several students in his class were underperformers, and he held no expectations for remarkable results. He patted old Wu on the shoulder from behind and remarked, "Isn't the new transfer student in your class not performing very well? This time, Class 1 might not necessarily outshine Class 2. Qingran and her brother Li Qingma were huddled together, immersed in their homework, with a towering pile of test papers obscuring half of their faces. Upon returning home and witnessing this scene, their father, Li, felt a sudden rush of emotion, his eyes glistening. In truth, he did not place great importance on their academic performance. The two children were remarkably well-behaved. After their mother's passing when they were 13, they had seldom caused him any trouble. It was Li Qingma who first noticed their father. A boy invariably harbors a sense of reverence for his father. He called out "Dad," set down his pen, and rushed over. Qingran lifted her gaze from the papers and, seeing their father, quickly followed suit. Having not yet dined, Li Qingma gallantly volunteered to venture into the kitchen, declaring his intention to prepare a late-night meal for their father, leaving Qingran and Li to converse in the living room. Qingran chuckled softly, shaking her head. "How can studying compare to the hard work you put in, Dad?" This remark pierced Li's heart, and he sought to comfort Qingran. "You don't need to excel in your studies, my dear. It's perfectly all right if you don't gain admission to a prestigious university. You are still young. Don't burden yourselves with excessive pressure. I will work diligently to provide for you both." Qingran, wary of becoming overly sentimental and succumbing to tears, jested, "But what will happen when you grow old, Dad? When your hair turns white, it will be our turn to take care of you." At that moment, Li Qingma returned, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, placing it before their father. Li, lost in his meal, consumed it voraciously, oblivious to the tears that fell into the broth. What fortune it was to have such obedient children. Once he finished the bowl, Li excused himself to wash up. Li Qingma winked at Qingran and asked, "Do you believe it? It must be your homeroom teacher who called Dad." However, what could be done? The sole reason for the decline in her grades was known only to her. Sighing, Li Qingma patted Qingran's head and inquired, "I heard that during the last exam, Xie Ying'an's grades also plummeted significantly?" Qingran shrugged. "Brother, it's not that Xie Ying'an's grades fell. He was unwell that day and only completed half of the test. How could he not perform poorly? Moreover, ever since the school bar ceased to be a venue for the inevitable interactions between the campus heartthrob and the school bully, Wan, who once frequented the school bar, now barely visits even twice a day." Li Qingma stared at her incredulously. "Be a decent person. I cook noodles. And you expect me to wash the dishes too? Li Qingma, what on earth? Is this really my sister?" Chapter 54. Studying together on this weekend. Qingran powered on her phone, which had been dormant for a week. She disregarded the barrage of text messages and scrolled directly to Jishin's name. It was unusual that Jishin hadn't messaged her at all during the past week, ever since they had planned to study together. She seemed to have no time to invite him. It was 9 in the morning, and without a word, Li Qingma had left the house, leaving her unaware of his whereabouts. Yesterday, Dad mentioned visiting a friend today and had departed early in the morning. Qingran contemplated going to a nearby library to read some extracurricular books, as their Chinese teacher had recently chided them for their insufficient accumulation of knowledge beyond the curriculum, insisting that they must read more this week. Qingran found herself uncertain about which extracurricular book to delve into. Seizing the moment, she decided to invite Jishin to recommend some of his usual reads, believing it would prove beneficial. However, she hesitated, questioning whether sending a text message so abruptly might come off as a tad intrusive. Furthermore, the notion of two young individuals of the opposite sex studying together felt rather inappropriate, amplifying her indecision. She initially reached out to Wan, inquiring if she would like to accompany her to the library. Ever since Song Shi's contacted Qingran through Wenxi, Wan and Qingran had unconsciously distanced themselves from Wenxi. It seemed that Wenxi had sensed their withdrawal and chose not to impose herself further. Following the incident by the water, Huang Qianyu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Wenxi. The specifics of what transpired remained a mystery. Yet the fact that Wenxi possessed evidence was already a significant defeat for Huang Qianyu. After pondering for a moment, Qingran ultimately refrained from sending a message to Xie Ying'an. Instead, she took her water bottle and a few books, making her way to the library alone. Once she arrived, she sent Xie Ying'an her location. "Xie, studying?" "Xie, together." "Xie, I'll be there shortly." Qingran could barely decipher Jishin's intentions, but she gathered it meant they would study together and that he would join her soon. At this weekend hour, the library was not overly crowded, allowing Qingran to settle into a quiet corner. She began working on her practice exam, intending to ask Jishin for assistance in selecting a few extracurricular books once he arrived. Xie Ying'an appeared promptly, before she had completed a single exam. She spotted him entering the library. Dressed in black attire, his baseball cap turned backward, he showcased his striking features. With his head slightly lowered, he instinctively sidestepped upon noticing someone approaching him. Qingran stood up and waved at him. "Senior Xie." Her sudden voice echoed starkly in the quiet library. Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze and approached her with long strides. Unbeknownst to Qingran, not far behind Xie Ying'an, a stylishly dressed woman wearing a mask lurked in the shadows, secretly observing her. Xie Ying'an appeared entirely unstudious, carrying neither books nor pens. He nodded at Qingran, his gaze seemingly lingering on her hair for quite some time, prompting her to check for any unseen debris. Today, Qingran had styled her hair in a bun. Finding nothing amiss, she cheerfully greeted Xie Ying'an. "Senior, what kind of extracurricular books do you usually enjoy? Could you recommend a few for me?" Xie Ying'an nodded and browsed through the various shelves, collecting several hefty volumes that could easily serve as bricks. Qingran casually glanced at the titles: Mathematical Thoughts Through the Ages, The Joy of Thinking, Matrix 67 Mathematics Notes, Mathematics and Life, and more. It took her a moment to comprehend. Indeed, she mused, asking a genius like Xie to recommend extracurricular books was a misguided notion. Xie Ying'an, rarely caught off guard, furrowed his brow and uttered his first words to Qingran that day. "Don't you like these?" Qingran found it impossible to contrive a lie in her conscience. Even if she claimed to enjoy them, she likely wouldn't understand a thing. And rather than waste time in futility, it was better to speak the truth. She endeavored to phrase her request delicately. "Senior Xie, I am actually hoping to explore extracurricular books akin to Ordinary World and The Call of the Wild." Xie Ying'an's gaze fell contemplatively on the few books she had selected. Then, leaning against the bookshelf, he retrieved his phone, his fingers deftly dancing across the screen as if composing a message. Before long, he tucked his phone away and began to search the shelves. This time, the extracurricular books he presented were quite appropriate. Qingran chose a copy of The Catcher in the Rye from the assortment and expressed her gratitude to Xie Ying'an before delving into its pages. Xie Ying'an casually picked up a book from the desk, seated himself across from Qingran, and began to read with earnestness. The two sat face to face at the same table, each cradling a book in their hands. Qingran quickly became engrossed in the narrative, dismissing any slight awkwardness of sharing the table with Xie Ying'an. In contrast, the book in Xie Ying'an's hands remained untouched for an extended period. He occasionally lifted his gaze to admire Qingran's hair. The chilly weather of the day had prompted her to don a fitted knitted dress, complemented by a bun, radiating youth and vibrancy, making her appear altogether from a different realm. After a day of overcast skies, rain finally began to fall. Such weather rendered outdoor excursions impossible, causing the library to gradually fill with patrons. Eventually, a girl settled beside Xie Ying'an, encroaching upon his personal space, and the fragrance of her perfume wafted incessantly toward him. Xie Ying'an furrowed his brows and shifted further away, yet the scent persisted, infiltrating his senses and pushing his nerves to their breaking point. Upon inadvertently lifting her gaze, Qingran discerned something unusual about him. The youth's complexion, already fair, appeared even more pallid than before, and his lips, perpetually lacking in color, seemed to have lost yet another hint of vitality. Qingran's attention shifted to the girl beside Xie Ying'an, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, possessing a robust figure. Yet, even the sturdy girl harbored a desire for beauty. She appeared to engage in conversation with another girl across from her, while her peripheral vision remained fixated on Xie Ying'an. Qingran also noticed that several girls around them had their gazes subtly directed towards the divine Xie. For who would not wish to behold something beautiful? Xie Ying'an closed the book in his hands, rising slowly as he glanced at the digital clock in the library. "Shall we go for lunch?" he inquired, his gaze resting intently on Qingran, his chestnut eyes radiating a remarkable focus. His voice bore a slight huskiness, and Qingran could even hear the low gasp of the robust girl nearby. Sometimes, an excessively handsome boy can be a source of trouble. Thus, before a girl could approach Xie Ying'an to strike up a conversation, Qingran seized his arm and exited with him, clutching her book. Behind them, the sound of disappointed voices from the girls lingered in the air. "So he is taken." Chapter 55, You Have Another Dog in the End. Qingran did not accompany Xie Ying'an for lunch. By the time they exited the library, the rain had ceased. The ground was damp, and occasionally uneven spots would send splashes of water flying as one stepped upon them. Xie Ying'an, wearing delicate white shoes that were averse to moisture, found herself predominantly gazing down at her feet while walking. On her outer side, Xie Ying'an, typically a boy who kept his head lowered, unusually raised it today. Focusing intently on the path ahead, Xie Ying'an softly conferred with Xie Ying'an about their next destination. Xie Ying'an's expression bore a hint of confusion. In his 17 years of life, he had never traversed the streets in such a manner as he did today. For the first time, he began to lament his reclusive nature. Xie Ying'an understood that relying on Xie Ying'an, the esteemed senior, to suggest dining establishments would likely result in the missing lunch before sunset. Her gaze swept across the pedestrian street ahead, and she pointed to a noodle shop, saying to him, "Senior, there's a noodle shop up ahead. I've dined there several times with Ruan, and the food is quite delightful. Shall we have our lunch there today?" Xie Ying'an had no objections and replied softly, "All right." Just as Xie Ying'an had one foot inside the noodle shop, a familiar male voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Xie Ying'an?" It was Shiz's voice, laced with uncertainty. It seemed this underperforming student, a combatant among the academically challenged, did not recognize the illustrious Xie Ying'an of F high. Shz gazed at Xie Ying'an for a moment longer than appropriate. Unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner, Xie Ying'an subtly lowered the brim of his hat. After all, since this was a person known to Xie Ying'an, he felt it inappropriate to overtly evade the gaze. "Wait, Xie Ying'an." Shz jogged over to Xie Ying'an with long strides. The trio stood face to face at the entrance of the noodle shop. After a lingering gaze at Ji Yanchen, Song Shiai's grinned. "Qingran, how dare you consort with another paramour behind Xie Ying'an's back?" Qingran furrowed her brow. "What are you talking about?" Song Shiai's, with an air of omniscience, retorted, "You and this gentleman." Catching Qingran's glare, he leisurely amended, "You and Ji Shun dining together. Is Xie Ying'an aware of this?" It turned out that even a ne'er-do-well recognized the academic prodigy. Qingran regarded him with an expression of utter disbelief. Why would I tell Xie Ying'an about this? She hadn't even broached the subject with her father or brother, fearing they might suspect a budding romance. Song Shiai shrugged. "That settles it then. You wouldn't dare confess this clandestine rendezvous, would you?" "Not in a million years." "Rendezvous, my foot." Qingran was beyond exasperated. Ji Yanchen, eyes cast downward, instinctively tuned out the words of the stranger he neither knew nor liked. Song Shiai's, still reveling in his perceived triumph, scrutinized Ji Yanchen from head to toe, then gave a thumbs up. "Qingran, I commend you. You certainly have an eye for the exceptional when it comes to." He trailed off suggestively. Qingran, anxious that Ji Yanchen might be discomfited by Song Shiai's reckless insinuations, surreptitiously assessed his reaction. The brim of his dark cap cast his eyes in shadow, revealing only the sharp line of his nose, his finely etched lips, and the resolute curve of his jaw. No wonder he had incited such infatuation at the library. Qingran was about to admonish Song Shiai's, this unreliable fellow, to refrain from speaking recklessly when she noticed several familiar faces emerging from the store where he had just lingered. Among a group of girls, Siki stood out as the most stunning and captivating. Qingran understood now. No wonder Song Shiai's had such a pronounced reaction upon seeing her with Ji Yanchen. It was indeed a case of the dog barking at the dog. Following Qingran's gaze, Song Shiai's glanced back without a hint of concern that his girlfriend's friend had discovered his mischief. Instead, he waved with interest at Siki and his little admirer, gesturing for them to come over. Siki, carrying several shopping bags, cheerfully approached Song Shiai's. As she drew nearer, it seemed she only then noticed Qingran, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Stealing a glance at Song Shiai's, Qingran smiled softly. Song Shiai's maintained his demeanor of an honorable gentleman, slightly lifting his chin towards her, as if to say, "As a man who does not have a few cherished confidants, is Ruan aware of your confidence?" Qingran knew that neither Ruan nor Song Shiai's took this matter seriously. The wager was merely a means for Ruan to vex Song Shiai's. When the group finally settled around a table in the noodle shop, Wu Zixian was still exclaiming, "Zij, are we eating this for lunch today?" Song Shiai's glanced up at him with a nonchalant expression, retorting, "What, can't we eat it?" Wu Zixian promptly fell silent. While Ma Qingsheng and Wu Zixian came from respectable families, they paled in comparison to Song Shiai's background. Just as Siki was about to voice her complaints, she quickly closed her mouth upon noticing the situation. She exchanged glances with a few girls accompanying her, and ordered several bowls of noodles from the menu. This noodle shop had been established for many years, run by an elderly couple who served delicious and economical dishes. Qingran speculated that Xie Ying'an seldom dined out, as she always made an effort to take care of him while handing him disposable bowls and chopsticks along with a small packet of napkins. Meanwhile, Song Shiais and Ma Qingxing watched in astonishment. The group, well-mannered, maintained a peaceful silence while enjoying their meal. The boys were evidently surprised by the delightful flavors of the noodles, and after a few bites, their eyes lit up, prompting them to devour their food ravenously. In contrast, when Siki and her companions ate with more decorum, each taking only a strand or two of noodles, Qingran felt a tinge of anxiety for them as she watched their large bowls. Xie Ying'an also displayed good manners while dining, though he was not slow in his consumption. Once the boys finished their meals, they lingered at the table, waiting for the girls. Song Shiais, perhaps succumbing to a craving for cigarettes, repeatedly held a cigarette to his nose. Suddenly, he looked up and directed his gaze towards Qingran, caught off guard while wiping her mouth. Qingran wondered what he was staring at. Li Qingran, Song Shiais winked at her. Let's keep today's little affair between us, shall we? It's quite normal for a man to have a few close female friends, yet we still worry about one finding out, don't we? Qingran was reluctant to agree, as Song Shiai's actions were indeed deceitful, while hers hardly qualified as such. It seemed that Song Shiai sensed her thoughts, for he smirked and added, "If you're not worried about Xie Ying'an finding out, what about your brother? If your brother were to find out, you might be suspected of having an early romance." Damn, Song Shiai truly knows how to strike at the heart of the matter. Chapter 56. Fractured Dreams. When Siki and Song Shiai have long been entangled in a web of ambiguity, Qingran had never intended to meddle. For with Ruan's keen detective skills rivaling that of Sherlock Holmes, it was evident that Song Shiai was playing multiple games at once, and capsizing was merely a matter of time. After dinner, the group parted ways. Xie Ying'an stood quietly, watching Qingran's figure recede into the distance. The light that had shone brightly in the youth's eyes dimmed gradually, and he removed his hat, his tall, slender form slowly disappearing into the crowd. Two internet-addicted youths gathered, unusually refraining from gaming today. Upon hearing the door creak, they looked up. Luluashi, accustomed to Qingran's bookish ways of studying, stretched languorously on the sofa. "Cousin, one must balance study with leisure, as the teachers always say. Memorization alone is insufficient." Qingran retorted, "This is precisely the reason for your poor grades. You know that, dear cousin?" However, discussing Luluashi's academic shortcomings was a taboo subject, one that could not be broached in her presence, unlike the matter concerning Li Qingma, which had already become Luluashi's forbidden topic. "Cousin," Qingran placed the book she held on her desk, poured herself a glass of water, and inquired of Luluashi, "Did you come to see me?" Luluashi nodded, her smile radiant. "Dandan, I have come to share some good news with you." Qingran cast a glance at Li Qingma, who lay languidly on the sofa, unresponsive to Luluashi's revelation. Qingran understood. It seemed the good news her cousin spoke of was not favorable for Li Qingma. Luluashi never keeps people in suspense. When she says she has good news for Qingran, it is indeed good news. Ran. I want to have to take the college entrance examination next year." Upon saying this, she dashed over and embraced Qingran tightly. I'm so thrilled, Ran. My mother said she would send me to my uncle abroad next year. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Is that all? Is it truly worthy of such exuberance not to take the entrance exam?" Qingran's expression was one of incredulity, yet she managed to muster a faint smile, saying, "Congratulations, cousin." After reveling in her joy, Luluashi noticed Qingran's lukewarm response and immediately sought to share her excitement. Ran, if you don't want to take the exam, why not go abroad with me next year?" Li Qingmo rolled her eyes and forcibly separated the two intertwined figures. "Luluashi, just because your grades are poor and you want to avoid the exam, why drag Li Qing'an into this?" Luluashi's smile faded, and she shot a piercing glare at Li Qingma. "Li Qingma, shut your mouth. If you can't speak constructively, then refrain from speaking at all." "Humph," Li Qingmo retorted disdainfully. "Luluashi, you are merely engaging in self-deception. Poor grades are poor grades. What harm is there in admitting it?" Of course, Luluashi would never concede, and their banter quickly devolved into a spirited exchange of insults, which Qingran found impossible to interrupt. Though she could have intervened, she was too lethargic to bother, as the gloomy weather made one feel drowsy. Amid the clamor of Luluashi and Li Qingma's quarrel, Qingran reclined on the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. Perhaps it was Lu Luoxi's sudden mention of going abroad that inspired dreams of travel in Qingran's mind. In her dreams, Li's father sat on the sofa, fiercely smoking a cigarette, the floor littered with numerous butts, his eyes of vivid crimson, reflecting despair. She yearned to approach him, to offer solace, yet her body felt ensnared, unable to traverse the distance. It was then that Qingran noticed a man standing not far from Li's father, his back turned, leaving her uncertain of his identity. No. The man's rejection was stark, his voice hoarse to the extreme. There was something familiar about his tone, an answer lingering just out of reach. Uncle Li, the man said, this situation is indeed peculiar. Until it is resolved, we must not allow her to vanish from our sight. Tears finally slipped from Li's father's bloodshot eyes as he bitterly sighed. Did I ever wish to send her to a foreign land? Yet what can I do? She was such an obedient child. How has she changed so drastically in these 2 years? The man stood silently, his tall figure exuding a sense of weariness. The ember of the cigarette burned dangerously close to Li's fingertips, seemingly unnoticed by him. How could she have committed such a grievous error? The room was engulfed in silence, and Qingran's heart sank in unison. What could have caused such sorrow in Li's father was likely that grievous mistake committed by Li Qingran against the protagonist in the book. The man's murmured voice gently infiltrated Qingran's ears. Perhaps she too was beyond her own control. Perhaps she was akin to me, perpetually wandering onto a path that offered no resistance, as if all was preordained, yet I refused to accept fate. Suddenly, Qingran's heart ached intensely. She found it peculiar that even in a dream, her body could experience such distress. The conversation continued in the background. She could only observe Li's father's lips moving, unable to discern his words. Eventually, the man's figure faded from the room, and Qingran felt as if his voice lingered in her ears. Uncle Li, have pity on me. Do not send her away. Let me see her occasionally. Qingran was abruptly jolted awake from her fragmented dream. Her eyes fluttering open to be startled by the exaggerated visage of Xie Ying'an, magnified before her. Upon noticing her awakening, Xie Ying'an chuckled softly, reaching out to wipe away the remnants of tears from the corners of Qingran's eyes. His youthful voice rang clear as jade. What did you dream of? Why were you crying so sorrowfully? I didn't dream of anything, Qingran replied, feeling embarrassed enough to wish to vanish into the ground. She hastily dabbed at her eyes and quickly sat up from the sofa. Li Qingma and Lu Luoxi were engrossed in their game on the adjacent sofa, entirely oblivious to her awakening. Xie Ying'an had arrived at some point unbeknownst to her. Qingran glanced at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and she had slept for over an hour. Li Qingma's fingers danced swiftly across his phone screen, and upon hearing the commotion nearby, he could not be bothered to look up. Li Qing'an, I have noticed you increasingly resemble a sloth lately. You can even doze off mid-conversation. Lu Luoxi interjected. Perhaps Ranran has been studying too diligently at night. Li Qingma non-committally replied. At least she isn't gaming. Lu Luoxi retorted. Ugh. With a swift motion, she tossed her phone aside and reached for Li Qingma's neck, exclaiming, for heaven's sake. Li Qingma, can you survive a day without being insufferably sarcastic? Despite being grasped by the neck, Li Qingma clutched his phone, managing to utter, Lu Luoxi, you are nothing but a teammate who drags others down. Qingran and Xie Ying'an exchanged glances. Xie Ying'an pointed towards the study, and Qingran nodded. The two of them stealthily made their way towards the study. Chapter 57. Frustration. Qingran and Xie Ying'an nestled within the study, engrossed in their books. Typically, Li's father seldom utilized the study. It was predominantly Li Qingma and Qingran who made use of it. Most of the books lining the shelves were purchased by Li Qingma, while Qingran occasionally acquired a few to adorn the table, primarily because she felt the emptiness was unappealing. Xie Ying'an casually selected a book from the shelf and, seated at the desk, inquired of Qingran, I heard your brother mention that you visited the library this morning? Indeed, Qingran replied, still rummaging through the shelves in search of the book she had perused at the library. Apart from the 4 great classical novels, the shelves were predominantly filled with travelogues and other such works, including titles like The Story of My Life and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, as well as unsolved mysteries of the world, which Qing'an had read during her middle school years. Most importantly, this afternoon, she was utterly engrossed in The Catcher in the Rye. Had it not been for her concern for Xie Ying'an's feelings, she could have easily spent the entire day nestled in the library, failing to find the book she sought. Qingran felt a tinge of disappointment and reluctantly stepped outside to tackle her assignments. The sky was overcast, casting a shadow over the room's illumination. Qingran flicked on the study lamp and settled into the vacant seat opposite Xie Ying'an. He remained fixated on his phone, and as she took her seat, she caught a fleeting glimpse of an image on his screen. Upon completing a practice test, she inadvertently lifted her gaze, only to find that Xie Ying'an had ceased his focus on the phone, seemingly gazing at her, or perhaps through her, into an unknown void. His obsidian-like eyes were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer. It was evident that he was in a foul mood. Qingran mused that, fortunately, Xie Ying'an had spent several years living with her grandfather. Otherwise, in previous years, any discontent would have been blatantly apparent on his face, unlike now, where his expression revealed nothing. Just as she contemplated inquiring about his distress, Xie Ying'an spoke first. His dark eyes suddenly alight with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon her. Qingran, who did you go to the library with this afternoon? Moreover, how did he know that she had gone with someone else? Had Song Shiai's, that unreliable fellow, let it slip? Qingran was reluctant to lie, yet equally hesitant to divulge the truth to Xie Ying'an, fearing he might relay it to Qingma. She managed a stiff smile and asked, why the sudden question? Xie Ying'an's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, laced with sarcasm as he replied, it must be Xie Ying'an. It was clearly a question, yet it carried an air of certainty. Qingran was perplexed as to why Xie Ying'an harbored such disdain for Xie Ying'an, considering the fact that they had all grown up together in the same courtyard. Although Xie Ying'an was not particularly loquacious and tended to be somewhat aloof, his true nature was not malevolent. Interacting with him required little effort in deciphering his thoughts, making their interactions quite relaxed. Nodding in resignation, Qingran boldly declared, I have arranged to study with Jishin today. Studying with Jishin? Xie Ying'an's demeanor shifted from mockery to seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Qingran. Qingran, you promised you wouldn't engage in early romance. Furrowing her brow, Qingran retorted, I am not in a romantic relationship. My interactions with Jishin are purely those of classmates. How can going to the library to study be construed as early romance? Besides, even if I wished to pursue a relationship with Jishin, he would not agree. Evidently unwilling to continue the discussion, Xie Ying'an abruptly pulled out a chair, grabbed his phone from the desk, and strode out. Why is he so upset? Qingran was left in a state of confusion. Before she could process the situation, he slammed the door behind him, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, Lu Luoxi peeked through the door, cautiously assessing Qingran's expression. Qingran was still pondering whether Xie Ying'an had encountered an unexpected family issue, causing his inexplicable mood swing. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Luoxi slightly ajar the door, revealing just her head, which struck Qingran as amusing. It seemed that completing her assignment was a distant prospect, prompting her to set down her pen and approach the door, inquiring, Cousin, why don't you come in? Lu Luoxi wore an expression brimming with curiosity as she quietly inquired. What prompted Xie Ying'an to storm out in such a huff? She and Qingma had merely exchanged pleasantries with Xie Ying'an, who had completely disregarded them and walked straight out. Sensing the palpable air of gossip, Lu Luoxi immediately found her game less appealing. Qingran shrugged her shoulders. I am equally baffled. He just left for no apparent reason. This marked the first occasion Xie Ying'an had displayed such a sour demeanor towards her. Qingran had a nagging suspicion about the underlying cause, yet her heart vehemently resisted the notion. Impossible, for in the narrative, the male protagonist belonged wholly to the female lead. Body and soul. Lu Luoxi cast a glance at Qingran's exam paper, realizing that her cousin was rather oblivious. She speculated, little cousin, could it be that you have been so engrossed in your studies that you inadvertently neglected him? Qingran responded, you may have a point, cousin, though she could not quite discern the rationale behind it. Receiving affirmation, Lu Luoxi beamed, her smile revealing 2 rows of pearly whites. She reassuringly patted Qingran's shoulder. It's nothing to worry about. Men can be rather temperamental. A little coaxing will suffice, just like your brother. Elder cousin, what exactly are you implying? Why do you look at me as if you possess all the answers? Qingran recalled that Xie Ying'an had been intently gazing at an image moments ago, and an uneasy premonition began to stir within her. She took out her phone, and the first thing she did was open her social media. Scrolling past several posts showcasing culinary delights from her classmates, and, as expected, she soon stumbled upon a picture posted by Song Shiai's. The image unmistakably captured by Song Shiai's reveals a somewhat blurred depiction of Wensiki's profile, while to her right, one can discern the silhouette of Xie Ying'an alongside part of her figure. With just this partial view, how could Xie Ying'an possibly recognize her? What extraordinary vision must he possess? Song Shiai's even accompanied this image with a phrase, when dog thieves encounter each other, it is not the anticipated dog-eat-dog scenario. The responses were presumably all from male peers, and although Qingran had their WeChat contacts, She couldn't quite recall who they were. Damn it. This wretched Song Shi'ai was willing to sacrifice 800 of his own just to inflict 1,000 in damage to his adversary. Chapter 58. A fierce duel every Monday. Qingran would arrive a bit earlier for class. When Siyu also made an early appearance, she had always been diligent in her studies. After several preliminary exams, the teachers had long memorized this unexpected dark horse. Upon seeing Qingran enter, when Siyu greeted her with a smile and a nod. As expected, Xie Ying'an was absent from class. Old Wu noticed his vacant seat but did not inquire, indicating he must have taken leave in advance. During the lesson, Qingran pondered where Xie Ying'an could have vanished to for an entire week. During the 10-minute break, Ruan hurried over to occupy Xie Ying'an's seat. Upon learning that he would not be attending class for the week, Ruan was elated, exclaiming, "Qingran, can I sit with you for the week?" Except in Old Wu's class? Qingran was indifferent. After all, she was accustomed to having Ruan as her desk mate and had long adapted to the chatter by her side. Ruan propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Qingran, and after a few moments of sighing, Qingran could no longer resist setting down her pen to inquire, "What's the matter?" Qingran was at a loss for how to console Ruan. At this juncture in the narrative, Xie Ying'an's act of rescuing when she ignites a rapid surge of affection from her towards him, particularly as they share a desk together. Huang Qianyu, consumed by jealousy, casts aspersions on Wen Shi, attempting to undermine her at every turn. However, Wen Shi is no naive ingenue. She consistently manages to elicit Xie Ying'an's intervention on her behalf. Over time, their classmates have come to recognize that Xie Ying'an harbors a certain interest in his new desk mate. Presently, despite not assisting Wen Shi in her confrontation with Huang Qianyu, she emerges unscathed, revealing her own formidable prowess. Qingran, reluctant to dwell on Wen Shi's affairs, observes the narrative straying from its central theme and is increasingly convinced that Xie Ying'an does not possess deep feelings for Wen Shi. She yearns to distance herself from the main plot, hoping to seize control of her own fate. Suddenly, Qingran recalls a social media post by Song Shi'ai from the previous day and inquires of Ruan. "Did you see Song Shi'ai's post yesterday?" Ruan, somewhat bewildered, responds while reaching for her phone, "What post?" Upon opening Song Shi'ai's post, Ruan discovers his rather unseemly behavior. He had deliberately restricted her from viewing it, and subsequently deleted the post, perhaps believing his objective had been achieved. Fortunately, Qingran is meticulous in her endeavors. She had captured a screenshot of the post and shared it with Ruan. As Ruan examined the image with growing amusement, a smile crept across her face. Her fingers danced swiftly over the keypad, and Qingran, with her keen eyesight, discerned Ruan's message. "Song Shi'ai, did you enjoy your little escapade yesterday? You deserved it." Qingran mused to herself. Ruan delicately tapped on the image, magnifying it for a closer inspection. She furrowed her brow in contemplation for quite some time before suddenly pointing at Jishin's silhouette and exclaiming to Qingran, "Look, doesn't this boy's figure resemble Jishin's?" Qingran, unable to suppress a smirk, replied with a tinge of insincerity, "Not really." To her surprise, Ruan nodded in agreement. Upon further magnification, it indeed bears little resemblance. Qingran secretly exhaled in relief as she picked up her pen and opened her physics book. However, Ruan continued to mutter softly. "What does that scoundrel Song Shi'ai mean by two thieves bumping into each other? Are there really others stealing dogs?" Qingran's hand trembled, leaving an ink stain on her physics book. During the lunch break, Huang Qianyu and Wen Shi clashed once again, a spectacle the classmates had long grown accustomed to, continuing with their own affairs, indifferent to the altercation. This time, Huang Qianyu's actions were particularly outrageous. She seized the opportunity while Wen Shi went to the cafeteria for lunch to pour red and blue ink indiscriminately all over Wen Shi's desk. The same malicious tactic employed on different victims was indeed characteristic of someone like Huang Qianyu, a typical antagonist. As Qingran and Ruan entered the classroom behind Wen Shi, they witnessed her rush out with reddened eyes, leaving them somewhat perplexed. It was evident that Huang Qianyu had tormented her yet again. Ruan shrugged her shoulders, adopting an expression of helplessness. Shi's family is not well off. She cannot confront Huang Qianyu head-on like you can, Ran. Qingran lowered her head, lost in thought. Indeed, Wen Shi's family circumstances were rather dire. It was only upon entering the classroom that Qingran noticed the ink splattered across Wen Shi's desk, casting a glance at Huang Qianyu. Huang Qianyu discerned the gaze of Qingran directed towards her. She lifted her chin with a smile, her demeanor laced with a hint of arrogance. Wan grasped Qingran's hand and whispered, Ran. Huang Qinyu is not a good person. Do not engage with her any further. It will bring you no benefit. Let us see how Shuri resolves this matter. If it becomes untenable, we shall lend our assistance. Qingran had no intention of contending with someone like Huang Qinyu, a quintessential mindless antagonist. As the saying goes, one should never attempt to argue with a fool, for they will drag your intelligence down to their level and then defeat you with their sheer experience. Both Qingran and Wan were taken aback when Shuri unexpectedly summoned Old Wu. It was likely that even Huang Qinyu did not anticipate when Shuri would report her, as she widened her eyes in disbelief and disdainful contempt towards Shuri. Old Wu was livid, banging on the lectern with a resounding thud, pointing at Shuri's desk and demanding, Who did this? Yet, his gaze fell upon Huang Qinyu. Shuri stood behind Old Wu, her head bowed, occasionally dabbing her eyes with a tissue, exuding an unmistakable air of the innocent white lotus. Qingran pondered, was the protagonist of the book truly like this? She vaguely recalled that the heroine was not as innocent as portrayed. Huang Qinyu refused to admit any wrongdoing, asserting that the classroom lacked surveillance cameras, thus emphasizing the need for evidence. Shuri would silently weep, while Huang Qinyu would wail, claiming that Old Wu was unjustly accusing a good person, insisting she would seek redress from the principal. Old Wu's expression turned ashen as he inquired if any classmates had witnessed the incident. The classmates were all apprehensive of Huang Qinyu's potential retaliation. One by one, even if they witnessed something, they dared not speak, and ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. The following day, however, Old Wu installed a surveillance camera in the classroom. Although Huang Qinyu could not openly enact his malice, he could silently bide his time. Wan mentioned that when Xie had also begun to retaliate, and the two were engaged in a covert struggle that intensified. Yet, in Qingran's eyes, these matters held little significance. What truly occupied her thoughts was the upcoming midterm examination. Meanwhile, Li Qingma was even more bewildered, bombarding her with a series of questions. Xie Ying'an took a week off? This week? What is he up to? If Qingran were aware of Xie Ying'an's whereabouts, would she still inquire? At 10:30 that night, after completing her homework, Qingran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside and buried herself under the covers. Meanwhile, Xie Ying'an lay in bed, gazing at Qingran's WeChat interface, where the words the other party is typing lingered, yet no message followed. He chuckled softly, and in an instant, the clouds of gloom that had accumulated over the past 2 days dissipated entirely. Chapter 59, Struggle. Aunt Lu was in the kitchen, lamenting that she had yet to feed the group of stray cats. With April approaching, the weather grew increasingly warm, and daylight lingered longer. As Qingran approached the ancient tree, the sun shone brightly overhead. Habitually, she glanced up at the tree, only to find no sign of the boy clad in black. Qingran could not quite decipher her feelings. Was she relieved or subtly disappointed? She took out a small dish from her bag and placed it on the ground, pouring cat food into it. Perhaps it had been many days since she last saw Qingran, for the stray cats were initially timid, with only one approaching at first, gradually followed by a multitude. The little stray cat that often lingered by Xie Ying'an's feet circled around Qingran twice, failing to find the familiar figure, and it seemed somewhat dejected. It mewed a few times before squeezing in to eat the cat food. As the sun began to set, that tall, slender black figure had yet to arrive. The sun had not yet dipped below the horizon. The curtains in the black and white room were tightly drawn, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. And the atmosphere inside was so quiet one could hear a pin drop, oppressive enough to induce a sense of suffocation. Through the dim light, a figure could be vaguely seen curled up by the edge of the bed, head bowed, with disheveled hair obscuring his expression. Time slipped away second by second, and the light in the room grew darker, nearly engulfing the youth's figure in shadow. Yet he remained oblivious, lost in his own silent world. A knock sounded at the door, and Cui Yu's gentle voice came through the crack. Xiaoyan, can you hear me? A voice from outside followed. Xiaoyan, you've been in your room all day. Would you come out for something to eat? The boy on the floor maintained his original posture, unmoving, seemingly deaf to his mother's anxious calls from outside. Zhou Sa quickly knelt down to assist Cui Yu, helping her to the sofa where she sat, then poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her. Seeing Cui Yu's complexion improve slightly, Zhou Sa felt relieved and cautiously offered comfort. Madam, Xiaoyan has been like this for more than a day or two. Perhaps you should try to be more at ease. It has been quite some time. Perhaps it is time for you to let go. Cui Yu took a sip of warm water, her gaze cast downward in sorrow, remaining silent. Over the years, she has endured much suffering, often reassuring herself that, regardless of circumstances, her child has always been by her side. Yesterday, while Xie Ying'an was absorbed in his phone, Xie was aware that the two of them were in the living room watching television. The WeChat notification chimed twice, and Xie Ying'an suddenly walked out with his phone in hand. At the entrance of the library, Xie spotted the girl who had arranged to meet Xie Ying'an. She recognized her from when they had all lived in the same large compound during their childhood. The little girl from back then had blossomed into a stunning young woman, far surpassing Xueyu's expectations. To her astonishment, Xueyu discovered that her son had a childhood sweetheart, and this girl appeared to possess commendable qualities in every aspect. The girl, sensing something amiss, cast a wary glance in Xueyu's direction, but Xueyu managed to evade her gaze just in time. It was also on that day that Xueyu witnessed her son navigating through the crowd alongside the girl, his face betraying a hint of reluctance. Yet he bore it stoically. She had hoped her son would gradually improve, but she never anticipated the backlash would be so severe. Xie Ying'an felt as if he were adrift in a small boat amidst a sea of anguish, where two voices echoed repeatedly in the depths of despair. A voice mocked him cruelly from the depths of the bitter sea. Someone like you deserves to remain in this hellish abyss. You have no right to dream of reaching the shore. Yet another voice, gentle and soothing, beckoned him from the distant bank. Senior Xie, come here. Behold the warmth of the sunlight, the sweet melodies of birds. This is where you truly belong. Unable to resist, he lifted his gaze toward the shore. There stood a girl, her almond-shaped eyes radiating kindness, her lips a vibrant red, her smile as bright as the sun. Clad in a simple white garment, her waist delicate as a willow, she appeared like a celestial being amidst the endless expanse of sorrowful waters, a stark contrast to her surroundings. The malevolent spirits lurking nearby dared not approach her. Leaning down, she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Senior, will you walk with me? Unconsciously, Xie Ying'an rose to his feet, his small boat swaying aimlessly upon the dark, bitter sea. The harsh voice erupted once more. Leave? Do you truly wish to depart? Look at yourself. You do not belong in this world. How can you stand beside her? The boat rocked violently, yet Xie Ying'an steadied himself amidst the turmoil, while the girl on the shore continued to smile, extending her hand toward him. He rowed swiftly toward that shimmering promise, yearning to grasp onto it tightly. Yet, the cruel voice pierced through him like poison. Are you certain of your choice, Xie Ying'an? You dwell in hell. Why would you drag her down into your abyss? Over time, how can you be sure she won't come to resent you? Resent him? His outstretched hand slowly fell, and the youth closed his eyes, ultimately letting that radiant beauty slip away. Upon reopening her eyes, she was met with an endless abyss of darkness. The girl had vanished, leaving him alone in a boundless sea of suffering. The air was filled with raucous laughter. Look, look, you should remain in this darkness for all eternity, keeping me company. The tumultuous waves of anguish surged as the youth curled up in a small boat, the vitality in his once vibrant gaze extinguished. He struggled desperately in the mortal realm, with no one to ferry him across. Chapter 60. Impatience on Monday night. Qingran ultimately did not send the message to Xie Ying'an. She was astute enough to discern Xie Ying'an's feelings, yet she harbored no particular sentiments herself. Firstly, she was still young, and contemplating such matters was premature. Secondly, Xie Ying'an was far from an ideal partner, at least not for her. To preserve the possibility of friendship with Xie Ying'an in the future, she chose to feign ignorance as long as the matter remained unspoken and hidden from view. 2 days passed, and Qingran forgot about the incident. After all, sharing a desk with Wan was quite agreeable. If Xie Ying'an had matters to attend to, that was his concern, not hers. However, on Thursday, it was Xie Ying'an who could no longer contain himself and sent her a picture. At 6 in the evening, Qingran was engaged in a conversation with Wan while holding her phone. Ever since the dog-stealing incident became known to Wan, she had made Song Shiai's life quite miserable. It was well known that Wan adored gossip, especially about handsome men. Song Shiai's, unwilling to be outdone by Wan, had no choice but to let others know that he was fulfilling her request. Wan's demands were quite simple. On that Monday, just before school ended, she expressed a desire to see the chest muscles of a boy from Class 7, requesting Song Shiai's to send her a photograph. With a disdainful sneer, Wan forwarded the dog-napping screenshots to Song Shiai's and Qingran's presence, adding the message, "Cheating man, see you at the school forum." Wan indeed accessed the school forum, meticulously crafting her post with images and text until the end of the school day. Just as she was about to publish it, Song Shiai sent her a picture. Ruan saved her draft, exited the forum, and opened WeChat to view the image from Song Shiai's. The picture depicted the very classmate Ruan had requested. His upper garment forcibly removed, with Ma Qingxing and Wu Zixian pinning his arms on either side. Several other students were also in the frame, appearing utterly petrified. Ugh! Ruan swiftly deleted the image, exclaiming, "I thought his bulging chest was muscle, but it's just flab." Qingran's eyes twitched slightly, questioning the propriety of Song Shiai's actions. Ruan pouted, linking arms with Qingran as they walked out of the classroom. Ran, you might not know this, but that guy Song Shiai stripped and photographed. He's a notorious womanizer who takes advantage of girls' feelings. His longest relationship lasted only a month, and the shortest was a mere 3 days. He's the ultimate scumbag. Indeed. Nothing in the school, no matter how trivial or significant, seemed to escape Ruan's attention. Learning this, Qingran instantly lost all sympathy for the victim. Ruan then nudged Qingran's arm playfully, inquiring, "Why has my brother been on leave for so long?" It seemed her penchant for gossip had resurfaced. Qingran shrugged, replying, "I have no idea." Ruan appeared unconvinced, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Who does not know that you must be aware? Why is this said?" Qingran cast a doubtful glance at Ruan. Ruan chuckled to deflect the moment, dismissing it as unimportant. Qingran felt an urge to bare her heart to Ruan. "I truly do not know." All right. Ruan nodded fervently. "You really do not know." Qingran replied, "Why does your tone sound so dismissive, as if I am fully aware yet unwilling to disclose it?" The soft girl lamented. "I do not wish to give it to him. I simply feel too embarrassed to refuse." The soft girl continued, "By the way, Ruan. What does Senior He want your WeChat for?" The soft girl exclaimed, "It cannot be. QR, with the midterm examinations approaching, please study diligently." The soft girl wailed, "Why must you remind me? Ruan, you wicked creature." Fortunately, tranquility has finally returned to the world. Ruan, lacking in willpower, is more than willing to study when someone encourages her. Just as Qingran intended to exit the WeChat interface, she received an image sent by Xie Ying'an. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Why did you go to Liang City?" Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief. The secondary female character had not yet made her move. "Yet you have already sent her away?" In truth, sister-in is not significant. What truly matters is the second female character, and Xiao, who darkened overnight in her quest to be with Xie Ying'an. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived, which began to play automatically before Qingran could even touch it. "I have a lingering sense that keeping in Xiao in my home will yield an ominous premonition." The young man has transitioned beyond the voice-changing phase. When he speaks softly, his voice carries a slightly hoarse timbre, imbued with an indescribable allure, evoking a sensation akin to enchantment. It is the kind of sound that could make one's ears feel as though they might conceive. Qingran quickly distanced herself from her phone, sending a voice message wishing him a safe journey before shutting the device and proceeding to her meal. After dining, she immersed herself in her exam preparations, neglecting to check her phone again. Aunt Lu, who was late today, busied herself tidying up the kitchen while Qingran worked on her assignments. After collecting the kitchen refuse, she turned to gather the trash from the living room, all the while chattering away with Qingran. Lost in her studies, Qingran responded absent-mindedly to Aunt Lu, scarcely registering the content of their conversation. With the midterm examinations looming, she resolved that if her results were unsatisfactory, she would attend supplementary classes during the summer. Regardless, she was determined to secure a place at her target university, F University. At the airport, Zhao Yin, donning an eye mask while waiting for her flight, lifted one side of the mask with her index finger to glance at her son, who bore an expression of vexation. Zhao Yin chuckled softly, adjusting her mask, acknowledging that indeed, every matter has its counterbalance. Xie Ying'an was indeed frustrated. He had initially planned to keep Li Qing'an at arm's length for at least a week. Yet here they were just a few days in. Once again, faced with Li Qing'an, he found himself unable to maintain his composure. Chapter 61. Treatment abroad. It was only on Saturday evening that Qingran noticed Jihe had added her as a friend. Just as she accepted the request, Jihe promptly initiated a voice call. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to answer. This time, there was no casual address of Junior from Jihe. His voice was unusually serious. "Qingran, could you step out for a moment?" She inquired. "Is there something you need, Senior Jihe?" After a brief silence, he seemed to reconsider the appropriateness of asking a girl to venture out at this hour. Jihe altered his tone. "Could you visit Ji Yinshin tomorrow?" A sense of foreboding crept into Qingran's heart as she tightened her grip on her phone. "Is something wrong with Jishin?" The voice on the other end grew heavy. It's not good. Upon ending the call, Qingran felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. An acute awareness that the narrative was poised to take a turn for the worse, yet she felt utterly powerless to intervene. Later, while focusing on Xie Ying'an's writings, the author provided no explanation for the preceding events. Was it truly an onset of illness? Suddenly, her phone chimed with a video call invitation. Qingran initially assumed it was Jihe, but upon checking, she found it was Xie Ying'an. As she answered, Xie Ying'an's face filled the screen. His youthful appearance truly deserving of the author's prose. He bore the weight of this grim perspective well. Having retired early that evening, Qingran was already nestled under her covers. Xie Ying'an glanced at her, pulling slightly away from the screen. Why are you sleeping so early today? Through the digital barrier, he scrutinized her complexion with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Qingran did feel somewhat ill, as is the case for many girls during certain days of the month. But such a topic was not something she could broach with Xie Ying'an. No, I'm just a bit tired, she replied. Xie Ying'an chuckled softly from the other side. Make sure to rest well. Qingran then noticed that he was still holding a pen. Throughout this week, Xie Ying'an had not attended class, and whenever she saw his empty seat, an insidious thought crept into her mind. With high school studies being a race against time, having missed so many lessons, she wondered if there was a chance she could surpass him. In hindsight, such a notion was nothing short of a delusion. Not to mention that Xie Ying'an was the son of the author of the textbook. With his diligent nature, could he possibly fall behind in his studies? Qingran mustered her courage and asked him, why are you still doing homework? You've already taken a leave, academic prodigy. Spare others a chance. What a joke. During regular classes, he would skip several questions on the exam papers, and when Qingran once inquired about it, he casually explained, it's all to appease the teachers. There are so many papers, and they 1T check each question anyway. At that moment, Qingran's perspective as a diligent student was utterly shattered. Were all academic geniuses so capricious? Qingran's expression stiffened, unsure how to tell Xie Ying'an that she had just been on the phone with Senior Jihe. No, just with other classmates. Hesitant and reluctant to elaborate, Qingran's indecision did not go unnoticed by Xie Ying'an, who sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He deftly changed the subject, inquiring about her plans for the next day. Do you have anywhere to go tomorrow? Qingran thought to herself. How could she tell him that she was going to visit Jishan? Xie Ying'an continued, if not, let us do homework together tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xie Ying'an arrived. He came just in time, as Li Ba had just finished breakfast and had yet to leave the house. Li's father has always held a fondness for Xie Ying'an. Upon seeing him arrive, he postponed his own departure for work, engaging in conversation with Xie for a good half hour before finally leaving. During this time, he also instructed Aunt Lu to wake Li Qingma. However, Li's father had to depart for work without waiting for Li Qingma to come down. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Qingma, sporting a disheveled head of hair and clad in pajamas, descended the stairs. Upon spotting Xie Ying'an lounging in the living room, he was instantly revitalized. What the heck? Xie Ying'an, are you out of your mind? Why are you up so early on a weekend at my house? With Li's father absent, Xie Ying'an felt less restrained. Reclining lazily on the sofa and casting a glance at Li Qingma. I'm not here to seek you out. Yeah, right. Li Qingma scoffed. If you're not here for me, then who? Are you looking for Li Qingran? Xie Ying'an dismissed him, engrossed in his phone, and casually inquired. Has your sister not woken up yet? Li Qingma rolled his eyes dramatically, nearly sending them to the heavens. Stop calling her sister so affectionately. I've told you before. She is not your sister. One of Li Qingma's greatest sources of pride was the fact that he had a well-behaved and obedient sister, unlike Xie Ying'an. Xie Ying'an nodded slightly. Yes, she is your sister. She is not up yet, Li Qingma said, dragging his slippers as he headed upstairs. You can stay here and play. I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth. Li Qingran had risen earlier than Li Qingma. She sat in her room, staring at the messages and images sent by Jihe, struggling to process them for quite some time. Jihe conveyed, Qingran, my apologies. Xie Ying'an has departed for overseas treatment. He left yesterday afternoon, a fact I only became aware of recently. The image Jihe dispatched depicted Xie Ying'an recumbent in a hospital bed. In the image, the once vibrant Jishan lay pallid, sustained merely by glucose. He was immersed in his own realm, barring entry to all. Qingran, rather than being concerned, felt a sense of relief. The inevitable plot, as anticipated, had recurred. Li Qingma was outside, vigorously knocking, accompanied by his booming voice. Li Qingran. Li Qingran, rise and shine. Qingran set aside her phone and opened the door. It was indeed rare for Li Qingma to awaken so early on a weekend. Chapter 62. A wager on the vote on a Saturday evening, with the midterm examinations looming. She felt a sudden urge to peruse the school forum and witness the lamentations, thereby consoling her own spirit. Given that Xie Ying'an now intermittently visited the forum, no one dared to speculate about him and Li Qingma. This development deprived Wan of considerable amusement. Unexpectedly, upon accessing the forum, she encountered a voting competition initiated by a student, seemingly related to the midterm examinations. Wan, animatedly rubbing her hands together, eagerly clicked to participate. However, upon comprehending the content, her smile faltered. The wager centered on whether Li Qingran of Class 1, Grade 2, would once again secure a position within the top 10 of the year group. The number of individuals wagering no exceeded 300, while those wagering yes numbered only 20-odd. A 115-fold return was hardly worth the effort. Wan, incensed, sought to ascertain the identity of the initiator. Alas, it was another anonymous post. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against the screen, causing the comments below to automatically scroll through several lines, revealing those with the most likes and, consequently, the most words. Wan contemplated that it would be prudent to ascertain the full context before informing Ran, and thus she began to peruse the comments. On the second floor, anonymous here, I've heard that the school bully is someone's brother. We certainly cannot afford to provoke him. However, I sincerely advise everyone to bet on cannot. I will elaborate on the specifics on the third floor. On the third floor, that person has now become the cautionary tale spoken of by our homeroom teacher. It is said that in the recent series of minor assessments, their grades have plummeted with each attempt, and to describe it as dismal would be an understatement. The teacher urges us to take heed. Those who are aware can come forth to corroborate. On the fourth floor, goodness, what a shock. On the sixth floor, there hasn't even been a midterm exam yet. Isn't it a bit premature to be discussing this now? On the seventh floor, if her performance is this poor on a regular basis, do you truly expect her to astonish us during the midterms? Sixth floor. Wan could not bear to read another comment. She decisively tapped can, for she had witnessed Qingran's efforts firsthand. Who would have thought that such a cruel homeroom teacher would use Qingran's declining grades as a cautionary example to intimidate students? It was utterly excessive. Wan's fingers danced across the screen, quickly composing a message to those betting on cannot. Prepare for the consequences when Li confronts you. I eagerly anticipate the outcome. I hope for a slap in the face, haha. If Li cannot deliver, may I have the honor of striking your face instead? Wan, feeling utterly exasperated, promptly turned off her phone. With barely a couple of lines of homework written, her motivation to continue dwindled. As she closed her eyes to sleep, she contemplated studying with Ran the following day. However, on this weekend, the duo that Xie Ying'an had envisioned, sitting together to tackle their assignments, unexpectedly transformed into a quartet. Not only did Wan join, but even Li Qingma, who had initially intended to indulge in a couple of games, felt a sudden wave of urgency upon seeing them engrossed in their studies. He promptly retrieved his exam papers and settled down to study alongside them. Qingran's study plan was impeccably organized, detailing which books to read in the morning and which exercises to tackle in the afternoon. Conversely, Wan lacked any semblance of routine. She typically grabbed whatever book happened to be first in her bag and commenced her work on that. Li Qingma's approach was even more erratic. Plagued by procrastination, he preferred to defer tasks to the morrow, with piles of uncompleted exercises resembling small mountains, rivaling Xie Ying'an's own collection. Xie Ying'an had toiled over his exercises until the early hours of the morning the previous day, and today he found himself devoid of the inclination to continue. He had a tendency to skip around in his assignments, choosing to engage with only the more challenging problems, while disregarding those he found familiar or unchallenging. Old Wu had previously attempted to intervene and remedy this behavior, but upon recognizing the futility of his efforts, he gradually relinquished his attempts. After all, Xie Ying'an consistently excelled, securing the top rank in his grade each year, as long as his performance remained stable. There seemed little reason for concern. Initially, Wan felt a touch of awkwardness sitting among such prodigies. Yet, upon witnessing Qingran completing a sheet of exercises, her discomfort dissipated, and she immediately lowered her head to scribble fervently. For individuals gathered around a table, diligently engaged in their studies until noon when the time for lunch arrived. The weather was not overly hot, and Li Qingma proposed that they enjoy a hot pot together. With unanimous agreement, Aunt Lu prepared a dual flavor pot for them. Among the group, only Xie Ying'an was not fond of spicy food due to his sensitive stomach, which made him gradually shy away from it. As Li Qingma dipped a piece of meat into the fiery chili oil, he turned and laughed heartily at Xie Ying'an, saying, "You can't be like this. I've heard that men who avoid spicy food will end up being afraid of their wives." Xie Ying'an, tending to the mild broth, merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Xie Ying'an cast a cool glance at Ruan, who instantly felt a chill and swiftly sided with Xie Ying'an, retorting, "Mo gu. You are mistaken. Fearing one's wife only comes from love." Li Qingmo raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, between you and Song Shi'ai's, who fears whom?" It was clear that Song Shi'ai's was the one who feared her, particularly worried that she would disclose his embarrassing moments. However, Ruan found it difficult to articulate this, only managing an awkward smile in response. Qingran could no longer bear their childish banter. She used the communal chopsticks to serve a piece of taro to Li Qingma, stating, "Brother, you should try this." Li Qingma, with quick reflexes, evaded her offering, exclaiming, "No way. That stuff is sweet, and I don't like it." Qingran almost retorted that it was spicy, but swallowed her words instead. "It's too spicy," Xie Ying'an remarked as he took a sip of water. Yet Li Qingma, oblivious to the mood, carelessly placed a piece of spicy vegetable into Xie Ying'an's bowl, only to have it swiftly dodged by him. Li Qingma continued to grumble. "Why are you avoiding it? Just a moment ago, you were enjoying it. Allow me to elucidate. Xie Ying'an, are you cognizant of the myriad delights you forego by abstaining from spicy fare?" Xie Ying'an imbibed another mouthful of water before retorting languidly, "My pleasures are not contingent upon the consumption of spicy victuals." Ruan yearned to inquire, if not predicated on spicy cuisine, perchance they reside within my own Ran. However, she dared not utter the query. Subsequent to the repast, they embarked upon the arduous endeavor of completing their assignments. Albeit, Ruan found herself incapable of indulging in fantasies regarding the unspoken dynamics between her and Ji and Imoji. Chapter 63, Midterm Examinations. The midterm examinations were scheduled for the 9th and 10th of April. Li Bie observed his progeny's studious habits with a measure of bewilderment. He reflected that during their primary and secondary education, their demeanor was more temperate. However, upon entering high school, they approached each examination with an air of intense competition. Fortunately, this inclination manifested positively. Li Bie never imposed academic expectations upon them. However, their proactive and ambitious spirit filled him with gratification, imbuing him with vigor during business negotiations. To Ling Qingran's chagrin, her desk mate, Xie Ying'an, persisted in his indolent comportment during lessons, selectively addressing examination questions, and dividing his attention between attentive listening and detached reverie. Exacerbating matters, he invariably achieved perfect scores on minor assessments. Utterly exasperating, Qingran was not alone in her sentiments. The collective disposition of the class could scarcely be conveyed by a mere expletive. Nevertheless, when she, a dark horse who emerged unexpectedly, firmly established herself in the second position within the class after several preliminary examinations, Qingran discerned that the sole advantage of sharing a desk with Xie Ying'an resided in the opportunity to seek elucidation from him when encountering partial comprehension of academic material. At this rare moment, Xie Ying'an exhibited remarkable patience, elucidating the concepts not once, but twice, each time employing a different perspective, thereby significantly enhancing Qingran's problem-solving approach. Observing this, Li Su, seated behind, was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After several instances, when confronted with challenging problems, Li Su began to seek Xie Ying'an's guidance. Initially, she would offer him a rather dismissive explanation, but her patience waned after a couple of attempts. The next time Li Su approached, she cast him a cool, disdainful glance that left him both startled and uncertain about his next move. Li Su, exasperated, gazed at her, muttering, "What on earth?" Meanwhile, Zhang Chuming stifled her laughter, clutching her stomach in pain, while wiping away tears of mirth. "Toilet paper, your expression just now was utterly pitiful, like a wronged little wife." Oh my goodness. High school students remained a rather childish bunch, relishing the act of bestowing nicknames upon their desk mates or friends with whom they shared a good rapport. Thus, Lisa proudly earned the moniker toilet paper. "Enough already, Chun and I," he retorted, rolling his eyes. Just as he settled onto his chair, he noticed the class prodigy. When she, approaching with a test paper in hand, seemingly seeking Xie Ying'an's assistance. Toilet paper. No, Li Su had just faced a setback with Xie Ying'an, and now he was particularly eager to observe whether she treated female students with a different level of attention. Exchanging glances with Zhang Chunming, they both feigned engagement in their assignments while secretly stealing glances toward the front. with the teacher absent. It was evident that Xie Ying'an was indeed the only person capable of providing the required assistance to Xie. As when Xie approached, Qingran's pen hesitated for a moment. She pretended to focus on her work, yet kept her peripheral vision keenly attuned to the interactions between the male and female leads in the book. Xie Ying'an was even more aloof than Qingran had envisioned. He cast a cursory glance at the problem when Xie indicated, furrowing his brow slightly, and stated with a detached air, "I don't know how to solve it." When Xie, unfazed, offered a gentle smile, her two small canines adding to her charm. "So, you're stumped too," she remarked. "It seems I'll have to consult the teacher." Zheng Chunming, just as I suspected. "Li Su, my sense of equilibrium is restored." Qingran resumed comparing her answers with Xie Ying'an's exam paper. After when Xie departed, she deliberately flipped through a couple more pages to ascertain whether Xie Ying'an was genuinely unable to solve the problem. On the subsequent pages, Xie Ying'an had skipped numerous questions he deemed facile. However, the very question when Xie had posed was filled with elaborate solutions, indicating that he had employed multiple approaches to tackle it. A problem that proved insurmountable for when Xie clearly presented a challenge for Xie Ying'an as well. Qingran glanced sideways at Xie Ying'an, who was propping up his cheek, idly twirling a pen in his hand. At first sight, the young man exuded an air of nonchalant rebelliousness. Ruan, a devotee of BL novels, had often confided in Qing and that someone like her and Ji appeared aloof and abstemious. But if he were to encounter someone he loved to the core, he would descend into boundless carnality. Ruan's yearning expression was quite a sight to behold, leaving Qingran speechless. However, Qingran was aware that Xie Ying'an had never exhibited any significant emotional shifts. To expect him to plunge into boundless carnality? Perhaps another author should pen that narrative. On the day of the midterm examination, Qingran and when Xie were, as expected, assigned to different examination halls. Xie Ying'an's examination hall, however, was conveniently located next to Qingran's. As they entered the examination hall together, Xie Ying'an patted Qingran on the shoulder. The youth was smiling, his usually aloof countenance softening, exuding an ineffable charm. In short, he was exceedingly handsome. Qingran overheard the suppressed squeals of several girls who were yet to enter the examination room. "Good luck," he said. "Make sure you secure a spot in the top 10. Don't let me lose." "Lose?" Qingran paused, perplexed. "Lose what?" Xie Ying'an offered no further explanation, merely waving before turning to enter the adjacent classroom. The morning session consisted of Chinese language and biology, the schedule tightly packed. The difficulty of the questions was, on the whole, rather challenging. As the test papers were distributed, Qingran could overhear the lamentations of many students. Chinese language posed little difficulty for Qingran, primarily involving rote memorization and reading comprehension. However, for Xie Ying'an, who seldom glanced at his Chinese textbook, it proved somewhat vexing. Upon submitting her paper after the morning session, Qingran felt a slight sense of relief. Xie Ying'an was already waiting for her in the classroom. During the midterm examinations, the school did not restrict students' movements. Unable to contact Li Qingma and Ruan due to the prohibition of mobile phones, Qingran had no choice but to dine with Xie Ying'an at a restaurant near the school gate. The afternoon session comprised chemistry and English language, the latter being Qingran's forte. There was little point in comparing answers for Chinese and English, but their solutions to several major questions in biology and chemistry were almost identical. Qingran felt a surge of elation, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. She mused that if she were to perform poorly again due to the influence of the female lead's aura, she would have to seriously consider transferring schools. Chapter 64, Mathematics Examination. Second update, mathematics and physics have always been the Achilles heel of Qingran. Had it not been for Li Qingmo's insistence on her choosing the sciences, she would never have opted for this path. With the impending examinations in mathematics and physics, a sense of trepidation enveloped Qingran. Classmates, sharpening the sword at the last moment rarely yields fruitful results. Let us seize today to review the topics for tomorrow's exam. Striving collectively for commendable scores, she urged. In response, Qingran sent a strive emoticon, and within moments, Xie Ying'an mirrored her gesture with an identical emoticon. The previously vibrant class group chat fell into a sudden hush. Su Chun was the first to tag Xie Ying'an, inquiring, "Brotherin, has your account been hacked?" There was no reply from Xie Ying'an's end. Su Chun, amused, remarked, "Haha, everyone carry on. Brotherin's system might just be acting up." Old Wu chimed in, scolding Su Chun in the chat. "Continue? Shouldn't you be studying? What kind of grade can you possibly achieve otherwise?" The entire class shuddered, relieved that the brunt of Old Wu's ire fell upon Su Chun, the scapegoat. Old Wu concluded, "All right, disperse. Everyone, back to your studies." "Understood, teacher," Su Chen replied. Though the classmates dispersed, who could ascertain whether they would actually study? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qingran felt that her last-minute preparations had reached their zenith. It was imperative to rest well tonight to face the examination with a refreshed mind tomorrow. She ventured downstairs to pour herself a glass of milk, contemplating, and ultimately poured another glass to take upstairs. Li Qingmo's door was ajar, allowing her to enter with the glasses in hand. He was deeply engrossed in a plethora of blank examination papers, focused to the extent that he remained oblivious to Qingran's entrance. Qingran gazed at the pile of blank exam papers before her, feeling somewhat at a loss. According to Old Wu, it was a case of being too early to act and too late to scratch, resulting in a mess that couldn't be salvaged. Observing Li Qingma in such a state, Qingran couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She placed a glass of milk on Li Qingma's desk and reminded him, "Brother, remember to drink the milk later." Li Qingma replied, not even lifting his head. The way Li Qingma appeared, emanating a sense of crisis, made her wish his rival, Lu Luoxi, could witness it too. "Cousin, why must you provoke me like this?" Heartbroken, she almost forgot. The timing of the midterm exams for her cousin was different from theirs. The silence lingered for a good half-minute before a barrage of emoticons began flooding in. "Cousin," jaw dropped, emoticon cousin, rolling on the floor, emoticon cousin. How can it be midterm exams already? Is it really necessary to start so soon? Cousin, petrified, emoticon cousin. Life is devoid of meaning, Qingran. When your papers are returned, be sure to send me a picture. Qingran felt speechless, slightly regretting her decision to engage with her loquacious cousin. "Cousin, regardless, if there happens to be a question we both answer the same, it will be my gain." Qingran. She had no idea how lately Qingma stayed up working on the exam papers. In any case, the following day, his dark circles under his eyes could rival those of a national treasure, and he looked utterly exhausted, as if he had indulged excessively and drained his vitality. Even Aunt Lu expressed concern, inquiring if he was suffering from severe insomnia. Li Qingma slurped his soup, disregarding the age-old adage of not speaking while eating. "I didn't suffer from insomnia, Aunt Lu. I simply stayed up rather late last night completing my assignments," he remarked, casting a plaintive glance in Qingran's direction. Indeed, were it not for having such an academically gifted younger sister, he wouldn't have been driven to such straits. Aunt Lu continued to prattle on. "These teachers nowadays assign an exorbitant amount of homework each time." Qingran swiftly finished her breakfast, slung her satchel over her shoulder, and departed, ignoring Li Qingma's calls for her to wait. Qingran was taken aback to encounter Xie Ying'an just as she stepped outside, as he had just arrived at her doorstep. With a gesture toward the house, she inquired, "Are you looking for my brother? He's still having breakfast." Xie Ying'an's lips curled into a subtle smile as he smoothly replied, "Then let's not wait for him. We'll head off first." In the past, Qingran would have undoubtedly discerned a subtle shift in Xie Ying'an's demeanor. However, on this particular day, her mind was entirely consumed by mathematical and physical concepts, leaving her with no mental capacity to perceive any anomaly in Xie Ying'an's behavior. As they walked to school together, Qingran, still apprehensive, inquired of Xie Ying'an, "Do you recall the question that when she asked you last time?" Xie Ying'an furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to recall. Evidently, he didn't even remember when she had approached him with a question. As he spoke, he began to amble toward the direction of Class 1 in the second-year division. Xie Ying'an had long forgotten the specific question. Since they had arrived early, and he observed Qingran heading toward Class 1, he followed suit. Qingran experienced a profound sense of frustration, as if she had nowhere to turn in her despair. Xie Ying'an, with an air of sagacity, leaned against the classroom doorway, observing Qingran's actions before she slumped onto her desk, defeated. Suppressing a chuckle, he inquired, "Are you searching for the mathematics exercise book?" The youth stood at the door, radiating with the exuberance of spring, his gleaming white teeth almost dazzling the clear-eyed Qingran. "Qingran, if I manage to find that book, how will you express your gratitude?" Little did he know that Xie Ying'an had a rather significant surprise in store. Rather than a surprise, it could be said he was simply lazy. As Qingran turned to the question, Xie Ying'an leaned in closer, the mingling scents of mint and freshly cut grass enveloping them. Today, Qingran had left her hair down, the silky strands cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of innocence. Xie Ying'an's atoms apple-bobbed slightly as he pointed to the problem, saying, "This question is relatively challenging for us. It likely won't appear on the exam." The youth's tone bore an inexplicable hint of hoarseness. Xie Ying'an, puzzled, asked, "Is it really?" He felt that the questions in every exam were just that. When have they ever been overly difficult? Qingran replied, "Damn, a deadly blow from a true academic prodigy." Chapter 65, Rewards and Penalties of Victory and Defeat, Part 3. When the mathematics papers were distributed, Qingran realized just how sagacious she had been. This year's exam was generally quite challenging, with mathematics proving particularly arduous. As expected, the final major question was indeed the one Qingran had reviewed, albeit slightly simplified. As the mathematics papers were submitted, a significant number of students in the examination hall were nearly in tears. A group of girls huddled together, lamenting, "Oh my goodness! This paper was exceptionally difficult." Indeed, it was as though there was no mercy. I couldn't even tackle the last major question. Who could? I feel as though I have not studied that question at all. Let us go inquire if Feng Jin has managed to solve the last problem. Feng Jin is the top student in Class 4 of the second year, perpetually holding the title of second best in her grade, surpassed only by the exceptionally intelligent male protagonist. Truly, no one else has managed to outshine her in rankings. However, with the arrival of Wenxi, it seems that the long-standing title of second best has shifted to her, relegating Feng Jin to the position of third best. Today at noon, only a mathematics examination was conducted, and all around, students appeared dejected and despondent. Xie Ying'an remained by the door, waiting for Qingran, who submitted her paper the moment the bell rang, while Xie Ying'an, without a doubt, must have completed her paper early as well. With 2 more subjects to test in the afternoon, there was little opportunity to review without any books. Anxious about the physics exam scheduled for the evening, Qingran found little appetite during lunch. Xie Ying'an observed her with a concerned frown. The physics paper in the afternoon turned out to be less difficult than anticipated. And upon receiving the test, Qingran finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. By the time she submitted the final paper, she experienced a liberating sensation akin to being unburdened by debts. Xie Ying'an suggested, "Let us go eat. You hardly touched your lunch." Not wanting to press the matter, they encountered Ruan and Song Shi'ai's at the school gate. From a distance, Song Shi'ai's whistled at Qingran, prompting Ruan to cast him a disapproving glance. The once arrogant heir reluctantly lowered his hand from whistling, surrendering meekly. Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. She yearned to seek Ruan's advice on the art of taming a husband, yet upon reflection, she realized she had no husband to speak of. Perhaps it was best to let that thought rest for the time being. Qingran and Xie Ying'an approached them, and Qingran inquired, "What are you doing at the school gate?" Ruan, with a cheerful smile, linked her arm with hers, saying, "I was waiting for you." She discreetly glanced at Xie Ying'an. If her dear brother exhibited any sign of displeasure at her linking arms with Qingran, she would immediately release her grip. Fortunately, Xie Ying'an merely cast a faint glance, displaying mild discontent, yet still within an acceptable range. Qingran then turned her gaze towards Song Shi'ai's, her meaning unspoken. "So what is this fellow doing at the school gate?" Oblivious to the implications, Song Shi'ai's maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor and replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to know how you fared in this exam ahead of time. After all, I wagered that you would place in the top 10 of your grade." Qingran widened her eyes in surprise. "What? What are you talking about? When did Xie Ying'an say let him lose?" "Lose what? What have I missed?" Song Shi'ai's wore an expression of exasperation. "You mean to say you're unaware of the wager in the school bar regarding whether you could make it into the top 10 this time?" "I genuinely had no idea," Qingran replied. "The exam regulations prohibited the use of mobile phones, but for Xie Ying'an and Song Shi'ai's, such rules were of little consequence." Before Song Shi'ai's could even unlock his phone, Qingran was pulled away by Xie Ying'an. Upon receiving the phone from Xie Ying'an, Qingran discovered that the voting activity at the school bar had concluded 2 days prior. There were 579 bets on failure and 94 on success. Qingran returned the phone to Xie Ying'an and asked, "Are there any rewards or penalties for winning or losing?" Certainly, Song Shi'ai ceased his incessant fiddling with his phone. The stakes were set. The loser would be tasked with cleaning the playground after school, while the victor would oversee the process, ensuring that any dissatisfaction from the winning side would compel the loser to start anew. "Is this truly how far you intend to take it?" Qingran swallowed nervously, surveying the 3 of them. "So, all of you believe I can place in the top 10 of our grade?" Xie Ying'an nodded. Ruan nodded as well. Song Shi'ai scratched his head. "To be honest, I never thought you could make it into the top 10. It was her." He gestured towards Ruan, his expression one of displeasure. "Who threatened me?" "Be quiet." Ruan shot him an annoyed glance. So, Li Qingran, how did you fare this time? Song Shiai's was eager to learn the outcome. After all, he had seen the posts in the school forum, which indicated that Qingran's grades had plummeted to a level that left several sophomore teachers in a state of unease. Qingran suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt, even guilt towards the three of them. I think it was just average. Damn. Song Shiai's wore an expression of knowing disbelief. However, Qingran felt a flicker of confusion. You all saw that post, yet none of you reported it? And you even place bets? Is it really that amusing? Ruan turned her gaze to Xie Ying'an, while both Song Shiai's and Qingran followed suit. Xie Ying'an cleared his throat lightly, a smile gradually spreading across his face as he looked at Qingran. I am eagerly awaiting the moment you prove them wrong. Ruan exclaimed, my brother An's smile is so endearing. Song Shiai's added, why does Xie Ying'an's grin seem so smug? Qingran wished to convey that if she were to share an examination room with the protagonist, they might as well prepare to clean the playground. However, she had initially believed she was deserving of a place within the top 10 of her grade. This sudden doubt left her feeling quite insecure. No matter. Xie Ying'an reassured her, stating that wagers inherently involve both victories and defeats. If her performance was less than satisfactory this time, it mattered little. Once the results were released, he would ensure that the disparaging post was removed. His nonchalance was striking. Song Shiai's remarked that he had finally found someone more audacious than himself. Qingran acknowledged. You truly live up to your reputation, Xie Ying'an. Only Ruan, the spirited girl, gazed in admiration, exclaiming, my Ngu is so impressive, absolutely remarkable. A group gathered at the school gate, their presence amplified by the allure of the campus heartthrob and song-air Shizai, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Among them, Li Qingma strolled by, his eyes resembling those of a panda, as he approached with his hands stuffed in his pockets. His gaze briefly flickered over Xie Ying'an and the others before settling on Qingran. Li Qingran, how did you fare in the exam today? His eagerness to learn about her results was palpable, even more so than Song Shiai's. Qingran, intrigued, asked, brother, did you participate in that wager too? Li Qingma looked utterly bewildered. Wager? What wager? Qingran mused that if she were a 3G, then her brother must be a mere 2G. Xie Ying'an shook his head, dismissing it. Yet Li Qingma, still skeptical, remarked, but I heard Li Qingran mention something about a wager? Song Shiai's then interjected, casually wrapping his arm around Li Qingma's shoulders. What wager? We were just having a bit of fun betting among ourselves. You arrived too late to be involved. Come on, let us treat you to a meal. Ruan tugged at the unwilling Qingran and led her away. Xie Ying'an leisurely trailed behind them. Chapter 66. Embracing the chubby baby the day after the exams. There was still a day of respite. Qingran rose at her usual hour, while Li Qingmo remained in slumber until the sun was high in the sky. Lu Luo, she hurried over early in the morning, eager to mock Li Qingmo, accompanied by the chubby Lu Xiaoxia. Upon seeing Aunt Lu and Qingran, Lu Luo she felt as though she had encountered a savior, promptly thrusting the little fatty into Qingran's arms. Ran, this little one is exhausting me. Please help me take care of her. The 2-year-old chubby child had developed a habit of sucking on her fingers, showing no sign of reaction as she was transferred to a new embrace, continuing to suck away on her digits. This was not Qingran's first experience with holding a child, yet the weight of such a plump little one left her feeling somewhat flustered. Cousin, she said, carefully settling the chubby girl on her lap as she sat on the sofa. How did you end up bringing Xiaoxia here? She insisted on following me. Lu Luo, she replied with a disgruntled expression, pointing at the chubby child. The moment I tried to leave, she wailed uncontrollably. There was simply no way around it. When I mentioned coming to you, my mother insisted I bring her along. The little girl, aware that her sister was speaking about her, turned her head and beamed at Lu Luo. She, drool trickling down her fingers. Upon receiving a scolding from her sister, the chubby child pouted and nestled against Qingran. On the verge of tears, Qingran's heart nearly melted. She couldn't help but embrace the little one tightly, reproaching Lu Luo. She, cousin, please don't scold her. With a huff, Lu Luo she lounged back against the sofa. She's just pretending to be pitiful. She often employs this tactic at home. Qingran was astonished. You can feign vulnerability at such a tender age? Lu Luoshi replied casually, as her internet addiction began to resurface. Where's your brother? Still asleep? Qingran glanced upstairs. Not yet. Lu Luoshi remarked. I'll go wake him, and ascended the stairs, rubbing her hands together. Aunt Lu adored children. However, Lu Xiaoxia, being a beauty enthusiast, only permitted those with appealing looks to hold her, and she adamantly resisted the affections of elderly figures like Aunt Lou. The moment Aunt Lou reached out, the little chubby one distinctly articulated, "No," and nestled into Qingran's embrace, resolutely refusing to be held despite Aunt Lou's coaxing. Not long after, anguished cries from Li Qingma echoed from upstairs, accompanied by Lu Luoxi's retort, "You devil, try pulling my blanket," followed by a cacophony of sounds. Aunt Lou peered up the staircase, gripping a rolling pin, her concern palpable. "Oh dear, are they really fighting?" "It's nothing," Qingran reassured her. It was evident that a scuffle was inevitable. Such altercations were commonplace, and Qingran could hardly be bothered to intervene. The little chubby one was too heavy, so Qingran placed her on the sofa to play. The moment she was set down, the child pouted, on the verge of tears. Aunt Lou, aware of how to comfort a child of such an age, hurriedly fetched some snacks. Upon seeing the treats, the chubby one's frown transformed into a smile. Qingran let out a sigh of relief, just as she had placed the little one down, and tears were about to spill. A fleeting moment struck her with a profound longing for Xie Ying'an. Although Xie Ying'an remained childless throughout the narrative, he undeniably possessed a knack for charming and holding children. Could it be that the male protagonist crafted by the author is omnipotent, possessing every skill except the ability to bear children? In less than half an hour, Li Qingma descended with a sour expression, accompanied by Lu Luoxi. In stark contrast to Li Qingma's disgruntled demeanor, Lu Luoxi's countenance radiated a joy that transcended mere happiness. As soon as she reached the ground floor, she dashed to Qingran's side. With a mysterious air, she lowered her voice. "Qingran, I have delightful news to share." Qingran cast a silent glance at her older brother, mimicking Lu Luoxi's whisper. "What good news? Your brother flunked his exam this time." "Ha ha ha, it's like a serf singing in triumph." Qingran. As she observed Lu Luoxi doubled over in laughter on the sofa, Qingran felt an urge to inform her cousin. "Dear cousin, even if my brother performed poorly, he still outshines you with his exceptional abilities. Can you truly find joy in this?" Being young and having had a restful sleep, Li Qingma's dark circles had diminished considerably. He regarded Lu Luoxi with a cold smirk. "Come, let the battle commence. Today, I shall remind you that your father will always remain your father." With that, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Before long, Qingran heard the sound of Tijuan. "Fear not," exclaimed the gaming enthusiast, who had eagerly awaited this moment. Lu Luoxi also opened the game, and the two transitioned from a tense standoff to encouraging one another in a head-to-head match, all within a mere 10 minutes. Indeed, Qingran plucked a strawberry from the fruit platter and handed it to the little chubby one, reflecting, "In this world, the only pure soul is that of a baby as innocent as this little chubby." The midterm examination for Lu Luoxi looms near. Since her grades plummeted in the second year of junior high, she has been unable to recover, and over time, even she has given up on her academic performance. With the midterms approaching, instead of studying, she immerses herself in gaming. While playing, she casually reminds Qingran, "Don't forget to send me a picture of your midterm exam paper." Li Qingmo retorts, "Our school's exam paper is entirely different from yours." He then sarcastically adds, "Your school's exam is ridiculously easy," with her fingers deftly navigating the screen. Lu Luoxi can't resist tossing a virtual bomb at Li Qingma in the game. "What the hell?" Li Qingma exclaims. "Lu Luoxi, are you out of your mind? Why did you blow me up? Hurry and revive me." Lu Luoxi responds with a triumphant grin, "I can revive you, but you have to beg me." Qingran, carrying the chubby little boy, heads upstairs, eager to escape the sight of these two childish antics. The little boy is thoroughly entertained. Upon entering Qingran's room, he curiously surveys his surroundings with wide eyes, remaining quiet and well-behaved. Unable to resist, Qingran snaps a picture of the little boy with her phone and promptly shares it on social media. She then sets her phone aside and finds a picture book to show him. The vibrant illustrations captivate the little boy, but after a short while, he rubs his eyes, succumbing to sleep as he leans against Qingran. While tucking him in, she wonders, is the aversion to studying a hereditary trait of the Lu family? At 11 o'clock and 5 minutes in the morning, Qingran picked up her phone, and the image in her moments, devoid of any accompanying text, had already garnered a dozen comments. Ruan exclaimed, "Wow, the little chubby one is back again." Zheng Chunming remarked, "What an adorable chubby baby." Wangke commented, "That plump little face is simply begging to be pinched." Ji Shun had already departed for a foreign land, hoping that upon his return, he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life by continuously opposing the male lead. Chapter 67. The Stalwart Man After a Day Spent with the Little Chubby One. Qingran lay in bed at night, feeling utterly lethargic. In contrast, Li Qingma, who had played games for the entire day, was brimming with energy. He sat on the tatami mat in Qingran's room, shaking his legs while engrossed in his phone. Qingran looked at his legs with evident disdain and said, "Brother, you've barely spent a few days with Song Shi'ai's. How is it that you have not learned anything good from him, yet have adopted all of his bad habits?" Li Qingma's shaking legs abruptly came to rest on the floor as he cast a sidelong glance at Qingran. Is there truly anything commendable about Song Shi'ai's worth emulating? After contemplating, Qingran realized there was indeed little about Song Shi'ai's that warranted admiration. Meanwhile, Li Qingma was perusing the school forum, and with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly grim. Fearing he might throw his phone in frustration, Qingran partially covered her head, revealing only her eyes as she observed Li Qingma. She kindly reminded him, "Brother, Dad said if you break your phone again, he will not buy you a new one this year, no matter what." Having dropped several phones each year, Li Dad had finally resolved to stop indulging him. As Li Qingma was about to hurl his phone, he instead tossed it onto the table. He looked somewhat skeptical, asking, "Really?" Qingran nodded. "I have never deceived you." In the limited recollections of Li Qingma, it is indeed true that Qingran has never deceived him. Feeling somewhat vexed, Li Qingma ruffled his hair and inquired of Qingran, "Do you know who the homeroom teacher is? Are they using you as a negative example?" Qingran shook her head. In truth, she was aware but felt too intimidated to disclose her knowledge in Li Qingma's presence. A cold chuckle escaped him. It seemed that Xie Ying'an and the others were all privy to the wager, yet they chose to conceal it from him. How inconsiderate. Qingran yawned and frowned, saying, "Brother, please refrain from using foul language." Li Qingma cast a sidelong glance at her, observing how she had wrapped herself up like a dumpling, and expressed his disdain. "Li Qingran, are you a pig? It's only just past 8 o'clock and you're already in bed." Qingran's arm emerged from the covers. "Brother, look at my arms. I'm sore from carrying the little chubby one all day." At the mention of the little chubby one, a flicker of sympathy crossed Li Qingma's face. She was old enough to walk on her own, so why did she insist on carrying her? "She won't walk," Qingran lamented, her face contorted in despair. "When I tried to set her down, her feet didn't even touch the ground." It was utterly hopeless. Li Qingma wished to avoid discussing the little chubby one. He was solely interested in the matter that had long occupied his mind. "Qingran, how did you fare on this exam?" Her numerous yawns rendered her voice slightly nasal as she glanced around. "How would I know? The papers haven't been distributed yet, so I have no idea. I only got the math answers right." As soon as Qingran's words fell, the phone charging on the desk rang with a video call invitation. Reluctant to move, she nestled deeper into her blankets and sweetly urged her brother Li Qingma, "Brother, could you please get my phone?" Li Qingma approached, unplugged the charger, and paused momentarily upon seeing the caller's name. "Who is it?" Qingran inquired. Li Qingma remained silent, leaning against the desk as he accepted the video call. "What do you want?" he asked. In an instant, Qingran surmised the identity of the person on the other end. "Why is it you?" Xie Ying'an asked. "Where's Li Qingran?" Li Qingma, mimicking Xie Ying'an, directed the camera toward his face, glanced at Qingran, then lowered his gaze to the screen, fabricating, "She's asleep." A moment of silence ensued on Xie Ying'an's side. "You don't believe me?" Li Qingma switched to the rear camera. "See for yourself." Qingran quickly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep. The camera focused on her face for a full minute, during which the siblings heard a light chuckle from the other side. After a brief pause, Xie Ying'an remarked, "When she pretends to sleep, her eyelashes flutter." "Qingran, you can observe that so closely through the camera?" Li Qingma, filled with suspicion, asked. "How do you know?" Even he was unaware that his sister's eyelashes fluttered when she feigned sleep. He had only recently discovered this. Xie Ying'an spoke with an air of casualness, as if commenting on the splendid weather. Li Qingma, a staunchly pragmatic individual, was disinterested in discussing what he deemed trivial topics, and directly inquired, "How do you think you performed in the midterm exam?" Xie Ying'an replied, "It was all right." Li Qingma has now come to understand that Xie Ying'an's casual remark of "not bad" actually signifies something quite commendable. It appears that securing the top position in the grade is once again within reach. Yet, Li Qingma remains unconvinced and presses on with a question. "Did you not find this exam a bit challenging?" "Challenging." Xie Ying'an's voice betrays a hint of confusion. Damn. Li Qingma feels the urge to throw his phone once more. He moves to sit beside Qingran and inquires, "Li Qingran, do tell, was this exam difficult or not?" On the other end, Xie Ying'an, who was about to hang up, perks up at the mention of Li Qingma's name, returned the phone to Ran. Still preoccupied with the discussion about the exam's difficulty, Li Qingma wears an incredulous expression and pulls back Qingran's blanket, exclaiming, "You didn't find it difficult?" His eyes widen in disbelief. Xie Ying'an raises her voice slightly. "Li Qingma, why are you pulling the blanket? Just speak. What business is it of yours?" Li Qingma retorts at the screen before abruptly hanging up the call. Oh, it is quite rare to see Li Qingma display such defiance in front of Xie Ying'an. He tosses the phone back to Qingran and flings the blanket over her. He then retrieves his own phone, initiating a video call while stepping outside, reminding Qingran, "If you're tired, go to bed early and stop looking at your phone." Qingran had no intention of continuing to stare at her phone. Just before closing the door, the video call Li Qingma initiated connects, revealing Xie Ying'an's cool, emotionless voice. "Is there something you need?" The door shuts, yet it cannot muffle Li Qingma's raised voice. "What the hell? You just called me, didn't you need something?" Unbeknownst to her, the words of Xie Ying'an faded into silence beyond the confines of her room. Qingran placed her phone upon the bedside table, unable to suppress the thought. Would Xie Ying'an call her to seek him out? No wonder that in the novels, Li Qingma remained single at the age of 30. With such a stoic disposition, it would be a miracle if he weren't destined to be a bachelor for life. Chapter 68. The answers. On that Monday, the entire school was still shrouded in the somber aftermath of the examinations. Qingran arrived early as usual. Upon entering her classroom, she observed several classmates, typically of average academic standing, huddled around Xie's desk, comparing answers. It was unclear what they were verifying. But when Xie spoke animatedly while they scribbled notes, pondering their own responses. When their answers aligned, they rejoiced with exuberant gestures. When they diverged, their spirits plummeted. As Qingran approached, she overheard Xie gently encouraging them. "It's all right. My answers may not be correct either. Isn't Xie Ying'an the top student in our grade? When he arrives, we can cross-check our answers with him." The girls exchanged glances, and the one with black-framed glasses spoke up first. "Forget it. It's 11. Xie Ying'an is notoriously averse to comparing answers." The chubby girl beside her chimed in. "Indeed, last time we approached him for answers, he didn't even acknowledge us." The PE committee member turned beet red from embarrassment. A grown man, blushing and flustered to the point of near mortification. Could it be? When Xi's voice betrayed her disbelief. "I find Xie Ying'an to be quite helpful." A stifled chuckle escaped from behind Qingran. "Qingran, look over here." Zheng Chunming slightly restrained herself and set aside her laughter. She pointed towards Wenxiai's direction and, lowering her voice, said to Qingran, "The transfer student just mentioned that Ngu is helpful and kind. I simply couldn't hold back." When has Xie Ying'an ever been associated with being helpful and kind? Back when Wenxiai was knocked unconscious by a basketball, Zheng Chunming stood amidst the crowd, her eyes wide as she witnessed Xie Ying'an sprint over like a bolt of lightning, only to let Su Chen take the lead at the last moment, a maneuver that left her utterly astonished. After all, sitting next to the top student, who was also a force to be reckoned with, added considerable pressure. Her grades could hardly afford to lag behind Xie Ying'an's too drastically. Although the influence of the female lead had already led to significant declines, Zheng Chunming, with her charmingly cute demeanor, embodied the soft and adorable type that one would instantly take a liking to. Qingran smiled at Zheng Chunming and whispered, "I don't perceive Xie Ying'an as a helpful and kind person either." Zheng Chunming was taken aback, seemingly astonished that her idolized top student could smile so gently. Qingran had already turned her attention back to her book. Just then, Li Su burst into the classroom like a whirlwind, prompting Zheng Chunming to grab him. Li Su looked at her in confusion. "What is up, Chun and I?" "Toilet paper," Zheng Chunming said almost in a whisper, pointing to the desk ahead. "Qingran just smiled at me, and my heart nearly melted." "Just a smile, and your heart melts? How exaggerated and pretentious." With Qingran's recent significant drop in grades, no one had approached her for answers as they used to. Xie Ying'an arrived just in time today. He had scarcely entered the classroom when Old Wu followed closely behind. The overall performance of Class 1 in the midterm exams is typically discernible from Old Wu's expression. However, today, his demeanor was unusually amiable. He neither wore a frown nor beamed with joy, leaving everyone perplexed. To everyone's astonishment, Old Wu made no mention of the midterm results and instead opened his textbook to commence the lesson, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Qingran pondered whether the Class S performance had plummeted to such depths that it had left Old Wu in despair. She cast a sideways glance at Xie Ying'an, who was intently focused on his book, his long, straight eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyelids, rendering it nearly imperceptible that he might be dozing off. Dozing off at the start of class? That was utterly unlike Xie Ying'an. It was equally atypical of Old Wu, who usually seized every opportunity, regardless of the exam's magnitude, to fill their breaks with motivational anecdotes. What was amiss today? As soon as the class ended, Xie Ying'an appeared more alert. He had little time to ponder Old Wu's mood, as several girls led by Wen Shi quickly approached him, presumably to compare answers. Qingran found this rather tedious. The total scores would be released by tomorrow at the latest, and after 2 days since the exam. Most of the questions had faded from memory. What was the point of such discussions? They would be better off solving a couple more problems instead. Ruan, perhaps suffering from something she had eaten, hurriedly clutched her stomach and dashed out, leaving Qingran no time to call her back. A cluster of girls surrounded a large portion of the desk, creating a rather overwhelming scene. Zhang Chunming smiled, revealing crescent-shaped eyes, and gestured toward the chair beside her desk, inviting Qingran to sit for a moment. The corridor near Zhang Chunming was seldom traversed, as it led to the back door. Qingran hurriedly moved her chair over. Perhaps drawn by the allure of gossip, Li Su surprisingly remained in the classroom during the break. His ears perked up to catch the sounds ahead. Qingran mused that his insatiable curiosity rivaled that of Ruan. Lost in thought, she turned to find Zhang Chunming leaning slightly forward, equally eavesdropping on the conversation. Qingran pondered, I now have serious doubts. Do you all listen and like this when I converse with Xie Ying'an? There was no need for them to strain their ears, for Xie Ying'an's voice, though cool, carried a hint of impatience, unyieldingly asserting, keep your distance. As for the answers, could they possibly alter the reality of your poor performance? A few girls awkwardly withdrew, their retreat tinged with embarrassment and indignation. A plump girl lamented to Wen Shi as they walked, I told you so. Xie Ying'an wouldn't collaborate with anyone on the answers. However, Wen Shi refrained from voicing her next thought. Yet, on the first day after the exam, she clearly remembered seeing Li Qingran and Xie Ying'an walking together, discussing the answers with no sign of impatience from him, with no intriguing gossip to indulge in. Both Li Su and Zhang Chunming sat up, slightly disappointed. Suddenly, Li Su was taken aback by the sight of Qingran sitting beside their desk. Qingran smiled awkwardly at him. The young girl's smile was enchanting, her red lips and pearly teeth complemented by a complexion as smooth as cream. Li Su was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with infatuation. Goodness, this was beyond mere heart melting. I would willingly give my life for her. Indeed, Chun and I did not deceive me. The youth's dark eyes dimmed slightly, his expression revealing discontent. You shouldn't laugh indiscriminately at others when you're fine. Qingran. What? Chapter 69. Second in grade. Old Wu's silence regarding the grades did not imply that other teachers would remain equally reticent. Qingran overheard Li Su whispering to Zhang Chunming, our class's English scores are surely commendable this time. Indeed, when she was not paying attention to the back row, Qingran had never heard their voices during class. However, when she directed her attention towards them, their hushed conversations were inescapable to her ears. As class commenced, the English midterm examination papers were distributed. Upon receiving her paper, Qingran's gaze fell upon the striking score of 148, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Ying'an glanced at Qingran's score before leisurely shifting his attention to his own, which was 146, 2 points shy of hers. This time, the results are quite impressive, he praised. Qingran cradled her test paper with a smile. Since her English score was satisfactory, the others should also be without issue. Subsequently, the teacher gradually handed out the remaining papers. Thanks to the original poster's contributions, nearly half of the students in the class were now concerned about Qingran's grades. In physics, Qingran also performed exceptionally well, her score just 1 point shy of perfection, while her deskmate, Xie Ying'an, unsurprisingly achieved a perfect score. The physics teacher was even more elated than the English teacher, approaching the podium of Class 1 with a smile that nearly obscured his eyes. Classmates, in this midterm examination, our Class 1 has firmly secured the top position in the second year. An exhilarating wave of cheers erupted from below. The physics instructor, finally composing himself, tapped the podium to signal for silence. Once the classroom quieted, he resumed his motivational speech, urging the students to persist in their studies and strive to maintain their position at the top, emphasizing that Class 1 should always aim for preeminence in all endeavors. In contrast, the mathematics teacher was more reserved, acknowledging the generally challenging nature of the recent math problems and the resulting less-than-ideal scores. Qingran, upon seeing Xie Ying'an's exceptionally perfect math paper, felt an immediate surge of pressure, so intense that it left her slightly breathless. Xie Ying'an, however, seemed unfazed. as achieving perfect scores in all subjects was almost routine for him. "May I examine your paper?" Qingran requested, extending her hand towards him. Xie Ying'an promptly placed his math paper in her hand. The math teacher, at the front of the class, passionately explained the final problem. But for the two students who had already solved it correctly, there was no inclination to listen. Qingran, holding Xie Ying'an's paper, compared it to her own mistakes. Realizing that some errors were easily repeated, Qingran slid the paper between them, inquiring about the solutions to her incorrect problems. The usually aloof Xie Ying'an displayed remarkable patience while explaining the problems to Qingran. After finishing, he asked if she understood. Qingran affirmed that she did, but Xie Ying'an, sensing her uncertainty, offered an alternative solution and explained it again. Zheng Chunming appeared contemplative. Li Su remarked with admiration, "Forget about my brethren. If I had a deskmate who was both beautiful and academically gifted, I would gladly explain the same problem 100 times." Zheng Chunming cast a disapproving glance at him and remarked, "Li Qingran has always been exceptionally beautiful. Are you only just realizing this today?" Li Su furrowed his brow and replied, "Chun and I, to be honest, it is indeed today that I have come to this realization." Zheng Chunming, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you seen what Qingran looks like before?" "Not quite." Lisa pondered for a moment before continuing. "Previously, for some reason, I always felt that Li Qingran's face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dust, giving an impression of mediocrity. I felt the same way." Zheng Chunming fervently nodded in agreement. "It was only after she sat in front of me that I realized how stunning she truly is." With a heavy sigh, Li Su lamented, "It must be the psychological shadow left by our perception of academic achievers. They never appeared particularly remarkable in our eyes." On the first day of class, 4 test papers had already been distributed, and Qingran's total score was 7 points lower than Xie Ying'an's. It could be said that the competition was intensifying. Since the scoreboards had yet to be posted and the teacher did not announce the scores while distributing the papers, aside from Xie Ying'an, no one knew how Qingran had fared. When evening came and classes were dismissed, someone in the forum inquired about Qingran's exam results. The fact that no one knew was the most favorable outcome. Those who thrived on gossip reveled in their speculation, openly declaring that once the results were released, the losers would have to clean the playground. They even claimed to have noted down their IDs, ensuring that no one could evade accountability. As Qingran descended the stairs to fetch some water, she was startled by a sudden noise. Approaching her brother Li Qingma, she gently patted his head and asked, "What is wrong, brother?" Li Qingma brushed her hand away, dismissing her concern. He lifted his gaze to glance at Qingran and suddenly remarked, "I find women to be quite bothersome." Qingran furrowed her brow, questioning, "What has provoked you?" Li Qingma sank into the sofa, clutching a cushion in silence, his expression akin to that of a wronged bride. Ignoring him, Qingran turned to the refrigerator and retrieved a refreshing glass of ice-cold lemonade, settling on the sofa opposite him. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother, did you perform poorly on this exam?" Li Qingmo responded with a non-committal grunt. With newfound boldness, Qingran ventured, "Did your homeroom teacher reprimand you?" "Huh." Li Qingma scoffed coldly. "If it were merely a few words, it would be tolerable. She confiscated my phone and made me stay for 2 extra hours of remedial classes each day. Who would willingly endure that?" Biting back her thoughts, Qingran offered, "You should be grateful for such a responsible teacher, brother. Are you envious?" Li Qingma sat up, snatching the lemonade from Qingran's hands and taking a sip, his face contorting with the sourness. "Envious?" Qingran exclaimed genuinely, "Brother, your classmates are so fortunate. Your homeroom teacher is only 5 or 6 years older than you." With no generation gap at all, Qingran was reluctant to engage further with him. Her curiosity piqued. "Brother, how did you fare on this exam? Just how bad was it?" Li Qingma covered his face with the cushion, activating his playing dead mode. "Come on." Qingran persisted, "If you don't tell me, I'll find out tomorrow." The rankings for the midterm exams will be posted in the bulletin board first thing on Tuesday. It is said that the class supervisor, Mr. Wu, has been toiling until the wee hours of the night, striving to finalize everything before Tuesday at noon. His dedication is truly commendable. However, upon viewing the rankings, everyone soon understood the reason behind the supervisor's unwavering commitment. In this examination, the top 3 students of the second year are all from Class 1. The perennial academic prodigy, Xie Ying'an, ranks first. While most people briefly acknowledge the first place, their attention swiftly turns to the second position. The second place is occupied by Li Qingran, followed closely by Wen Shi in third. Many who have gathered to check the rankings are those who participated in a wager, and at this moment, they exchange glances filled with despair upon discovering Li Qingran's second-place finish. who dared to claim that her grades were declining and that she had become a cautionary tale. If they had the audacity, they would ensure he faced dire consequences. In Chapter 70, Slapping Faces, Qingran need not look at the ranking board. She is already aware of her commendable second place in the grade. It seems she is even more elated than if she had achieved it herself. Qingran is momentarily choked up, coughing softly. Li Su, who arrived early as well, cannot bear to watch this and exclaims loudly, Ruan, what are you doing? You're choking Qingran. At the sound of Li Su's booming voice, all the early arrivals in the class turn their attention towards them. Ruan is taken aback and hastily releases her grip on Qingran. Qingran, clutching her throat, coughs a couple more times. Ruan, filled with guilt, is at a loss for how to respond. Ran, I'm so sorry. I was just too excited. Qingran waves her hand dismissively, reassuring her that it's nothing serious. Ruan then turns to Li Su, who raises an eyebrow at her with a mischievous expression. It appears that Ruan has cultivated a commendable rapport with her desk neighbors, thought Qingran, achieving the remarkable distinction of second place in the grade. There are indeed few in the class who would dare contest her prowess, for her diligence in study is evident to all. Even Huang Qinyu and her cohorts, who had previously mocked Qingran's declining grades, entered the classroom this time in silence. Ruan, with her spirited nature, seized this splendid opportunity to elevate Qingran's standing. Once Huang Qinyu and the others settled into their seats, Ruan let out a sigh and grasped Qingran's arm, adopting an excessively saccharine tone. Ran, what shall we do? Qingran looked at her in mild astonishment, wondering why she opted to speak in such an off-putting manner. Ruan winked at her, narrowing her right eye to indicate Huang Qinyu's direction. The entire class seemed to share an unspoken understanding, exhibiting one's true potential and securing second place in the grade. Apologies, but they simply do not deserve it. Ruan winked once more, astonished by Qingran's perceptiveness. Continuing in her overly sweet tone, she remarked, Oh dear, your remarkable performance must have stung quite a few egos. I hear the bet this time involves cleaning the playground. It promises to be quite the spectacle. Only then did Qingran recall that the school forum had dedicated a thread to whether she would place in the top 10. She quietly inquired of Ruan. With so many losing, is it possible that some might resort to dishonesty? Ruan scoffed. Cheat? Who would dare? Such trivial matters can be easily handled by Song Shi's. He would certainly relish the task. Ruan, in the presence of Qingran, took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Shi's. Ever since the release of the grade rankings, a peculiar silence had enveloped Class 2. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, had boasted of 2 students in the top 10 of the grade, yet one had plummeted to 9th place, while the other had completely fallen out of the rankings. Yang Xueting, with a sullen expression, covertly opened her phone to browse the school forum, the pale blue glow illuminating her face and accentuating her already elongated features. Despite her discontent, Yang Xueting's academic performance was commendable. She ranked first in Class 2 and 7th in the entire sophomore year, with only Qingran above her. Throughout both freshman and sophomore years, in numerous examinations, whenever Yang Xueting made progress, it was inevitable that Li Qingran would also excel, consistently outshining her in every assessment. This had long been a source of irritation for Yang Xueting. How formidable can a girl's jealousy be? Indeed, Li Qingran's exam scores had progressively declined, and Yang Xueting felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that she would ascend in the rankings this time, even boasting to her homeroom teacher. To her dismay, she unexpectedly slipped 2 places, landing in 9th. This was a severe blow to those who had eagerly awaited her downfall. Only then did Yang Xueting recall the anonymous voting thread she had initiated on the school forum. At that moment, her motivation to study had evaporated. She hastily opened her phone to check, discovering that, with her and her classmates' encouragement, nearly 600 had voted that Li Qingran would not make the top 10, while fewer than 100 believed she could. In her haste, she even forgot to select the reverse order option, as the rankings were only released this morning. The chatter in the school forum had yet to catch up, remaining frozen at around 2 o'clock this dawn, when everyone was still speculating about Li Qingran's performance. Yang Xueting breathed a sigh of relief, resigned to the inevitable scorn she would receive from those who had not fared well. Let them criticize. As long as no one realized she was the one who had posted. Just as she was about to delete her post, she sensed someone standing beside her, watching. A foreboding feeling washed over her as she slowly lifted her gaze to find her homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, arms crossed and casting a disapproving look from above. Yang Xueting's face drained of color, and she stammered, LLL teacher. Ms. Lu extended her hand toward her, prompting Yang Xueting to bite her lip and place her phone into her palm. With a resounding crash, the phone was hurled to the ground, the screen shattering into countless pieces. The students averted their eyes, pretending to study, none daring to look up. Yang Xueting's gaze fell upon the fragmented remains of her phone, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. What time was it? Ms. Lu's voice thundered as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Xueting. What? Your grades have plummeted so drastically, and you still have the audacity to look at your phone during study time? Yang Xueting could only stifle her sobs, too fearful to respond. Just look at class 1. Ms. Lu gestured toward the neighboring class, her voice reaching a pitch that cracked. The top 3 students in the entire grade are from class 1. What are they studying? And what are you all doing? Who are you trying to impress with these dismal results? Huh? Yang Xueting merely wept, unable to utter a single word. In the past few days, Ms. Lu had felt increasingly ill at ease in the office, a stark contrast to the buoyant demeanor of old Wu, the homeroom teacher of class 1, who seemed to bask in the glow of success. Initially, there was an anticipation that class 1's academic performance, already showing a decline in the preliminary exams, would further deteriorate in the midterms. Contrary to expectations, they not only maintained their standing, but surged ahead. Previously oscillating around 5th or 6th place, they now occupy the top 3 positions in the grade. Exacerbating the situation, all top 3 students are from class 1. Even the head of the academic affairs department made a special visit to commend Mr. Lu, completely disregarding the other class advisors, which was infuriating. Oblivious to Yang Xueting's emotional state, Mr. Lu approached the podium and tapped the blackboard. By now, you've all seen your report cards. Our class 2's average score has decreased by 12 points. Do you comprehend the significance of 12 points? The classroom fell into complete silence. Mr. Lu's gaze swept over the students. Now that the results are out, those who are aware of their areas of weakness should focus on addressing them and strive to emulate the students of class 1. By the end of the semester, I expect at least 3 students from our class to be among the top 10 in the grade, if not the top 3. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The response from class 2 was unusually loud this time. However, 3 in the top 10? Mr. Lu's aspirations were indeed audacious. Chapter 71. Male lead Aura Song Shiais was undoubtedly the most delighted by Qingran's entry into the top 10. This individual, typically inept at most tasks, and always the first to finish his meals, usually lost when gambling. However, influenced by Wan's lecherous thief assessment, he chose to believe in Qingran. Unexpectedly, he emerged victorious. Song Shiai's enthusiasm for attending classes had completely dissipated, particularly after receiving a message from Ruan. She requested his assistance in identifying those who had lost a bet, ensuring they would not resort to deceitful tactics. For Song Shiai's, the second-generation scion, this task was a mere trifle. After all, he was to oversee the playground as a victor. The exhilarating sensation of triumph was simply unparalleled. With wealth wielding immense influence, Song Shiais found himself in a position where spending money was unnecessary. He led a few of his underlings to skip class, and together they occupied a room, diligently recording the IDs of the losers. Seated on a stool, Song Shiai swung his legs, observing their work while occasionally urging them on. Hurry up. Make sure to finish before school ends today. Ma Qingsheng, weary from writing, shook his cramped hand and glanced at Song Shiais, jesting. There are too many, Brother Xie. Why don't you lend a hand? Song Shiai shot him a glare, retorting, not a chance, my hands hurt. Ma Qingsheng silently cursed under his breath, wondering if Song Shiai's hands were somehow more deserving than theirs. Yet, despite his grievances, he resigned himself to the task at hand and resumed writing. Wu Zixin anticipated this response, adding, Li Qingran is truly impressive, ranking second in the grade. Not everyone can achieve that. Song Shiai's raised an eyebrow, scoffing, exaggeration. Am I not also second? Goodness. Are you feeling cheeky? He teased, delivering a playful kick to Ma Qingsheng's rear. The group continued their task with surprising speed, until one of the boys next to Wu Zixin paused his writing, turning to Song Shiai's with a smile. Brother Xie, do I not need to write down my ID? As Song Shiai's took a drag from his cigarette, he cast a glance at his companion. You chose cannot. The boy awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Zeech. I was swayed by that group from class 2, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. Everyone in F High knows that Li Qingran is the cherished moonlight and the persistent shadow of Song Shizu. Have you not noticed how he scurries to attend to anything related to her? With a sigh, Song Shiai's lowered his gaze to ignite his cigarette. You need not replicate your ID. Simply join them in cleaning the playground. The boy grimaced as he sat down. Song Shiai smirked coldly. One must bear the consequences of defeat, treating all equally in such matters. Ridiculous. Ma Qingxing cursed inwardly. If Song Shizu finds himself on that list of losers, let's see how he would react. He narrowed his eyes, fixated on the fellow student. If we cannot deliver a blow to my pride, might I take the liberty of striking yours? With the intention of posting a message under his name about the cleaning duties assigned to the defeated students. Song Shiai's discovered that the school forum had just pinned a post on the very subject. Upon opening it, he found that it was authored by Xie Ying'an, whose words were unyielding in demanding that all those who lost report to the playground after school tomorrow, meticulously noting down the names of attendees. The post contained threats, implying that those who failed to comply need not bother attending school. Well, when it comes to matters concerning Li Qingran, even the usually aloof Xie Ying'an has a more fervent attitude than he does. How astonishing. As for Xie Ying'an's habit of using his phone during class, Qingran chose to turn a blind eye, occasionally even offering him a discreet hint. However, Qingran underestimated the significance of Xie Ying'an in the eyes of their teacher. The mathematics instructor clearly observed Xie Ying'an engrossed in his phone, yet chose to look away. Qingran lightly nudged Xie Ying'an's arm. He turned to her with a puzzled expression and softly inquired, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Qingran replied, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. "I just wanted to remind you that the math teacher glanced over here." "Oh," Xie Ying'an responded languidly, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "Continue to keep watch for me." With that, he returned to his phone. Qingran thought to herself, "Why do I feel like you don't truly need my vigilance?" In their class, 3 students ranked among the top 3 in their grade, an unprecedented achievement at F-High. Not only was Old Wu elated, but the enthusiasm of other teachers towards the class had also significantly increased. Their attitude towards Qingran shifted noticeably. Take today's mathematics teacher, for instance. After noticing Qingran's decline in performance during the diagnostic exam, he had ceased to pose questions to her during class. However, starting today, he reintegrated her into the ranks of exemplary students, frequently calling on her. Inwardly, Qingran felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared being overshadowed by the protagonist's brilliance and stumbling over the teacher's questions. Nevertheless, today, the protagonist's aura, within a 10-meter radius, seemed to have no adverse effect on her, as she effortlessly responded to the teacher's inquiries. The mathematics teacher, pleased, held Qingran up as a model for the class, imparting a motivational lesson. "Classmates, everyone should learn from Li Qingran. As long as you are willing to put in the effort and absorb knowledge, it will never betray you." The classmates had long been aware of the formidable prowess of the academic prodigy. Some had even presumed that sharing a desk with the top student, Xie Ying'an, would guarantee them at least the 2nd rank in their grade. In no time, Xie Ying'an became the class's fortunate charm. Qingran suddenly realized that the aura of brilliance was not exclusive to the female protagonist in the story. Even the male lead, Xie Ying'an, possessed such a glow. Her ability to remain unaffected by when Xi's protagonist aura seemed inextricably linked to Xie Ying'an. Now, she was eager to discover how she could partake in the benefits of Xie Ying'an's influence without succumbing to the overwhelming presence of the heroine. As Xie Ying'an completed the final character and pressed send, he finally lifted his gaze from his phone. His deskmate, Qingran, was resting her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation, seemingly observing him, yet lost in her own thoughts. Xie Ying'an was taken aback. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her response was playful, "Because you're quite handsome." A faint blush spread across the boy's ears as he smiled, a hint of shyness accompanying his expression. "Oh, then feel free to look more." His tone was calm, though it bore an undercurrent of restraint. Qingran pondered to herself, "Did I just flirt with Xie Ying'an?" Chapter 72. Evening study session. Ever since the midterm examinations, the rebellious Xie Ying'an had ceased attending physics classes. The teachers of Class 1 were well aware of his aversion to constraints. Previously, Mr. Wu would communicate with his parent, Zhao Yan, urging her to engage with Xie Ying'an about the importance of acquiring knowledge at his age. However, Mr. Wu could never have anticipated that Zhao Yan, as a parent, had remarkably low expectations for her child. "I harbor no particular expectations regarding my child, Xiaoan's academic performance. If he chooses not to study, that is entirely his prerogative," Lao Wu, with great earnestness, urged her, stating that the child is on the brink of the college entrance examination and that gaining admission to a prestigious university would significantly impact his future. He elaborated extensively on this matter. Zhao Yan, on the other end of the line, remained indifferent, merely responding with a nonchalant acknowledgement. and continued, "It's all right. My child does not rely on academic achievements as his sole path forward." After the call, Lao Wu's expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had just consumed something bitter. He realized that Xie Ying'an's lackadaisical demeanor was a direct result of the indulgence within his family. If his parents showed no concern, what could he, as a homeroom teacher, possibly say? After all, the title of top student in the grade loomed large. Could he assert that he was not making an effort? Thus, Xie Ying'an ceased to remain after class for an additional hour of arduous physics study. However, a teacher remains a teacher, and Lao Wu, citing a drop of 1.5 points in the average score from the previous midterm examination, insisted that the students stay for 2 additional hours of study after school. In truth, high school already had numerous boarding students who were required to study in the evenings. Previously, day students had also been mandated to study after hours, but this was rescinded following an incident involving a female student after school, leading the school to abolish evening study sessions for day students for safety reasons. Many students, eager to revise at night, even rented accommodations nearby, resulting in a sharp rise in rental prices around the school. Everything orchestrated by Lao Wu appeared to be for the greater good, inadvertently propelling the narrative forward. However, Xie Ying'an was far from pleased. His expression was quite sour, indeed. Teacher Wu, being a professional educator, took various factors into account and merely requested that students commence evening study sessions starting next Monday. He advised them to inform their parents during the intervening days, suggesting that those who lived far should consider purchasing a vehicle, while families with the means should arrange for a driver to escort their children. In the F high school, there were numerous students from affluent backgrounds, yet they maintained a low profile. At F high, academic performance often overshadowed familial wealth, as there were simply too many students boasting superior economic conditions. A moment of vanity could easily lead to embarrassment. Thus, the competition among students revolved around academic achievements rather than financial status. Observing the top-performing class, one implementing evening study sessions for day students. Other classes could hardly afford to lag behind, and soon began to follow suit, much to the dismay of the students who lamented their predicament. As the school bell rang, Wan hurried to Qingran. Curiosity piqued, she wondered aloud where Ngu had gone. Qingran, having packed 2 exercise books into her bag, stepped outside the classroom alongside Wan. Unable to contain her excitement, Wan eagerly pulled out her phone to check. Qingran cautioned her, "Be careful not to look at your phone while walking. It's dangerous." "No worries," Wan replied, linking her arm with Qingran's. With a beaming smile revealing her pearly whites, she exclaimed, "With you by my side, there's no danger, my dear Ran. I can hardly wait to witness the moment they are faced with reality." Qingran found herself at a loss with Ruan's antics and resigned to guiding her like a burdensome companion. "Huh," Ruan scoffed, presenting her phone to Qingran. "Look at this, Ran. Qingran cast a fleeting glance downward, noticing a message posted in the class group devoid of old Wu, the Cinder's avatar depicting a girl. Below her message, another girl echoed her sentiments. "I can hardly contain my eagerness for tomorrow, which marks the beginning of next week." Qingran remained unfazed, returning the phone to Ruan, who received it with a somewhat indignant expression. "Humph, they are counting on my Ngun not keeping an eye on the group messages. Why be angry?" Qingran chuckled at her. "You are already in a relationship. That scoundrel Song Shi's cannot even be compared to Ngu. Once I grow weary of him, I'll promptly discard him." Qingran replied, "Your actions bear a striking resemblance to those of a heartless woman." Ruan then adopted a comically lewd pose, rubbing her hands together. "I am utterly captivated by Ngu's looks. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost, yet alas, Ngu is not one to indulge in wagers." The tone of regret nearly overflowed. Qingran could hardly contain her laughter, candidly stating, "Xie Ying'an would never wager himself as a stake." "I don't believe it." Wan suddenly halted her steps. Qingran paused alongside her, puzzled by her abruptness. Wan's eyes sparkled with mischief as a new idea brewed. "Shall we make a bet, Ran?" Qingran, on guard, inquired, "What shall we wager on?" "Why, whether Ngu would dare gamble his own self away." Qingran quickly grasped the implication and shook her head. "I refuse to wager." "Tsk." Wan sighed, feigning disappointment. Ran, you've made this rather dull." 2 individuals strolled out of the school gate, arm in arm, amidst the bustling traffic on the road. For the sake of safety, Wan finally set aside her phone. Typically, she was quite the chatterbox. Wherever she was, the atmosphere was never dull. in Ruan's eyes. Li Qingma certainly belonged to the handsome category, albeit of a more roguish charm, while Xie Ying'an exuded an aloof elegance, placing them in entirely different leagues. It suddenly dawned on Qingran that she was unaware of her brother's performance in the recent examinations. She inquired of Ruan, "Did you see my brother's class ranking?" Imogu? Ruan furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding, "Yes, I did." Imoga barely managed to secure the 10th position. It was not as dismal as she had imagined. At least he had made it into the top 10 of his grade. In this exam, she had only fallen short of Xie Ying'an by 3 points. If not for the constraints of the narrative, might she have surpassed Xie Ying'an and claimed the title of top student in her grade? Chapter 73. Staying at your place, Qingran resolved to set a new goal for the upcoming finals, to surpass Xie Ying'an and become the top student of her sophomore class. The challenge was undeniably formidable, and starting today, she decided to devote more effort to her studies. As fate would have it, Qingran had barely arrived home when her father, Li, returned as well. It was only after hanging up the phone that he recalled he had forgotten to ask about Li Qingma's performance in the exams. However, he was aware that his son's grades had always been slightly superior to those of his daughter. The siblings had engaged in a subtle rivalry over their academic achievements since childhood. He speculated that this time, Li Qingma likely would not have claimed the top spot in his grade. Then again, if his son had indeed performed well, he would probably be kept back by his teachers for extra lessons that evening. Li's father hesitated to inquire how Qingran's brother fared in his examinations, fearing that if Li Qingma truly secured the top position in the grade, it would render Qingran quite embarrassed. At 7 in the evening, Qingran was absorbed in her workbook in her room when a WeChat call from Ruan interrupted her. The excitement in Ruan's voice was palpable. "Qingran, hurry and check the forum. Hurry." With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Qingran bewildered. Qingran had little time to browse the forum. She was engaged in a battle of wits with her chemistry problems. It wasn't until she completed the unit that she set down her pen. Glancing at the clock, which read 21:33, stretching her limbs, she finally opened her phone to take a look. Instead of following the link Ruan sent, she directly navigated to her school's forum. The chaos within the forum was beyond chaotic. It was a veritable maelstrom, with the two administrators, Feng Jin and Ji He, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil. The first post revealed the identity of the student being discussed, Yang Xueting from Class 2 of the second year. The bet involved Yang Xueting asserting that Qingran could not rank within the top 10 of the grade. The prevailing sentiment had been skewed by students from Class 2, who were now blamed for the losses in bets, with insinuations that this group harbored ill intentions. Another post targeted their homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, questioning her authority to use a student as a cautionary tale without fully understanding their true academic performance. Such a person, it was argued, was unworthy of being a role model. The forum echoed with lamentations, alongside posts from students seeking companions to assist in cleaning duties due to their losses in bets. Scrolling further down, the majority of the posts had been made approximately 2 hours prior, with sentiments such as, "Jealousy renders me grotesque. I can no longer bring myself to believe that the academic overachiever's grades can inexplicably decline. Why is it that for the top students, securing a place among the top 10 in their grade seems effortless, while for me, striving to break into the top 200 feels akin to a Herculean task?" Qingran had just decided to exit the school forum, intending to message Ruan, when suddenly, a WeChat message from Xie Ying'an arrived. "Are you asleep?" The WeChat interface displayed that the other party was typing, yet it remained in that state for several minutes without any message sent. Qingran stifled a yawn and resolved to disregard Xie Ying'an. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and it was time for her to retire for the night. Just as she was about to put her phone down, another video call came through. She glanced at the screen and saw that it was her cousin, Lu Luoxi, calling. She accepted the call, and Lu Luoxi's enlarged face appeared on the screen. "Ran?" Lu Luoxi's voice was intentionally lowered. "Are you already asleep? It's not even that late. TSK. This internet-addicted girl usually plays games until the early hours." "It's 10 o'clock, cousin," Qingran replied, covering her mouth as she yawned again. "Hey, don't yawn while looking at me. Yawning is contagious. I still have several rounds of games to play," Lu Luoxi exclaimed, hastily covering the screen with her hand. Qingran remained silent. Lu Luoxi then removed her hand from the screen and asked, "By the way, have you forgotten the promise you made to me last time?" "What?" Qingran quickly pieced it together. "Cousin, you mean the exam papers we were supposed to get?" Indeed. Lu Luoxi nodded vigorously at the screen. Remember to photograph every single test paper and fill in all the answers correctly. Our school is also starting midterm exams this week. Ugh, so annoying. Qingran, after listening to her litany of complaints, replied, All right, I'll send them to you later. Lu Luoshi laughed heartily a few times. Thanks, little cousin. Before the words had even faded, she hung up the phone. Qingran was at a loss for words when it came to this cousin. Lu Luoshi's grades used to be quite good, but ever since she became addicted to playing games, her grades plummeted. Eventually, she gave up on her grades altogether. Resigned, Qingran got up and rummaged through her backpack to find the test papers to photograph and send to Lu Luoshi. Even though she knew that the questions from F-High's exams would definitely not be on Lu Luoshi's school's tests, but Lu Luoshi herself refused to believe it. My mom and dad went on a business trip together. Inan has also left, and a suitable new nanny hasn't been found yet. However, with just 20 or 30 words, Xie Ying'an could type for more than 10 minutes. Qingran had seen his typing speed before, and with his normal speed, he could finish these words in minutes, right? The phone screen flickered a few more times, and the room returned to complete silence. The girl on the bed had already drifted off into dreamland. Chapter 74. Cleaning the schoolyard on the other side, Xie Ying'an sat at his desk, holding his phone, gazing at that single word, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. The door to his room was open, and Zhao Yan walked in with a glass of milk. She glanced at Xie Ying'an and asked with a smile, sending messages to Ranran? Xie Ying'an accepted the phone, responding with a soft acknowledgement. Zhao Yan smiled, handing him the milk in her hand. A flicker of disdain crossed Xie Ying'an's eyes as he declined. I won't drink it. You must drink it, Zhao Yan insisted firmly, placing the milk into his hands. How else will you grow taller? Xie Ying'an frowned at the milk, replying, Mom, that excuse has served you for over a decade. Can't you come up with something new? No sooner had he spoken than an empty milk cup was thrust into her hands. Satisfied, Zhao Yan took the empty cup and departed, her back exuding triumph. I know your weakness now. I'll get the better of you. Xie Ying'an responded coolly from behind her. Only then was Zhao Yan content enough to head downstairs. Wednesday was undoubtedly the most arduous day for all the classmates who had lost their bets. The school bell they once anticipated now felt like a death knell. Qingran, however, was oblivious to all that, her focus entirely on her studies, while also secretly pondering the recently discovered charm of Xie Ying'an. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, neither Xie Ying'an nor Ruan moved. The sound was somewhat elevated, and Ruan could definitely hear it. Ruan. Of course, she dared not utter this in front of Xie Ying'an. She exited the classroom with Qingran, and just as they descended the stairs, Ruan received a call from Song Shiai's. His voice boomed from the other end of the line. Even though Ruan hadn't activated the speakerphone, Qingran could still hear him. Where are you? Why haven't you come yet? The background was a cacophony of noise. Who are you with? The clamor from Song Shiai's side diminished significantly as he seemed to move to a quieter spot. Li Qingran, is it? Invite her to join us. This time, victory seems assured, thanks to Li Qingran's invaluable contributions. Ruan cast a glance at her, but Qingran shook her head. Disappointment washed over Ruan as she spoke into the phone. We've already decided not to go. Just make sure to capture plenty of footage for me later. I'll send you a picture of a chicken, came the abrupt response from Song Shiai's before he hung up. Furious, Ruan glared at her phone. Tempted to toss it away, Qingran chuckled but remained silent. Once they descended from the teaching building, Qingran gestured toward the direction of the playground. Do you wish to take a look? Ruan's face lit up with excitement. Qingran, do you want to go too? I'm not going, Qingran replied, withdrawing her arm. If you're curious, feel free to check it out. I'm not particularly keen on hearing gossip about myself. After a moment of hesitation, Ruan, noticing Qingran had exited the school gates, decided to satisfy her curiosity about the playground. After all, Qingran wouldn't be able to catch up, and it would be an opportunity to take some photos to share with her later. Today, the playground was surprisingly sparsely populated, with only about half the usual crowd. Predominantly boys. Many chose to stay away out of embarrassment, reassured by the thought that with so many present, their absence would go unnoticed. In other words, even if someone did notice, what of it? Could they truly compel her to attend? Little did they know that Song Shiai's was indeed a nuisance. After school, the teachers were nowhere to be found, while he sat nonchalantly on a bench, shaking his leg and clutching a loudspeaker he had acquired from who knows where. Before him lay 3 desks, each adorned with sheets of white paper inscribed with the nicknames and IDs of those who had lost their bets. Observing that most participants had arrived, Song Shiai's activated the loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Those present should promptly come forward to mark their IDs. For those who fail to do so, I shall personally seek you out one by one tomorrow." The attendees exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves about the intentions of the second-generation scion, uncertain of his true motives. For a moment, no one dared to approach to mark their IDs. Song Shiai's nearly erupted in laughter, declaring, "Refusing to sign? If you choose not to, I shall simply assume you did not attend and will still track each of you down. Feel free to test that." Yet still, no one stepped forward. Xie Ying'an, however, approached casually, picking up a sheet from the desk to glance at it. The IDs were scribbled in a haphazard manner, nearly indecipherable upon closer inspection. He collected the disarrayed white papers from the table and replaced them with meticulously printed ones he had prepared in advance. With a discerning gaze, he surveyed the crowd, took the loudspeaker from Song Shiai's, and uttered a singular statement. "If you gamble, you must accept defeat." The youth's demeanor was cool and composed, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Song Shiai's chuckled. "Despite my threats, no one approaches, yet with just your words, they..." His sentence was abruptly cut short as several girls, arm in arm, shyly approached, locating their IDs on their phones and marking them with a glance at Xie Ying'an before retreating to a corner of the playground to pull weeds. "Damn it," Song Shiai's cursed under his breath, wondering if this meant Xie Ying'an had indeed succeeded. Some matters are daunting when initiated by others. Once someone takes the lead, subsequent actions become fraught with indecision. Xie Ying'an's gaze drifted towards a few boys standing at the forefront, who exchanged glances before rushing over to lean on the desk in search of names. Gradually, more individuals began to gather. A group of girls, pulling at the grass, could not help but whisper curiously, "Song Ershiju helps Li Qingran because he has been pursuing her. Why has the school heartthrob also come to her aid?" "Could it be?" One girl interrupted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I heard that Xie is Li Qingran's deskmate." "Yet, merely being deskmates hardly seems sufficient, does it? What are you insinuating?" retorted the girl, her eyes narrowing with intensity. Could the school heartthrob genuinely harbor feelings for Li Qingran? Her tone was tinged with annoyance. "I didn't mean that." The girl who had been pulling at the grass tossed it aside. "I merely meant that the school tyrant, Li Qingma, is Li Qingran's brother. He hasn't shown up either." "That's a mystery," another chimed in. "Regardless, my brother could never fancy Li Qingran. Does anyone truly consider her so desirable that everyone would be enamored with her? Huh." Meanwhile, a few others congregated, disparaging the group from Class 2. Some students from Class 2, present in the playground, dared not respond but inwardly lambasted Yang Xueting. Ruan stood elevated, capturing the spectacle in a series of photographs. Chapter 75. A revelation: Li Qingma was indeed evading Qingran. Perhaps he felt embarrassed that, while she ranked second in the grade, he barely clung to the tail end of the top 10. For the past few days, he had been rising early and returning late, departing for school before Qingran even awoke. Feeling helpless, Li Ba had no choice but to call Li Qingma's homeroom teacher. The voice on the other end belonged to teacher's son, who sounded remarkably like a young girl. Naturally, Li Ba was quite pleased. Having another person to assist in guiding his son was a welcome relief. After ending the call with a cheerful demeanor, Li Ba inquired of Qingran, "Is your brother's homeroom teacher quite young, given her voice?" Qingran, reclining on the sofa while perusing images sent by Ruan, responded, "Yes. I heard she is only 6 years older than us. She joined the workforce recently and just received her permanent position last year. The first class she taught is my brother's." Li Ba nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed rare to find a teacher so young yet so dedicated." Qingran shared this sentiment. The key was that teacher's son, being youthful, had no generational gap with her students and did not inundate them with excessive motivational platitudes like teacher Wu often did. It was quite a stroke of luck for Li Qingma to have such an excellent teacher. Currently, Li Ba was in a peak period at work. Even while working from home, he toiled late into the night. Once he left the living room, Qingran picked up her phone and slung her backpack over her shoulder as she headed upstairs. Messages from Ruan flooded in one after another. "Soft girl, Ran. I'm home. Soft girl, did you see the pictures I sent you? Soft girl. Ah, Ran, you must have missed that iconic scene. My brother was simply breathtaking." Qingran's gaze lingered on the phrase breathtaking, and her curiosity was piqued about what Xie Ying'an had done to elicit such a flamboyant expression from Ruan. The video commenced with Song Shiai's wielding a megaphone, issuing threats. His pronouncements, usually met with compliance, were surprisingly ineffective, likely due to the perception of collective impunity. The crowd seemed to think, none of us will comply, leaving you with no recourse. It wasn't until Xie Ying'an took the megaphone and uttered something in a composed manner that the situation shifted. However, the recording's distance, coupled with Xie Ying'an's soft voice and the megaphone static, rendered his words unintelligible. Qingran, disinterested in deciphering the message, observed several girls approaching the desks to write something. Subsequently, more individuals followed suit until the video concluded. While Qingran was engrossed in the video, Ruan sent a barrage of messages, conveying that the spectacle on the playground had captivated the attention of teachers from multiple classes, eventually drawing the observation of the dean of students. The dean, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene with evident satisfaction, offering guidance on areas that required further cleaning. Before departing, he patted Song Shi's on the shoulder, suggesting he engage in similar activities more frequently. Wan messaged, "Qingran, you should have seen it." Song's face cycled through shades of green and black, like a dye house in full operation. Qingran, eager to steer clear of the topic, was aware of Ruan's inexhaustible enthusiasm for gossip. Silencing her phone, she placed it on the corner of her desk and fervently began her homework. The second half of the sophomore year was proving to be an intensely demanding period. Yet, as Lao Wu would say, many students remained oblivious, behaving like the living dead, under the illusion that the college entrance examination was over a year away and that they could postpone studying until tomorrow. Thus, tomorrow begot tomorrow ad infinitum. Ruan is indeed one of those individuals who, when she sat next to Qingran, could be kept in check regarding her studies. However, ever since she became desk partners with Xie, she has completely let herself go. Fortunately, her performance in the midterm examination did not decline. Otherwise, old Wu would have summoned her for a chat long ago. As she prepared for bed that night, Qingran heard the faint sound of a door closing across the way. She had no time to engage with it, as her mind was occupied with thoughts of yesterday's class and the questions she had answered. Under ordinary circumstances, being so close to Xie would have rendered her incapable of responding to the teacher's inquiries. Yet, she had managed to answer yesterday. Initially, she believed that the protagonist's halo might be waning, but when Zheng Chunming cautiously asked her a question this morning, her mind went blank once more. The question was exceedingly simple, one she surely knew, yet she could not articulate her answer. In fact, she was aware of the correct response, but the words eluded her, leading Zheng Chunming to mistakenly think that Qingran was unwilling to assist her, resulting in an exceptionally awkward moment. Moreover, Qingran felt as though Xie Ying'an's gaze held a hint of knowing, as if he had caught onto something elusive. She considered this notion rather bizarre, suspecting that it was merely a figment of her imagination. At present, she merely yearned to lead a tranquil life, free from the entanglements of the plot, and she was reluctant to let the protagonist's aura overshadow her diligent efforts in her studies, especially after having worked hard and yet receiving results that felt insignificant. Before she was called upon to answer questions yesterday, she had been preoccupied with worrying that Xie Ying'an would be caught playing on his phone during class, prompting her to nudge him as a reminder when the teacher called his name. Other than that, everything seemed to proceed as usual. Is it truly the case that physical contact with the male lead, Xie Ying'an, would diminish the female lead's aura? Such a notion seems rather absurd. In reality, her familiarity with Xie Ying'an is profound, and she remains steadfast in her studies, easily unaffected by extraneous emotions. Xie Ying'an, on the other hand, is not particularly loquacious. His days are consumed by either studying or idly playing with a pen, and occasionally indulging in his phone. Although they share the same desk, with one seated to the left and the other to the right, genuine physical interaction between them is quite rare. Upon realizing this subtle truth, Qingran privately resolved to conduct a clandestine experiment when she returned to school the next day. A casual brush against Xie Ying'an should escape his notice. With this thought, she felt a great sense of relief and quickly drifted into slumber. Chapter 76. Teacher's son. How much of a dog is Song Shi's? It is a rare occasion when he wins a bet, and with such flair, he certainly does not permit anyone to act dishonestly in his presence, especially not those who have lost to him. He may not know how many individuals have accepted the wager, but he meticulously keeps a record. Furthermore, while others mark their IDs, he and Ma Qingsheng vigilantly monitor the proceedings, ensuring that no one cheats. At 10:20 in the evening, Ma Qingsheng presented the meticulously compiled list to Song Shi's. Zeke, the attendees are still less than half. Song Shiai's expression darkened as he scrutinized the list, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It seems these individuals are somewhat unwilling to accept their defeat to me. Ma Qingsheng chuckled sheepishly, choosing to remain silent. The truth is, their reluctance stems from fear of embarrassment. Song Shiai stroked his still smooth chin and casually picked up a sheet of white paper to examine the names inscribed upon it. His eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired of Huang Mao and Wu Zixian. What did Xie Ying'an say? Song Shiai's cast a cool glance aside, muttering, "Brethren? Where did that come from? Nonsense." Wu Zixian chuckled, "Zij, don't be upset. Aren't we in the same group as Xie Ying'an now? I merely followed suit when I heard others call him that. Besides, in terms of looks, reputation, and academic performance, you cannot compare to him. After all, you only excelled in brawling, and even then, he managed to send you to the hospital with just a few punches. As for family background, it seems your father couldn't do much to Xie Ying'an either, so the family status appears rather similar, albeit he remains more discreet. Given that, are we not allowed to call him brethren?" Despite their musings, Wu Zixian and Ma Qingsheng exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Shiai's was still in a frenzy, snapping the A4 paper in his hands, exclaiming, "Why didn't we think of this method of printing beforehand?" Wu Zixian. Ma Qingsheng. Song Shiai's furrowed his brows. "Isn't it said that 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang?" Before Ma Qingsheng could respond, Song Shiai's WeChat notification rang out with urgency. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the name on the screen, and answered, "What is it?" His demeanor conveyed a hint of impatience. On the other end, Wan disregarded his tone and got straight to the point. "Song Shiai's. Didn't you record a lot of short videos today? Send them to me quickly." Wu Zixian leaned in with a grin. "Sister-in-law, hello." Song Shiai's expression darkened. Yet he ultimately refrained from saying anything. "Bah." Wan expressed her blatant disdain on the other end. "Don't call me sister-in-law. Call me Sister Ruan." Wu Zixian remarked with a click of the tongue. No wonder Ziji lost to her. Neither of them is normal. He conceded. "All right. I'll send it to you later." Growing increasingly impatient, Song Shiai's retorted dismissively and hung up. Wan glared at the screen, exclaiming, "Song Shiai's, what's with your attitude? Do you even comprehend your position?" Song Shiai scoffed and ended the call. Ma Qingsheng gave a thumbs up, praising, "Ziji, you're mighty." Song Shiai struck a ludicrous pose, retorting, "Take a look at who I am." Then, as if recalling something, he sneered, "Huh. So what if Xie Ying'an is handsome and academically gifted? He still can't win over Qingran. Just like me." That was the truth. This time, Qingran had ascended into the top 3, while he trailed at the bottom of the top 10. A mortifying disgrace in his 17 years. Before this, he had never imagined that the teachers tutoring for him would be an absolute ordeal. At 8:34 p.m., only 2 students and a teacher remained in the office. Li Qingma was one of the 2 students. The other was also a male. The 2 students were engrossed in their assignments, while their 3rd-grade homeroom teacher's son, sat behind them. Grading test papers. MOD, the boy sitting across from Li Qingma called out to him. Li Qingma raised his eyes to glance at him but remained silent. Li Qingma gestured his head backward, suggesting, "If you want to know, you can ask her yourself." "Shush." The boy quickly placed his hand to his lips, signaling Li Qingma to lower his voice. Fortunately, just then, teacher's son's phone vibrated twice, prompting her to exit the office with her device in hand. The boy sitting across from Li Qingma finally let out a sigh of relief, placing his pen down and stretching leisurely. Who could be calling at this hour? Go. Do you think it might be teacher's son's boyfriend urging her to return home? Li Qingma paused, raising his gaze with an air of indifference. "What concern is it of yours? Have you completed your homework?" The boy shivered slightly and muttered under his breath as he picked up his pen. Go. Why has your temper been growing increasingly worse lately?" Ignoring him, Li Qingma immersed himself in his assignment. Upon concluding her phone call, teacher's son re-entered the room and inquired, "Have you all finished?" She offered a satisfied smile to the boy before turning her attention to Li Qingma. "Qingma, have you completed your work?" Li Qingma had indeed finished, yet he was reluctant to return home at this hour. It was still too early. And Li Qingran surely had not yet fallen asleep. Frowning, he took a step back and remarked, "Teacher, your fragrance is overwhelming." Teacher's son's beautiful visage displayed no hint of embarrassment. She had long grown accustomed to being dismissed by this rebellious student. With a soft chuckle, she replied, "I do not wear perfume, yet it is still too strong." Li Qingmo wrinkled his nose. "I am unaccustomed to it." The boy across from him inwardly rolled his eyes, nearly soaring to the heavens. It was no wonder that some of the more attractive boys in class had already embarked on secret romances, while this strikingly handsome Li Qingma remained single. With such a stilted and awkward conversational dynamic, it was a wonder he could ever attract a girlfriend. Teacher's son appears to be only 6 or 7 years older than her students, a graduate of a prestigious university. She taught this group of students in her first year of work, last year, when they advanced to the second year of high school. Teacher's son surprisingly accompanied them in their progression. Given her qualifications, she found it astonishing that she could teach second-year students. Moreover, Teacher's son possesses extraordinary beauty, exuding a mature charm while still looking remarkably youthful, making her resemble a high school student more than a teacher when standing alongside them. Li Qingma swiftly gathered the examination papers from his desk and pulled Chunfu along as they made their way outside. "Goodbye, teacher," he said, and his figure soon vanished into the night. "Take care." Teacher's son watched their retreating silhouettes, a silent smile gracing her lips. She turned off the lights in her office and walked towards the dormitory building for teachers. Chapter 77. Touch. When she had always been the top student in her previous school, so receiving the third place in her current grade was difficult for her to accept. She understood that for someone from an ordinary family like hers, the only path to being recognized by others was through diligent study. Only by excelling academically could she find a way forward. She had little interest in competing with Huang Qinyu anymore, knowing that in the end, neither of them would gain any advantage. Qingran, striving for the top position, had been putting in genuine effort lately, arriving at school early each day to study. To her surprise, when she was even more diligent, each time Qingran entered the classroom, she would find when she already seated and studying. "Good morning, Qingran." When she greeted her as she walked in, a habit born of their amicable interactions. There had never been any unpleasantness between them, and their relationship remained amicably distant. In the second and third ranks of the grade, students were striving diligently in their studies, causing a sense of unease to well up within Class 1. The achievements of the top students were already a pinnacle they found unattainable. If these high achievers exerted even more effort, what hope would remain for them? Gradually, the atmosphere of learning in Class 1 transformed, requiring no supervision from Mr. Wu. Each student engaged in their studies as if in a competition, putting forth considerable effort. The sole exception was the student at the top of the grade. Ever since he became desk partners with Qingran, Xie Ying'an had seldom arrived punctually for class. However, in recent days, he had suddenly begun to arrive right on time again. Mr. Wu paid him no mind. In the eyes of all the teachers in Class 1, Xie Ying'an possessed an innate aptitude for academics, and he seemed to thrive effortlessly, maintaining his position at the top of the grade with ease. Today, Xie Ying'an arrived precisely on time. As he entered, Mr. Wu was leisurely seated at the lectern, unscrewing his thermos to sip tea. Upon noticing Xie Ying'an's entrance, Mr. Wu did not even lift his gaze. However, when he saw Su Chun, he immediately set down his thermos and called out, "Su Chun, come here." With a pained expression, Su Chun approached. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning?" Mr. Wu pointed to the watch on his wrist. "Tell me, what time is it?" Su Chun hesitated to respond. Casting a glance at Xie Ying'an, who was already seated, he thought to himself, different fates for different people. Noticing Mr. Wu's glaring double standards, he reflected on how others, despite their casual demeanor, could achieve the top rank. Could he? Su Chun lowered his head. "It is unacceptable to arrive so late. Now tell me, what rank did you achieve in this midterm examination?" The classmates eagerly leaned in, listening intently. Mr. Wu, concerned about disrupting their studies, found himself lacking the spirit to reprimand Su Chun. Ultimately, he concluded with a stern warning: "If your grades continue to decline during next week's quiz, I shall keep you for evening study until 10 o'clock. This left Su Chun visibly shaken. Xie Ying'an, having just settled into his seat, casually flipped through a book. Qingran began to feel a twinge of envy towards this model student. Achieving such academic success afforded Xie Ying'an a sort of invincibility in the eyes of their teachers. He was indeed a decent person. Typically, when he chose not to study, he refrained from disturbing Qingran's concentration. Unbeknownst to him, Qingran had no desire to focus on her studies today. The night prior, she dreamt she had borrowed Xie Ying'an's protagonist aura, effortlessly making her way to her desired university, evading not only the female lead, but also the constraints of the plot. She could hardly contain her delight. Upon arriving at school, she was eager to discover whether Xie Ying'an truly possessed the aura of a protagonist, or if yesterday's events were merely a coincidence. Mr. Wu did not linger in the classroom for long. His schedule did not permit him to teach this class today, as he was required elsewhere to prepare his lessons. Once he departed, the atmosphere in the classroom noticeably relaxed. Qingran sought an opportunity to casually bump into Xie Ying'an, and fortune smiled upon her. When she approached, book in hand, having been rebuffed by Xie Ying'an on several occasions, she had learned to be clever, opting instead to consult Qingran about any questions she had, without ever directing her inquiries towards Xie Ying'an. Qingran was indeed familiar with the problem to which when she alluded. However, her proficiency in theory did not guarantee practical execution, particularly with the protagonist's aura so close. Now, with the auras of the male and female protagonists converging, she, as a mere tertiary cannon fodder character, found herself in an awkward predicament. Qingran offered when she a smile and demurred, "I'm afraid I don't know either." When she glanced at Xie Ying'an with feigned nonchalance before quickly retorting with a smile, "It's quite all right. I shall inquire with the teacher later." Qingran pressed her fingers against the book and turned her gaze towards Xie Ying'an. Without much hesitation, Xie Ying'an leaned closer to Qingran to examine the problem. Xie Ying'an undoubtedly possessed the knowledge, and he used a pen to indicate the problem, elucidating the solution steps to them. With the protagonists flanking her on either side, Qingran found herself in the middle. At this juncture, Xie Ying'an was in close proximity to her, presenting an opportune moment to accidentally make contact with him. With the problem now explained, Xie Ying'an bypassed when she and looked at Qingran, inquiring, "Do you comprehend?" Qingran feigned a semblance of understanding. She received the pen from Xie Ying'an, executing the movement with a touch of exaggeration, allowing it to graze across several of Xie Ying'an's fingers. The fleeting warmth and softness caused Xie Ying'an a moment of bewilderment. But Qingran had already lowered her head to work on the problem, feigning composure. The solution flowed effortlessly, adhering not to the formula Xie Ying'an had taught, but rather to the solution she had conceived upon seeing the problem. When Xi's gaze lingered on the problem for a considerable time, and she smiled with a hint of artificiality. "Qingran, you're able to generalize so quickly? How impressive." Qingran let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that her answers had not erred this time. Indeed, the male protagonist's charm appeared to eclipse that of the female protagonist. As when Xi departed with his book in hand, Qingran promptly returned the pen to Xie Ying'an and casually selected a practice book, burying herself in her work. Throughout the process, she scarcely dared to glance at Xie Ying'an. Yet, she sensed his gaze subtly scrutinizing her, imbued with curiosity and inquiry. TSK. It was merely a fleeting touch of hands, so trivial and commonplace. Surely, Xie Ying'an wouldn't overthink it? That day in the car, he had held her hand for an eternity without releasing it, and she had said nothing. After completing a couple of problems, she managed to regain her composure and pretended to cast a casual glance in Xie Ying'an's direction. As anticipated, he was indeed observing her. His chin resting nonchalantly on his hand, his gaze not as elusive as she had presumed, but rather direct and unabashed. Qingran's feigned calmness crumbled in an instant. Her eyelids fluttered, and her voice trembled with a hint of bewilderment. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing," Xie Ying'an replied, straightening his posture and suddenly chuckling softly. The youth's laughter, typically cool and aloof, today felt like a gentle spring breeze. Qingran's heart raced uncontrollably, fearing that Xie Ying'an might sense her unease, while simultaneously believing that such an astute individual had already discerned her peculiar behavior. She grasped her pen and resumed her focus on the assignment. Damn it, the key to unlocking the female protagonist's charm was merely a touch with Xie Ying'an? Is there any sense left in this world? Wait, her current task was to ascertain just how long the male protagonist's charm could endure with a mere brush of contact. Chapter 78. The duration of the hero's aura until evening. After school, Qingran could not ascertain how long the protagonist's aura would last. Ever since the midterm examinations, the assignments and test papers assigned by each subject teacher had truly piled up like a mountain. In this critical period necessitating diligent study, it was evident that the teachers cared more about results than the students did. Barely 5 minutes after the school bell rang, before Qingran could even stow her test papers into her bag, Song Shi's had already appeared at the entrance of Class 1. A few students had yet to leave, and upon seeing Song, they were taken aback, then seemingly nonchalantly turned their gazes towards Qingran. After all, during their first year of high school, Song Shi's had pursued Li Qingran with great fanfare, but evidently, his efforts had not borne fruit, and she had long since become either his unattainable dream or a lingering regret. Qingran did not believe that Song Shi's was there to seek her out. After all, he was now Ruan's boyfriend, and he must have come to find her instead. The infamous reputation of Song Shi'ai's as a cautionary tale was well known among the various classes, and even if one merely strolled around the school, one could hear of his noteworthy achievements. Xie Ying'an, come out. Song Shi'ai's called from the classroom door. The students in Class 1 were instantly bewildered. When had Song Shi'ai's become associated with the academic prodigy Xie Ying'an? One was the top student in the second year of high school, while the other was at the bottom of the class. They seemed to belong to entirely different realms. Song Shi'ai's harbored a disdain for all boys who excelled academically or possessed greater charm than he did. Conversely, Xie Ying'an held no fondness for Song Shi'ai's, the wealthy second generation who lived a life of leisure and often stirred up trouble. Qingran, filled with confusion, cast a glance towards Xie Ying'an. After briefly surveying Song Shi'ai at the classroom entrance, lowered his gaze back to his phone, his expression indifferent, showing no intention of leaving. It appeared that Song Shi'ai was the only one fervently engaged in this endeavor. Xie Ying'an. Song Shi'ai raised his voice at the entrance, perhaps fearing that if he called a second time and Xie Ying'an remained unresponsive, he would lose face. He continued, I came to find someone who doesn't adhere to the rules of the game. Want you lend a hand? Only then did Xie Ying'an set his phone aside. He glanced at Qingran, rose from his seat, and made his way towards the classroom door. The two young men stood at the threshold, engaged in a hushed conversation, and from Qingran's vantage point, she could only behold Xie Ying'an's profile. With his eyes slightly downcast, his side view accentuated his high, straight nose. His lightly tinted lips remained unpressed, and his soft, jet-black hair fell gently across his forehead. Wow, I am utterly captivated by Nji's unparalleled beauty, especially his profile. He is incredibly handsome. The voice of Zheng Chunming broke through her reverie. TCH. Her deskmate, Li Su, scoffed dismissively. Last time you saw that freshman on the playground, you claimed you liked puppy boys. Is that even comparable? Zheng Chunming retorted. How could a puppy boy possibly measure up to mine go? Huh. Li Su smirked. Did you hear what the second-generation heir just said? Someone who doesn't follow the rules of the game? Did you participate in the voting that day? I did, but I certainly voted for Qingran. She is bound to rank in the top 10. After sitting in front of me for so long, how could I not notice her diligence? Zheng Chunming's voice brimmed with pride. Hey, toilet paper? Zheng Chunming inquired of Li Su. You didn't vote for Qingran to fail, did you? How is that possible? Li Su raised his voice slightly, only to quickly lower it again. This is clearly a provocative game. I have not participated at all. Zheng Chunming was unconvinced. I think you were just afraid of losing. The two boys at the door soon reached a conclusion and left Class 1 together. Once their figures had faded from view, Ruan approached Qingran, pouting in complaint. Usually, I don't think Song Shi'ai's is unattractive. But when he stood next to Ngu just now, I realized that he is truly quite hideous. Qingran picked up her backpack and walked outside with her. Is it really that exaggerated? Song Shi'ai's is actually rather handsome, but his demeanor is far from proper. He slouches and has no sense of decorum. If anyone glances his way, he curses them out. Thus, people tend to overlook his appearance. Is that still an exaggeration? Ruan expressed her disdain openly. Ran. To have my first love be someone like this, I feel utterly cheated. Qingran chuckled, seizing the rare opportunity to tease her. It's all right. Next time, find someone even better looking. Ruan nodded vigorously, her smile wide. I've heard that university has the most handsome boys. I can't wait. Clearly, no one took the bet-like romance with Song Shi'ai's to heart. In her past life, Ruan could hardly recall what her husband was like. But he certainly was not Song Shi'ai's. Song Shi'ai's was far from a virtuous man. His romantic history was unbroken. Having traversed through a myriad of flowers, how could he emerge unscathed? Ruan yearned for a simple life. One marked by monogamy and a family of one son and one daughter, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Thus, in their previous lives, Ruan and Song Shi'ai's shared no true intersection. They existed like parallel lines, briefly crossing paths before each resumed their individual trajectories. The playground was still alive with the cacophony of youthful exuberance. Yet today Ruan found herself disinterested in observing. It's meaningless, she declared. The entire affair is merely Song posturing and trying to appear cool, as if he were the victor of this wager. Qingran, however, was indifferent to the matter of the bet, allowing them their amusement. She inquired, does the school not intervene amidst such commotion on the playground? Intervene? Ruan pondered, her expression gradually contorting. She gestured towards the fourth floor, saying, I stood there for quite some time after school yesterday, and several teachers, including the director of education, passed by. From such a distance, I could even see the director flashing a grin of white teeth, patting Song Shi's on the shoulder as if to commend him, likely pleased that they had saved on cleaning costs this month. Qingran was rendered speechless, her expression betraying her astonishment at such an outcome. But you truly excelled this time, rising from 5th to 2nd in the grade. I heard that Fong Jin, who was perpetually 2nd, was incredulous to find his name missing from the ranking list as he searched, astonished to discover he had fallen from 2nd to 4th. As long as one is willing to put in the effort, success is attainable. Qingran gently patted Wanwan's shoulder, adopting a tone reminiscent of the wise Lao Wu, Wanwan. The midterm exam questions were somewhat challenging this time. If your ranking has indeed declined, that is indeed progress. Keep it up. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her expression oddly comical. Wow. Once she regained her composure, she threw her arms around Qingran's shoulders, exclaiming, Dandan, your tone just now truly echoed Lao Wu's wisdom. As they stepped outside the school gates, they encountered Wensiki, who appeared markedly more subdued than before. Recognizing Qingran and Wanwan, she raised her elegantly shaped eyebrows and inquired, Hey, have you seen Wenxi? The rivalry sparked an immediate tension, with Wanwan arching her brows higher than Wensiki's, even if I had seen him. Why would I tell you? Wensiki's eyes widened in anger as she stormed towards Wanwan and Qingran. Are you looking for trouble? Wanwan couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance. With a slight twitch of her mouth, she retorted, Do you really consider the 3rd place in our grade as poor performance? Wensiki, evidently lacking perspective beyond the top rank, replied, Wenxi has always been 1st in everything, so of course, his father cannot accept him being 3rd this time. Qingran was taken aback. In the past, Xie Ying'an had not been as cold towards Wenxi. While he did not always answer questions, they often collaborated on problem solving. Wensiki forced a smile, revealing her insincerity. Thanks. Chapter 79. Love letters. Since the midterm exams, competition among the various classes in the 2nd year of high school had intensified significantly. A few homeroom teachers gathered, lamenting the immense pressure that today's children face in their studies. They argued that it is essential to provide them with moments of respite and not to assign excessive homework. Yet, simultaneously, they rifled through textbooks in search of perplexing problems to elucidate, only to assign a plethora of worksheets to the students. The subject teachers showed no favoritism towards any student, even compelling those who needed extra help in physics to remain after hours. Each day, as the class representative collected assignments, the classroom echoed with the lamentations of those who had failed to complete their work, a situation that had nearly become the norm. Before Xie Ying'an was seated next to Qingran, he had submitted his homework only once in 10 attempts. However, ever since they had become desk mates, he had developed a habit of diligently completing his assignments. Consequently, during exams, the top scholar maintained his position as the steady 1st in the grade, while Xie Ying'an's performance had plummeted to an unknown level. As the class representative approached their side, Qingran submitted her homework, and Xie Ying'an followed suit, handing in his assignment. This marked the 2nd consecutive month that Xie Ying'an had faithfully submitted his work, leaving the class representative in astonishment as he picked up his dropped jaw and walked away with the assignments. Qingran, slightly perplexed, glanced at Xie Ying'an, who was already looking back at her. Their eyes met, and from a frontal view, the beauty mark at the corner of Xie Ying'an's eye appeared strikingly vivid. Unable to resist, Qingran stole another glance. Xie Ying'an lowered his gaze, allowing her to scrutinize him. A faint blush quickly spread across his fair complexion, and after a few moments, he seemed unable to bear the silence, clearing his throat and asking, What's the matter? Qingran averted her gaze, retrieving the practice book she had worked on after their previous encounter. Have you completed your homework? Could you assist me in checking my answers? Xie Ying'an was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He nodded and accepted the practice book from Qingran. She had deliberately folded the corner at the place she worked on yesterday, not out of a desire to trouble Xie Ying'an, but primarily because he was the only one in class, apart from the teacher, who consistently outperformed her academically. Xie Ying'an swiftly reviewed the work. Only the last 4 questions on Qingran's test paper were incorrect. He circled the mistakes and placed the practice book between them, prompting Qingran to lean in closer. For this particular question, Xie Ying'an pointed to a number with his pen and explained, You overlooked this given condition while solving the problem. At the back of the classroom, Zheng Chuming and Li Su exchanged glances. Lisa remarked, Indeed, those who work hard are the top students. Zheng Chuming added, It seems that unless one ranks second in the grade, there's no qualification to ask Brotherin for help. Li Su disagreed, lowering his voice. Chun and I. If only you could be as capable as Qingran, I'm sure Brotherin wouldn't refuse to explain the problems to you. Zheng Chuming scoffed. Do you think Brotherin is as superficial as you? He doesn't judge solely by appearance. You fail to understand men. Lisa scratched his head. Only we men truly understand men. The problem Xie Ying'an was explaining was indeed due to Qingran's carelessness, which led to her miscalculation. Following his line of reasoning, she quickly corrected her errors. However, for the last 3 questions, Xie Ying'an refrained from further explanations, clearly recognizing that her answers were haphazard. This meant that a brief interaction with Xie Ying'an might shield her from the protagonist's aura for about 3 hours. TSK. That was rather cheap. She had expected the dream to last at least a day. After class, Qingran and Wanruan went to the restroom together. Suchen approached, taking a seat in front of Xie Ying'an, his smile somewhat sheepish. Brotherin, did you hear what old Wu just said? Xie Ying'an had not paid attention at all. What did he say? Suchen anticipated this response, explaining, it's about the assignment that wasn't submitted. Tomorrow, we need to write it 10 times and hand it in. Old Wu even made a list. Oh, Xie Ying'an replied nonchalantly. So, are you going to write it? Suchen asked with a bashful chuckle, emphasizing the number 10 with his crossed fingers. Xie Ying'an did not disappoint him, responding calmly, I won't write it. Haha, Suchen grinned, if you're not writing, then I won't either. With that, he joyfully swayed away. Witnessing the entire exchange, Li Su thought, didn't Brotherin submit his assignment today? Xie Ying'an vividly recalled the day after he became desk mates with Qingran. When the class representative came to collect assignments, Qingran submitted hers, glancing at him expectantly. After a moment of silence, he stammered out 2 words, not written. The class representative awkwardly smiled and slipped away with a stack of assignments. Qingran spared him a lingering glance before returning to her work, saying nothing. However, the look of disappointment from a once diligent student would linger in Xie Ying'an's memory for a lifetime. From that moment on, regardless of how busy he was or how much homework piled up, he diligently completed his assignments and submitted them, wishing to avoid the penetrating gaze of Qingran. That gaze always made him feel as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. He finally managed to acquire his biology textbook just before the teacher arrived at the podium, only to inadvertently reveal a powder blue envelope that accompanied the book. The entire class greeted the biology teacher as she settled into her seat, and his heart raced uncomfortably. It was a strange feeling to be anxious about being discovered for something he had not done wrong. Qingran, fearing she might be overthinking things, glanced at the inscription on the envelope, confirming it was indeed addressed to her. She sighed silently, knowing that the contents of the powder blue envelope could be easily surmised without even opening it. The thoughts of high school boys and girls, aside from their studies, invariably revolved around such matters. Perhaps the sender, buoyed by her excellent exam results, had conflated admiration for her academic standing with affection for her as a person, carelessly thrusting a love letter into her hands without concern for the potential disruption it might cause in her life. It is likely that during the awakening of romantic feelings in youth, many harbor the illusion that liking a high-achieving classmate equates to genuine affection. It is only after they cease to study together that one comes to the realization, oh, it turns out I do not like him, or her, that much after all. Suddenly, the envelope was snatched away by a quick-handed classmate beside her, leaving Qingran no time to intervene. Clutching the missive, Xie Ying'an turned his gaze towards Qingran, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. A love letter, is it? Let me have it first. Qingran, leaning over her desk, reached out her hand, her voice a hushed whisper. The mirth vanished from Xie Ying'an's countenance, his tone abruptly turning frigid. Well, aren't you becoming quite the sensation, Li Qingran? Xie Ying'an tore the envelope to shreds, crumpling the pieces into a ball before tossing it with unerring accuracy into the wastebasket. Qingran was left speechless. Receiving her first love letter, yet denied even a glimpse of its contents, she couldn't help but wonder about the author's literary style. Chapter 80. A divergence retribution came swiftly and sharply for Xie Ying'an. No sooner had he torn up Qingran's love letter in the morning than he found himself facing a similar predicament that afternoon. As he reached for his books in class, a cascade of 5 or 6 pink envelopes tumbled out of his desk, following the books. In truth, receiving love letters was nothing new for Xie Ying'an, but his callous actions that morning had left him wanting. Qingran cast a fleeting glance in his direction, then swiftly bent down to gather the fallen letters before Xie Ying'an could react. His expression betrayed a moment of disarray before he quickly regained his composure. pushing the remaining 2 envelopes from his desk towards Qingran. Tear them up together. I'd appreciate it. Qingran's hand, clutching the pink envelopes, faltered. Young man, your maneuver is rather audacious. Xie Ying'an waited patiently for Qingran to tear up the letters on his behalf, his expression open. She slid the letters back across the desk to Xie Ying'an. Deal with them yourself. Xie Ying'an regarded her for a long moment before casting his gaze down at the pink envelopes. Mimicking her earlier actions, he tore them to pieces and tossed them into the trash. Qingran paused with the pen in her hand, leaving a small black dot of ink on the page. Suddenly, Xie Ying'an leaned closer, the cool scent of mint enveloping her senses. She heard him say, I am not in a premature romance either, Li Qingran. You are not. And neither am I. His voice, subdued yet resonant with youthful conviction, caused Qingran to grip her pen tighter, leaving a long mark on the book. For a fleeting moment, she felt a surge of panic, but it quickly subsided, and she replied nonchalantly, Oh, I look forward to your embarrassment next year. It was evident that Xie Ying'an perceived her skepticism, yet he had no means to substantiate his claim. He could only allow time to reveal the truth. The school tyrant was also an academic prodigy, and his sister shared the same distinction, a fact that many of their peers found hard to accept. In recent days, due to the commotion surrounding the school bully's sister, the playground had been bustling with students assigned to clean up. Song Shiai seemed almost addicted to this. Standing at the classroom doors of those who neglected their duties, regardless of gender, anyone he confronted found that an evening of cleaning was hardly sufficient to resolve the issue. After Qingran achieved second place in the grade, it appeared to shift the narrative. Not only Li Su and Zheng Chunming, but even the students of Class 1 began to notice her remarkable transformation. She was strikingly beautiful, akin to a pearl that had emerged from the dust, once again basking in the light. Currently, Qingran's appearance could be said to rival, if not surpass, that of the school beauty, Roland. On her way home, Huang Qianyu swung her dirt-laden hands and exclaimed, Damn it, Song Shiai's is just a lunatic. Zhang Ping and Chen Shiwen nodded in agreement, as Song Shiai's had turned off the water at the playground's tap, leaving them without even water to wash their hands after pulling weeds. A group of 5 girls walked together, with Wang Yinru from Class 8 joining their ranks. Upon reaching the garden area, Huang Qianyu, feeling lethargic, plopped down on a stone stool and glanced at Sun Xian. You, go fetch us a few bottles of mineral water to wash our hands. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. The convenience store was somewhat distant, and Sun Xian nodded before heading outside the school. As the store at the entrance was closer, Zhang Ping and Chen Shiwen exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of schadenfreude in the other's eyes. Wang Yinru, not privy to the situation, caught a glimpse of Sun Xian's retreating figure and quietly inquired of the nearest Chen Shiwen, Did Sun Xian offend Qianyu? Chen Shiwen nodded and whispered, Sun Xian has been disloyal, which has upset Qianyu. The bonds among girls can sometimes be fragile and insipid. Wang Yinru pouted, no wonder. Sun Xian returned, carrying 10 bottles of mineral water, her brow glistening with sweat despite the mild April weather, her bangs sticking to her forehead. Even so, Zhang Ping continued to complain. Why are you so slow? Sun Xian's expression shifted as she noticed Huang Qianyu's stern demeanor and impatience, yet she refrained from responding. Chen Shiwen unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and smiled at Huang Qianyu, saying, Qianyu, let me pour the water for you. You wash your hands first. The sycophancy was palpable. After Huang Qianyu and the others finished washing their hands, only a bottle of mineral water remained. Sun Xian chose not to wash her hands and instead sat in a corner, drinking the last bottle. Huang Qianyu, feeling he had not yet rested enough, sat on a stone stool, engrossed in his phone. With Huang Qianyu remaining, the other girls naturally felt hesitant to leave. Suddenly, Wang Yinru remarked, Hey, have you all noticed how much more beautiful Li Qingran has become recently? Has she started wearing makeup? Zhang Ping shook her head. I can't tell if she's wearing makeup, but I too think she's become quite stunning since the exam. I even suspected she might have undergone some minor cosmetic procedures. That's impossible, Chen Shiwen interjected. Li Qingran hasn't taken any leave. Even if she had, it wouldn't heal so quickly. Wang Yinru continued. I used to think her looks were rather ordinary. Quite delicate but nothing remarkable. This time seeing her, I was utterly taken aback by the transformation. Huang Qianyu furrowed his brows at Wang Yinru, impatiently retorting. What kind of eyes do you have? Wang Yinru immediately fell silent, having forgotten Huang Qianyu's taboo against complimenting other girls in his presence. Clearly, it was not just one person who had noticed. Even Ruan had been raving about Qingran's beauty lately. Oh my gosh, my darling, Ruan exclaimed. holding her phone up to her face to scrutinize Qingran. Quickly tell me, what facial cleanser have you been secretly using? Qingran, sitting at her desk doing homework, looked somewhat bewildered. It's still that brand we bought together last time. Wan, unconvinced, insisted. That can't be. Darling, you must tell me in secret. I swear I won't tell a soul. As she spoke, she raised 3 fingers. Indeed, Qingran, feeling helpless, walked towards the bathroom with her phone, saying, I'll show you. Upon arriving at the Yellow River, the disheartened Wan finally believed when she saw Qingran using the same brand of facial cleanser. Woo-woo. She pretended to cry on the other end of the phone, sobbing loudly. Renyan, it must be that you've blossomed. When will I ever bloom? Qingran chuckled. Don't rush. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, you will wake up transformed tomorrow. Might her fate, too, mirror Qingran's, possibly unveiling a glimmer of hope? Chapter 81. Check in on that weekend. Li Qingma invited Xie Ying'an and Song Shi'ai to his home. It was the first time Song Shi'ai had received an invitation from Li Qingma, and he arrived before 8 in the morning. When Song Shi'ai arrived, Li's father had not yet left. Having met Song Shi'ai several times during his hospitalization, Li's father recognized him immediately. Oh, aren't you the young man who didn't want to be discharged? Li's father greeted him with a smile. He vividly recalled the scene of Song Shi'ai's resisting discharge, being playfully scolded by his father. At that time, he found it amusing. His daughter wished to leave. Yet he insisted she stay a few more days, while the boy next door longed to remain, only to be kicked out by his own father. The contrast between their 2 families seemed to epitomize 2 extremes. Awkwardly reminded of the incident, Song Shi'ai scratched his head and handed the fruit he was carrying to Li's father, instinctively playing the role of a good child in front of adults. Hello, Uncle Li. Li's father accepted the fruit with a courteous demeanor, saying, Why bring gifts, my child? Simply visiting is enough. Song Shi'ai responded with a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. It is only appropriate, uncle. The 2 settled onto the sofa, and Li's father hesitated before inquiring. Are you here to see someone? Song Shi'ai quickly interjected. Uncle, it is Qingma who invited me over to study together. Oh, Li's father's expression brightened once more. That's wonderful. You both should study diligently. He had already contemplated that if Song Shi'ai had come to see Qingran, he would give him a sound thrashing and send him on his way. Li Qingma had been avoiding Qingran for a week, fully aware that this was not a sustainable strategy. Thus, he decided to confront the situation head-on. Although he still felt a bit apprehensive about facing Qingran alone, fearing her teasing might be reminiscent of the times when his own high rankings had provoked her jibes. As Li Qingma descended the stairs, he found his father and Song Shi'ai engrossed in a lively conversation, nearly becoming fast friends across generations. Upon noticing Li Qingma's arrival, his father's expression shifted slightly. What time is it that you finally decided to rise? Look at young Song. He arrived early to see you. Li Qingma scratched his head in confusion and remarked to Song Shi'ai, Did we not agree to meet at 9? It turned out it was indeed his son who had made the arrangement, which allowed Li's father to finally relax. He patted Song Shi'ai on the shoulder, saying, Young Song, enjoy yourselves today. Song Shi'ai nodded eagerly, displaying a courteous demeanor. However, Li's father remained somewhat wary, turning to Li Qingma to advise, Qingma, take young Song out to have some fun, but do not disturb your sister's studies and rest. Li Qingma nodded in understanding. Got it, Dad. Only after Mr. Li departed for work, his figure receding into the distance, did Song Shi'ai wipe the cold sweat from his brow. I can't help but feel your father is wary of me, he remarked with a click of his tongue. Li Qingma scoffed. You're imagining things. Why would my father be suspicious of you? What reason could he possibly have? Suit yourself if you don't believe me. Song Shi'ai glanced behind Li Qingma, inquiring. Where's Li Qingran? Li Qingma paused, then said, I'm beginning to suspect my father might have a point. Song Shi'ai had long noticed Qingran's transformation. He had a penchant for beautiful women, especially Qingran after her glow-up, who now embodied his aesthetic preferences. He was itching for another chance to woo her. Tell me. Song Shi'ai began, settling in front of Li Qingma, who was eating breakfast. Haven't you noticed that your sister has become even more stunning than Roland and Wensiki recently? Li Qingma rolled his eyes. Nonsense. When has my sister ever not been beautiful? Song Shi'ai spoke candidly. That's just sibling bias talking. Honestly, your sister used to be merely average-looking, perhaps slightly more attractive than the average girl. She just had a particularly innocent aura about her. Of course, she was always my type. Otherwise, Song Shi'ai wouldn't have pursued her so ardently. Li Qingma cautioned him. You have a girlfriend now. Behave yourself. You mean Wan. Song Shi'ai's face clouded with vexation. We're just messing around. I lost a bet to her, and she's been coveting my beauty for ages. I was forced to succumb to her lascivious demands. Shut up. Li Qingma stuffed a crab roe bun into Song Shiai's mouth. He now harbors a tinge of regret for inviting Song Shiai's over. Although Song Shiai's presence might deter Qingran from wandering about in his sight, the incessant chatter of this loquacious individual can be quite bothersome. Upholding the principle of frugality, Song Shiai savored a few mouthfuls of the delectable crab roe buns, remaining silent as he sat at the dining table, competing with Li Qingma for breakfast. When Qingran descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of two youths vying for buns, their mouths stuffed to the brim. With his mouth full, Song Shiai's, his words muddled, exclaimed, "Li Qingma, I'm the guest here. Can you not be so selfish?" Meanwhile, Li Qingma continued to snatch the buns with fervor, his growth spurts necessitating a hearty appetite. One must not speak while eating. To hell with that, Song Shiai's retorted. Suddenly, upon noticing Qingran's descent, he found the buns in his mouth less appetizing. He hastily relinquished them to Li Qingma, even pushing the half-eaten one from his mouth toward him. Then, he dashed over to Qingran with a cheeky grin. "Little Qingran, are you awake?" Qingran, somewhat put off by his overly familiar demeanor, instinctively took a step back. Unfazed, Song Shiai circled around her, nodding in approval. "You look much better in your own clothes. That tattered school uniform does you no justice." His gaze lingered momentarily on her figure, but fearing a rebuke, he retracted his words, muttering instead, "Wow, your waist is surprisingly slender." At that moment, Xie Ying'an happened to push the door open. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of Song Shiai's encircled by Qingran, prompting him to furrow his attractive brows. Hearing the door creak, Song Shiai's turned to look, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xie Ying'an, and raised his voice in inquiry. "Why did you come in without knocking?" After all, he had pressed the doorbell to gain entry earlier that morning. Xie Ying'an tossed his bag onto the sofa, swiftly pulling Song Shiai's away from Qingran, and replied, "I have a key. What the heck?" Song Shiai's pupils dilated in disbelief as he formed a merging gesture with his index and middle fingers. "Are your parents aware of this?" Xie Ying'an paused at his words, glancing toward Qingran, who, wishing to ignore them, had already retreated to the kitchen without sparing them a glance. Xie Ying'an replied, betraying his conscience, before casting a nonchalant glance at Song Shiai's. "Did you not already know?" During their time at the hospital, Song Shiai's had recognized that the person accompanying Qingran was Xie Ying'an's mother, which had left him with a dubious expression. Nevertheless, Song Shiai's remained somewhat skeptical. "All right." Li Qingma gestured towards the second floor. "You can go up and take a look yourself. If you need anything, just inform Aunt Lu to bring it with her this afternoon." As Song Shiai's observed Xie Ying'an's backpack, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. What does this mean? Ignoring him, Xie Ying'an noticed Qingran ascending the stairs and hurriedly grabbed his bag to follow suit. The two youths, clad in white shirts, made a strikingly harmonious pair as they ascended. Song Shiai's was utterly astounded. Truly, there was not a shred of opportunity afforded to others. Chapter 82. Hai Qing'an ascended to the second floor alongside Xie Ying'an. Aunt Lu had tidied up the room adjacent to Li Qingma's over the past few days, ensuring the sheets and duvet covers were impeccably clean. Xie Ying'an had spent considerable time at Qingran's home before and was quite familiar with the surroundings. It is peculiar how boys change. In their childhood, Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma were content to share a room, yet upon reaching their teenage years, both were reluctant to do so. Xie Ying'an leaned against the doorway, observing her silhouette, a faint smile dancing in his dark eyes. Unexpectedly, Song Shiai's found that Li Qingma had invited him over solely for the purpose of studying. The three youths congregated around the desk in Li Qingma's room, with Song Shiai's being the only one who had not brought any homework. Surely this cannot be. Song Shiai's rested his head on the desk. Lamenting to Li Qingma, "Are we really studying? Why did you invite me here?" Without pausing in his writing, Li Qingma replied, "Check your phone and see the WeChat message I sent you. Does it not clarify the purpose of our gathering?" Song Shiai's exclaimed, "What? I was solely focused on coming to see your sister. I hardly considered anything else." The atmosphere in the room was thick with the scent of academic prowess, prompting Song Shiai's to feel out of place. He decided to make a hasty exit, saying, "You all carry on with your work. I've never been to your home before, so I'll just wander around a bit." Li Qingmo paid him no mind, offering no reaction. Xie Ying'an, however, set down his pen and firmly grasped the collar of Song Shiai's shirt. Struggling, Song Shiai shouted, "Hey, Xie Ying'an, what are you doing? I will take you for a stroll." Xie Ying'an grasped him and headed outside. Li Qingma cast a puzzled glance, murmuring softly to himself. The epitome of a stoic man, these two are truly acting erratically. The door to Qingran's room was firmly shut, while Song Shiai's clung to the wall. Refusing to budge despite Xie Ying'an's persistent pulling, I will not leave. Xie Ying'an released his grip on his collar, crossing his arms and regarding the obstinate Song Shiai's with a cool gaze. Is this amusing, Xie Ying'an? Song Shiai's remarked with an expression that suggested he understood everything. He finally let go of the wall, spreading his arms wide. I am the most experienced in matters like this. Coercion is utterly dull. What belongs to you cannot be taken by others, and what does not belong to you cannot be safeguarded, regardless of your efforts. Oh, Xie Ying'an replied nonchalantly. Observing Song Shiai's grin, he leisurely added, I do not believe you. Song Shiai's. Damn it, if I weren't aware I couldn't best you, I would still want to challenge you. The noise outside was overwhelming, prompting Qingran to open the door and glance at the two outside, her gaze lingering on Xie Ying'an. Xie Ying'an, could you come here for a moment? Xie Ying'an nodded, stepping past Song Shiai's. Song Shiai's. In a fit of frustration, Song Shiai's dashed into Li Qingma's room, snatched the pin from Li Qingma's hand and tossed it aside, dragging the furious Li Qingma towards Qingran's room. Xie Ying'an finally furrowed his brow, a hint of irritation coloring the youthful features of his face as he turned to Li Qingma. What did you summon him for? Li Qingma was even more exasperated. He freed himself from Song Shiai's grasp, intending to accuse Song Shiai's, when suddenly he noticed something akin to a revelation, his eyes widening in surprise. Li Qingma hastily departed, leaving the three individuals within the room exchanging bewildered glances. Qingran, with a perplexed expression, pointed toward Li Qingma's retreating figure and remarked, Has my brother grown a tad taller? Song Shiai's, equally perplexed, queried, Were you both studying? With such a splendid opportunity for solitude, you choose to study? Truly, you are remarkable. Xie Ying'an. Li Qingma swaggered over, clutching his homework, and brazenly pushed aside Xie Ying'an to take a seat between them. Upon settling, he directed his gaze towards Xie Ying'an and exclaimed, I finally comprehend why Li Qingran's grades have surged so rapidly. Have you been assisting her with her assignments all along? Xie Ying'an nonchalantly brushed him aside and pointed to the corner of the left desk, stating, You should sit there. What did you say? The two youths exchanged glances. Xie Ying'an's eyes devoid of warmth, while Li Qingma's gaze seemed to ignite with fury. Song Shiai's, reveling in the unfolding drama, thought to himself, Fight, come on. Just fight already. Meanwhile, Qingran, accustomed to such scenes, picked up her pen and began to tackle the problems according to the approach Xie Ying'an had just elucidated. Indifferent to their discord, if you wish to receive guidance, Xie Ying'an added leisurely. In an instant, Li Qingma transformed his anger into a smile, cheerfully relocating to the corner of the left desk. Song Shiai's thought to himself, no wonder the school forum is always abuzz with tales of these two. Just look at Li Qingma, this somewhat impulsive youth, who can be so thoroughly subdued by a single remark from Xie Ying'an. Who wouldn't speculate? As the group huddled around the desk engrossed in their assignments, Song Shiai's languidly settled into a nearby couch, pulling out his phone to amuse himself. He, Li Qingma, was beaming with joy as he tossed his pen aside and stood up to showcase his newfound height. You've finally noticed. I've grown 2 centimeters over the past 3 months. I am now 180 centimeters tall. Qingran, perplexed, responded, 180 centimeters? Why does it seem like you're about the same height as Song Shiai's? I stand at 183 centimeters, Song Shiai's interjected from behind. He then glanced down at Li Qingma's feet. Li Qingma, why are you still wearing sneakers at home? Those sneakers must have at least a 3-centimeter sole. Li Qingma retorted. Do you even understand the concept of unspoken truths? He turned to Song Shiai's. How tall are you, Song Shiai's? When it came to height, Song Shiai's felt a sense of pride. He sprang from the lazy sofa and stood on the ground, flaunting, My height is a neat 183 centimeters. Oh, Li Qingma replied nonchalantly, maintaining his indifferent demeanor towards anyone taller than himself. You're as tall as Xie Ying'an. I've also grown 2 centimeters, Xie Ying'an chimed in. Li Qingma swallowed hard. You've grown again? When did that happen? Xie Ying'an simply shrugged. It's nothing. Song Shiai's, unfazed, added, Anyway, I'm younger than all of you. I still have room to grow. With his birthday just 2 days after Li Qingma's, he was indeed slightly younger than the rest. Li Qingma frowned slightly and remarked, Just like this is fine. Being too tall isn't appealing. Ha ha ha. Song Shiai's beamed with laughter, mercilessly mocking Li Qingma. That is simply because you are too short to reach our current height. Of course you find us unattractive. Li Qingma. Today marks the 15th occasion of reflection on why I invited this here. Of course, Li Qingma had yet to account for the fact that she was the shortest among them all. Qingran, as the shortest of the bunch, silently focused on her exercises. Too intimidated to speak, deeply regretting her decision to bring up the topic of height. Pausing momentarily, she realized she hadn't team measured her height since the start of the semester and was genuinely unaware if she had grown. She felt she had not grown much, so she shook her head. Indeed, they were the shortest siblings. Li Qingma stood at her brother's elevated position, chastising her. I've told you repeatedly not to be picky about your meals. Just look at your height. You only have a year left to grow. If you don't gain some height, you won't find a good husband in the future. Song Shiai's interjected. You could marry me. I wouldn't mind. Xie Ying'an and Li Qingma exclaimed. Shut up. Song Shiai's. Oh, weren't you the one worried about your sister not being able to marry? Li Qingma replied. Dream on. If she can't marry, I'll support her for life. It won't be your turn. Xie Ying'an reached out to gently pat Qingran's head, his fingers brushing through her soft, dark hair. The young man smiled, his black eyes sparkling like stars, his voice warm and gentle. You're not short. Dian Dian. Your height is just right. Chapter 83. The Wheel of Fortune turns. For centimeters. From 161 centimeters to 165 centimeters, Li Qingma thought to herself. Wow. The jester was actually me. Song Shiai's harbored a hint of disbelief. Growing 4 centimeters in 3 months seemed rather implausible, as if one had consumed fertilizers. Qingran herself was equally bewildered, for no one had informed her of any height increase, and having never measured herself, she remained oblivious. As the group engaged in conversation, the diminutive Ruan made her entrance. The first thing Ruan did upon entering was seek out Qingran, nearly sprinting up the stairs. Her voice echoing from afar, My little Qingran, I have arrived. Upon hearing Ruan's voice, Song Shiai's eyes widened in astonishment, only to quickly transform into a look of disenchanted resignation. Li Qingran, do you really have to be so dog-like? The corners of Song Shiai's mouth curled into a mischievous grin as he pointed in Ruan's direction. Over there. Li Qingma erupted in laughter, while Qingran stifled her amusement. It was then that Ruan grasped the situation, her expression a mix of amusement and reproach as she directed her gaze at Song Shiai's and suddenly hurled her backpack at his face, exclaiming, Go to hell, you scoundrel. Song Shiai's raised his arm in a feeble attempt to shield himself, but the backpack still collided with him. A redeeming quality of Song Shiai's was his reluctance to lose his temper with girls, especially since he had instigated the jest. Thus, he remained unfazed. It's just a joke. You girls are always so sensitive. TCH, Ruan scoffed. Are you pleased to be called a dog? Song Shiai's adopted a nonchalant demeanor, saying, At the very least, I want to get angry. At this point, even Ruan found it too tiresome to engage with further. Inside the room, the others were measuring their heights, piquing Ruan's interest. She approached and requested Li Qingma, brother-in-law, could you help me measure? It's been half a year since I last checked my height. Li Qingma unfurled the measuring tape in her hand, reiterating her earlier inquiry to Ruan. Do you all not simply measure your height and weight in the equipment room during physical education class? Ruan shrugged nonchalantly. When we measure, the equipment displays our height and weight, and which girl would relish having others see her weight? This statement rang true. Girls often tend to misrepresent their weight. 162 centimeters, Li Qingma declared, retracting the measuring tape to reveal a figure. Ruan gasped in astonishment. No way. Have I only grown 0.5 centimeters in the past 6 months? TSK. Song Shiai's scrutinized Ruan with disdain, remarking, I have just realized that not only do you not look particularly good, but you are also rather short. Ruan responded with a forced smile, and what of it? As of now, your identity still obediently hangs under my name. Song Shiai's nearly choked in disbelief, clasping his hands together as he addressed Ruan, Sister Ruan. This bet has dragged on for so long. When will you tire of it? I dream of kicking you out with every slumber. Ruan lifted her chin defiantly, then keep dreaming. Quite so, Song Shiai seized Ruan's collar, grinning mischievously as he dragged her outside. Since you are my girlfriend, you ought to fulfill some of a girlfriend's duties. Qingran, feeling a twinge of concern, attempted to follow, but was held back by Xie Ying'an, who shook his head. Song Shiai's won't act recklessly. Qingran remained skeptical, but as Ruan's voice echoed from downstairs, she hurriedly leaned out of the window for a glimpse. Qingran murmured, Never mind. Li Qingma tightened his grip on the pen, grumbling. Song Shiai's is truly lacking in loyalty. He actually took a girl out for skewers without even inviting us, right? He nudged the arm of Xie Ying'an, who was sitting in the middle. Xie Ying'an, with downcast eyes, was becoming increasingly irritated with his homework. We could go out together tonight, he suggested. Li Qingma's spirits lifted at this statement. He had been anticipating it. Great. Shall we go out for dinner tonight? Qingran glanced up at him, her usually serene demeanor giving way to a mischievous smile. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Li Qingma's mind. Brother, how does it feel to be ranked 10th in the grade? Li Qingma. As expected. But why did you wait until now to mention it? Qingran continued to smile. Brother, do you think going out for skewers can fill the void left by your 10th place ranking? Li Qingma. He silently picked up his pen and resumed working on the problems, though the content before him had become incomprehensible. Qingran, no longer focused on her homework, began to recount past grievances, counting them off on her fingers. Brother, do you remember the first midterm exam in our first year? I ranked 7th, and you said you could score better with your eyes closed. So, did you take this exam with your eyes closed? Li Qingma looked to Xie Ying'an for help, but Xie Ying'an showed no inclination to assist. With a half smile, he looked at Li Qingma and coolly remarked, I didn't realize you had ever said such a thing. What is this? Qingran raised her second finger, continuing to unearth past grievances. My brother once remarked that those who fail to rank among the top 5 in their grade are nothing but dross, ineffectual, and essentially wasted. Xie Ying'an chuckled softly in agreement. I must say, it does appear so. Hey, Xie Ying'an. Li Qingma shot him a sidelong glance, signaling with a gesture that they were allies. Xie Ying'an stoked the flames. I have no desire to associate with the inept. Li Qingma was so incensed he felt he might choke on his own fury. That Song Shiai's, appearing when least expected, yet vanishing when he ought to be present. When Song Shiai's was summoned, it struck him that Qingran would never dare to voice those words she had once claimed in her moments of triumph in front of such an utter failure. Damn it! Who would have thought? Qingran continued to count off her fingers. Brother, do you still remember? My stomach hurts so badly. Li Qingma interrupted her, clutching his abdomen as he dashed outside, casting a glance at Xie Ying'an to signal him to follow suit. Xie Ying'an coolly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Qingran propped her chin on her hand, amused as she watched Li Qingma's hasty retreat. As the saying goes, fortunes rise and fall. Who has ever escaped the hand of fate? Qingran's internal alarm bells rang once more, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Meanwhile, Xie Ying'an quietly noted to himself, Qingran holds a grudge, and she remembers it all too well. Chapter 84. Memories of Ji He in the afternoon. Xie Ying'an was once again drawn out by Li Qingma to take a stroll. Perhaps it was the fear of stirring memories of Ji Yanchen, or perhaps a longing to reminisce about fleeting moments of heart fluttering. But on the eve of the last evening study session, she still found time to visit. The stray cats had endured the harsh winter, and each had grown considerably plump under Aunt Lou's care, cleansing the mind of the past. She was unsure how long a cat's memory might last, yet it was evident that these strays were initially cautious upon seeing her. They would approach only after a while, and the arrival of summer had made the branches of the ancient tree even more lush. Qingzhan stood up and gazed at the venerable tree. The sight of the black-clad youth nimbly descending from its branches seemed to linger in her memory, as if it had occurred just yesterday. Now, beneath the verdant canopy, there was no trace of that figure clad in black. As the sun dipped low in the west, a few well-fed strays lay languidly on the warm ground, rolling about without haste. Qingzhan found herself questioning whether the fleeting panic she felt in that moment was merely an illusion, for one often finds joy in the beauty that life presents. Ji Yanchen, untouched by the dust of the world, possessed a character as pure as a blank canvas. His affections were undeniably sincere, a simple liking unmarred by any impurities. Qingzhan was acutely aware of her differences from him. She yearned for a love where giving and receiving were in harmonious balance. With a long life ahead, how long could such innocent affection truly endure? Thus, the budding feelings that had sprung from youthful charm and talent were abruptly severed by her own hand. Without even a moment of regret, as she plunged headlong into her studies. As she bent down to pick up a small dish from the ground, she looked up to see Ji He striding purposefully towards her. Since the day the message was sent, Qingran had not seen Ji He for quite some time. With the impending college entrance examination, the academic workload in the third year of high school was even more demanding than in the second year. During this period, Ji He spent most of his time studying. Ji He, tall and swift in his movements, greeted Qingran from a distance, calling out, "Qingran, Jr." It had indeed been a while, perhaps over a month. Xie offered a light smile and added, Jishin has also been gone for more than a month. Time passes so quickly. Qingran paused momentarily, and then heard Xie say, do you have some time? I suddenly feel the need to confide in someone about a long, tiresome, and glitch detail. Qingran understood that this story would inevitably be related to Xie Ying'an. She lowered her gaze to the cat food in her hands, and after a long while, she softly replied, nearby. There were wooden benches and stone stools for people to rest. Qingran and Xie sat on a long bench, and although it was nearly 6 o'clock in April, the sky had yet to darken. Xie gazed at the distant crowd frolicking, seemingly at a loss for how to begin. He exhaled deeply, turned his head, and asked Qingran, do you remember the last time we had a meal together? Qingran nodded. Xie's gaze turned distant as he looked away, and his voice held a hollow tone. Perhaps you didn't notice last time, but Xie Ying'an revealed my scar before leaving. It had been too long, and she could not recall. Xie smiled bitterly. He said he would treat for that meal. That is my scar. Qingran was perplexed. How could such a seemingly innocuous statement become his scar? The setting sun had sunk into the sea when Xie slowly began to speak. I shall forever remember the year I turned 12. When I had just entered the first year of middle school, my father's company faced dire troubles, and our family went bankrupt that year. Xie lowered his head slightly, his eyes half closed, concealing all emotions within. In a bid to project an air of indifference, he forced a faint smile, which was, as one can imagine, both bitter and unseemly. At school, when there was no food to eat, I resorted to drinking water desperately, gradually allowing hunger to become a habitual state. In truth, it mattered little. What truly saddened me was that those friends with whom I had once shared joyous moments turned their backs on me during such trying times. Time has elapsed too long for me to recall their specific actions, but a few particularly cruel incidents remain etched in my memory. One such incident was when they invited me to dine at a restaurant. At that tender age, I was unversed in the malice that can lurk in the hearts of others. I believed they were extending their generosity out of pity. Having previously treated them to a meal, I was genuinely moved to the point of tears. This made Xie chuckle softly. Qingran pursed her lips, unsure of how to console him, but fortunately Xie did not require her solace. As he had mentioned earlier, the tale he was recounting was indeed lengthy, tedious, and glitchy. He continued, I found an excuse to leave, and in that moment, I failed to notice anything amiss until the waiter approached to inquire about the bill. After that day, I ceased attending school, confining myself to my room, unwilling to step outside for many days. My father, with reddened eyes, has repeatedly told me that as a boy, if I cannot endure such trivial matters, how shall I confront the greater tempests ahead? Xie raised his head, pausing for an extended moment, his gaze gradually returning to normalcy. Fortunately, after half a month, I emerged from that shadow on my own. I could resume my studies at school, feigning ignorance as before, yet I would never again engage with that group of individuals. During those years of familial decline, I grew accustomed to enduring hunger. At times, I even refrained from drinking water as a substitute for meals. Xie glanced at Qingran, and this time his smile bore a hint of sincerity. Qingran, it was during that period that I met Xie Ying'an. At that time, his talents and intellect had yet to manifest. He was perceived as an outsider by both teachers and classmates. We sat together at the same desk, yet our conversations were nearly non-existent, existing as the quietest presence in the corner of the classroom. On the 9th day of our desk sharing, during the lunch break, a few classmates in front and behind me cruelly consumed their food, chewing with audible sounds. I paid them no heed, but Xie Ying'an, immersed in his own world, lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at them before turning his attention back to me. Subsequently, Xie Ying'an tossed me a card without uttering a word. At that time, my heart was filled with malice towards the world, making it impossible for me to accept anything from others. I returned the card to him. He looked at the card, then at me, seemingly perplexed by the situation. Eventually, even I could not recall how I came to accept that card. Qingran, do you have any idea how much money was on the card that 12-year-old Xie Ying'an used to treat me to a meal? Chapter 85. Memories of the God Xie. Qingran was uncertain about just how generous the 12-year-old Jishin could be, so she shook her head. Xie repressed the smile that lingered at the corners of his lips and extended 2 fingers, over 20,000 yuan. That was likely all the money that 12-year-old Xie Ying'an could muster. Curiosity piqued, Qingran inquired, did the senior accept it? Upon mentioning this matter, Xie's brow softened. That was the only sliver of kindness I encountered after my family's bankruptcy. Perhaps in a moment of desperation, I accepted that kindness. and I have never regretted it in the years that followed. I am grateful for Xie Ying'an's goodwill, and even more so for the friendship it has bestowed upon me with someone like Jishin. As dusk began to descend, Ji continued, Qingran. Xie Ying'an possesses a solitary disposition. To be frank, for all those years, I was his only friend, and that was only through my relentless efforts to draw near. Perhaps he believes that by being withdrawn, he can evade the gaze of others. His world is truly uncomplicated, yet he clings to this self-deceptive manner of living, as if he were a normal person. Qingran, you are the sole individual who has actively approached Jishin over the years. I am unaware if you have assisted him prior to this, but considering our shared experience as classmates, and now that his old affliction has resurfaced, confining him within darkness, could you perhaps endeavor to help him once more? Before she could contemplate a resolution, the majority of her time was consumed by her studies. Perhaps, in her heart, Xie Ying'an held no significant place, and gradually she cast this matter aside. The distance from home was not too far. The streetlights had already illuminated the path. When Qingran stepped out, she had forgotten her phone and was oblivious to the current time. Upon reaching her home, the first sight that greeted her was Xie Ying'an standing outside the door. Leaning against the wall, he was absorbed in his phone, and from a distance, Qingran could not discern his expression. Hearing footsteps, Xie Ying'an lifted his gaze, his eyes falling upon the cat food in Qingran's hands. As she approached, he inquired, Have you been feeding the cats? Qingran nodded and asked, What are you doing here? Inside the living room, Li Qingmo reclined on the sofa, perhaps too disheartened by Qingran's teasing today to indulge in his usual gaming. Upon noticing her entrance, he did not even lift his eyelids but still managed to ask, Where have you been? With a sardonic chuckle, Li Qingmo sat up, casting a sidelong glance at Qingran, his voice rising in volume. Feeding cats? Where exactly are you feeding them? Setting down the cat food, Qingran furrowed her brows in confusion and replied, At the ancient tree, brother. What is the matter with you? At the ancient tree? Li Qingmo's irritation deepened. Half an hour ago, Xie Ying'an and I searched for you there twice. Where were you? Qingran was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. How could she explain that she had just been discussing matters regarding Jishin with Jihe? Li Qingmo, with an air of insistence, demanded that Qingran reveal the details, seemingly intent on avenging the grievances of the afternoon. Qingran had no choice but to cast a pleading glance towards her sole savior. Xie Ying'an. Xie Ying'an regarded her for a moment, observing the hint of guilt that flickered across Qingran's face, before diverting his gaze and firmly ushering Li Qingmo upstairs. Li Qingmo continued her relentless questioning. You've turned against me, haven't you? Confess, are you hiding something from me? Xie Ying'an's voice turned icy. Silence. At once, Li Qingmo fell quiet. Qingran stealthily ascended the stairs behind them. It wasn't that she couldn't fabricate a lie to deceive Li Qingmo, but she had never cultivated the habit of deceit over the years. It appeared that Xie Ying'an had been waiting for her at the door. Softly, she mused, Song Shi eyes. That rogue. Just now I accompanied him for a brief outing, and he actually approached his ex-girlfriend. She continued, Qingran, at this moment, I feel like kicking him. Laughter erupted. Oh my Qingran, what jest are you making? Another voice chimed in, with someone as foolish as Song Shi eyes. If I truly fell for him, I would perform a handstand for 2 kilometers. How ruthless, Qingran thought. Her fingers glided down the screen, pausing at the page of Jishin. The avatar appeared dark, with no notifications indicating who was online. Their chat history lingered on their study session from that day, and Qingran was momentarily engulfed by a strange illusion. Could it be that their sudden exposure to so many unfamiliar faces had triggered Jishin's old affliction? Hesitatingly, her fingertip lingered for a while before she ultimately sent a message. Perhaps Jishin would not even glance at it, she mused. In a dimly lit chamber situated far across the seas, the screen of a cellular device resting upon a desk flickered to life. A raven-haired youth, recumbent upon the bed, remained cloaked in shadows, the phone's chime failing to elicit any acknowledgement from him. Chueyu, who shared the somber room, cautiously reached towards the illuminated device. The screen offered a fleeting burst of light before the room was once more plunged into obscurity. After a period of groping, Chueyu finally located the phone on the desk, her fingertip coaxing the screen to life. The unexpected message that greeted her eyes nearly brought her to tears of elation. She approached Xie Ying'an, presenting the phone before him, her voice carefully modulated to a whisper. Xiaoyan, look. Xie Ying'an remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed downwards. Look, Chueyu insisted, pointing at the screen. It's a message from your junior schoolmate, Qingran. She's asking about you. See, she says, Jishin, are you all right? The youth's eyelashes fluttered subtly. Chueyu bit down hard on her lower lip to suppress her tears, continuing to hold up the phone as she repeated, Xiaoyan, look. Your junior Qingran is asking, are you all right? After countless repetitions, the youth finally lifted his gaze, his eyes settling vacantly on the phone screen. The light emanating from the screen failed to penetrate the depths of his hazel eyes. He moved his lips, as if attempting a smile, but ultimately failed to muster one. Qingran. The youth's voice, parched and raspy, echoed through the air. Chapter 86, Substitute Competition. The following day dawned, marking the start of another week. Qingran awoke early, only to find that Xie Ying'an had risen even earlier. The youth, clad in light attire, bore a fringe dampened by perspiration, exuding an invigorating aura of vitality. It seemed he had just returned from a morning jog. Xie Ying'an exchanged a brief greeting with Qingran before hastily ascending the stairs. After Qingran had consumed half of her breakfast, Xie Ying'an reappeared from upstairs. He had changed into his school uniform, his hair in a semi-dry state, clearly having taken a shower. The swiftness of his actions left Qingran in awe. It was not merely quick, but astonishingly so. Xie Ying'an's pace at the dining table was equally brisk, and the two finished their breakfast together. As they were about to depart, Qingran cast a glance upward and inquired of Xie Ying'an, is my brother still asleep? Xie Ying'an also glanced at the stairs, his gaze flickering slightly. I suppose not. It was evident that if the two individuals, caught in the throes of a scandal, were to arrive at school together, they would undoubtedly attract a flurry of curious gazes. Xie Ying'an demonstrated a nonchalant demeanor, casually asking Qingran, do you have any plans for the May Day holiday? With just a week remaining until the 3-day holiday, Qingran hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. No. In truth, she did have plans. She wished to visit F University during the holiday, not for any particular reason, but simply to catch a glimpse of the husband of the character Li Qingran from her book. Deep down, she hoped that events would not unfold as scripted. Yet this did not deter her from wanting to see the young Professor Lin. Xie Ying'an, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, only spoke as they reached a traffic light. The physics competition has been rescheduled to 2 days before May Day. Qingran's heart soared at this news, as Li Qingma would also be attending this competition. Maintaining her composure, she inquired, where will it be held? How many days will you be gone? 3 days. After a brief pause, Xie Ying'an announced that the location appears to be near F University, though the specifics have yet to be disclosed. Qingran seemed deep in thought. Initially, she believed that the physics competition would have no bearing on her, yet circumstances proved otherwise. Shortly after arriving in class, the diligent Mr. Wu summoned Qingran to his office. He succinctly outlined the matter at hand. The school administration mandated that participants for the upcoming physics competition be selected from the top 50 students in the grade. Qingran lowered her gaze, feigning attentiveness while her mind wandered elsewhere, not to mention the presence of Wenxi in this competition. Any misstep on her part could tarnish the reputation of F High. Moreover, her plans for the May Day holiday were already meticulously arranged. This would undoubtedly disrupt her entire schedule. Qingran was reluctant to participate and contemplated how to diplomatically decline Mr. Wu's request. After all, the character Li Qing'an in her books also refrained from entering the physics competition. Mr. Wu, however, had already made a definitive decision, thus, you shall represent our class in place of Yi Zheng for the competition. Teacher, I might not. Qingran began to protest, but was interrupted by the arrival of the second class's homeroom teacher. Oh, Mr. Wu, why have you summoned the second in the grade from your class? Lu, the teacher, inquired with a curious expression, secretly hoping to hear that Li Qingran's grades had suddenly declined. Mr. Wu chuckled. Embodying the role of a dedicated educator, it is simply a requirement from the administration. The students competing in the physics competition must be those who ranked in the top 50 during this midterm examination. I am just informing Li Qingran. However, the transfer student, Wenxi, was initially recommended to Class 1 by the collective, so there's nothing more to discuss. She was inwardly startled, musing to herself, how did I never notice Li Qingran's striking beauty before? Qingran, I have no desire to cooperate. In fact, I'm contemplating declining. Teacher Lu chuckled awkwardly. Flattering old Wu. Brother Wu, you're now a paragon of our school's educators. We're all emulating you. The head of the teaching staff has arranged a lecture for you. So please impart your wisdom generously and without reservation. Qingran found these words disingenuous. Old Wu, accustomed to such grandstanding, responded with practiced ease. Teacher Lu, your words are too kind, aren't they? I'm grateful for the head of the teaching staff's trust in arranging this experience-sharing session. Look, I've been preparing so diligently that I'm practically balding. There are so many teachers more qualified and experienced than I am. How could I presume to take credit? Qingran's gaze fell upon Old Wu's head. From the moment she met him, Old Wu had sported a receding hairline. His baldness had absolutely nothing to do with this preparation. My Ran, Wan, seated in front of Qingran, turned around, her eyes gleaming with gossip. Qingran lay listlessly on her desk. Wan. Her voice was soft and lacking its usual vitality. Seeing her in such a rare state, even Xie Ying'an couldn't resist drawing closer. The young man's dark eyes held unconcealed concern, and he inquired even more quickly than Wan. What's wrong? Wan glanced furtively at Xie Ying'an, then back at Qingran. The light of gossip in her eyes intensifying. Qingran felt a touch of despondency. Old Wu had requested her to substitute for Yu Zheng in the upcoming physics competition. Xie Ying'an raised an eyebrow, questioning her reluctance. The youth's eyes sparkled with a fond smile. Wan Ruoxing, her eyes alight with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow. My Ji looks absolutely stunning like this. What if I can't resist the urge to rush over? I should make my escape now." Qingran, however, did not acknowledge him, remaining slumped over her desk in a gloomy demeanor. As she watched Wan Ruoxing silently dash away, her heart felt heavier. I really don't want to go. My grades have been erratic, and I fear making a mistake. Ultimately, this was Qingran's greatest concern. After all, she had witnessed the brilliance of the protagonist's aura. What if her performance dragged down the average score? The thought was terrifying. Chapter 87. Stirring the waters. The news of Qingran substituting for Yi Zheng in the competition stirred a ripple of commotion within Class 1. Upon learning of her replacement, Yi Zheng buried her face in her desk and wept quietly, harboring resentment towards Qingran, casting several furtive glances in her direction during class. Yi Zheng held this competition in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have considered signing up in the first place. When she and several other academically proficient girls, who shared a close bond with Yu Zheng, gathered around her during recess, whispering words of encouragement while occasionally glancing towards Qingran, Yu Zheng kept her head down in silence, exuding an air of disinterest. Wan Ruoxing, furrowing her brow, cast a glance in that direction before approaching Qingran. She plopped down in Xie Ying'an's seat and lowered her voice, saying, Ran, I've recently begun to feel that she is rather too accommodating. Qingran was engrossed in solving problems, too occupied to respond, merely uttering a puzzled in reply. In the absence of Xie Ying'an, Wan felt no reservations and directly broached the topic. You see, Yu Zheng cried, and she rushed over to comfort her. To put it bluntly, isn't it quite normal to be replaced due to one's inferior performance? What is there to cry about? I concur, interjected Zheng Chunming from the back row, catching Wan off guard. It was indeed a pleasant surprise to discover that Zheng Chunming shared her perspective. Although Zheng Chunming's familiarity was not as pronounced as Wan Ruan's, it was close enough. Kneeling halfway on her chair, she leaned in and remarked, instead of crying, why not solve a couple more problems? Look at Qingran, studying in class and continuing to learn after class. Her excellent grades are the result of her hard work. Just observe what she does all day. How can she still have the audacity to cry? Zheng Chunming's acerbic wit clearly surpassed that of Wan Ruan. Wan chuckled coldly. There's no helping it. A tree that sheds its bark is destined to die. Perhaps a person without shame can be invincible in the world. Zheng Chunming, with her straightforward nature, retorted, so it's true that the weak are justified in their complaints. What if you have the ability? I still have tears, you know. She punctuated her statement with a mock retching gesture, revealing her disdain for such individuals. The two of them erupted into laughter. At that moment, Qingran had just finished her problems. She set down her pen, stretched her sore wrist, and looked curiously at Wan and Zheng Chunming. What is going on? The infectious laughter drew her in, and she too began to smile. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and with a smile, she captivated all. Wan and Zheng Chunming exchanged glances, their hearts racing in excitement. My goodness, time is fleeting, and the day is bright. The Emperor is indeed correct. That smile from such a beauty, who could resist it? Not just men, but even women? The brief respite of 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, underscoring the significance of shared interests among women. The morning passed quickly, and at lunchtime, Zheng Chunming joined her and Wan. During the midday break, Qingran usually rested her head on the desk for a short nap to rejuvenate herself for the afternoon. However, today she would not have that opportunity. Yi Zheng, a girl normally of sound mind, inexplicably approached Qingran's desk and began to weep. Li Qingran, she stammered, tears streaming down her face as if she had suffered a great injustice. This competition may not mean much to you, but it is of utmost importance to me. Yi Zheng sobbed intermittently, unable to utter a coherent sentence. The few students in the classroom looked on with curiosity. Qingran frowned at her. Yu Zheng feigned resilience, taking several deep breaths, presenting herself as an indomitable innocent. Li Qingran, I concede that you performed better than I did on this exam, but in many previous practice tests, your scores were inferior to mine. My grades have always been consistent. While yours. Before she could continue, Qingran interrupted her with 3 rapid-fire questions. First, why should I give up the spot to you? Second, what does my past performance have to do with this competition? Third, who are you to make such a request? Yu Zheng was taken aback by the barrage of questions. Her crying ceasing abruptly, unsure of how to respond. Huang Qinyu chuckled audibly, remarking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft. Idiot. Huang Qinyu, who considered herself intelligent, knew she was no match for Li Qingran in verbal sparring. She wondered what gave these fools the audacity to charge headfirst into the line of fire, as if to underscore their camaraderie. Several girls who were on affable terms with Yi Zheng approached her, offering solace and casting censorious glances toward Qingran. Qingran, indifferent to their theatrics, disregarded them, concurring with Huang Qinyu's assessment of them as a gaggle of simpletons. Ruan and Zheng Chunming also approached, positioning themselves beside Qingran's desk. Zheng Chunming, with arms crossed, arched her brows at Ruan, insinuating a tree without its bark. Ruan, with a grin, completed the adage, is destined to perish. Yu Zheng's complexion flushed crimson, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. When she, extending a tissue to Yu Zheng, cast a displeased glance at Ruan, imploring, Ruan, must you speak in such a manner? When Xi's countenance darkened perceptibly. A stout girl with thick-rimmed spectacles, standing beside Wen Xi, interjected, Ruan. Why not attend to your own affairs instead of meddling in matters that do not concern you? Zheng Chunming, with a haughty lift of her chin, retorted, Hu Tao why? Have you attended to your own affairs? If you had, would you be in such a corpulent state? Astonished, Qingran and Ruan exchanged glances. Aghast at the descent into personal invective, Zheng Chunming, in an attempt to assuage Qingran, patted her shoulder reassuringly before confiding in a hushed tone. She was once my childhood confidant. Qingran, her patience wearing thin, addressed Yi Zheng. If you harbor any grievances, you are at liberty to seek recourse with the head teacher. I am not the arbiter in this matter. I shall abide by the head teacher's decree. Yi Zheng, biting her lip, remained silent before turning and departing. He keenly sensed that something was amiss in the classroom atmosphere, yet he could not quite articulate what exactly was wrong. Xie Ying'an cast a few glances, his eyes reflecting a hint of understanding. Had someone caused trouble in his absence again? Chapter 88. Solving problems on the blackboard due to the addition of 2 hours of evening study. The day students were now required to have their dinner at school. After finishing her meal, Qingran parted ways with Ruan. As Old Wu had specifically come to inform her that she would be attending the physics class for an hour in the evening. When Qingran arrived, there were only 3 or 5 students in the physics classroom. Among them was Wen Xi, perhaps due to the events of lunchtime. When Xi felt a bit awkward upon seeing Qingran, she merely glanced at her before quickly lowering her head to continue reading, failing to extend even the usual friendly greeting. Upon her arrival, Qingran was unaware that a particular seat was occupied. It appeared vacant to her. The physics class was merely an hour of study each day, and many students were not accustomed to leaving their books in this classroom, resulting in empty desks for those who did not attend. Apart from Wen Xi, Qingran did not recognize any familiar faces in this class. She entered the classroom and casually inquired of an early student, Hello, is there any available seating in this class? Available seating? The boy, engrossed in his reading, lifted his head and looked at Qingran with a bemused expression, then adjusted his slightly slipping glasses. Though he did not know her, he found her strikingly beautiful and felt an immediate urge to introduce himself. The boy's demeanor quickly transformed into one of warmth. He stood up, and to Qingran's surprise, his height was nearly the same as hers. No wonder he could sit in the front row. The bespectacled boy cast several furtive glances at Qingran before cheerfully inquiring, Oh, are you new here? With only 10 days until the physics competition, why have you arrived so late? His words faltered mid-sentence as he was taken aback by something behind Qingran. Isn't Xie Ying'an supposed to be absent from physics class? He mused, recalling his previous altercation with Old Wu over this matter. It wasn't until Qingran was pulled by Xie Ying'an into a seat in the 5th row, center, that realization dawned upon him. Your seat? She asked. Xie Ying'an nodded, having come unprepared without his books, and turned the table by asking Qingran, Why didn't you call me to attend class together? Qingran replied, You went to such lengths to avoid attending physics, causing quite a stir with old Wu, who in the class doesn't he know. She lowered her gaze to the book, deliberately ignoring the look cast her way by Wen Shuri. Whether it was the unfolding narrative or the capricious nature of human emotions, there lingered a slight discomfort. Her relationship with Wen Shuri had reverted to a state akin to that depicted in the book, neither warm nor cold. Soon, their physics teacher entered the classroom, carrying the lesson plan. The teacher, a woman approximately in her mid-30s, had been specifically invited by the principal to instruct them. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Xie Ying'an, but ultimately, she chose not to remark. She glanced at Qingran and, pressed for time, briefly acknowledged the arrival of a new student. I hear our class has welcomed a second-place student. Let us all welcome our new classmate. Scattered applause erupted throughout the classroom. The physics teacher quickly signaled for silence and proceeded to delve into the day's lesson. Qingran did not find studying strenuous. Her consistently excellent grades over the years were a testament to her genuine abilities. Wen Shi, the physics teacher addressed Wen Shi, gesturing towards a problem on the right. Please solve this one. Yes, teacher, Wen Shi replied, rising from her seat and heading to the podium. She picked up a piece of chalk and began to work on the problem. And this problem on the left, the physics teacher turned to Qingran with a gentle smile. I apologize. I haven't yet memorized your name. Qingran stood up at her desk and introduced herself. Hello, teacher. My name is Li Qingran. Li Qingran. It's a pleasure to meet you. The physics teacher responded with a satisfied nod. She indicated the problem on the left side of the blackboard. Please attempt to solve this one. To be at the podium alongside the female lead, solving problems side by side? Truthfully, Qingran felt apprehensive. She knew this was the physics teacher's way of assessing her understanding, especially considering her less-than-stellar performance before this year's midterm exams. However, the female lead possessed an aura of her own. That day, being in close proximity to Xie Ying'an had prevented the female lead's aura from overpowering the male leads. But if she were to go up and solve the problem, being so close to the female lead and so far from the male lead, Qingran's apprehension only intensified. Yet, feeling as though she had no other choice, she reached under the table and grasped Xie Ying'an's hand. In a fleeting moment, Qingran had the distinct impression that the hand she held had been waiting for her for a long time, as it immediately grasped hers in return. She thought she heard the faintest sound of amusement from the boy next to her. After a few seconds, Qingran released Xie Ying'an's hand and strode confidently to the podium. During this period, she dared not glance at Xie Ying'an's expression. Due to the urgency of preparing the new classroom, even the multimedia equipment had not yet been installed. Leaving behind the antiquated blackboard from the school's inception, the two problems written by the physics teacher were not simple, on the right side. Wen Shi's steps for solving the problems nearly filled half of the blackboard. By the time she reached the podium, Qingran's emotions had calmed, and she picked up the chalk. Glancing at the problems once more, vague memories of the solution began to surface in her mind, and she commenced her explanation. The young girl exhibited clarity of thought, her steps concise and precise. Although she had begun several minutes later than Wen Shi, they completed the problems simultaneously. The students in this class had commendable abilities in physics, and they were momentarily taken aback by Qingran's methodical approach. A hushed murmur of discussion arose from the audience. Upon returning to her seat, the awkward moment she anticipated did not unfold. Xie Ying'an gazed thoughtfully at the problem she had solved on the board. The two problems on the board presented contrasting approaches. The left side offered an extraordinarily streamlined solution, its steps calculated clearly, evoking a sense of sudden enlightenment. How astonishing that the solution could be simplified to such an extent. In contrast, the approach taken by Wen Shi on the right was considerably more intricate, employing several formulas, adhering closely to conventional methods. Without comparison, Wen Shi's solution appeared flawless in its methodology. However, with Qingran's succinct approach preceding it, Wen Shi's method seemed unnecessarily convoluted by any measure. The physics teacher gazed thoughtfully at Qingran's problem-solving approach, taking a moment before turning to face the students. With a smile, she looked into Qingran's eyes, which sparkled with appreciation. Such an unconventional approach to problem-solving, akin to that of a mathematical prodigy I encountered a few years ago at F High, she remarked after a brief pause. Chapter 89. Then a wave of silence swept over the classroom. The new student had merely applied a streamlined method to solve a problem. Yet the physics teacher bestowed upon her an immense compliment. At this age, the youthful hearts of the students brimmed with a fiery defiance, leading them to resent the sudden recognition of Qingran. They believed that had Qingran's impressive second-place ranking remained consistent, the recent reshuffling of classmates would not have transpired. However, with top-tier students in their ranks, their team was destined to grow stronger. It was crucial for everyone to remember that, in moments like these, they were united as one. The approach taken by Qingran necessitated a solid foundation, one that must be cultivated from a young age. For those lacking this foundation, the teacher recommended adhering to Wenxi's method of problem-solving. Although conventional, it was systematic and ensured that they wouldn't lose points. The underlying message was clear. Some individuals are naturally gifted, able to run as soon as they learn to walk, while others, devoid of such innate talent, must tread carefully. For rushing ahead may lead to stumbling and embarrassment. As the physics teacher expounded on this philosophy, a girl seated in the second row with a ponytail suddenly raised her hand. Shaylin rose to her feet, her youthful voice resonating with clarity. "Teacher, I must express my disagreement with your previous statement. We cannot simply validate one person's achievements because they solved a problem while dismissing the efforts of others." A murmur of agreement rippled through the classroom. The physics teacher, unfazed, gestured for Shaylin to sit down and continued. "Talent is an intangible quality, elusive and difficult to grasp. My words may seem enigmatic to you, yet such phenomena do indeed exist and are beyond envy. To illustrate my point with a familiar example, consider Jixin from your school and our classmate, Xie Ying'an." Upon hearing Xie Ying'an's name mentioned, students turned their gazes towards him. Despite the scrutiny, Xie Ying'an, who had meticulously dissected the problem-solving approach, remained expressionless, though a hint of displeasure flickered in his demeanor. The physics teacher elaborated, "You all know Jixin. I have observed his problem-solving methods and videos." At this, Xie Ying'an emitted a soft scoff. When it came to the illustrious figures of Jixin and Xie Ying'an, the room fell into silence. Everyone was aware of Jixin's prowess. As for Xie Ying'an, his performance was even more notable. They attended the same classes, faced the same pressures of exams and assignments. Yet Xie Ying'an never seemed to engage in the same rigorous practice, consistently achieving top ranks in every examination. It left others both in awe and frustration. Today, I did not intend to broach the subject of talent. However, it was the remarkable insight of student Li Qingran during my teaching here for over a month that inspired me. She daringly challenged conventional problem-solving methods, demonstrating an aptitude that transcends mere rote memorization of formulas. The physics teacher surveyed the classroom, and this time, no student voiced dissent. This is a commendable trait, though one that is difficult to cultivate, as it exemplifies the very talent I just mentioned. Until the physics teacher announced the end of class, the atmosphere remained heavy. What is this talk of talent? It's laughable. If she truly possessed such ability, why not rank first in the grade? Such murmurs echoed through the room, undoubtedly linked to Qingran's performance today. Ignoring the whispers, Qingran walked out of the classroom alongside Xie Ying'an, who began a self-reflective monologue. "Indeed. You all can gather at the library to study. What does solving a few problems amount to?" Qingran quickly inquired, "And you haven't attended evening self-study yet? Where are you going?" Upon hearing his response, she turned back toward the classroom, disregarding even Xie Ying'an. "Let it be." As today marked the first evening study session of the year, Old Wu maintained a vigilant presence in the classroom. Most students were quite conscientious, as the countdown to the college entrance examination was steadily diminishing, leaving them with limited time for study. Xie Ying'an remained still, his gaze drifting toward Yi Zheng's position. "Old Wu," he called out, and the classroom fell into a profound silence. Addressing Mr. Wu by his moniker to his face was a first for Xie Ying'an in the past 2 years. Mr. Wu, likely never before addressed in such a manner by a student during his tenure as an educator, fixed Xie Ying'an with a deadly glare. Xie Ying'an, in that moment, possessed a brazenness akin to an impenetrable fortress, gesturing with his chin towards the classroom's interior. "You always have a penchant for leaving things unfinished." Mr. Wu, incensed, nearly burst a vein in his forehead, slamming his hand on the desk with a thunderous clap. "What unfinished business? Xie Ying'an, you will elucidate yourself this instant." "Ha!" Xie Ying'an scoffed, his demeanor arrogant and unreasonable. "When you had Li Qingran supplant that Yi, maybe you genuinely can't recall the name." He glossed over it. "Yi, what's her name? Why didn't you offer an explanation? Having Yi, what's her name, come seeking out Li Qingran, what was the purpose of that?" The classroom fell into an even deeper hush. Even Qingran was bewildered. Wasn't Xie Ying'an absent when Yi Zheng came looking for her? How much time had elapsed? And who had been gossiping? Mr. Wu, taken aback, turned to look at Yu Zheng, clearly caught off guard. Yu Zheng, utterly stunned, could only gape before collapsing onto her desk with a sob. Whether from tears or shame was unclear. Xie Ying'an had no intention of letting the matter drop. The youth, his face stern, his tone as cold as frost, continued, to simply replace someone on a whim. Li Qingran may be amenable, but did you ever consider whether Yi What's her name would be so understanding? Even if Yi What's her name isn't so understanding, lacking the ability due to her own poor grades, what does it say to bully Li Qingran? Before old Wu could react, the youth with calm, dark eyes coldly laughed. Are you still claiming that no one stands behind Li Qingran? Old Wu, this matter originated from you. If you fail to handle it today, it is of little consequence. He paused momentarily, then continued slowly. After all, Li Qingran has both me and Li Qingma supporting her. When we handle this, it may not be so merciful. The classroom fell into a silence so profound that even breaths could be heard. The students of class 1 simultaneously recalled a phrase, retribution. Xie Ying'an was blatantly avenging Li Qingran. Li Qingma, the school bully who dared to threaten all his classmates right under the principal's nose. And thereafter read his self-reflection essay with great flourish. What good could possibly come from being targeted by such individuals? Xie Ying'an was even more formidable, though he usually appeared aloof. In a fight, his fists never lacked the ferocity of a bully. Chapter 90. The competition among us. Old Wu called out both Li Qingran and Yi Zheng to the office. At this hour, there were no other teachers present. Old Wu, with a serious expression, turned to Yi Zheng. Classmate Yi Zheng, I hope you can provide me with an explanation regarding what Xie Ying'an just mentioned. Yi Zheng bit her lip, lowering her head to wipe away her tears, refusing to speak. Old Wu, exhibiting remarkable patience, was determined to wait for her to break the silence. After a considerable time, Yi Zheng finally stammered, I just cannot accept it. Before this year, in the numerous exams, Li Qingran's scores were always below mine. And just because she ranked second this time, are you, teacher, really going to dismiss all my previous achievements? Perhaps she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance within her heart, and these words were almost shouted directly at Lao Wu. After her outburst, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a relentless downpour. Qingran mused to herself, what right do you have to feel wronged? As Xie Ying'an remarked, I am the one who is truly aggrieved here. When the teacher commanded that I should take your place, I had no choice but to comply. And the irony is that in doing so, I gained nothing of value. Lao Wu handed several tissues to Yi Zheng, his expression remaining composed. If you feel discontent, you may approach me directly. Why seek out classmate Li Qingran? At this, Yi Zheng fell silent, as it was evident she lacked the courage to confront the homeroom teacher. Lao Wu then turned his gaze to Qingran, his demeanor softening into one tinged with guilt. I acknowledge my failure in handling this situation, which caused classmate Qingran to feel wronged. However, in the future, should any issues arise, Qingran is welcome to communicate them directly to me. It is preferable that she does not find herself in a situation like this again, being singled out by Xie Ying'an in front of so many classmates, only to be subjected to threats afterward. What is even more infuriating is that she felt powerless to respond, for it was indeed his oversight that initiated this turmoil. Qingran discerned the implications behind Lao Wu's words. Her eyes dimmed momentarily as she suddenly declared, Teacher, I wish to transfer classes. This desire stemmed from a wish to distance herself from the leading female character when she, and even more so from Xie Ying'an. At this point, not only Lao Wu but even Yi Zheng's expression shifted. Of course, transferring classes was an impossibility. Lao Wu had painstakingly nurtured a top 3 student in the grade. And despite his outward claims of indifference, a testament to his role as an educator, he had secretly prepared an extensive amount of material for this speech. If Qingran were to change classes, wouldn't his speech turn into a mere farce? If Qingran's parents were to insist on this transfer, the school, eager to retain a high-achieving student, would undoubtedly acquiesce to their demands. In the end, old Wu, in a bid to persuade Qingran, even expressed his willingness to exhaust all means to accommodate Qingran's desire not to participate in the physics competition. Upon hearing this, Yi Zheng gazed expectantly at old Wu. Qingran glanced at Yi Zheng and suddenly had a change of heart. Ruan, clutching her phone, linked arms with Qingran, laughing uncontrollably at the screenshots sent by Zheng Chunming. Ha, I can't stop laughing, Ran. Despite her lack of enthusiasm, as the day's events had left her utterly dejected, Qingran still managed to feign a few chuckles in response to Ruan's mirth. Qingran had come to realize that certain narratives, like those involving characters such as Huang Qianyu, were beyond her influence, while Xie Ying'an seemed to wield the power to alter them at will. However, amidst these changes, Qingran sensed that when Xi's character had also transformed significantly, diverging from the portrayal in the book, though she could not pinpoint exactly how. Li Qingma nudged Xie Ying'an's shoulder, observing Ruan Ruan's unsteady laughter with an expression that suggested he found it hard to articulate his thoughts. Are most girls really this whimsical? Xie Ying'an shot him a sidelong glance. How would I know? TSK. Li Qingma chuckled mischievously. With all the confessions you receive daily, stop pretending to be innocent. Xie Ying'an frowned. Don't speak recklessly. Li Qingma scoffed dismissively. Once again, Xie Ying'an earnestly added, especially in front of your sister, refrain from speaking carelessly. Li Qingma, the epitome of a steadfast man, grinned mockingly at Xie Ying'an. You too find this matter embarrassing? Are you afraid that Li Qingran will find out? Haha. Xie Ying'an cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression akin to that of someone observing a street performer, seemingly foolish. En route. Li Qingma leaned toward Qingran and inquired about her experience in the physics competition class that evening. Not bad, Qingran replied, her gaze fixed ahead as she walked, casually asking, Brother, why didn't you attend physics class today? The melancholic expression on her face conveyed a profound sense of disillusionment. The academic atmosphere in Class 3 was not as intense as in Class 1. The youthful teacher's son prioritized the student's mental and emotional well-being in his teaching approach. However, it was precisely this leniency that led to a significant decline in the overall performance of Class 3 during the midterm examinations. The pressure from the school must have compelled teacher's son to yield, as evidenced by how much Li Qingma had to be pushed to this extent. Around 9 o'clock, a knock reverberated on Qingran's door. Upon opening it, she found Xie Ying'an standing there, holding his assignments. He raised the papers and asked, I seem to have forgotten what homework the teacher assigned today. Qingran retorted, Why are you pretending to be a good student? How many times have you actually completed the assignments given by the teacher? What began as an inquiry about homework turned into Xie Ying'an casually settling at Qingran's desk to complete his assignments, claiming half of her workspace. They had barely written for 10 minutes when another knock echoed through the door. Li Qingma, with damp hair, widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing Xie Ying'an opening the door. He extended his hand, pointing at Xie Ying'an, and after a long pause, finally exclaimed, I knew it. You two have been secretly studying at night, conspiring against me. Xie Ying'an responded with silence. Consequently, in the already cramped corner of the desk, another youthful figure squeezed in. Chapter 91. The thoughts of girls. Xie Ying'an had threatened Old Wu in class, yet Old Wu remained unperturbed. What could he do? Force him to change classes? Would he willingly relinquish the top position in the grade? Old Wu believed he was not so magnanimous, especially now that the second-ranked student, Li Qingran, harbored intentions of transferring as well, which made him somewhat anxious. The budding feelings between Xie Ying'an and Li Qingran were not lost on Old Wu's discerning gaze. Perhaps, at present, it was merely Xie Ying'an's unilateral affection, but who could predict the future? Old Wu had witnessed numerous such instances, at the tender age of 16 or 17. One was often on the brink of awakening romantic emotions. As long as their academic performance did not decline, he chose to turn a blind eye for high school romances. Even if they began, how many could endure to the threshold of matrimony? Given the support Xie Ying'an received from his parents, particularly Zhao Yan, Old Wu surmised that confronting him directly would likely result in mutual destruction. In his quest to defend Li Qingran, Xie Ying'an boldly challenged Old Wu. And as if that weren't enough, he dared to issue a blatant threat afterward, a rare occurrence in the annals of time. If one claimed that he held no feelings for Li Qingran, who would believe it? Within the classroom, Huang Qianyu's expression darkened to a frightening degree. As her close friends encircled her seat, listening to the discussions around them, too apprehensive to voice their opinions. Only Chu Rong, listening to the discussions from the direction of Hu Taohua, murmured softly, I don't believe that Xie Ying'an is fond of Li Qingran. This remark successfully drew Huang Qianyu's attention, her expression slightly brightening as she inquired of Chu Rong. They all claim that Xie Ying'an is enamored with Li Qingran. Why do you think otherwise? Chu Rong adjusted her glasses, as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, and eagerly deduced. Given the close relationship between Ngu and the school bully, and considering that Li Qingran is the bully's sister, it must be a request from the bully that Ngu feels compelled to honor. Huang Qianyu stroked her chin in agreement. I find your reasoning quite compelling. She then turned to Sun Xian and the others, asking, what do you all think? Everyone knew Huang Qianyu's sentiments. Chun Xuan immediately nodded. I too believe that Chu Rong's analysis is quite sound. Zhang Ping and Sun Xian nodded in agreement as well. Huang Qianyu's expression finally showed some relief. In the middle of their group, towards the left, when she set down her pen, She had been attentively listening to the conversation among Hu Taohua and the others, but had refrained from joining in. In contrast, she harbored skepticism towards their conjectures, even wishing to dismiss them entirely. For reasons unknown to her, she felt a subtle conviction that, regardless of the circumstances, Xie Ying'an would ultimately be with her. This feeling had emerged unexpectedly, beginning the second time she encountered Xie Ying'an at school. Initially, when she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, perplexed by the emergence of such thoughts concerning someone she had only met twice. Yet, it all began with mere appearances. The scene of her first encounter with Xie Ying'an remains vividly etched in her memory. On that day, Xie Ying'an had intervened to drive away the ruffians who were intimidating her. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was Qingran who had sought Xie Ying'an's assistance. When Xie Ying'an cast a glance in her direction, it was even before he had looked at Qingran. However, the youth merely offered a fleeting look, devoid of any intention to intervene, and seemed more inclined to urge Qingran to depart swiftly. Thus, she expressed her gratitude to Qingran that day. Did Xie Ying'an harbor feelings for Qingran? Deep down, when she instinctively believed it was not affection, perhaps it was merely the bond formed through their childhood companionship, where childhood friends often misconstrue their emotions. When she prided herself on her sixth sense, which had always proven accurate. It was not that she was overly enamored with Xie Ying'an, though she certainly felt a flicker of fondness. She willingly embraced her intuition, convinced that there would undoubtedly be further chapters in the story between herself and Xie Ying'an. A subtle anticipation burgeoned within her. Li Su wore a face devoid of enthusiasm. Sun Xian and Zhang Ping. He glanced at Su Chun and asked, "What about you?" The chubby girl was even more rotund than a walnut blossom, and her nickname reflected that. Li Su immediately shot him a look of sympathy, patting Su Chun on the shoulder. "Brother, this isn't about you protecting them. It's about two heavyweights protecting you." His tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Su Chun was exceedingly vexed, pondering aloud how two such tonnage-level individuals could possibly require protection, even if they attracted unwanted attention. Surely others would assess whether they could manage to take them away. Standing beside them, Su Liang, who had been listening intently, interjected, who would even have their sights set on them. "Are you a butcher?" Li Su chuckled heartily, playfully patting Su Liang on the shoulder. "Brother, you're being a tad too harsh." Su Liang remained expressionless. Su Chen inquired with curiosity, "Hey, Liangzi, who did Lao Wu arrange for you to escort?" Su Liang gestured towards the classroom door, indicating, "A few who are on my way out." It was indeed Wen Shi and Yizheng among them. "Class flower?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow, asking, "Who is the class flower?" As Wen Shi and her companions walked past, Su Liang awaited an answer, not in a hurry to pursue them. After the girls had moved a distance away, a boy behind Li Su remarked, "It's 11. Don't you know?" Li Su asked in confusion, while Su Chun and Su Liang mirrored his bewilderment. The three exchanged perplexed glances and almost simultaneously exclaimed, "When did this happen?" When she was undoubtedly beautiful. As the heroine of the story, her charm was not of the flamboyant sort, but her appearance was indeed that of a refined beauty. Li Su questioned, "I believe Li Qingran is far more attractive than Wen Shi. How has she become the class flower?" Su Chen rolled his eyes. "Liangzi, hurry and play your role as her protector." Su Liang waved farewell to them. Su Chun, somewhat impatient, tapped on the classroom glass and shouted towards Hu Taohua, "Hey, are you all leaving or not? If not, I might just head out." Hu Taohua finally ceased her gossip, snorting coldly, "If you want to leave, then go ahead. Who's asking you to wait?" "Huh." Su Chen laughed in exasperation. "That's true. With your weight, even a robbery of affection wouldn't concern you." Infuriated, Hu Taohua let out a sharp scream, pointing at the glass and hurling insults at Su Chen. "Hey, brother, wait for me." Li Su, feeling impatient, caught up with Su Chun, and the two strolled out of the school with their arms around each other's shoulders. Chapter 92, A Stroke of Luck. The subsequent physics class grew increasingly tense. The physics teacher, throughout the lesson, spoke little beyond the subject matter. After explaining the day's problems, he frequently called upon students to solve equations on the blackboard, perhaps due to the controversy surrounding Qingran's talent that had arisen in class. Following that incident, the teacher refrained from asking Qingran to answer any questions again. As the class approached its conclusion, the teacher habitually wrote two problems on the blackboard. He called upon two students to solve them. This time, it was Xie Ying'an and Wen Shi. Qingran noticed that the physics teacher seemed particularly fond of Wen Shi, as he frequently invited her to solve problems, making her the most often called upon student in the class. This certainly fulfilled the trope of a student beloved by the teacher. The two problems presented were not straightforward. When Xie walked over from the right side, standing before the problems for a while, seemingly at a loss for how to begin, she gently tugged at Xie Ying'an's arm, only for him to clasp her fingers with a warm, dry grip. Their fingers intertwined, as if he were not the one holding her hand at all. Had it not been for the unwavering flutter of his eyelashes, Qingran might have been convinced otherwise. She struggled to free herself, but to no avail. The youth was visibly apprehensive, his lips barely moving as he spoke. His voice a mere whisper. "Allow me to partake in the good fortune you possessed during the previous quiz." A scornful smile almost escaped Qingran. "I genuinely believe your nervousness." Wasn't Xie Ying'an subtly reminding her that she had grasped his hand before solving the problem on the blackboard last time? A male's strength invariably surpasses that of a female. Fearing observation, Qingran refrained from further struggle. In the late April warmth, a delicate layer of perspiration soon formed on their palms. During the month or so of tutoring Xie Ying'an, the physics teacher and his classmates had come to understand him. When devoid of a solution, he would never contemplate it on the platform. Qingran attempted to disengage once more. Xie Ying'an, seemingly inspired, released her hand and leisurely strode towards the platform with his long legs. When she remained engrossed in seeking a solution, Qingran sighed in relief and focused on the problem on the blackboard. Xie Ying'an obscured the majority of the problem on the left, rendering the latter part illegible. Qingran turned her head to examine the problem on the right. When she, clutching the chalk, was still scrutinizing the problem, evidently lacking a solution. When Xi's problem was indeed more challenging, explaining her prolonged contemplation, Qingran picked up her pen and transcribed the given conditions of the problem onto the draft paper. The chalk danced across the blackboard, emitting a squeaking sound. When Xie appeared somewhat anxious, casting a glance at Xie Ying'an before reluctantly commencing to write formulas. As soon as the first formula emerged, Qingran discerned the problem. Wen Shi's approach to the problem was erroneous, having been misled by the confusing conditions posed by the question. If the initial formula was incorrect, the subsequent ones were undoubtedly flawed as well. Xie Ying'an had already completed his work. He tossed the chalk into the trash bin and disdainfully glanced at his fingers, now dusted white with chalk. Upon returning to his seat, he inquired of Qingran for a wet wipe. Qingran was taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Xie Ying'an, and quietly asked, "How did you know I had wet wipes in my backpack?" Xie Ying'an was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, avoiding her gaze, and somewhat sheepishly responded, "Don't you have any?" He added, "Aren't you girls supposed to carry these around?" To that, Qingran thought it absurd. Neither Ruan nor Zheng Chunming ever carried wet wipes. It was merely her habit to keep a pack in her bag, as she often found her palms too sweaty and sticky during the summer. Lowering her head, she retrieved the small pack of wet wipes from her bag and handed it to Xie Ying'an, silently criticizing his pretense of cleanliness while he still needed to use a wet wipe to clean his hands after chalk. The young man diligently wiped his fingers one by one with the wet wipe, his long, straight eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. It was unclear what misdeed he had committed earlier, but the tear mole on his cheek had turned as red as the skin behind his ears. Having grown up alongside him, Qingran could easily perceive his unease. However, Xie Ying'an was reluctant to divulge anything further. Could she truly press him for answers? Qingran raised her gaze to examine the problem Xie Ying'an was working on, which, in comparison, appeared to be slightly more complex than Wen Shi's. However, Xie Ying'an's approach to problem-solving is remarkably straightforward. When compared to Wen Shi's more elaborate methods, Xie Ying'an's reasoning can be described as succinct. Many students in the classroom were absorbed in their calculations on scrap paper, the only sound being the quiet rustle of pens gliding across the pages. As they reached the conclusion, Wen Shi finally leaned towards the physics teacher standing beside her and whispered something. The teacher nodded in response. Wen Shi then took the eraser and wiped away her lengthy answer, picking up the chalk once more to rewrite it, this time arriving at the correct solution. Meanwhile, Qingran was solving Xie Ying'an's problem using her own methodology. Once she calculated the answer, she looked up to confirm it with Xie Ying'an's. Finding them identical, there was no doubt it was correct. As Xie Ying'an turned slightly to glance at her answer, a slow smile crept across his face. "I told you. Your good fortune is contagious." Qingran replied, "Oh, please." After Wen Shi completed her problem, the physics teacher began to explain the two questions. Just before the class ended, the teacher bid farewell to the students. "Dear students, our brief teacher-student relationship is coming to a close, but the mountains and rivers will always bring us together again. I hope you achieve breakthroughs in physics in the future." The atmosphere in the classroom grew somewhat heavy. At the tender age of 16 or 17, emotions ran high. And the sudden wave of melancholy brought tears to several girls' eyes. Xie Ying'an dreaded the sight of girls crying. He cast a glance at Qingran, having previously contemplated various strategies for comforting her should she break down. As he gazed into the past, the scene he had envisioned of a young girl weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom was nowhere to be found. Qingran was diligently working through the physics problems, adhering to the formula just explained by her teacher, now tackling the 9th day of essential exercises. Xie Ying'an casually glanced at the page number, page 79. The classmates in this class had been attending physics lessons for over a month, and it was indeed rare for anyone to have reached page 79 in the essential exercises. TSK. Xie Ying'an mused to himself. It seems that forcing Li Qingran and Li Qingma out every night at 10 was perhaps a bit premature. She was certainly not as she claimed, insisting on sleeping by 10. Chapter 93. After the physics course at F University, there would be yet another day of class before the May Day holiday. Sure enough, 2 pale blue love letters had found their way into her backpack, evidently slipped in while Qingran had gone to eat. With an impassive expression, Xie Ying'an retrieved the 2 letters, tore them into shreds, and discarded them in the trash bin. Then neatly arranged Qingran's backpack back in its original position. His movements were swift and decisive, revealing his habitual nature. The young man wore a composed expression, yet there was a storm brewing in his gaze. Xie Ying'an cast a glance at the surveillance camera in the classroom, but remained silent, rummaging through his desk drawer. Anything that did not belong to him was promptly tossed into the trash. After completing this task, he turned to leave, casting a customary sidelong glance at Li Su as he passed. Li Su mimicked a zipper motion across his mouth and, with a servile tone, assured, "Don't worry, brotherin. I saw nothing." Satisfied, Xie Ying'an departed. Meanwhile, Zheng Chuming appeared to have shared some delightful tidbit with Wan, as she wore a broad smile when she finally settled into her seat. Li Su cast several glances at Zheng Chunming and noticed that the smile at the corner of her mouth had not faded. He teasingly remarked, "What are you grinning about as if you've been struck by a gust of wind?" Zheng Chunming's smile froze at the edges, and she shot him a death glare, retorting, "Toilet paper, were you just spewing nonsense?" Li Su shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Chun and I, it's rather unamusing when you refuse to accept even the slightest critique. If you can't manage that, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to achieve anything in the future." Their conversation, lacking in harmony, quickly escalated into a playful scuffle with their books. A customary occurrence in their classroom, as such antics were merely light-hearted banter among classmates. It seemed to convey to Qingran, "See, girls always love to stir up trouble." Qingran, feeling somewhat reluctant to expose the truth, thought to herself, "With a desk mate like Zheng Chunming, I have long been aware of your tendencies." It was now confirmed that the competition would take place at F University. After old Wu departed, Wan hurried over to occupy Xie Ying'an's seat, inquiring curiously of Qingran, "Where's my Ngo?" However, Wan quickly lost interest in her Ngo and became animated discussing Qingran's upcoming journey to F University. When F University was mentioned, Wan's excitement was palpable. "I even specifically searched online for pictures of F University. They seem almost too beautiful to be real." Ran. "Whether I should strive to get into F University depends entirely on you." Qingran sighed. "F University has such high standards, and the acceptance rate is quite low each year. You might want to stop daydreaming and focus on your studies." Wan expressed her rejection, stating, "Seeing is believing. I cannot afford to squander 3 years of my youth in such a manner. I must weigh my options carefully." Qingran interjected, "This has escalated to an infringement of someone's portrait rights. Is this what you call a modest request?" Zheng Chunming gazed longingly. "I have heard that the seniors at F University are exceptionally handsome. If the rumors hold true, I shall dedicate the next year and more of my life to securing my place there." Wan concurred. "In truth, our standards for attractive men are not exceedingly high. As long as he can rival in Gu and looks, that suffices, does it not?" Qingran was taken aback. "Is this truly what you consider a modest expectation? Xie Ying'an is the author's own son. Who at F University possesses a visage that can compare to his?" Zheng Chuming and Wan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. "What can we do? Having become accustomed to opulence, can we still be satisfied with mere broth?" This metaphor rendered Qingran speechless. She suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. "Very well," she sighed in resignation. "I shall do my utmost." Photographing scenery and inadvertently capturing a person's silhouette should not constitute an infringement of portrait rights, should it? As the three conversed, Xie Ying'an entered the classroom through the back door, prompting Ruan to bend down and attempt to slip away. Before departing, she quietly cautioned Qingran, "That matter I mentioned is not of great significance. You need only ensure that Zheng Chuanming's affairs are settled. However, remember to take the photo with your back to and go." Qingran's expression reflected an ineffable complexity. She vaguely recalled that Li Qingran, through her husband's connections, later attended the university at F. All she could distinctly remember was that Li Qing'an indeed married the young Professor Lin. Further contemplation only brought to mind the passing mention of a pair of children in the epilogue, and beyond that, her memories faded. Qingran opened an English book she had long prepared, yet her demeanor betrayed a certain distraction. After a considerable pause, Xie Ying'an casually inquired, "What captivates your thoughts so deeply?" Suddenly, Xie Ying'an reached out and pressed his hand onto Qingran's English book, stating, "Li Qingran, you aren't contemplating taking the entrance exam for F, are you?" In his dark, youthful eyes, a seriousness flickered. Qingran removed Xie Ying'an's hand and averted her gaze. For the first time in her life, she fibbed to him, "I don't know. I haven't decided yet." Xie Ying'an scrutinized her every subtle shift in expression, and after a moment, he slowly remarked, "Whenever you come to a decision, do let me know." Qingran lowered her head to her book, ultimately remaining silent.